conceptual.
No.
It's not.
Can you explain what you physically do in reality to make the dip correction that isn't just writing out mathematically?
Are you fucking brain dead?
What you're doing
It's
physically?
a 6-foot dip correction.
What you're doing physically is taking the ocean floor and you're raising it up to your eye level and you're creating a baseline because it's flat or horizontal. Water is flat and horizontal.
I got you, buddy. I got your fucking ass. You think we lift the fucking ocean every time we do a dip correction? No, it's a mathematical concept, mate.
Okay.
We lift up the ocean floor. We lift up the ocean floor. That's a reification fallacy by definition.
So he's fucking retarded. We all established that.
Amazing.
Yeah. So what he's missing for the listeners listening, okay, not for dogs, for the listeners, when you do dip correction, you're bringing up the fact that the horizon is lower than yourself. So you bring it up to eye level because you're creating a baseline. So that way you can create a triangle to make your fucking angular fucking perception to it. Because a triangle is based upon 3 straight lines and they're not curving. They have to be flat on the bottom and vertically it goes straight up. And then from your position, you can then create an angle. Once you establish that angle based upon where you sit, whether you're fucking 100 feet in the sky or fucking 10 feet off the sky, you're creating an angle. But the whole point of dip angle correction is that you're going to bring the ocean up to your eyes so you can use a triangle formula to get your fucking position. Dogs,
someone click that for me. Apocryphon, you just said you actually lift up the ocean so you can make the baseline. That's ridiculous. You do it all mathematically, and then you're trying to say that because you do it mathematically, it must be real in reality. That is, by definition, a reification fallacy, and this is why you guys are so fucking upset at me right now.
Yeah, you don't get
your
it,
ass, bro. You and Nathan Oakley and all you other dickheads that think that like having to do angles means that it must be a flat Earth.
You can't. Okay. So let me go back to my
dumbass.
I got your fucking ass, Apocryphon. It's a reification fallacy, and you agree. Ridiculous.
You suck a dog's dick in a day. Your dogs are God, right?
Dude, you are the biggest piece of trash I've seen.
Exactly. So let me go back.
Fucking got your asses.
Let me go back to my original
point. If you do angles, it must be flat. No, that's a reification fallacy, and I proved it to you. And Apocryphon agrees because he thinks you lift up the ocean, which is ridiculous.
Dog, shut up. Let me talk. Okay, so let me go back to my original point. If you
I'm on mute for 20 minutes. You try to make a point to weasel out a reification fallacy, and then I'll come back.
Why are you bothering at this point?
I'm not even going to talk to dogs. Harp, Harp. If you and me are 100 yards away, okay, and then if I'm going to make dip correction, it's because I'm not going to make my straight line of my eyesight. I'm not going to make it to your feet, which would be the fucking horizon. I'm going to make it to your eyes. And I'm going to bring you up. My baseline, I'm going to bring it up because of my position. And I'm going to make you according to my eye line. And once I bring up the floor to your eyes, I've established a baseline of my height. And then I can
move with hydraulics. Is it hydraulics that lifts it, or is it just either strong people that lift it? Is it like one, two, three, lift at the same time?
They won't let you finish, bro.
Dogs, shut the fuck up. Okay, so Harp. So when I bring up the elevation to your eyes and my eyes, I've established a baseline between both of us, and I've now I've created a 6 foot above horizon. And now I could take the angle of the celestial object above both of us to create an angle to where now I can try to calculate the distance according to that. Because we are basing
it. Is that baseline real or imagined?
Shut up.
Is it a mathematical or an actual?
This is a flat baseline of the actual Earth.
So come on, Apocryphon. You've got 2 options here. Real or is it a concept?
Calm down. When you're navigating the Earth.
So now I can make an angle from the baseline that I created, and then I've raised you up as well, so that way I can establish to where
Keep running
your
away.
point, to where your
Keep
point
over
is.
talking,
Pitter patter
bro.
of tiny
Good job.
minds as
So
they
I
run
can,
away.
so I
Good
could
job
create.
over talking, bro.
So I can create your point to my point as being equal, so that way we can make a triangle, because triangles are three straight lines, and now we can fucking do the math. And then when you
Great.
take that, so now I can establish the GP is not at my feet, it's at my eye level, but I raised you up to fucking compensate for the fucking angle, so that way
Right.
I could make a triangle that's accordingly. And now I could take that measurement. But the
Right.
dumb fucks like him that believe that the curve, even though you can't get a fucking angle from a curve, now now we're cooking with gas. Because
Are
now
you ready? Are you ready? Apocryphon, mate. You've explained this 4 times. I haven't disagreed with anything except for the idea that you can't get an angle from a curve. But I agree with everything else you've
can.
said.
It's
Now, can you
geometrical
answer
fact.
this very, very
Why
simple,
are you
basic
fucking
question?
opposing
When
a
you do the dip
geometrical fact?
correction, is that you
Why
physically
are
making
you
it so that the
opposing a
baseline now
geometrical fact?
matches the ground, or is
See,
that
he
you
wants to just over
conceptually
talk,
doing it in
right?
a
But I'm not
mathematical
going to let
model?
him do it because
you
it's
are
a
you
geometrical fact. You fucking asshole! You think you could just keep over talking me and not answer the question?
What question?
Don't you? Oh my god!
holy fuck. This guy's
So you
brick.
just fucked up geometry, and now you see this is what you guys do, and now I forget what you fucking said.
Apocryphon, is it a real match between the baseline and the Earth, or is it a
There you go.
mathematical
Yeah, it's
conceptual?
parallel line. Yeah, that's
It's
exactly correct.
it's okay. It's a mathematical equation to bring up to your eyesight, so that way you can create a triangle. Do you understand that?
I do. So now you're saying that because we alter the baseline mathematically, that
Right.
therefore the Earth must match that mathematically altered baseline.
Yes.
Yeah, because it's parallel with the fucking ground.
Exactly, because we know that water is flat. So when I bring you up to 6 feet to my eye level, I understand that if I was way to the horizon standing, I would know that I'm 6 feet off the fucking horizon. So the dip correction makes me and puts me at the horizon 6 feet higher, you dumb fuck. Once you
Right.
fucking can
Great. So
raise that, oh my
this is
god,
the definition of a reification fallacy. When
you're
an
fucking
abstraction,
What?
abstract belief, or hypothetical construct is treated as if it were a concrete, real event or physical entity,
Are you a
an
fucking
idea is
idiot?
treated as if it had a real
Are
existence.
you
So
brain
this
dead, bro?
baseline you've
Are you
created
brain dead?
mathematically, you're saying it matches the Earth, even though the
Sounds like
baseline
a
isn't real. It's a
You're an
hypothetical
idiot.
thing. You're saying that it physically matches the Earth.
It's parallel to the
Parallel
earth, you
lines
dumb
are
fuck.
horizontal,
How can it
motherfucker.
be parallel to the Earth if it's going to a point on the horizon?
No, when
Everything
you
you
did
navigate is
hold
parallel to
on.
the earth.
No, wait. When you did dip correction and you raised the baseline of the actual flat plane, then you made it a baseline, and now you are parallel to the water. Do you understand that, you dumb fuck?
Yeah, just until the horizon. That's all it is. The actual
Yes,
physical.
yes, yes.
Hold up. The physical thing that you're viewing is the horizon. Now, the conceptual thing may
It's not a
extend
physical
further than the
thing.
horizon,
The
but that
horizon is
doesn't
not
Stop.
mean
physical.
The
the
horizon
The
logical
is
horizon
thing.
not
is
a
not
You
physical
and
physical.
the
thing. Shut
horizon, the
the fuck
physical
up.
line, the like line
The
of sight,
horizon is
Fucking
apparent. It's
horizon
not
is
putting it
not
physical.
means that
physical.
that line of
Hey, can we
sight
Shut
calm
goes
up.
down,
all the way to the
guys?
GP of the
You're all
star.
smart, man. Calm
Shut up.
down, please.
I will not let you continue. The
The
horizon is
horizon is
not
not
a
a
fucking
physical point.
thing. Asshole.
Horizon
It's
isn't
apparent.
You're looking
physical; it's a
through Eric
percept.
physical
The
things.
horizon is a percept.
Not a
Relax.
physical thing, you fucking
It is a
jerko.
Yeah,
physical
okay,
thing.
calm
There is a
down.
It
limit
is
to,
not a
as far
You're
as you
physical
can see,
beautiful,
it's
thing.
the
man.
Earth.
Not
You're
So
a
if you
physical.
beautiful
put
Fucking
man.
that
asshole.
line
The
on the
apparent
ground
So
at the right point
location.
and you walk backwards
somebody
until you
just
can
get rid of
barely
this
see that
fucking
white
Dog,
You
line,
understand
and
what
then you take
apparent
one more
means?
step and you can't see that white line anymore, that white line
You
is now the
understand how
horizon
he's
line.
got us all riled up?
You understand what
Will
apparent
somebody
means?
just get rid of this fucking idiot?
okay, dogs. Okay, dogs.
Somebody just needs to get rid of this fucking
Wait,
idiot.
hold on. Let's start from the basics. Let's start from the basics. Dogs. Is the horizon apparent? Yes or no?
I don't know why we're pivoting to this, but if you want to, yes, the horizon is both apparent and
Okay,
real.
it's
It's
not
just that you
physical.
can only ever
Okay,
see the apparent horizon.
So dogs. If
Would
you
you
were
like
to
to tell
take
me what I just said quickly?
He
dogs,
said it's
yeah,
both.
you're an idiot.
He said it's
Is what you
both.
said.
dogs,
Yes.
He,
listen.
he just said
Do-
it's
No,
both. He
the
said it's apparent
horizon is
and
not
physical.
both physical and
Yes.
fucking apparent. It's
dogs,
apparent.
Wow.
Show me the
dogs.
fucking definition where it says both apparent and physical. Please, real quick. Asshole.
No, I'm not going to do
Liar.
that. I
He
can't be
doesn't
bothered.
have it.
You're a
He
fucking
doesn't have
liar.
it.
Because you
That's
can't.
not.
Okay, dogs.
You're a
Dogs.
fucking piece of
Hold
shit
on, Harp.
liar.
Hold on, Harp. Dogs. Do you understand
I
that?
do not like liars, right? You know
I
that.
know, I know. But hold on though. Slow down. Let me just break it down. Dogs. When you look at the horizon, when you do dip correction, right? What you're doing is where your position is when you first take, the original position is you're the zenith, okay? And you are the angle to the celestial object in the sky. But what you do is that if you look at the horizon, your dip correction is going to raise the horizon to equal your fucking eye level. Because what you're doing is you're literally bringing up that horizon. If you were to be standing on the horizon at fucking 6 feet above or
Yeah, I've
10 feet
agreed with
above.
all this
He
many
doesn't
times,
understand
Apocryphon.
this.
So
He's too
what's
stupid
next?
for this.
So dogs, once you do dip correction, you've now established a baseline, which is
Yes.
horizontal. Now, once you create a horizontal, then you can take an angle, because an angle in this scenario is based upon a triangle, and triangle
Yes,
is
you're just
three.
repeating yourself. I've agreed
Okay,
with all this prior.
okay, I
Right,
know.
Shut the
right,
So
fuck
right.
up.
so dogs.
Okay,
So
cool.
dogs, the
So,
triangle that we've created is three straight lines. Now, you cannot have that on a curve, because everything that you did with dip correction voided the curve. You've made a straight line. But the reason why you made a straight line is because you are now adherent to the fact that your position to the horizon is
it's
horizontal.
parallel.
Yes, it's parallel to the
Yes.
ground below
Horizontal
you.
and parallel. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so are you ready, buddy? This is the big
Because
problem you've
you
had.
know why,
This
dog?
triangle you've
You're
made
Are you
has
Oh,
the
ready,
we are
buddy?
and
ready.
the
Are you
curvature of
ready,
the Earth
buddy?
involved.
Because he's
All it
going
is
to kick your
line of sight
ass.
straight lines between you and the horizon. Now, you don't take this point off in the horizon to be the GP of the star that you're looking at. No one's looking off in the distance to the GP, the North Pole, where like the Polaris is directly ahead of them. They're looking at a point
Yes,
on
they
the
are.
horizon. They're never looking all the way out. So everything past that point on the horizon is now conceptual. It's a conceptual line. It's not part of your
Okay.
line of sight.
Okay. Okay.
You're lying. You're
After that,
literally
it's a
lying now.
verification
Wait,
fallacy.
look it. Stop. Stop.
Hold on.
He's literally lying right now. This
He
is
just said it
literally
was physical. Now he's going back to
fucking
apparent.
dude.
When did I say?
Okay.
What did I say was physical? Fresh?
Oh my god.
Okay.
You're
Okay.
completely lying about
Fresh?
the
No. Fresh is lying about me. What did I say was physical?
celestial navigation. You're completely wrong. You're lying at this point. Yeah.
Come on, Fresh.
Okay,
What did I
hold
say that was physical?
You said the physical
Right.
point at the horizon.
Start over.
Bingo.
Start over.
Yes, there is a physical
Yeah,
point.
there
I
is
agree
no
with that. But
physical point
how
at
do
the
you view
horizon.
a physical
The
point? Do you view
horizon
a
is
physical
apparent.
point physical or
The
through
horizon
your?
is apparent. It's not a physical location. There's no physical
Yeah,
point
good
at
job,
the horizon.
boys. Good job.
Fucking
Good
idiot.
Good job. You
Okay.
just said it was a physical place.
Everything that we see that's physical, we see
The
using our
horizon
eyes.
is a percept. It's
He's
not
running the
physical.
city.
Really, really
Okay,
smart.
guys.
Every
It's
physical
it's
thing
a
you see
concept
abstractly with
based
your
on
fucking
percept.
eyesight, frustrated flowers.
Get over it.
Okay, guys. Hold on, guys. Slow down. Hold on, real quick.
Yay!
Hold
You
on.
have an argument against the reification fallacy claim?
Dogs.
Calm down.
Hold on, real quick.
Calm
Dogs.
down.
Hold on,
I'll
dogs.
write it out in chat for you so you're not repeating yourself.
Dogs. Hold on, dogs. Hold on. The horizon is apparent, and guess what? The horizon may not be 1,000 miles from where you're looking at it, but what you're doing when you create a baseline, now you're creating the GP of that star horizontally. Now, your horizon may not be 1,000 miles away, but when you do dip correction, you're making your 6 feet above the sea level horizon. You're now making that an infinite plane, if you will,
How many
because
times
now.
with me agreeing to this do you think
Oh my
it'll
God!
take
Let him
before you
Let
start
me
finish.
repeating
finish.
yourself?
Let him
Let me
finish.
finish, bro. What you're doing
You
is
fucking
20 times?
piece of shit.
you're
How many
establishing
times with me agreeing will it take, Apocryphon, before you
Just shut
understand that
the
I
Jake,
agree
fuck
with
up, you
everything,
fucking
Jake,
except for the
idiot.
fact that
dog,
this
Will
indicates
you
that
listen
you
or what?
dog,
I
just
have.
listen,
I
bro.
have 10 fucking times. I've agreed with it. I've
You
repeated it
Fuck
badly.
up.
But
can't
dickhead
let
just
it
keeps
happen.
repeating himself
Why are
again
you
and again and again.
spiraling?
You
Oh, we changed the
can't
angle so that the baseline is no longer between your eye and the ground. It brings the
Why are you
ground up so that
spiraling?
it's a straight line off in the distance.
can't
Oh my
let
god, I
that
Stop
fucking agree with
happen.
that
spiraling.
Apocryphon. So
He's
you create a
lost
triangle to
his
create angles.
mind.
I agree with all that. Stop
You're
fucking repeating it
spiraling
and
Lost
right
make
his
a
now.
point.
mind.
Okay,
Dude, you're
dog.
Fucking
spiraling.
chilling, bro. I
Stop
wish I
Control
can smack
yourself.
him
you.
says some
Dude, you
retard
have
who can't
lost
understand the
Control
flow of the
your
yourself. You're
conversation and agree
spiraling.
with everything he's
You're
repeating.
spiraling out of
He
control.
does not lose
You
his
need to calm
mind.
down.
Okay,
You're
What
dog.
the
spiraling.
fuck just happened?
Let me finish.
Holy
Okay, okay,
fuck.
hold on. Let me finish. Okay, dog.
That was like 100 times worse than anything I've ever done. Okay?
Let me
Thank
You're
you.
finish.
spiraling.
Let me finish. Okay, dogs. When you brought up in dip correction, what you created is an infinite 6 foot measurement for yourself, and you're trying to adhere to the fact that something that's 1,000 miles away from you has to be 6 feet above the water from you, according to your position. Now you can establish the GP of that thing in the sky, and you're going to calculate it as an angle because you know and establish that this thing is a baseline away from you. When you start invoking a curved Earth, then you are taken away from the baseline that you created yourself in your own calculation, because that angle to the celestial object in the sky was based upon your eyesight to it on a baseline, and that lateral
What y'all
position
doing?
is going to be based upon the
If y'all are done doing this, you can fill bags. But either way, we gotta keep going.
so so
What,
the
bro?
point of it so the point of it is that when you're looking at it, when you look up at a star, you're going to assume that the GP is horizontally flat to your position, which is why dip correction is important, because that's where you're going to establish that angle. You literally created the angle from the baseline. And if you are trying to say that it's curving away from you, you will not get that angle that you're fucking trying to fucking calculate for your position, because
Correct.
angles they're not curving away from you. And I will stop there. I feel like I'm fucking like speaking to the
Let's get
choir right
that, bro.
now. I'll
Yeah,
shut up.
exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
great.
man.
So my problem with this
You really
Apocryphon
are,
is that
because,
baseline is
bro,
conceptual.
You're
You have
retarded.
to alter the
God.
baseline so you're no
conceptual,
longer
yeah.
using your straight line of sight from your
But
eye
by
to
using
any point as
conceptual
your
lines,
reference. You're now using a conceptual measurement. And if you try to say that conceptual measurement somehow must indicate the shape of the Earth or match the shape of the Earth or is the shape
I
of the
use
Earth, that
celestial
is a
navigating.
reification fallacy because you're taking
Hey,
the
idiot.
concept and
Hey,
trying to make it
moron.
into a
Is
concrete
this
entity,
robot
which is a definition of a
unturnable or
reification
what?
fallacy.
Hey, dumbass. How the fuck does that work?
How does what work?
He
What
can't
you just
explain it.
said.
He
What
can't
you just
explain it.
said. How
What I
does
just
what work?
said.
What? Yeah.
Yeah, so what
All that
happens, and I've
bullshit you
agreed with
just
Apocryphon
spewed.
a dozen times on this, okay? So if you
I'm
just take the point from
sorry.
your eye to the
I'm
horizon, if you extend
sorry.
that line into perpetuity,
I'm
it won't give
sorry.
you
Could
any
Is
you
that a
sort of
explain how
physical
all the
measurement
line?
towards the
bullshit you
GP
just
of the
Is
spewed?
star.
that a
And you create
physical
a
line?
false
Is that
baseline,
a
You're not
physical line?
abstract
answering my
mathematical
question.
modeling
Okay,
Is
that
that
good.
a
you can then
physical
use
Shut
to
line?
up.
get the GP of the star, a
Just
straight
Can we
shut
get
line
a
up.
hold of
that
this,
is
Is
perpendicular
that
please?
a
No,
between your
physical
eye
you're
and the
line
Or
straight
or
line
people
of the
talking
star.
through each other right now.
you're a
I'm going to start
fucking
muting everybody if
asshole. I
you all
know,
don't calm
because
down and
he
take turns.
refuses to answer my
Thank you.
question.
Please
Mute him,
do.
mommy.
Yes,
Please do.
very well done.
Just mute
hey
Oh,
everyone.
it's so
dogs.
big.
All right, you got 5 seconds. I'm going to start the countdown. Oh, that was
Okay,
Dogs,
fast.
bro.
Okay.
Let's do this,
dogs.
motherfucker.
When
All right. All right. Let's have
Everyone.
Dogs Are Gods go first, and then APOC
Yeah.
go second.
Go ahead.
Ah,
Right,
Sorry,
so I've
I
agreed
rolled
with
the dice,
every
APOC. Dogs Are Gods got it first.
Go ahead.
Damn.
I've agreed with everything APOC has said, except for the fact that this baseline must indicate the shape of the Earth, because the baseline is a concept that's created using mathematics, and you're claiming that it is the concrete shape of the Earth or must match the shape of the Earth, or the shape of the Earth must match it. In all of those cases, it's definitionally a reification fallacy. Your turn.
Okay,
Dogs.
okay, dog.
Line of sight to the horizon physical, or is it a concept?
Dude, it's apocryphon, bro.
So
I want
you're looking at something physical,
Exactly.
you're using photons to do it, so that's
That's a
physical.
reification fallacy, dogs. Sorry.
What the hell are you
How?
talking about, bro? Hey, Bach, it's your show.
Okay, dogs. The baseline is creating a parallel to the Earth. Yes or no?
No, it's a concept that gives you a straight line between your eyes and where the GP of the star would be conceptually in a mathematical model.
Okay, dog. Is that parallel to the Earth or no?
No, it does not match the shape of the Earth in any way whatsoever.
No. We're not talking about the shape of the Earth right now. We're talking about when you create a baseline off the water, is that creating a parallel to the water? Yes or no?
So when you said we're not talking about the shape of the Earth, you just then talked about the shape of the Earth because you're talking about the water and a parallel.
Right, so
If you're making a parallel line to a curved Earth, the line would be curved. If you're making a parallel to a flat Earth, the line would be flat. So we're talking about the shape of the Earth when we talk about a parallel to the shape of the Earth.
Okay, dogs. Answer me, please, bro. I'm really fucking trying. I know I'm drunk right now, but I'm really fucking trying with you right now, bro. Because I know I hate you, but I fucking trying to get it through. And when you create the base,
It's never really good to admit that you've been drinking because then they'll say, "Oh, you're drunk."
You're muted.
Fucking...
Yeah,
Yeah,
you might get muted.
don't make sense at all.
You know, like they did to me earlier. I was like, "Yeah, I had a
Public service announcement, guys. We're serious. Drunken rambling is a TOS violation. We have to moderate it. We are sorry, but that is how it works.
Yeah, I understand that, but that's what they were trying to accuse us of.
Yeah, we know, and we also know the characters that make false accusations.
So if you find me doing that, just seriously,
All right,
because
yeah.
I have
Hold
been
on,
drinking.
moderation coming through. Stop talking. APOC, you're going to be muted for the rest of the time that you're here. You can't be doing that. You need to either go away or stay in here muted. Either one. You're not going to be on the mic anymore.
Wow, what happened?
Moderation
What happened? Yeah. Hey, Harp, you're up, man. Harp, dogs are gods. Go.
You guys are turning this place into a monkey house, dude. Relax.
He was being way too cool. He had to get moderated.
Don't make any confessions, Hart. Just keep your personal shit to yourself and stick to the argument.
I didn't say anything because I'm afraid of what to say anymore. Because if
you can say anything, just don't be a drunk as a skunk when you do. I mean, they can shut this down for TOS violations, so we have to protect the room.
So, dogs, is your line of sight to the horizon physical or is it conceptual?
It is all physical.
That's a physical line when you look at the horizon. A physical line magically appears.
If you draw a line between you and the thing that you're looking at, that would be an abstraction. But the actual photons bouncing off that thing, it coming into your eyes, everything included in that is concrete. It's real.
We're not talking about drawing on paper. Is your line of sight a physical, actual line, or is it conceptual?
I have answered this. There is no physical line. The line is conceptual, but your view between your eye and the horizon is actual. It is concrete. It is real.
I mean, just because what you're seeing is physical doesn't mean that some of what you conceive of it is not just a percept. That's what the horizon is. It's a percept.
That is kind of true in that once it enters my eyes, it's altered by my brain. Hold up a sec. I'm going to explain how it's...
Talk to yourself.
Okay, this is what you guys are going to do. You're just going to do drive-by points and then not actually discuss them.
Well, but what you're saying makes no sense. You said that your eye alters something that's physical in reality?
Yeah, so
Is that
your
what you
brain
said?
creates
Yeah.
a conceptual world of the physical things that your eyes see or that you smell, that you hear. You're not
So
actually
how does
like, the
so how
things that
does
you
your
see
brain
are.
alter the physical horizon? Can you explain that to us?
Yeah, so once it enters your brain, it can, your brain does things where it like hides your nose. It
It's
can
called
gel together
perception.
movement because it only has a certain
Try
FPS,
to
like frame rate
explain the
limit that it
fucking
can take.
question
So
you're
it gels together different frame rates and like fakes motion from one point to another. So your brain actually creates like a lot of illusions to fill in gaps. So yes, your brain can alter it, but if you take a picture of the horizon,
Now he's
that
telling
picture
us
will
about the
indicate a
brain and
physical
how it
thing, and
works and
it'll
how
have been
you get
caused by photons
Oh,
entering a camera.
so you're 100% right, and the reason they know that, and what they've done with that information is they do not use your line of sight when you're doing celestial navigation. That's why you do your dip
Great.
correction and you use the actual surface that's physical because it's not altered by your sight.
So are you saying that the baseline that you create with your dip correction is now the actual like Earth?
It's horizontal, dumbass.
I'm sorry, ask that to fresh grown flowers. So fresh grown flowers, the
I don't
baseline
really
you
give a
create using
shit
dip
who you
correction
ask.
from your line of
I'm
sight,
telling you the
is that
fucking truth.
now the shape
And
of the
it's
Earth
horizontal,
necessarily?
dumbass.
See, he won't answer. It's a straightforward question.
Answer for him.
All right.
See, I find
I
this.
guess everybody's done with dogs.
I mean, you could always try to defend a point or make a point about the shape of the Earth, AV.
Or
Why don't
me?
you?
No, I've already exposed you. You have scientism belief. You're very dogmatic in your approach to science. So
Pun
you
intended.
take it more philosophically, and you don't have any way to show the evidence that the Earth is a globe. So I've exposed you
Yeah,
many times before.
He's
so
using a
to defend
reification
myself,
fallacy to try
I
to
mean,
describe a
science is a
reification
philosophy,
fallacy.
though.
It's
Science
hilarious.
is
so
a
to
philosophy.
defend myself,
What?
AV, what you did there is you said that because I said you can make logical proof out of inductive evidence, which you can, it's just a logical argument that has premises that lead to the conclusion necessarily that is valid, and that the premises can be backed up with some evidence so that they're sound. If I can do that, I can make a logical proof for the shape of the Earth, but I don't then say that I've scientifically proven the shape of the Earth. So there, I have just disproved to
Yeah.
you that I am a scientism-est.
You're an
Yeah,
idiot.
you are,
Show us.
because check this out. Is it possible that science can disprove itself for anything? Then there is no absolutes in science.
Science cannot disprove itself, it can falsify certain hypotheses.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. So
Okay, yes, science
if
can.
you
At least you
if
got
you
that
say
right.
if you say that the Earth is a globe, could you be disproven?
You could be disproven logically, but using science, you could falsify the hypothesis that the Earth is a globe. Yes.
Okay. Is it possible that the Earth could be flat?
Logically, I don't think so. You'd have to give a valid argument. And there's arguments that would
Possible.
logically say it isn't,
Possible.
but
No, I just
scientifically
said is
it
it
is. So,
He
yeah,
said
hold on.
so
Doug.
possible.
scientifically it is.
I just asked you. Yeah, I just asked you if it's possible that the Earth could be flat. What do you think?
I mean,
Is it possible?
anything is logically possible except me not existing, and that's
Answer
only
the
logically
question.
impossible to
Is it
myself.
possible? Once again, I'll say it again.
I did this the
Is
other
it
day.
possible
Yes,
that
it's
the
possible.
dogs relax? Okay, so
I've
it's
answered it
possible that the
again and
Earth can
again
be
and again.
flat,
It's
right?
possible.
No,
Yes.
So, so,
stop.
so it is possible, right?
Yes. Is it possible it's a globe,
Okay.
AV?
No,
Why?
That's not true. It
because
is. It's possible.
because there is no. All right.
It's
So can I
possible.
rebut dogs, or are you guys gonna jump in? You can jump in if you want.
I'm gonna jump in. I'm gonna jump in sometime.
Go
Yeah.
ahead. Go ahead. Jump in then.
I already said my piece.
I didn't hear you because you were over talking me, so it was like garbled
I said, of
noise.
course it's possible. That's what
not possible.
possibilities are. Of course it's possible.
It's not possible.
All right. So you're saying it's possible that
Yeah, it
the
is.
Earth could
Just
be a
because
globe.
it's not
It's not
probable
possible
doesn't mean it's not
because
possible.
All right.
no, it's
All right.
not.
So let's check
It's
it
not
out.
possible.
You don't know the
Let's play
difference
this.
between possibility and probability, and that's okay. You can learn.
All right, so let's
We've
let's
already
just
ruled
check it
out through
out.
empirical evidence that it's not a possibility. It's
Yeah,
just
Are you gonna?
self-evidently
You guys
true.
let me talk. You can have a little chat amongst yourselves.
You don't know
What are you
that
gonna
means.
do? All right, so if it's possible, then does anybody in here that believes that the Earth is a globe, including dogs, are you able to have a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth? Anyone, it doesn't matter who you are, directly measure the curvature of the
No,
Earth. Anyone?
no, you cannot.
All measurements of the shape
Anyone?
of the Earth, all measurements of the shape of the Earth have been done using eyesight, except for some measurements that we don't really have a lot of evidence for them, like the actual measurements themselves, so we don't have the data for it. But it's all eyesight. So all our eyesight could be wrong. All the way that light interacts could potentially be
All
wrong.
measurements
But
were
all of
made
it
using
indicates
language.
the Earth is a globe.
Guys, 1 second, dogs. Don't talk through the person who's talking, including dogs. Even though he sounds annoying, he still can talk and say his piece. All right, I'm not interrupting him, so I want him to say whatever he's gonna say. Please don't jump in and interrupt him. Also. All right, so
Yeah, so I was just saying
go ahead,
direct
Doug.
measurements can't be
I
done
didn't
like...
hear the. I didn't hear the end of. I didn't hear the end of what you said. Can you please say the last part of it?
Yeah, we have measurements using eyesight and like pictures and stuff like that, like surveying. We don't have direct measurements of like a stick on the ground that we know is straight, that then we try to reference the shape of the Earth with that straight stick.
Okay.
I'm interested in why can't the Earth be a curve?
Yeah, we'll get to that. I just want to ask the rest of the people who are in here. Does anybody else outside of dogs have a direct measurement that the Earth is curving? Anyone else?
No, and they do not
I
use
don't find
eyesight for making
anything.
measurements.
Technology.
They do not use eyesight for making measurements. They use tools.
Exactly. We have
Say again?
technology.
Yeah, that's fine.
Alright,
You can
so-
show me a measurement of someone using a tool to make the measurement of shape of the Earth, and
let me
yeah,
talk
great,
to-
I'd
let me
accept
talk
that,
to
but I don't think anyone's done that.
Dogs, hello.
That's what we've been trying to do for the past 3 hours.
Dogs, I'm going to ask you kindly. Let me speak to the new people. All right. So, new people that are in here that think that the Earth is a globe. You said technology, right? What type of technology can we use to measure directly the curvature of the Earth? Go ahead. Not dogs. Anybody else that's new?
Sissy hypno. 19 hours of
Spacecraft.
sissy hypno.
Spacecraft.
Come on, guys. This is
This
your
guy's
time to
retarded.
shine.
He thinks we can measure the curvature of the Earth with spacecraft. Oh my god.
Is that all you guys got? Come on, I need at least
Yeah,
one.
dude, spacecraft, bro.
I
That's
need
the
at least one
technology we
person.
have.
I need at least one person that's going to be able to give me an answer. I
I
know Dogs
provided
has
you
his
with an
answer, but I want
answer.
you guys. What's your answer?
Spacecraft.
Which
Nothing
one?
but trolls, brother.
Dude, I can't
Which
tell
one?
if you're being satirical with me. I genuinely can't tell or not. Like,
No. Okay, let me ask you again, right?
yeah, I
How
already
can the
answered, buddy.
curvature of the Earth? No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did. I provided you the
Okay,
same answer.
are you being funny? Because it's not. There's not an answer there that you just given me.
No,
That I can,
I'm being completely fucking serious.
okay, you're really serious.
This is funny,
How
bro.
can I directly measure the? Dudes, relax. How can I directly measure the curvature of the Earth?
I'm not an
Go ahead.
astrophysicist. I just know that we use spacecraft to determine those sorts of measurements, dude.
Okay, so
Like
talk
what
about
type of
spacecrafts right
Hold
now.
on, guys. Let me talk to the gentleman. What type of spacecraft do you use?
What a
Go ahead.
I
faggot,
don't know
man.
the
You suck,
specifics,
dude.
man.
Go ahead. What type of spacecraft?
I said I don't know the specifics.
So you don't know.
No, that's. I mean, I just know that we use spacecraft to determine those sorts of measurements.
Which one?
Just say
Which
yes.
Which one?
That's
Dude,
hearsay.
I don't need to give you a specific answer.
You don't have
How's that
knowledge of
relevant at
hearsay.
all?
Hearsay is secondhand. You don't have knowledge of that.
Yeah. I'm
Oh
just
my
really
god,
what I'm
that's
showing
so
you.
fucking ridiculous
Sir.
of you to
No,
say. You're being
you think it's
disingenuous.
ridiculous
Most
until we
knowledge
pull
here
the
is
thread.
secondhand, dude. That
Dude,
doesn't
do you
mean
have the
anything.
courage to pull the
refute
thread?
that? How can
That
you
doesn't
possibly
disprove
refute that?
anything you
Yeah,
This
said.
is just
we can.
like,
Do you have the
Most
courage to
laymen,
continue?
most
okay,
laymen
go
speak
ahead,
in
refute
secondhand
refute it
information. That
then.
doesn't mean he's wrong.
How is it that? Okay.
All right.
So are you refuting the idea
Go
that
ahead.
we use spacecraft to measure the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah,
No,
we
no,
do
no, no,
refute
no. I'm
that.
not.
Okay,
But we're going
go
deeper
ahead.
than that.
Give me a refutation. Like give me some
Hold on.
You got to
There's
check
no
the premise, and Alpha will get into that with you.
Okay,
That's
Alpha,
a
go ahead, bro.
reversal of
Give me a
burden.
solid refutation as to why we cannot
Guys,
use
relax,
spacecraft to measure the
relax. Let me
curvature of
talk
the
to the
Earth.
gentleman. He's trying to talk, and you guys are over talking him. All right. So basically, what
Okay.
we're telling you is that if you think that that's possible, then tell me what type of device or spacecraft do you have in mind? What are we using? I want you to critically think about the question and then the answer that you're giving me.
Telescopes. I don't know.
You don't know the
Spacecraft?
answer, or
So, do you mean space telescopes? Because Miggy asked about spacecraft, and you said telescopes.
Both. I mean,
Yeah.
we use. I mean, I'm certain we
Yeah,
use like
both.
multiple like
Both, dude.
technologies.
Oh, dude.
guys, I'm gonna mute whoever's talking over the gentleman. I want to hear his answer.
All right.
This is all about critical thinking right now.
I've already established that I don't know the specifics of what sort of technology they use. I just gave you like a broad answer. So give me like a refutation as to why you think they don't use
All right, so
spacecraft.
bro, it's simple, right?
Okay, go
The
ahead.
simple refutation is you don't have an answer. You don't know.
You're being satirical.
You're
with me.
basically
You're being 100% satirical with me, bro.
I am done.
No,
I'm
he's
serious.
right.
This is just one way of admitting you don't have like an argument.
Dude, he is
Listen, I want you to
100% serious, man.
No, he's
Look,
not. He's
I'm
being
really
satirical. This
serious.
is all just
Yes, I
one
am.
big
Yeah.
elaborate
Listen,
fucking
hearsay
joke.
is
This
not
whole channel's
evidence.
a joke.
You
This
have
whole channel's just-
hearsay.
You
You have
can't
hearsay
make
is
a
evidence.
This
rebuttal.
channel is literally a joke. I'm gonna lose.
You
my
can't you can't make a rebuttal to something that isn't a claim.
Oh God.
You didn't make it. You didn't make a claim. You said some words, right? But they didn't have
I
any
just
meaning
said
to them
some
because you don't
words.
know.
Dude, you're not
Yeah,
real. You're just
Yeah.
not real.
Honestly,
You're not real.
Yeah,
You're
listen,
not a real
your
human
argument,
being.
kid, your argument is somebody else did this. I trust them. Can you refute
Yes,
that?
exactly. That is
All right,
perfectly
who?
logical. That is.
So
that
you
is
don't know what
perfectly
they
sound.
did. You
That
you
is
trust
You don't know
somebody
what they
else.
did?
reasonable because they have expertise in that field
So
and you
you're
don't.
trusting
It's okay
somebody else you don't even know to
There's
develop your own
humility in
worldview
admitting
for
that.
you.
There's humility
That's
in
an
admitting the
appeal to
fact that
authority
people out there have
fallacy.
expertise
No,
in
because
fields that
some
you don't
those
have
same
any
So
people
you
expertise
think
use
you
in.
should
those
kneel to
And
your
you made a
theories.
betters?
sound
Is that
decision
your
to make
point of
to
view?
rely
Same people
to rely your
apply those
discretion on them.
theories to things
That's
that you
an
can
So you
actually
like
gain
All right,
licking
guys.
that NASA logo on the boot of the government. Cool,
Oh
dude.
my God, dude, you're
appeal
delusional,
to
bro.
authority.
Yeah, they're delulu as fuck, man. You don't
You're
realize
No,
that
it's
you
delusional.
if
It's
you're being
believing in
Amish,
curvature where you don't
benefit
see any.
from
Amish, if
people
you're
You
taking
can
being
see any
these
curvature?
100%, listen to me,
Don't
listen to
get
me.
using
worked
them
up.
for
Listen,
applied
listen. I'm saying this out of
sciences.
genuine concern to you and your health, bro. If you are being completely
This
100%
kid's
serious with
clearly
me,
in his
and you're
20s.
not being
What a
satirical,
fucking
you're not
level.
joking with me, I think you're genuinely
No one
having
even
some sort of
fucking
manic
talking.
episode. You need to get that checked out with a fucking psychiatrist immediately.
Oh,
bro.
well, then we all have a
You need
manic
help. You need help.
episode.
If you're
Oh,
genuinely
All
right.
right,
sick.
everybody
Oh, right.
mute except for Alpha and Charlie. We're going to listen to this dialogue between them, okay?
Damn, I
Yeah, if
wanted
you
to
guys,
do
Alpha,
that.
Alpha, dude, give me a refutation besides
Everybody
saying, bro,
mute
give me a
so two
refutation right
people
now.
can
yeah,
talk back
I'll
and
talk to you in
forth.
just a moment, Charlie. 1 second. Listen, we're gonna moderate this chat, and if you guys don't know how to control on your mic, we're gonna swiftly mute you.
Yeah,
I don't
fuck
want to do
yourself,
that to you
faggot.
guys. I
Mute
want you
me.
to have your. That's okay.
Already got it.
You can say all the words. Listen, your words don't affect me. I wanna speak to this gentleman's critical thinking. If
Okay.
just a moment, okay? Just
Okay.
all I'm asking for just a moment in time.
Alpha, you're
maybe a
breaking
minute or
up.
two.
No, Alpha.
Can you hear me?
He's not breaking.
Testing 1 2. All right. So Charlie, check this out, man. I know you probably
The
think
kid's
this is a
clearly in
joke.
his 20s. Sounds like he may be going to a community college.
All right. First person to be muted. Next one. If you speak up, I'm serious. You think I'm kidding? I'm gonna start muting everybody who's gonna overtalk me. I don't want
sound
anybody
like
to
a
overtalk.
bitch.
Okay. Can you get on with the refutation, bro? Like,
You
I
sound like
will.
a
Just
bitch.
give me a second. Yeah, who said that?
Lemzo said that. That was Lemzo.
Bro. Oh my God, dude.
Hold on, where's he at?
Dude.
Lemzo. All right, he's muted. Anybody else? All right. So we're gonna talk
Samurai,
about
FYI, he's not coming back. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, thank you, Amish. We're going to talk about critical thinking for a little bit. Have you ever thought about this question, like the one that I just gave you? Has the Earth ever been directly measured to have curvature? Charlie.
What? Can you repeat yourself?
The Earth, you know the Earth that you stand on, you and me, we're standing on this thing. So is it possible that you know that if it has ever in history ever been measured, the curvature?
I'd assume so. Yeah. We have the
Okay,
technology
well,
to make we have the technology to make accurate scientific prediction.
okay, so the question I'm asking though is the surface curving like a globe, right? Obviously somebody figured it out, right? And if they did
Yeah, I
figure
mean,
it
yeah,
out, how
yeah.
did they do it, right? So I'm
I
asking
mean,
the
our
question,
Earth is
how did they
spherical.
do it? I know that. We're all been told this story, Charlie.
It
We're
started
all
off
been
as a
told this story.
theory, and then we went on to confirm that theory through technology.
Okay, so who, like, first of all, the origin story, where did it all begin? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. They always claim that Eratosthenes did a calculation of the circumference of the Earth and derived it from there, and that's how we all know, you and me and everybody else, that's how we know that the Earth is curving. But it all started from there, right? The origin story.
Yeah. Yeah.
But they don't show, like, there's never been the method that Eratosthenes used was he looked down a well in Alexandria, and Syene was a city that was 500 stadia away, and one stadia is the length of a stride. So the length of a human walking, the stride, is like the length of one stadia. So it was 500 stadia away from that location. It was like 500 miles or something like that. Anyway, there's something that you need to know about that. The story of what that's all about was measuring light from light and shadows. So an obelisk out in the other city, they were measuring an angle off of that obelisk. Now the well that was in or was it Alexandria, they were looking straight down the well when the sun was at solar noon at 90 degrees right into the well. So they know that at noon, the sun was shining straight into the well, and that means that the sun was 90 degrees right above that well. However, on the other city, the light was actually shining like across the obelisk, which was coming at a divergent shadow. So but what they done was they got the angle of the shadow, right, and they knew that the well that the light was shining in 90 degree. So they had a straight line, allegedly to the sun, and then the other one was at an angle. So basically, the circumference of the Earth was derived from this method they presuppose that the Earth was a globe already, basically. So they just what they done was just like confirm that the circumference of the Earth.
Very intellectual people. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, they basically just confirmed that the circumference of the Earth, because they presupposed it in the first instance, right? They assumed that it was a globe, and then they just like confirmed it in quotations with measuring these shadow lengths. But the problem is they never check for drop over distance. The drop over a distance, right? So if you and I are standing in two different, like say 10 miles away from each other, or 20 or whatever,
So So there's a flaw in the model they use to measure the circumference of our spherical world.
Assumed parallel race from the sun, and that bakes in curvature.
You're right. I mean, to be fair, in their model, there are probably lots of like flaws because
assumptions mean you can't prove it if you're going to affirm the consequent.
But like I think I'm premising my argument around the observations that we make today in our modern world with the technology that we have. Those people
how did we get there?
Yeah, listen.
They yeah, okay.
Go ahead.
No,
go ahead.
That's pretty much it. I'm centering my argument around the observations we make today with the technology we have.
Yeah, that's fine. You can think about technology, today that we got, but obviously the origin story is important, right? Because the origin story of where this all began has to mean something to you. In other words, you have to know that they knew that the Earth was a globe a long time ago.
What is your overarching argument here? What are you trying to?
One of the evidence you can present is verifiable. That's the overarching argument. Even modern evidence that you think you have, you can't verify any of it, and nobody can independently verify any of it.
All right, so you can't.
Yeah.
All right.
So if
you disagree, go ahead and challenge us.
The important thing, the conclusion of all. Charlie, just 1 second. Let me just say this. The important thing about what I was saying is that they're using all of the assumptions that they use. There's no way to directly measure the surface curving. Like the way I was telling you earlier when everybody was jumping in, there's no way that anyone, not you or me or any scientist or astrophysicist, there's nobody that can measure the Earth like curving, like they say it is. So we have like an issue. We have there's a problem. They tell you that the Earth is curving. However, you can't directly know that it is or not. You have to basically assume with their calculations, because you can type into Google right now, what is the radius of Earth? It's going to spit out a numeric value. It's going to tell you 3959, 3,959 miles, right?
So
Stuff like that.
So
like
if they can't produce an accurate numerical value, then does that refute the idea in its entirety that the world is curved?
No. Check this out. Everything of the Earth being a globe is constructed out of an assumption. So these numbers are basically arbitrary.
Dude, it began as an assumption, right? Historically, it began as an assumption based off of the model they used, right, to measure like the difference in degree with shadows and whatnot. But today we have like observatory technology that helps us accurately map out exactly just how much curvature there is to our spherical world. Like we have.
Can you provide a demonstration of that?
Real quick. Hold on, Charlie. One second.
Refuting that, like
Charlie, 1 second. Just give me a moment, okay? So what I wanted to tell you was that with Eratosthenes, the measurement of the radius value is still being used today. So it doesn't matter what technology you're appealing to, that they have better technology today. They're still using the same radius value that he was using. They haven't changed
what is your
the size
overarching
of the
argument?
Earth.
Are you trying to imply that there is no curvature to our Earth?
You can't validate these claims. That is the argument. You asked that a second time. The audience is hearing us ask you for evidence and hearing you complain about it every time.
I gave you. I provided an answer. Okay. Like,
no, you got an answer, but we need evidence. We need data.
Specifics as to what exact, like what model.
Right. That's our point. You are proving our point. You can't prove there's a globe. You can't do it. We know it's difficult.
Oh my God. Are you sane,
Charlie?
You were telling the audience that.
No, this is all just this.
Bro,
is like,
check it out, man. Just give me a moment.
A Truman Show, bro. This is not real.
No, it's not a Truman Show. Check this out. Look, so far as you know, you've been told that the Earth is a globe, and it sounds like everybody that you know sounds like everybody thinks the same way, like you, right? They all think the same way. But right now, what I'm taking just a moment to tell you, nobody's ever looked into it, Charlie. Nobody's ever checked it out. What we're doing right now is letting you see. Look, we're letting you see for a moment in time that there's no one who knows that the Earth is curving on its surface. They're only assuming it, Charlie. They don't know that it is. Hear me out, man. Like, I'm not trying to like pull one over you or pull a fast one or bring you into a cult or nothing like that. Honestly, I don't care if tomorrow you wake up and say, you know what, those guys are crazy as hell. I don't care. The only thing I want to point to you right now is that nobody is taking a second look at the information. So you and everybody else just blindly believe that the Earth is a globe. Hence why you don't give us an answer to the very specific question, how has the Earth been directly measured? I'm trying to appeal to your reason right now, Charlie.
Ahead of the curve.
That's all I care
you're
about.
Ahead of the curve, man. I have to give it to you. I think you're probably one of the most.
Listen, this information
skeptical, intellectual.
It's up.
Yeah.
Bro, check this out, man.
I'm gonna instill
very
my full trust in
provocative,
you,
dude.
as opposed to like people who literally.
That's not what I'm talking about, bro. I am not talking about you trusting me. What I'm telling you is to look at it, research it, check it out. Because listen, if you continue, listen, Charlie, if you could, bro,
I think I've done my fair share of like sufficient research to know that our Earth is in fact, like there is a curvature to our Earth. Okay, like.
You and the rest of humanity just assume that you have no knowledge that you can directly know that the Earth is curving,
bro.
It is, Charlie. Then tell me.
Evidence.
Listen,
there is substantial evidence.
All right. Let's go
it is an assumption.
Let's go with that. Let's go with that. Can you point to anything that's going to show me that the Earth has been directly measured to have its curvature? I want you to think about it. Right? I'm giving it to you. Now you have the floor. Can you tell me anyone who's directly measured the curvature of the Earth, Charlie? Anyone?
You want to give you like a specific name?
A name or a corporation? It doesn't matter. Who has done it?
A corporation?
That's what
who's the one guy that we should all look up to? Who got like the Nobel Prize for doing this?
I'm sure NASA's done their fair share of research and study into this sort of this delusional topic.
All right.
Who's the famous figure?
So do you know anyone, Charlie? The focus on the question, right? The question I'm asking you, Do
Wait,
you
can I
know
ask you a question?
anybody who's ever?
I don't know. I can't listen. This may or may not be relevant to the topic at hand, but Amish, I want you to especially answer this, okay? Do you believe that we
Oh, so why
landed
did
the
you
moon?
glance over my
Do you
question though?
believe that
Hold
we
on a
landed on the
second.
moon?
No. Amish won't answer that because you glanced over my question. That's unfair
Okay,
for
what's your
him
question?
to answer your question.
You want me to provide you with a specific name? I gave you a name. I answered your question.
No. Wait. Stop. I'm not
I
asking
gave you the
for
name of
that
the agency.
specific
What
name.
else do you want?
No, sir. I'm asking for you to tell me if you know who has directly measured the curvature of the Earth and to support it with a way that you know they've done it, right? So it's not just name dropping. I want, what was the method? Because that's important. If you say, okay, this organization, then I want you to tell me the method that they used.
They launched a spacecraft up into the Earth's atmosphere, and they used mathematics and science to make an accurate prediction as to what the curvature is on our Earth.
Okay, what year was that? What year was that?
I mean, it's like a continuous thing. I'm not sure, like if like I'm not entirely
So
sure.
Dr. Walter Lewin from MIT has a famous quote. He says, "If you only know a name, then you know nothing, and you only know NASA."
This is like the Truman Show. This is not real, bro. None of you are real.
I'm
like the host on a show meant to troll me. Like
Charlie, all right. So check this out. You didn't know the year, but you only name dropped. But here's an important thing that you failed to realize. When you said they went to space, do you know that before they sent anything up, they have to know the size of the Earth in order for them to adjust for orbital mechanics? So the trajectory that the spacecraft has to go into they have to know the size of the Earth. So prior to anything launching up into the air around the Earth, they have to know the size of the Earth. So they have to have this information already at hand.
How is the size of the Earth relevant to like?
It's orbital mechanics, Charlie. It's orbital mechanics.
So they were right that the Earth was sphere. It was a sphere.
They have to know that the size of the Earth. Listen, they have to know that the size of the Earth is what they said it is, so that when they send the craft up there, that it's going to orbit the Earth in the specific size of the Earth that they say it is. So they can't just send something up and then find out.
You realize it's all like experimental, right? They launched. They have the funds.
Yeah. So what year was that they discovered and did it?
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, we know you don't know. We don't know either. We've been trying to find this answer.
What? So what are you implying?
We're implying that you and then the rest of humanity are just you guys are just guessing at these things. You have
We're not guessing, dude. This is not real.
Yes, you are.
I swear
give us
this is
the year.
not real.
Give us the year.
How are we guessing,
bro?
Give us the year.
Okay.
Give us a year. If you're not guessing, give us a year.
Give us a year, dude. That is such a ridiculous.
Yeah, you're basically waking it up into an alternate dimension that happens to be the real one.
Wait,
I know, it's crazy. We all went through it too.
Bro!
Earth is flat.
He's just strong.
Dude, y'all would be. Oh my god, man.
All right. Do you want to yield the floor so that we can talk to somebody else, Charlie?
Oh yeah, I concede. I 100% concede. I feel like I'm genuinely growing like a fucking brain tumor right now. Like,
yeah. So I encourage you to sit quietly and listen over the next few days or a couple weeks,
Amish,
and listen to how we engage with other people.
With every fiber in my being, I fucking hate you.
What did I do or say to you, Charlie?
I don't know, man. I don't know, man.
Okay.
Why do you hate him, Charlie?
I'm an emotional person. I don't like you. I don't like you at all.
Well, you shouldn't not like him. If somebody's trying to tell you the truth, you shouldn't hate them for it. Like, we don't despise you guys. Anybody who
I'm just I hope to dear God Almighty that you're just.
Here's some background, Charlie. This community is about 10 years old and has recorded conversations 24/7 every day over those 10 years, and has built a community of tens of thousands of people. And during those conversations, we've interviewed astrophysicists, cosmologists, astronomers. We've interviewed scientists who work in national laboratories. We've interviewed university professors of various departments. We've talked to surveyors.
No,
it's all recorded.
Delusional conspiracies.
It's all recorded 24/7. Anybody can go through our back catalog and listen to our discussions.
I don't.
Why are you talking through me? I'm trying to give you some context.
Dude, you're
so, we're out here on the politics servers, part of an outreach. We're actually breaking out of the echo chamber that people say we live in. And this is our outreach. And we have outreach on multiple platforms. We're on Rumble, we're on YouTube.
Dude, this is dangerous, is what I think this is. Because I feel like if somebody,
and we've got our own laser tests.
No.
We've got our own demonstrations and observations that include microwave links, microwave bounces, infrared long distance observations. We've got aerial infrared photogrammetry. We have even high altitude balloon footage in visual and infrared. We have so many observations of flat Earth, it will make your head spin. And chances are you haven't looked into any of this yet.
Okay.
So stick around for the next few days. You will be intrigued.
Okay, who? Wait, who?
Stick around. This takes far too long to get into than just a quick meme.
If we have all of that information,
we got thousands of people doing this.
We have all of this evidence.
Yeah, we got terabytes of data on our home server that you can check out, by the way. Discord.gg/flat Earth.
Amish, who collected those terabytes of data? Who? Give me a name.
We did.
An agency.
An agency? No, we do it.
You do it.
We're everybody. We're people that include former pizza delivery drivers and former aerospace engineers and military. We are everybody in between.
Amish, wait, are you a former aerospace engineer?
No.
Do you have any expertise in the field of
not relevant. Not relevant to the discussion. I'm just telling you that our community is very diverse from all walks of life.
That is very true.
You're being genuinely serious. Wait, this is serious.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. Charlie, we're very serious.
The server is discourse.gg/flat Earth.
No, I refuse to believe that this server allows people like you, fucking deluded conspiracies.
They not only allow it, they desired a partnership with us. This server reached out to us and said, you know what, you guys would make a good permanent partner.
Probably dude, you're probably garnering up a lot of attention, a lot of
Oh yeah, we're the fastest growing topic. Congress, Charlie, we're growing so fast, Congress has censored us. And we have footage from C-SPAN of them talking about us. And then talking to YouTube and Google,
I want to give me
trying
all
to ask them to censor us.
Of them censoring you because you deserve to be censored, genuinely.
What? All right, so do you. So
because the one issue.
Yeah, we're sorry to hear that, Charlie.
Goodbye, Charlie. You aren't the one.
What?
I think there's hope for him.
The thing about it is, that spiral is sometimes a bit harder and sometimes a bit less than what Charlie was doing. But he's going to start actually spiraling in a bad direction. He's going to start probably cursing and saying other. He already started cursing at Amish, but we go through this daily.
He's in the denial state. Let him be. He's in denial right now.
You can't be off of mute.
So AV, you said that Eratosthenes.
We're not going to speak to you either. Don't unmute Apocryphon. He's going to be muted for the rest of the day until he leaves and comes back. He needs to sober up. He just admitted that he's drunk on here, and that's a TOS violation. So if you're a moderator, do not unmute Apocryphon. All right. So is there anybody else that's new in here? We'd love to speak to you.
I am.
Hey, welcome. Welcome. Who said I am? Go ahead.
I think this is a conspiracy, not an opinion.
You think it's a conspiracy? His name is Heval. His name is Heval, Amish.
Sorry, say that again.
His name is Heval, the guy that's talking.
Oh, well, hello. So you think it's a conspiracy. I think it's a delusion. I don't think it's really a conspiracy. I think people are deluded. What do you say?
Deluded on what? So you agree that your opinion of your idea of a flat Earth is wrong?
Huh?
If it's a delusion.
Yeah, no, I think the globe is a delusion. I think people are deluded with the globe, and it's not a conspiracy because everybody believes in the globe. Kind of like how everybody believes in a religion.
So only because many people believe it, it's probably false?
No, but they are deluded because what they think the globe is doesn't match reality that they observe ever.
And
that's a delusion.
How doesn't it fit
Textbook
reality?
delusion.
Yeah, I mean you can write whatever it's written, but you have to point out something that's not part of reality. You said it's
Oh yeah, we can get
contradictory.
into that.
Yeah.
I'm just setting the table here. Yep. So nobody's ever seen curvature. We can start with that. Do you see curvature?
Curvature of our planet,
Of the
yeah.
Earth.
I surely do.
So have you seen it?
I surely do when I open up NASA pictures or when I'm on a plane and fly to Turkey. I do
So
see it.
NASA pictures in an airplane is how you see curvature. Do you know at what height you should expect to even see curvature from?
I mean, out of space is pretty obvious, right?
Well, it should be, but so what good are these NASA images to you? Do you believe any picture of anything? If I showed you a picture of Bigfoot, would you believe that Bigfoot's real?
No, I would, but I would take a deeper look at it and analyze what you represent to me.
Good. So would you analyze what NASA presents? Would you do that?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I already did, and it seems that they are trustworthy, right?
Well, why do you think that?
I mean, I have seen I had a conversation with a NASA worker. It was an engineer there, and I've also watched thousands of footages from them being recorded live, and there's nothing that could point out that they are lying all about it, because even the moon landing and stuff couldn't be faked if they were like so old.
So what I'm hearing from you, it's not just one claim from NASA, but a bunch of claims from NASA. And so the more claims you have, the more true it could be. Is that kind of where your head is?
I said based on the things that I have experienced with NASA, it seems like they are not lying. Because why?
Okay.
Like, even give me a
You've
reason. Why would
experienced
they
the
lie?
claims of people who work there, correct?
Experience the claims of what? No.
The claims of people who work there, the engineers. You said that you've experienced their claims, and because you talk to them, you think they're true. You think that they are.
No, I have just watched footage of them. I've just
So
watched
pictures and
everything.
stories.
Live footage.
So your worldview's based off of pictures and stories that someone else gave to you?
No, it's not just based on. Yeah, it's.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So what's wrong about that?
Well, what's wrong is you haven't bothered to verify anything and critically examine it. So, for example, someone shows you a picture of Earth from space. It's from a NASA satellite. How do I verify how that image came to be? How do I do that myself?
So you want to know why the image is not a... Just analyze it and look
Right.
if there are signs of editing.
Are you familiar with the concept of provenance, like in art, or with chain of custody, like with evidence?
So what are you talking about?
So in art, in the art world, there's something called provenance, which is how an owner came to possess a piece of art. And that process of examining the ownership claims can reveal whether or not that artwork is likely authentic or not. In evidentiary hearings, you have a chain of custody of evidence that needs to be verified to make sure that the evidence hasn't been manipulated either. It's a very similar concept as provenance. So how do you verify the provenance or the chain of custody of an image?
I don't even know what you're talking about. It is probably because
Right,
English is my second language, but could you break it down to me so I understand what you're talking about?
I will break it down. So the kind of questions I would ask is, on what equipment was this image taken, and in what environment? And how did that equipment get up to that environment, and how do you prove that that environment exists?
It was taken on either a space telescope or a basic photography device.
Yeah, so you don't know.
No, I know because
you didn't verify any of this.
1 kilobyte. You can even look it up. You can
Well,
even,
you can look at the claim, right? You can look at the claim, but that's not verifying a claim.
Of the camera, even a live demonstration.
Yeah, so it's live. So how do you verify what it's doing live? Behind the scenes, how do you verify all of
I
it?
was never up in space.
I know you can't. We can't either. That's the problem. Nobody can. And that is our claim. So people like Charlie earlier was asking, what's our point? And I repeatedly said that nobody can produce verifiable evidence of the globe. I'm right.
So if you go by that line of argument, you're actually able to believe nothing, right?
No, that's not true. I can go out and guess what?
Because the
I
things
can
you
see
see
flat
through
Earth
your
with my
eyes
own
are not
eyes.
real either, right?
No, I can go out and I can
That's what you're
experience
trying to
flat
say
Earth
to me.
and I can debunk the globe's claimed radius. I can debunk it,
So
and you
what
can
can we know
debunk it,
with
anybody can.
100% certainty? What
Yeah,
can we
100%.
know with 100% certainty?
We can know that Earth is not the globe that NASA claims it to be by our own direct observations.
I repeat my question.
So if
What
Earth
can we
isn't
know
a
with
sphere with a
100%
radius of
certainty?
3959 miles, then you don't have any of the orbital math working out that NASA claims must exist for those images to be taken in the first instance.
No, wait. You are also
Yes, I'm
doing
sorry, it's that
this based on
bad.
perception. I'm
NASA's
asking
not
you, what
helping you.
can we know with 100% certainty?
All right, so
You can know
only one
direct
thing we can know.
experience with your senses. It's called empiricism. You can use two senses, like your eyes and your ears, and you can witness one event, and your ears can validate what your eyes see, and your eyes can validate what your ears see. There you have two independent witnesses acting as two of your five senses that are validating the same experience. That's a great way to come to a knowledge claim. Don't you agree?
So
He didn't hear you. He
the
was
only thing we
over-talking
can
you,
know with
Amish.
100% certainty is that you exist, right? That's the only
No.
thing
No,
you can assure yourself.
you can measure things.
Everything else, no, you can't
Hold on,
prove
Hivo.
everything
Hold on,
else with 100%
Amish.
certainty.
Give me a second.
Okay, you got this. I'm gonna get a drink. Not one of those drinks.
Yeah. So, Hivo, you can know other things to be 100% sure. You want me to show you?
No, you can only be 100%
you?
sure of you existing
Can I show
because
you?
you are able to
Can I
have
show
thoughts.
you?
That's
Can I
that's
show
what you
you?
can.
Can I show you?
Show me. How can I
Okay.
be 100% certain of other things? Show me.
Well, let me just show you. Have you ever eaten anything in your life?
Yeah, I have.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that you've eaten something in your life ever?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. There it is.
No, that I'm 100% sure.
Yeah.
Well, maybe I'm delusional. Maybe I have Alzheimer's. I don't know. Maybe
Yeah,
I'm
so our
forgetting
claim is
things.
that people are delusional with the globe.
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I wanted to interject real quick and tie it into something I said earlier. Delusion. This isn't conspiracy theory. It's delusion. People see one thing and experience one thing, flat and stationary Earth, and they shove it through a brain filter called the globe. And so when they see flat Earth, they think they see curvature, and it's not really there. And in psychology, in the field of psychology, there's a known effect called the lemon illusion. You can look this up, the lemon illusion, like how a lemon is curved. So the lemon illusion is when people see curvature in things that doesn't really exist. Dead serious. It is a psychological problem.
You're derailing. So you provide me with a theory, and I provide you with a theory. You agree with me that we pick the simplest one out of them, okay?
Okay, it's simple. We experience Earth flat and stationary because it is. That's simple. Occam's razor. It looks flat and stationary because it is flat and stationary. Your turn.
Theory of a flat Earth is not the simplest theory.
Yeah, it is because we see it flat, we use it flat, so I say it is flat.
If you want to make up this idea of a flat Earth, you have to put out many contradictions with other theories.
Try me.
Okay. So
actually, I gotta go. Alpha, you got this. I gotta go. I gotta help with something.
Okay, so how
Alpha,
do
you there, buddy?
want to?
Yeah, I'm here.
So how do you want to prove that gravity exists in a flat Earth when it's centered in a point of in a simple small point? So how do you think that gravity will work on a flat Earth? It will just collapse in the middle right away.
No, it won't, because you have the idea of what you think the Earth is being flat incorrectly. You're putting a false.
So tell me, how does this
Evil? You're
gonna
gonna have to settle down so I can respond to you. I don't want you to jump over me and overtalk me.
Yeah,
okay?
answering my question.
Yeah, if you do that,
I'll just have to mute you. I don't want to do that, man. Just don't overtalk me, okay? All right. So basically, the physics of the Earth being a globe and the physics of the Earth as a flat and stationary plane are not two things that you need to put in a binary position. You don't need to do that. What we know of the physics on Earth stand to reason as what they are. The physics themselves are not going to dictate whether the Earth is a globe or flat. They just are what they are. They're laws of nature. Okay? That's what you need to understand right now. Laws of nature are
Okay.
going to be what they are, no matter what.
Okay. So what you
Okay.
basically told me right now is you don't believe in gravity, right?
No, I didn't say that. So here's
Okay.
what we're
So
going to get into.
so if
right?
if
So
that's not the case, you have
okay.
to provide me with a theory how your gravity works on your flat surface.
No, there's no theory. Gravity, as we understand it, is a cause and effect relationship, right? Would you agree or disagree with that, Hivo?
Cause-effect relationship. What do you mean by that?
A cause and an effect. So we see an effect, right? When you drop something and it goes down, that's called an effect. What causes that effect is the cause, right? Do you understand? Cause and effect?
I don't even get why you project this on gravity, but okay.
No. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand what
I
I'm
know
saying?
what a cause-effect chain is, yeah.
Okay. So if you understand that, then the effect is known as little g, or for us, it's known as specific gravity or relative density. That's what its little g is known as. It's the effect. I want you to parse them out as two different things because I want to show you an example,
Okay,
right?
okay, so what do you think is the
I'm
cause
not
for
done yet.
gravity?
Hevel, I'm not done yet. You're excited. I know there's a lot of energy running through you, but just relax, okay? We can work through this together. All right, so when we're talking about the effect, we're talking about something that we all see, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so you and I both see something dropping in the medium of air. Now, if we're talking about a cause, that's something different. That's called big G, the theory of gravity, right? Let's say for the Earth being a globe. Two very different things: little g, big G. Now, when you say gravity, they're both married to each other. Big G and little g are together, the cause and the effect. Do you understand?
No.
Okay, when you say gravity, it's a loaded term. That means that gravity stands for a cause and effect relationship, whereas you see the effect of something falling through the medium of air, and the cause of that is Einsteinian general relativity, the bending and warping of space-time. A gravity well is made by something of a large mass, and therefore everything will be pushed down into that thing of larger mass.
Mhm.
Do you get it?
Yeah, I know Einstein's theory, yeah.
Okay, so that is big G. The theory of gravity is big G. You follow me?
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So little g is the effect. You and I both see the effect. We can quantify the effect. We can work with the medium and object relationship. We can do stuff, right? Industries
Okay.
use it. It's
Mhm.
very useful. The equation is useful for industries to use it as it's got great utility. So we know this, right? We don't deny this. We deny the cause or the theory of gravity, big G. Do you understand now?
Yeah.
Big G is not scientifically proven. There is no science that you can do to manipulate the independent variable, which being space or time. They are abstracts. They are not real. You
Yes,
cannot bend and
but
warp
it's
space
it's a
time.
it's a conclusion out of other theories.
No, you don't know what you're saying.
It
So here's
is.
the thing. No, you don't know what you're saying. So when we're talking about big G and being the theory of gravity, right? How can that be scientifically proven? This is what I'm asking you. We're going to talk about the cause right now. Big G, not little g.
The cause for gravity.
Yes. Has it been scientifically proven?
Yeah, I mean, heavier objects fall faster.
That's the effect, little g.
Okay, but
We're
if you go
talking
by that
about big
mindset, you...
G.
Okay, but how do you get your theory of a flat surface then?
I'm asking you a question,
You're
Hevel.
also concluding on the effects, right?
Hevel, follow the question. Has big G, the theory of gravity, been scientifically proven?
You mean Einstein's theory?
Yes.
It's a conclusion.
I'll say it again, third time. Has it been scientifically proven, Hevel?
Yes, it has.
Okay. How has it been scientifically proven? Can you give me a citation of how they proved it to be true? Go ahead.
So the Einstein's theory is based upon upon his other postulates of gravity. And the first one is that that the speed of light is constant in every other medium, not in every other medium, but in every other system. And this is proven by the Michelson-Morley experiment, which shows you that although in what direction light travels, it always travels with the same speed. That's the first thing. So in fact, we are not having something that having a medium in which light travels, but light travels with a constant speed through everything. Secondly, what we've also perceived as the effect is the color shifting of certain stars pulsars, which you can only explain that through the idea that light travels the shortest distance within the bending of the space-time continuum. So in case if you want to give a theory for why these stars appear differently colored, it's only explainable through the constant speed of light and the Doppler shifting, which is also being which is also the case, which is also the conclusion on of the increased length of that light has to travel.
Okay. So did you say that the bending and warping of space-time was proven or not in what you just said?
What? How do you want me to prove it to you?
Well, you said it was scientifically proven, so there was no citation that you pulled up forward. I didn't see anywhere anyone said that the bending and warping of space-time has been proven. Yet you've took this challenge on, and now
Yeah, I can only give you evidence based on the effect. That's what you can also do. It's not
Yes,
like you can prove
I
it to
know
me
that.
right away.
I know that, Evil. That's the same thing that I was telling you is that all we have is the effect. You and me. That's all we got. We don't have the theory of what causes the effect. We don't have that. There's people that give you educated guesses, but they don't know. This is my point. So we do not deny the effect. As a matter of fact, we embrace it, right? We know that things fall at an average rate of 9.8 meters per second squared. There's something that has great utility, right? In this particular sense.
Oh wait, it's called gravitational redshift.
No, that's not what it's called, Evil. But listen,
yeah, it is.
If you haven't proven the theory, which we both understand it cannot be done, because bending and warping space-time is a concept. It's basically used as a convention to talk about the general relativity, right? Theory of Einstein. So we are not saying that can be proven, but you seem to have thought it was proven and later found out that it hasn't been. So we're now at an understanding that the theory of gravity has not been proven, which is big G, the cause of the effect. You and me, we both understand the effect can be quantified. We can work with it, right? It's an object and medium relationship. There's a lot to be understood from it. So there's no denying that. You and me, both of us. So if we're in agreement, then how is it different? The physics. How are the physics different on the Earth that I know that is not a globe, and on the Earth that you think is a globe? How is it different if we're both agreeing? Evil.
So what are you trying to put up by saying that you live on a flat and I live on a globe? That's not the case. We live both on the same planet. And it's
Well,
either
it's not the
flat
planet.
or a sphere.
Here's the thing. When it comes to what you think the Earth is, either you're right and I'm wrong, or I'm right and you're wrong. Right? So there's no in between. It's not like you can believe
Yeah.
whatever you want. So there's only one
Yeah.
or the other, right? You understand that?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, I know that.
So, and we talk to people about this plenty of times. So you understand, with the physics, we are in agreement with gravity being the effect, and the cause is still unknown. But we are moving now into territory to figure out if the Earth has any curvature measured on its surface. That's very, very important. Okay, so how can we discover the surface curving like they tell us?
By basic perception.
Okay, what do we need to do? Give me a method.
We need to take a picture out of space.
Okay, can you do that?
No, but someone already did it for me.
Yeah, but you're gonna have somebody else do your job. Well, let's you and I figure it out.
Not
Why can't
even
we
one.
Well, it doesn't matter. Let's say they show you a image of the Earth curving, right? It looks like a globe from wherever they take a picture from, in space, right? They show you that, right?
Yeah, they show me a picture of the Earth, yeah?
Okay. How can you verify that what the image they show you is exactly the ground you're standing on? How can you measure the surface to look like the image that they show you? Curving. What can we do?
As I said, taking a picture out of space.
Yeah, but you've already said that. Now we're going to verify that that image with all that curvature is measured on the ground. How can we measure that curvature they show us in the image?
I don't know that, but I think basic trigonometry.
Well, just think about the question. Listen, you don't have to answer. It's not a gotcha. I want to engage with your critical thinking, Evil. That's all I want to do. I don't care about the gotchas. I want you to think about it, right? If you can verify the image, like they show you with a curving Earth, it looks like a ball. Well, on the you're standing on the surface of that ball. Shouldn't there be a way that's possible to measure the surface curving?
I think that's pretty hard considering the size of our planet.
Okay, well, have they done it in the past?
I don't know. I've never heard of those experiments, but I'm pretty sure they did.
Well, let's think about it, right? How did they know that the Earth was a globe prior to the advent of technology and space flight? How did they know the Earth was a globe prior to that?
So before we had like space flights and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
they didn't know it.
Well, they did. They told us for at least 2,000 years that the Earth was a globe prior to the advent of technology and spaceflight.
2,000 years.
Yes.
Are you kidding right now?
No.
Who said 2,000 years ago that we live on a globe?
When do you think that they just discovered the Earth being a globe, Evil? In spaceflight?
Yeah,
when
that
do you
was
think they discovered it?
So space pictures were the ultimate proof, I would say.
No, I'm not talking about ultimate. I'm talking about when they discovered that the Earth is a globe, Evil.
I don't know that. I'm not a historian.
Well, I said
Historical
2,000
educated
years,
person.
and you said no. So when do you
But
think
that's
in
definitely
history?
not the case, because if you talk
Oh,
about
well, then how do
2,000
you
years
know?
ago,
How
it's
can
the
you know
beginning
that?
of certain religions, and those
Well,
religions predict the Earth as a flat surface.
Okay, but what I'm asking you is that people still thought of the Earth being a globe back then. Has not changed. Listen, so if you don't know the historical context of how people know that the Earth is a globe, why do you deny what I'm saying? If you don't know.
What? Sorry, can you repeat?
If you don't know historical context for the Earth being a globe, why do you deny me saying 2,000 years ago they already knew that the Earth was a globe? Why do you deny that?
Because they lacked certain education.
How do you know that?
Back 2,000 years ago, people couldn't even read, the
How
majority of the people.
do you know that?
Based on
What?
historical studies.
Which one?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know. That's
it
the
was
root.
it was part of my basic education.
Well, which one? You didn't give me anything. You didn't cite any source. You didn't tell me who said it. Nothing.
Yeah, I can give you a source.
This is
yeah,
your
sure, I
base.
can give you a
This is
source.
your basic, feeling about it. You didn't give me anything.
Yeah, I
So
will give
basically,
you,
2,000 years
something.
ago, 2,000 years ago, you think people were just banging rocks together? Is that true?
Yeah, using simple tools, I would say.
2,000 years ago, evil. Are you
I
sure?
I wouldn't say they are technologically advanced.
Well, they don't need to be technologically advanced, but they could be advanced in knowledge of mathematics and writing.
How?
What do you mean, how? You are a person who just told me before that you don't know anything about history, and now you're telling me about history. Do you see that's a contradiction, Evil? You just finished telling me you don't know anything about history. Now you're telling me about history.
How is history even linked to this?
Because
how is history even linked to this?
Okay, Hevel, I just told you the origin story of the globe started a long time ago. That's how it's linked, Hevel.
Care. I don't care. I don't give a shit. I want now. I want to talk about the state now.
No. I want now is not going to get us to the point where we're at. If you don't understand that a long time ago they thought of the Earth as a globe, then how can you think that the Earth is a globe today? If you didn't know
it doesn't
its
matter
origin
what
story.
They were thinking. It doesn't matter.
It does, Hevel.
It does
because
not matter what they were thinking.
the whole thing that we talk about in here is, where did this all begin? How do people know that the Earth is a globe prior to the advent of technology and space flight? How did they know all of this stuff before they did any of that? And you seem to not care.
Okay. Can you prove to me that they believed in it 2,000 years ago?
Sure. There's people that
were
talking
Send
about
it into the chat.
Yeah, well, I need you to type in a few names because there's a couple of. It's pretty long.
No. I want you to type it into the chat because that's.
I don't have to.
That's a heavy claim
I
you're
can just
doing
tell
right
you.
there.
No, it's not heavy. It's just obvious. Eratosthenes is one name. Al-Biruni is another name. Aristotle is another name. And most of these people, as you so call it, were in ancient past. But you don't know this, right? I've just name dropped you a couple, but however, you can search them up.
Believed in a spherical Earth.
Well, they used what they considered the knowledge of the day to provide them the mathematics.
Okay, so provide evidence for that claim.
It's not mine. It's just that's what it is.
No,
that's
you
like
said that's a
that's
claim.
history. Yeah.
Oh no, that's a claim. What you said. You said 2,000 years ago they believed in a spherical Earth. So I want you to prove it right away to me.
Eratosthenes, dude. I just told you. Look it up.
Just name me some scientists. That's all you did.
I did. Eratosthenes. You want me to say it again?
Pythagoras of Samos. Okay, someone did it for you in the chat. Give me a second.
Go ahead. Pythagoras. Yeah, he's
Pythagoras. Okay.
No, he's not Eratosthenes. Eratosthenes is the other guy. We're talking about the origin stories of where the globe idea came from. Where it all derive? Al-Biruni is another one. These were some ancient dudes, man. Like, it's up to you. If you don't have to believe anything I'm saying, but it's just what it is.
Okay, so even if that's the case, even if people were believing in a globe Earth, how does that have any relation to our conversation right here, talking about the current state?
Well, we're gonna talk about, like, they thought of the Earth as a globe back in those days. But the same question as it was back then as it is today, how can the curvature of the Earth be measured directly? It's the same question that I'm asking to you, as probably anybody could ask those guys a long time ago. Directly measure the curvature. How is it possible? When we talk about directly
measure the curvature.
Yeah, we're talking about like elevation change, drop over distance. So if there is curvature to be noted on the Earth, the consequent of the Earth being a globe, a sphere, would be that the surface is curving. So we would be able to measure that.
Didn't Pythagoras do it already? Didn't he wait until the sun was completely to a 90-degree angle onto the ground, and then he calculated the distance and was proven right?
That was Eratosthenes, the first person I was telling you, Evil.
Okay, so what's wrong about that?
Well, I was asking you because you didn't know this historical context, and you said, "Prove it to me, prove it to me." And I was like, "Dude, Eratosthenes was the guy." I'm trying to help you out, man.
It has nothing to do with the history. Now we are talking about his experiment.
Well, I mean, we can talk about it.
It has nothing to do with the history of people believing in.
Yes, it does. Its origin story.
It is just an example of a calculation.
What? It's an example of the origin story of where this all started, Evil. You didn't know that. I just told you that. Do you get it?
I should just continue.
All right. So if somebody back then was trying to figure out if the Earth is a globe, and they gave some measurements, right, or some measurements of shadows and light, and then they presupposed that the Earth was a specific size, radius, diameter, circumference. You get it? So this is what a sphere consists of. So you'd have to be a specific numeric value that they used back then. So they used this specific numeric value of the radius, diameter, and circumference. Do you know that same numeric values are being used today? They haven't changed. They're the same. Same numeric values. Radius, diameter, circumference. You could even, if anybody that's in this chat right now wanted to, type into Google, what is the radius of Earth? What is the circumference of Earth? What is the diameter of Earth? You're going to find out that it's going to give you these very, very specific numeric values. And you have the same numeric values that Eratosthenes did back in those days. Same thing. Did you know that, Hevel?
I don't have the concentration to follow you.
Okay. You want to yield the floor? Maybe somebody else wants to talk?
Yeah, sure. Because I don't. It's more like you're trying to.
What? What am I trying to do?
Look like the delusional person here, but that's definitely not the case.
I'm having you think about things, Hevel, that's all. Anyway, is there anybody else that's brand new to the channel? And if you want to, go and ask your question. If not, we'll just talk to everybody else, whoever's in here. But you guys are welcome. I'm going through a bit of critical thinking with the people that are coming on this morning. And far be it from us just to be, shouting each other down. I want it to be where you think about the questions and the answers that you respond, because that ultimately demonstrates to us either you know or you don't know what you're talking about. So yeah, just and I don't want to mean it like a gotcha, but usually if you don't know, we're gonna find out. Because if you say, "Yeah, I know the Earth's a globe," and you're like, "Well, some guys did it somewhere." Well, we got technology. What kind of technology? I don't know, dude. What do you mean?
Can I ask you a question? Before I end all of this.
Yep.
So, do you now believe in gravity or not?
I don't need to believe in it. It's self-evident, Hevel.
Okay, so how do you explain basic perception? When you drop an apple, why does it keep falling down?
Well, it's it's heavier or denser than the air that surrounds it.
It's denser than the air. So why do
Mhm.
a feather and
Bowling ball?
gold fall the same if they
A
are in a
feather and a
vacuum?
bowling ball? Did you mean a feather and a
Oh,
bowling ball?
and gold. The same
Gold
amount
or
of
goat?
gold. The element gold.
Oh, gold.
The heavy element, yeah? Or we can just
Yeah.
say lead, even heavier.
Sure.
So why do lead and feathers fall the same if I'm putting them in a vacuum?
Well, you're removing the medium of air. Different medium.
Yeah, but lead is
Well,
denser
they don't.
than
Yeah, but yeah, I would say it this way, Hevel. I don't think you've looked into much into this, but I'm gonna just tell you. You probably don't know this, and that's fine. But there's an average rate of fall. So the average rate is not a constant. There's not a. That's incorrect. Even the globe Earth people that come in here already know this. The average rate of fall has been calculated to be a specific rate. It's not a constant. Though, so if you have lead
Okay,
or
so how do you
feather,
explain this experiment that I just showed you? You
well,
have to
I'm
give me a
telling you.
different approach then.
I'm telling you right now, it's not a constant, Evil. They don't fall at the same rate. Even by slightly, the lead might be going faster than the feather. Even by
Oh, but
slightly.
apparently they do, right? That's what the
No, no, no,
experiment
no,
tries
no,
to
no, no.
show.
Yeah, I know it's trying to show that, but there's been more tests that have been conclusive that all elements fall at different rates.
No, I don't care about the test. I want you to explain to me how this specific experiment is explainable with your with your beliefs.
My beliefs. Physics.
Because you have to provide an
remember,
explanation for that.
Yeah, I did, but I told you at the very beginning of our conversation, Hevel, that the physics of the way the Earth operates are laws of nature, and those don't change because you think that the
Yeah,
Earth is
I
flat or
don't
if it's a
care.
globe.
I don't care.
It doesn't change.
You pick the simplest theory out of all. Your idea of a flat Earth is also a theory. So
No, it's not.
in fact,
You're saying it's a theory doesn't change the fact that it's not a theory. It's self-evident, Hevel. Just because you say it's a theory,
you're making it look like it's a fact or something. No,
it is.
Your idea
It is
of a flat Earth is also a theory.
No, it's not.
You
You're
can't
just
deny
saying
that.
that because you're saying that because you believe that the Earth is a globe, and that's fine. You could believe it's a globe, Hevel, but it doesn't change the fact that the Earth is self-evident, a flat and stationary plane. It's not going to change it today, tomorrow, the next day. It'll always be that.
But it doesn't make sense what you talked about that things don't fall at a specific constant.
Yeah, let me show
The
you.
experiment. The
I'll show
experiment
you.
literally shows it to you.
No, I'll show you that it doesn't. They're all falling at different rates. Look at the text channel, Hevel. Just posted something right now.
Hmm.
Oh man, can you guys see
Yeah.
it?
So what's that? Yeah, I can see it.
This is done in a vacuum chamber. These different elements from the periodic table were dropping inside of a. It was like in a giant tower. The tower was dropping these elements inside of a tube that had a vacuum. So they were inside of a vacuum. These elements, and all of them were falling at. They were falling at the same like the contraption was like I guess you can call it like an elevator or something, but it was let go at the top of the tower, and the contraption. You need to see the video though. The contraption let go, and all of these elements dropped at equally, all in the same. They weren't all in the same chamber. These elements, but they were in a vacuum. So as you can see, they're falling at different rates, and then once they hit the ground, it bounces, and like all the elements like just go everywhere. But they were as it was in free fall, in the free fall, you could see some elements were floating differently than the other ones. So
just to get things right. Just to get things right.
Sure.
Elements, and it's always the same weight, right?
What's that?
Those are different elements in those chambers, and they are all the same weight, right? So we have, for example, 1 kilo of lithium, beryllium.
Yeah. So you can see
okay.
the elemental use on the periodic table right above them. But like they were all in a vacuum chamber. So they were all inside of the vacuum chamber itself, because the vacuum chamber was like the part of the tower that fell all at the same time.
Okay,
If you know
but
what I mean.
lithium is the lightest element there, and plumbium, meaning lead, is the heaviest, and they simply start to ascend in like this almost the same speed. So how do you explain that?
Sure. Well, some elements fall closer to the others, but not all of them fall at the same rate, which is the conclusive.
That's not an explanation.
It is,
that's not
because the problem
you
is
basically proved to me that that there is a simple constant, right? You just proved the constant G to me.
It's not a simple constant. Do you see the other elements in there, or is it just me? How many elements do you see?
Yeah, I see the other elements there. Yeah, I see.
How many elements do you see in there? Just want to check.
I see 7.
Okay. Are all 7 falling at the same rate for your constant?
Yeah, lithium and
No. I'm asking a question. Did all
impact
7
makes no sense, right? We are not talking about the impact. I'm talking
all
about
7.
the
All 7 are all 7 falling at the same rate.
Falling at the same rate.
All 7.
Yeah, they are all in the same construct. Yeah, I know that.
No. No. Do you not see that they're not falling at the... What are you talking about? If you're seeing a different test than I am, I don't see that happening. They're not all falling at the same rate, man.
Listen, you just said to me that they are in a container and falling all together at once.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's what I simply revised. So explain to me, why is lithium and lead ascending at the same rate when they are totally different from weight?
It
from
doesn't
density
matter if some are equal to the other one. It doesn't matter. They're not all falling at the same rate, sir. Do you not see that? Yes, there may be 2 that fall closely together at the same, but not all of them
They are falling at the same. They are all in the same chamber.
They're not all falling at the same rate. Can you not see that there's some that are lifted up and the others are not? Hello?
That could be simply because of the vacuum.
That's not a constant.
The vacuum is not.
That's not a constant. No, you can't say that's something else. That's not a constant. It's an average. Just agree that it's an average, because you're wrong to say it's a constant, Evil. Everybody, the world of science already knows it's an average. There's no... Listen. If you go to a different place, the way they weigh gold on different locations, it's going to tell you that why doesn't gold weigh the same everywhere? Because it's an average. My goodness.
What are you talking about?
You're thinking that elements, if you go to a different
gold here are,
if you go to a different place on Earth, if you go to a different
20 kilos on the moon.
No, dude. If you go to a different place on Earth, it's going to weigh a little bit different. You don't know any of this, Evil.
I'm talking about the mass right now. You're talking about the gravitational force.
Yes. What do you think is happening when these things are... Listen, we were talking... No, we were talking about little g, Evil. We were talking about little g. Don't start thinking
don't come up with this little g. Just address the thing itself.
Yeah,
don't come up with
little
this
g. I'm sorry. Little g is the effect. It's the effect. I'm sorry. It sounds like gibberish to you, but it's everybody else knows this except for you. Yeah, because everybody knows this. But
you're trying to damage my self-perception. So I actually think that you're right.
I'm not damaging it. I'm just telling you that this is the way it is.
You are just yapping the same stuff over and over again, and you're literally saying one thing over the course of 7 sentences. Just come to the fucking point, man. Just say it right away.
Well, you have to walk the path in order to understand logic. You can't just arrive to a certain location.
I'm making one sentence and one claim. You are making one claim and 7 sentences.
Okay, what's my 7 sentences? What's my 7 sentences?
Your argument in a short way. I'm not gonna have this conversation with you.
Well, then don't have it with me then. Hevo, you don't have to have the conversation. You could easily bow out. That's the easy way out, right? Just stop.
Yeah, right.
Talking.
You're just an idiot. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, you could say whatever you want, Hevel. Does that make the truth change? No, doesn't change truth. You can be upset. It's fine. And if you don't want to talk, that's okay too.
Yeah, you can believe whatever you want, but the Earth is definitely not a flat surface.
Okay.
Ooh.
You said so, so that therefore it's a globe. All right, it's a globe. It's not going to be a globe, people. Today, tomorrow, or the next day. Flat and stationary, sir. Always will be. Always has been. Always will be. But if anybody else wants to chime in and attempt to give the answer to the question, if the Earth is a globe, is there any direct measurement of it being a globe? Direct measurement. And anybody can chime in.
Is it enough that you say that things fall on the same rate and then you have a sphere?
Probably. Because it's a constant. Now, a lot of people get the idea that the elements fall at at a constant rate. They've been saying this for a while, and that's just wrong. Just the information itself is wrong.
But even if he's not wrong, what did that giving to him? What did that then?
I don't know.
Even if
Tried
he
to
proved that
gravity
he's
to him.
falling.
Apparently, he does not believe in gravity because that's the simple. That's the thing.
Okay,
what you-
I will
that is
believe.
called
I will
not being
believe. I will
open-minded.
believe in. I will believe in gravity, and then what? Then what?
Okay, so explain to me how a flat surface then works.
No, no.
How
We're not
flat
gonna go that
surface
road.
works?
No, we're not gonna go
I
that
can
road.
explain.
No.
I can explain you also that.
No, we're not gonna
how
go
flat
that road. No, because
Oh,
no,
that's
we're
crazy.
not
I
gonna-
want to hear.
no,
But that's
no,
simple, Miggy.
no.
That's simple question.
Absolutely not. No. We're not going to let you off the hook because, first of all, you said that I was trying to say that gravity didn't exist, and that's not what I said, Hivo. You misrepresented what I said about gravity. If you could repeat what I said about gravity, I will let you answer. I'll let him answer your question. What did I say about gravity?
You basically said blah blah blah. We can't prove that Einstein is right, but you also don't have a theory which is better. So basically, you don't know what to believe. That's all you said.
Oh, you misrepresented me, Hivo. That's not what I said.
You need to provide me a better theory,
No,
than Einstein's theory.
you misrepresented
That's-
me. Remember, I told you when you first entered in here, the concept of the understanding of gravity by you was misunderstood. You don't know.
Denied
You just said
you even denied it. You even denied the constant fall rate. You're not
No.
believing in
Listen.
you don't even believe in gravity out of Newton's sense. You don't even believe it. You are just
Well,
acting like you believe in it.
Not even Newton believe it.
I was talking about little g. Remember? Big G and little g? You forgot? We can do it again if you'd like.
My God,
So
man.
little g is the
Jeez.
effect, right? So the effect is what we all can see. We can demonstrate this to everyone. We don't deny that. Am I denying gravity when I say I don't deny the fact that things fall at an average rate of 9.8 meters per second squared?
But that's what
Evil?
you tried to show to me.
Am I denying it?
You tried to
Can't-
show it to me with the dumbass
What?
picture you posted up there, which even proved me
Aw.
wrong.
Yeah,
Right.
but it's not dumb, right? It's just a tower with these elements in it that falling at an average rate, which is exactly what I said.
Okay.
So the effect
No,
we
they-
can all see, right? Yeah, you said okay. So the effect we can all
Oh my
see.
God.
Well, you agree with me.
I can
so
literally do
what's
this
the problem
experiment
with that?
right now and post it in the man. I can't.
Well,
take
go
this
ahead,
shit no more.
go try it. But do you have a vacuum chamber? Because I don't know if you're gonna. If
No,
you
I have
that.
I have a mechanical. I have a electrical pump for my
Mhm.
car tires, and I can just shift it back, so it will just pump the air out.
Well, how is that showing little g? I don't get it.
I'm just gonna
Anyway.
create a little chamber, right? And I'm just going
Yeah,
to
are
put
Create
you
big
gonna-
chamber.
a feather
You're gonna
up there and some heavy weights, and then I'm gonna show you that they fall at the same rate, right?
Can you create
Even with
the
a
vacuum
fucking laser.
chamber? Can you create the vacuum chamber tall 1,000 meter?
What? What are you yapping now?
Yeah, because you will make a chamber like a little small box, and then you will drop it in that chamber things. Can you make a vacuum chamber tall 1,000 meter and then drop the thing?
Mm-hmm.
Why
No,
1,000 meters?
I can just drop the
Why
things inside the
1,000
chamber.
meters? Because
Yeah.
we will see if you will drop on the same rate, because the distance is longer, has more time to acceleration,
Bro.
That's what. Yeah, that's the test that the test that
If
I
you-
showed it. Hold on,
Bro.
Ayatollah. 1 second, evil. The test that I showed him was in that specific manner, like Croatian creation said. I was showing him a GIF basically with that same specific test he's talking about.
No, that test you showed shows actually it imparts a force, initial force. It doesn't
What's
let
wrong
go
with your
from.
voice, dude?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does. I don't want to
Normally
hear
that.
You fix
Just,
your
just,
mic,
let,
dude.
just let him speak. Just let him speak. It's not bothering.
No, it's bothering me. I don't know, something's wrong with it.
Okay, then
Maybe you
then
need to disconnect
turn
and come
down your
back.
volume.
So the 1,000 meter, the 1,000-foot drop with this test is very conclusive. Shows that average rate of fall, which is what everybody agrees with. There's nobody that's disagreeing with that.
Okay, how do you explain an eclipse?
An eclipse? We all see. Well, we basically, it's just a phenomenon. But like, I think creation wanted to. He wanted to ask you a question, or he wanted to tell you something about.
I want you to give me the explanation.
Eclipses. You have eclipse in the sky that's happening, and then you have flat surface on the ground. That's how it's working.
Damn! What?
You have eclipses. That's really,
crazy.
Man. That's crazy. But for example, you can have eclipses, and maybe you have curved surface. Then you have sphere. If you have curved surface and eclipses, you have sphere. If you have flat surface and eclipses, then you have flat surface. You understand that?
First off, do you even know what an eclipse is?
First off, do you know what surface is?
No, do you know what an eclipse is?
Do you know what surface is?
I know what a surface is.
Okay. Does surface change when eclipse is happening?
Stop derailing. Answer my question. You know what an eclipse is?
Does eclipses has anything to do with the surface?
No. An eclipse is when sun and moon align.
Yeah, but we're talking about the surface, though. Remember, curvature.
Yes. So how do you explain solar like an eclipse and
curvature?
There's nothing to do with the surface. That's
you're getting away. Yeah, you're getting away from the surface again. We want to stay on the surface, measuring the surface.
No, I want you to give me an explanation of how your.
No, we're not going to do that. We want you to measure the surface, Evil. That's all you got to do. Measure the surface. How can we do it?
I can't measure the surface. I don't have the equipment for that. I don't have the equipment.
So then you don't know that the Earth is curving. This is our point. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Stop derailing. I want you to give me an explanation.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. You can't measure the surface.
It's not like you're basically leading this conversation. Right? You're right.
Is it position of these people something about that question what you are asking, or is something about surface?
Can you answer my question now? So how does an eclipse work?
Is it position of this flat earther about the surface, or that question what you are asking?
I'm not even talking to you. You're not even involved.
I'm speaking about all flat earth in the name of all flat earth. Is it their position about the surface or something else?
Again, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to this other guy.
Okay, talk with the other guy.
Okay, now give me an explanation for your eclipse, please.
Yeah,
because it's easy to explain when you believe that the moon and the Earth is a sphere, but I mean, you have a better explanation, right?
I sure do. Sure do. The Earth is not curving. It is not a sphere, and we see the phenomenon of an eclipse. There it is. Pretty easy.
Give me the explanation.
Well,
how your eclipse works.
Yeah, we see. Yeah, okay. How it works, basically.
See an eclipse.
Well, we see the eclipse, and how it works is that the sun gets eclipsed, and it looks like there's darkness that covers it, and then all of a sudden we see light. No,
what?
That's it.
You're basically not answering my question. You're trying to to get around the question.
No, I'm answering you, but what do you want to hear? Because obviously that's what everybody sees, right?
No, I want you to tell me how your eclipse works if the Earth is flat.
Well, the Earth doesn't need to be flat. But it doesn't need to be a globe either, because all we're doing is watching the
but
phenomena.
you believe that the Earth is flat, so I'm talking about.
No, it doesn't.
Standpoint,
Okay, so if you say that the ground matters, does the ground matter if it's flat or if a globe? Does it matter?
Why are you derailing? Answer my question.
I'm asking. Well, because do you think it matters if the Earth is a globe or if it's flat, the surface?
Answer my question. Explain the solar eclipse.
Does it matter if I tell you about the eclipse if the surface is curving or if it's flat? I'm asking you. Does it matter?
I'm gonna answer this if you first off answer my.
Yeah, but I don't know. I can't answer you if you think that it matters. Does it matter that the Earth
answer my question.
Does it matter that the Earth's surface of the Earth is curving or if it's flat? For me to answer your question.
No, I want you to answer my question.
Does it matter?
How do you believe that that an eclipse works if you think that the Earth is a flat surface?
So once again, it matters that the surface is flat. Is that what you're saying?
I want you to give me an explanation.
I will, but does it matter? Does it matter if the surface is curving or if it's flat? I will, but does it matter?
That makes no sense.
Does it matter if the surface is a curving surface or if it's flat? Does it matter if we see an eclipse in the sky? Huh?
Yeah, it matters.
Okay, so if it matters, then how come you didn't give me the surface of the Earth curving? You don't tell me how it's curving. I want to know that. That was my question.
Wait, quick question. Do you believe
you don't
that
answer
other...
it. You're asking me another question, and you didn't answer the one I gave you.
That is related to the question.
But you didn't answer my question.
Do you believe that other planets are also
other planets? Well, how do you know this one's a planet?
And moons. That is also related. I mean,
but how do you know this one's a planet?
Pretty similar to Earth. They only don't have
similar.
That much
What are the similarities? Point to the similarities.
Some are gas planets. We are also living in a huge rock ball engulfed in some gases.
Yeah, how do you know that the other ones are? How do you know that the things that you're looking at are gas? Go ahead.
Because of their spectrum, because of their light spectrum.
What light spectrum?
They emit certain wavelengths, and we can conclude on the certain wavelengths which gases those are, because certain substances have certain absorb certain wavelengths, and so certain colors.
How do you test for that? If you can't test for the element, how can you verify the element is what? If you said the element is, I don't know, hydrogen or whatever, how did you test anyway that place where you're saying that it has the hydrogen? How can you test that it's actually hydrogen?
So we have hydrogen on Earth. We can just do a simple.
But that's on Earth. That's not over there.
So you believe they are made out of new elements?
No. Who knows? But you're making a guess. You're not telling me that you know.
Who knows?
Right?
Oh no, who knows?
Yeah, who knows, Evil? Do
So
you know?
you think that if we make a simple look, if we just take a simple look at colors, and then if we just take hydrogen and look at the color spectrum, and we see a line where there's only black, and we get the same thing for
how
collecting.
We take hydrogen. You said when we take hydrogen. How we take hydrogen?
Stop interrupting me.
Yeah, but you said we take hydrogen. How we take hydrogen?
Yeah, you don't. You simply don't know, Hevel. You simply don't know.
Water electrolysis.
No, dude. You simply don't know what element you're looking at because it's not a place you can validate or test. So you're just guessing.
If I take an atmosphere, and
how do you test atmosphere?
We know it's flat and stationary, Hevel.
Do you fall down at the end, or what happens?
Why do you need to fall down? Here's the thing.
Because it's a flat surface.
Yeah, here's the thing. You're making a lot of assumptions with the Earth being a globe and things that you stare at because you think that certain spectral lines are emitting a specific color or wavelength. So to you're just making an educated guess. And I'm correct by saying
but what happens if I'm at the end of that flat surface? Do I fall down?
Why must you ask some silly questions? That's silly.
I mean, basic perception. That's what you get your.
Yeah. Can you actually go, can you or I actually go to that place that you're describing, Evil?
Yeah, I can. I can just do a world trip, right?
Okay, well then go there and then report back to me when you
guess
go over
what?
there.
If I do a world trip, I don't fall down the surface.
Well,
Oh
then
no!
that must mean that you haven't reached that place, right? Obviously.
Oh no!
Why
I don't
you
fall
should-
down the surface.
Why you should to fall down?
So it
Wait,
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that you make it.
Magellan did a world trip with his boat around the world.
Say the name. What did he say? Magellan, not Michelangelo.
So did he just fall down and went into heaven and came back on the other side, or what happened?
What are you talking about? Are you done talking? Because I think you're reaching your limit already.
No, it's funny because you can't explain it.
Nobody needs to explain that silly question, man. That's a silly question.
Oh, that's
He thinks that Magellan, he thinks that Magellan goes around the Earth, around the sphere,
Well, he said the name wrong. He
made
said
a
Michelangelo.
world trip.
Michelangelo? No, I think Magellan.
Well, he was supposed to say that, but he said Michelangelo.
There's tons of things you cannot explain when you believe in a flat surface.
Yeah, but we don't need to tell. We don't need to talk about those silly things. Nobody here is claiming any of those things you're saying.
So why do you believe in it when there's a perfect theory with which you can explain everything else, and you don't actually need to
because it's not
all those things
you
which
can't
you cannot
validate.
explain.
You can't validate the Earth as a globe, people. It's not validate. You can't go outside. Listen, I'm telling you this, and it still stands. It hasn't changed.
Same goes to the flat Earth. I mean,
no, we can measure the Earth.
I will fall down if I
stationary
just go 10,000 kilometers in that direction.
Nah, you're being silly.
I would just go.
Yeah, but you're being
go
silly.
up there and then suddenly
Why
down.
do we need to answer such things if you're being silly? Shouldn't do that.
It's crazy.
No, it's not crazy. You're just being funny.
I mean,
or trying to
that's the basic measurement, right? That's what you want me to, a direct measurement. If flat Earth would be true, I would just be going right in one direction and will then suddenly fall down.
No, you're just being silly. So here's the thing that you don't understand. When we're talking about the Earth as a flat and stationary plane, we're saying that it measures flat, it's navigated across as flat, and it's observably flat. So all these three things that I just told you is what the Earth automatically is.
It's observably flat.
Yes.
Yeah. So explain to me why I don't fall down then. Like, if it's
you don't fall down
flat.
probably because you know how to walk. I mean, what do you want me to tell you?
Oh, but then I'm on the backside, right? I'm on the backside
of what? Backside of
on
what?
the backside of the surface, but
what surface?
Yeah, on the backside of the Earth surface, right? I'm just falling down, or
I
just
don't know what
walking
you mean by
backwards
that.
on
That sounds like
on the different
nonsense.
side.
You're talking a bunch of gibberish right now. That's
He's trying to
gibberish.
move the goalposts. Just clearly he doesn't believe it. He's never been out there on his own. He's taking it from somebody else, and that's that.
Yeah, but
he's
how
just
do
being a
you
young
how
guy,
do you
that's
explain
all.
that?
Yeah, it's just a young individual, and he has to experience it for himself. I mean, you have to understand that I used to believe that the Earth was a globe as well, right? I just learned that there's more out there as soon as you
I
open
don't
your
care
eyes
about
for
your
it.
experiences. I don't give a
Yeah,
shit
but
about your
why?
experiences.
Yeah, hold on a minute, man.
But why are you taking such an offensive stance?
Yeah, why are
though?
you
That's
being
the
so
problem.
offensive? He's just telling
Because
you
your
something.
experiences doesn't matter. This is not a moral belief.
Really?
This is not not an opinion. This is a fact.
Oh,
We are
this
talking
is
about
geometry, man. Yeah, this is geometry. It's not
Okay,
about
so
feelings. Yeah.
he said we're talking about facts, yet he has given me no facts of how he knows that the Earth is curving directly. What's the
I have
facts
given you
on that?
inconveniences in your theory, which you cannot simply
That's what he's
explain.
giving.
No, but Hivo, give me the facts. Tell me how the Earth is curving directly. Who's measured that?
I don't need to measure it. I can just take a
Really?
world trip
You don't
and
need
then
to
end
measure
up
the
at the same
surface?
place.
How can you not measure the surface that's curving that you think you live on, Hivo? That's weird.
How do you even explain the polar caps?
Polar
How
caps?
do you explain that even?
What does that have to do with the Earth curving, Hivo?
I mean, it has to do with the sunlight,
What?
right?
Sunlight, polar
Uh-huh.
caps, sunlight. I think you're losing the plot here. I don't think you're
Yeah,
gonna be able to.
so there are certain periods of time where there is no sunlight for like 500 days or something, I think, and then they suddenly have sunlight
how
for
many
500 days again. So how do you
500
explain
days?
that?
Listen,
Mhm.
what are you talking about?
It's called polar night and polar day. They don't have a day-night cycle like we. How do you explain that?
Uh-oh, he's losing it.
Yeah.
Wait, I have,
so
if I can jump in, can I have a question for you flat earthers. Like, you say we cannot
ahead.
observe the Earth as a globe, but can you observe the Earth as flat? Like, what's your
Sure.
observable proof? for that?
Well, it's simple. If you want to make sure that there's no elevation change, you want to go to a place where there wouldn't be any obstruction to see any of that elevation change. On land, you can have that differential from like heights of elevation changing. So you want to go to a place like that's a large body of water. So either a lake or an ocean, like at a beach, and you look off into the distance. Now, the horizon is a very good way for you to understand that the Earth itself is a horizontal plane of reference. So the horizon is a demarcation for your understanding of how the line that goes straight across of your vision is indeed a straight line. So it would be not curving anywhere. So here's the issue. If we're saying that there's zero curvature, right, the numeric value for any kind of measurement, right, to have deviation from that line would mean that there is a type of curvature that you can measure. Now, we don't measure any curvature, meaning the numeric value stays at zero, doesn't change. So the measurement would be zero, no curvature, right? So that's how we know that the Earth is not curving. Now, if there is any curvature or any rate of change of slope, then we would be able to detect that and then give a measurement of like how much curvature there is, either left to right or from the forward and backward locations. So if we don't have any curvature on the Earth to be measured, it's zero curvature. We have elevation change on land, but it's not the curvature that you're thinking of that measures with the radius of 3959. So it's go ahead.
No, go ahead. That's fine.
No, I was just going to finish saying that the observation is followed by the measurement, which is followed by the navigation process. So as people navigate across the Earth, they're going to treat the Earth as if it were flat and stationary. So we've talked to many pilots, we've talked to mariners and such. They treat the Earth as if it's flat and stationary. They don't. The pilots and mariners, they don't ever say like, "Oh, I know the Earth's flat." No, they don't say that. They say they navigate as if it were flat. They treat it that way. But they still assume that the Earth is a globe. But for practical purposes, for traveling the Earth, they assume that it's a flat and stationary plane to make, traveling on it much easier and not overly complicated to think in their mind that the Earth is a globe and they have to negotiate over curvature, something like that. They don't do that. Not people that do it every day is what I mean.
So if I was to
Sorry, I didn't know you were going to talk.
It's fine. But if I was to oversimplify your first argument, you're basically saying that we live on a flat Earth because the horizon is flat.
Well, it's something to demarcate our horizontal position. So the horizontal plane that we reference is definitely visible from the horizon at a large body of water. So I have to caveat and say that because it's not just any horizon; it's a horizon over a large body of water.
But the scale is also important here because, well, that would work if we lived on a small ball and that you actually could see with the naked eye the curvature. But the Earth is so big that you cannot actually see it, and you have the impression that it's actually flat.
Well, let's walk through it because I think maybe you haven't heard this before, but I'm going to give you just 3 questions and just intellectually answer them honestly as you can. So, who has ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history? The drop over the distance is what I'm looking for. Drop over distance. And if you don't know what that means, I'll tell you.
What do you mean by drop over distance? You mean like the
Sure.
The
yeah, so from like let's say you're standing at the beach, right? And you could see to the distance like maybe a ship disappearing behind the curvature, right? Let's just say that's kind of the example that I'm going to use here. But the position where you're at relative from where you're standing to where the ship is, there would be like the Earth is curving, so it's going to be like the elevation is going to be changing, like dropping away from you. You get it? Like the curvature is going to. Do you understand what I mean? Or
yeah.
Yeah, so the elevation would change from where you're standing to where that ship is in the water. That's elevation change. So now I'll restate the question so you can, with context, now you understand. So has there been anybody ever in history that's ever measured that curvature of the Earth as in the drop over the distance?
Oh, well, I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. Now I'll tell you the second question, right? The second question is, has anybody ever measured the spin of the Earth? They call it axial rotation. So the Earth is spinning on its axis, it's tilted and wobbling and all that good stuff. But has anybody ever measured the Earth spinning on its axis? They're telling us, right? All of us get this like understanding from Google or whatever, that the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. So they're saying at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, the Earth is spinning. So has anybody ever measured how fast the Earth is spinning that you know of?
You have to do that by calculating the circumference.
Yeah, universe. Just 1 second. I'm letting Mr. WK kind of answer. Do you know the answer, WK?
So you mean how have we come up with this like velocity of the Earth, right? That's what you're asking.
Yeah. Well, who's the first person to actually measure that, or how can we measure it? Either one would be fine, because then we'll investigate who and then what method they've done. So we're looking for the method of how.
But when you say measure, you mean measure the velocity, the meters per second,
yeah.
right?
So how it's spinning at 1,000? Because they're telling us that it's spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, right? So.
Yeah, well, I guess we've deducted this from the well, I guess because we know the radius of the Earth, and we also know that we have a full spin every day, right? Because we infer that, well, because we turn around the sun, every day is a new day. So we have like after 24 hours, the Earth has fully spun. So I guess that's how we know it. I'm assuming.
All right, but here's the thing. If you think somebody figured it out, you just don't know the answer. You could say, I don't know, and it's fine. I'm not holding you to this. It's just I just wanted to know from your position if you knew the answer or not. If you don't know, that's fine.
We just told you the answer.
No.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure.
Let the gentleman speak for himself. We don't need anybody speaking for him. Thank you.
Well, I'm not sure. I'm just guessing from the known size of the Earth, plus the fact that we know that every day accounts from like an entire spin, so we can actually know the speed from.
Yeah, that's fine. The only thing I'm saying is that the size of the Earth is not known yet, right? Because that was the first question. Remember, who's ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, as in drop over distance? That was the first question. So the size of the Earth is not known. So we can't say that in this question. Yeah, but hold on, WK. So we can't say in this question that the size of the Earth is known. That's how we know that the Earth is spinning, and so on. You get what I'm saying? Like, we can't do that. Like, so either you know that we can go back to the first question if you want. If you think that the size of the Earth is known, do you think it's known?
Yeah, I think I was confused.
Let's go back to the first question. Let's. I don't want to make a misstep, so let's go and see if we can answer that one. Who's ever measured the curvature of the Earth, as in the drop over the distance?
Well, plenty of people. The first people were the Greeks, I think. Eratosthenes, right? Between Aswan and was it Cairo or Alexandria? I don't remember.
Syene and Alexandria.
Was it? You sure? I think Syene was later on.
I'm pretty sure.
Oh wait, no. There was Eratosthenes and Aristotle and.
No, you mean Eratosthenes.
Are
you talking about the guy who did the shadows, the shadow links?
I don't fully remember my high school classes, but I remember there was two guys.
Eratosthenes.
Yeah, sure. So the Greeks, I guess.
Yeah, but what do you think he'd done to figure out the size of the Earth?
Well, he used trigonometry.
No, I mean, like, yeah, I know math was involved, right? That's obvious. What did he do physically to demonstrate that the Earth is curving on its surface? What was his method?
Well, he didn't demonstrate that the Earth was curving, but he demonstrated that the size was like the radius is 6.371 thousand. Wait, let me check.
You could check, but I guess what I'm asking you is that if he's using this specific number, WK, that the size of the Earth is a sphere, then he would know that the sphere would have curvature on its surface, would he not?
Well, so the size and the curvature experiment is two different things. That's where I think we misunderstood ourselves. Is that I think there was actually two different experiments that were done, and the first one was I think it's the one you're referring to between Syene and Alexandria, and this one was it was I think they used like sticks and measured the shadow.
That's
Eratosthenes. They realized that
same. It's the same.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I don't know if you're thinking of two different ones. It's the same. That's the same one.
It's the same one?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's it.
Well, it's not. That's not it. You have to keep going. It's like my question was very specific. Do you know how they measured the curvature of the Earth, as in drop over distance? So if you're just telling me some information that's not articulating the point correctly, it's like you're not giving me the specifics. So I would just say
Yeah,
that you
well,
don't know, and we can go to the
yeah,
next
sure.
question.
Okay, sure. Let's say I don't know. Let's say I guess
Okay.
I forgot. But so can you explain me how they actually measured it?
Well, I can't get it. The method that I'm showing you right now is only 3 questions, and the reason why I can't give anything to you because it's me just asking what you know. That's all I'm doing. I'm just asking what you know about these questions. We can
Okay.
have a dialogue afterwards. I'm pretty sure everybody can jump in and talk with you, but I'm only asking you these questions to see what you know. That's all I'm doing.
Sure.
You get it? Okay. So the second question was back to the Earth spin, right? Because we didn't know the first one was answered. So the second question. How have they measured the spin of the Earth? You gave me an answer, but I was going to ask you some more relevant follow-up questions. So you said the night and day, or the sun moving across the sky. What was your answer to that, WK? How they
I
measured it?
said that I said that we measured it from the known rotation of the Earth we have plus its size. But I guess if you consider the first like the Greek experiment to be invalid, then I guess from your point of view, we do not know the Earth's size, right?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say I wouldn't go so far as to say that, but I would say that how you would articulate that would be that you didn't know how they derived the size. You know what I mean? Like you didn't know how they did it, but you think that they did it. Does that make
Sure.
sense? That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
So, in order for you to solidify the second point of the size of the Earth, then you would have to know how they've derived it. So, since you didn't know that, and you can't use it on the second question, the only thing you can tell me is either you know how they derived it or not, the spin of the Earth.
I mean, sure, but once again, I mean, my failure to answer your first question was simply that I do not remember. It doesn't mean the experiment was invalid or that they did not actually measure it. It's just me not remembering what I was
Yeah, but that's
taught in high
still
school, I guess.
what I should say is that in your mind, it only exists as a belief that they've done something. It's not something that you could validate in your mind. That's
I
the
mean,
problem I'm having. It becomes an issue because if you were able to recall the information and it stands out that you understand how something was validated, then I could say, yeah, you understand. But if you don't have it to substantiate your point, then you can't use it. It's not
well, I
able
mean,
to be validated. It's invalid
when,
right now, is what I'm saying.
sure, but when I learned about it, I actually understood it and could
Well, then
reproduce
you
it.
could recall it then now. That's what I'm saying. You could recall it. If it
Sure.
was that if it stood out that much and you could think about it, then yeah, I would say recall it and it would be something you could introduce into this conversation, but it's not right now. So it's like you saying, "Oh man, I know the winning lottery ticket, but I just don't know the numbers." Like you need to know that. That's the important key factor here. If you don't know it, that's invalid. You can't go forward. It's
Wait, but
so important.
I mean, sure, but that's why I'm probably not fitted to debate about. I mean, to be
Well, it's
honest, I
not a
wasn't
debate.
expected to be debating
No, it's not a debate,
Connor,
WK. Like this is, I promise you, it's not a debate. What I'm showing you here is either you know the information or not. That's the only thing I'm doing, WK. You know it or not. And I'm moving
okay,
to the
well,
next question. You know it or
I,
not. I'm moving to the next
I
question.
do not know it anymore. No, sure.
Okay, so the spin of the Earth. You know it or not? Who's derived that? I only got one more question. That's all.
The spin of the Earth. I mean, like once again, I can just tell you that I've known it, and we can Google it. But you're going to say that's not valid, right? So no, let's just.
Well, yeah. If you don't know it, just say you don't know it. I'm not. There's no gotchas here, man. It's just either you know the information or you don't.
Sure,
That's
sure.
all.
I don't.
Okay, so the last one would be I'm going to ask you a simple question and either tell me you do or not. Do you believe that we are in a cosmic vacuum, or do you know that we're in a cosmic vacuum? The Earth.
That's a good question. I don't know.
Sure.
I'm
No, that's fine. You don't listen. I'm not pressuring you to. I'm just what I'm doing is just based on what you know right now. That's it. So you say you don't know. That's fair. That's fair. So
I mean, also there's also part of me that I'm not a native English speaker, so I'm not sure of what vacuum means.
Space where satellites are and planets are flying around like that. Do you know if that is a cosmic vacuum? They tell us that the space is a vacuum. Have you ever heard that term before?
Well, I'm
Space
French,
vacuum?
so I haven't heard the word vacuum actually, but yeah, I guess I think we live in space at least.
Well, it's a belief. I said, do you believe or do you know?
I'm sure I believe, I guess. I
Okay.
don't know.
Well, yeah. So then I'll just conclude my three questions. My three questions are just something that I ask everybody. It doesn't, I don't cater to anyone. So the three questions are: do you know that the Earth is curving, and any validation for it? Do you know that the Earth is spinning? Any validation for it? Or do you know that we're in a cosmic vacuum? Or do you believe we're in one? And so the answer to all those is I don't know, right? I'm just gonna restate that to you now, just to make it clear, right?
Yep.
Curvature, spin, vacuum, or space. And I don't know, and I don't know, which means that to what it sounds like to me right now, at this current time, WK, you have a blind belief that the Earth is a globe. You don't know that it's a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. You just blindly believe it right now. Based on whatever information is out there, you know what I mean? Like, that's just being honest. Like, we're not trying to do a gotcha, just based on what you said. That's all the way it stands to be. Just
Yeah,
you believe it.
I mean, sure. I guess you could say I believe the Earth is a globe, but that doesn't make it flat, though. It's not because I believe that the Earth is flat, right?
Well,
And I
we
guess
haven't
also,
even we haven't got there yet. But what I'm saying is, like, just based on what you just told me, that's all you can do right now for the globe, which means you don't have an argument for the globe. You just have a belief that it is one. So
well,
for me to present, go ahead.
I tend to believe what the experts tell us, right? And then you can go into the conspiracy thing of oh, we're being lied to, etc. But yeah, I mean, sure. On my part, I'm sure it's a belief, but on the experts' part, I'm sure that they do actually know it's a globe.
Okay, which expert do you think would have the answers to the questions that I've been asking you? Who do you
I
think
don't
could
know,
answer them?
astronomers, physicists, mathematicians. I don't know.
I tell you what, I've been doing this for 10 years. If you know anybody that would like to have a conversation, you can invite them here and I will talk to them. But I want to demonstrate to you that even they don't know WK. Because I've spoken to astrophysicists, I've spoken to PhDs, I've spoken to cosmologists, I've spoken to all of the people you think you can appeal to right now. They all will say that it's just their best guess, WK. But it's weird because the people that actually think that it actually is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space, they have such great faith in that the Earth being a globe spinning in the vacuum of space that these other guys, they only say the things about the physics and the theory of gravity. These are all just best guesses that they have. They don't know. I'm serious. I'm being serious with you. This is what they tell us.
Sure.
So just from me to you, like, that's what I've done in the past 10 years. I've spoken with all these guys. They will only say, this is our best guess. We don't know. We just, have an educated guess about all these things. So, and, I have recorded, we all do, most of the 24/7 team in here, we have recorded audio clips of them admitting that. So, I
yeah,
know, the conversation gets pretty deep when we start talking about the minutia of, like, the different points that we bring up, and that's fine. I mean, but what tends to happen in here is a lot of people get really upset because they identify themselves with the Earth being a globe in the vacuum of space. So they want it to be a globe no matter what. And they think this is nonsense, so they tend not to want to have a conversation with us, and they get upset.
I mean, I guess in science there's always a part of believing, right? Hypotheses. And I believe that before the 20th century, people weren't actually 100% sure that the Earth was a sphere, although we had done like a ton of experiments. You can't always be 100% sure. You can always find the counter arguments. But the thing is, in the 1950s, we actually went to space for the first time. The first were the Russians, then we had the Americans. Like, today we can go to space. You actually have space tourism if you want. So I mean, I guess that's a pretty good evidence, don't you think?
Well, I would say that it's all hearsay. It's like a friend of yours telling you that he had caught a fish that was as big as a whale. Like, the only thing we can do is just hear the story and either choose to believe or not. So you have a choice, right? You could believe the story that, they have done all kinds of things in space and rockets, and they show videos of like the ISS and the globe and all that. You can believe all of that is true. At the end of the day, WK, it's only a belief. You can't validate any of that stuff. You can't go to the place that they're at. You can't check to see if they're saying anything what they're saying is true, or validate the images that they show you of the Earth looking like a globe from where they're at. You can't do any of those things. The only thing you can do is choose to believe it. That's it, my friend.
I do agree. That's true to an extent, but I'd say that with this logic, you can say that everything is a lie, and you can actually question everything. I can just say, wait, listen. With this logic, I could say, well, I think the Second World War didn't happen because someone just told me it did. I haven't seen it with my own eyes, and I cannot.
Well, I would tell you like this, man. So anything that anyone tells you, you could take it for that, right? Either you choose to believe or not. It's up to you, right? At this point. But the part where you can actually validate a method or test something to be true, that becomes empirical. Don't you agree?
Yes.
That's empirical is like the state where it doesn't matter if you deny it anymore. It's just a fact. That's just the way it is.
Yes.
Okay, so that's the thing that we're saying about the Earth. When we say that the Earth is flat and stationary, because I walked you through the method of how people just believe that it's a globe. Now I actually want to walk you through how people know that it's flat and stationary. If you want to have a conversation, I don't mind.
I mean, sure, but I just want to clarify to be clear. So, with my analogy, you think that we cannot be sure that Second World War actually happened, right? It's a belief in some way.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that monuments and things that were put in place that and in the context of like a great war that took place in our recent history. But there's a lot there that we can say that there's good evidence for it, right? Is what I'm saying. There's good evidence for that being the case. But you actually saying that you know that it was true, you don't have primary knowledge of it being true in that sense. Like, you can't empirically test World War II. You can see videos of it. You can see people that have told you testimony that they experienced this war. Maybe some old people that say that they endured it. Whatever the case. But for you, because you can't test it, it just becomes something that you either choose to believe or not, based on the evidence that was given before you.
Okay, well, yeah, sure. I mean, with that logic, I guess I agree with you. We can say that a bunch of stuff that happens, we aren't sure that they actually happen.
Right, and so my thing too was, when does something become verifiable or falsifiable? When does something cross that line, and now you can actually say, does it matter if you believe it or not? It's just true. When do you think something crosses that line?
You mean what? I guess there's a distinction. There's a difference between simply verifiable and like scientifically verifiable. For the scientifically verifiable, I'd say personally that you need empirical proof.
I think that the Earth is round.
Sure. Okay. How do you know that it's round, Fizz?
Because Google told me so.
Well, that's not very good. You just believe Google for that.
I believe everything Google tells me.
Oh, don't do that. You'll get yourself in trouble.
Sorry, King. I won't do that again.
Well, I mean, just saying, like, critical thinking has been like kind of something that has been lost in translation in just recent history. So what we do in this channel is we want people to engage with that again. That's all.
I am engaged. This is me engaged.
I know, but what I'm saying is, like, a lot of people don't think about things; they just accept them as a belief system.
Are
like
you
the Earth is a
atheist?
globe. No, I'm not.
What do you believe in?
Me, I believe in a creator, and
are you Christian, Muslim, Judaism?
Well, I mean, people use that term. I would say in that sense, for you to kind of think of what I am in that way, would be Christian. Yeah, I would say.
So you believe Jesus is the Son of God?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I disagree.
That's okay. A lot of people think differently, that's what this room's for. But here's the
Can I
thing.
ask you a question?
Sure, go ahead.
What's your opinion on Palestine versus Israel?
Wait, that's a
Oh.
totally unrelated debate, though. Like, we're getting lost.
But
I thought
a
it was related
question.
to the room. Yeah, it's fine, Fizz.
Oh,
I thought it
only
was
about you.
related
We can
to-
only talk about flat Earth. We can't talk about anything
Well,
else.
no, critical thinking in the regards of like, well, even that right there, like people choosing sides and all that. Like, I think you should choose the side of humanity versus like, whatever they want you to. People want red or white, like.
I want pink.
I know, but they want you to be binary with these ideas, right? Why do you have
But
to
I'm
be
not
binary?
I'm not a
Why
number.
can't? Well, no, what I'm saying though is like, what do you think about the Palestine war? Is kind of like putting you either you accept one side or the other, right? Why does it got to be that way? Why can't you say I want the betterment of humanity versus,
Because
like a
Israel's
specific?
stupid. That's my opinion. Please don't shout at me.
Listen. I'm not gonna shout on you. What I'm saying is, a lot of people have their own opinions of stuff, so that you are your own person, Anyway, just back to the point with the gentleman that I was talking to. If you have any questions about the flat Earth,
prove to me that the Earth is flat.
Can you want me to prove it to you? Sure.
Yeah.
Have you ever been to the beach, Fizz?
Yes.
Hold on. Somebody just said yes. I don't know if it was you, Fizz.
Yeah, we both said yes.
Okay.
We've been to the beach.
I was gonna say you changed octave in your voice. Yeah. So basically, when you take a large body of water and you look over the because water doesn't have elevation change like you would have on land. So
Can you say it in basic terms? I'm a bit stupid.
Well, I'll just tell you, like when you go to the beach and you see the horizon, it's pretty flat. It's pretty flat, right?
Yeah.
So the Earth isn't curving. So if there's any curvature, like to the Earth, on a large body of water, you'd be able to detect it, or at least be able to measure it in any way. But there's no curvature to be measured, right? So if there was any deviation from like
it's like
that
you know how one second, pause.
Sure.
You know, like curvature means like you only see it like if you see a sphere ball, like a sphere ball right now, like a sphere, right? And you see the way it like kind of like curves. If he's saying that if the world was like a globe or a sphere, you would when you look at the beach, you see the water, it should start to curve. But because when you look at the horizon, you just see flat. You would just see.
There's no measured curvature, Fizz. So you and your friend, you should think
That's
about
not my
it like
friend.
when you or whoever, or whoever.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no measured curvature because if there was, then any deviation away from that straight line, there would be some measurements there. We would be able to know.
But isn't the horizon showing curvature?
No.
What do you mean no? I think yes.
No, there's no curvature in the horizon.
Have you been to space?
The idea.
Horizon.
The idea. Go ahead, sir.
I'd just like to point out that the horizon argument, according to me, it's a fallacy because if we actually let's say I believe we live on a sphere, but if you do live on a let's say you live on a ball, right? Like visualize yourself, you're on the top of that ball.
Okay.
If you look in front of you, all of the sides are actually going to look straight because it's the point of view. But yes, same.
You're gay?
All right. No,
Yes.
we're not gonna get into that. No trolling in this room, Fizz. We're gonna stick to the topic.
No trolling.
Sorry.
Yeah, let's not do that. All right. So
Forgive me, Master. I have sinned.
No, we're not going to do that either. So if you're asking about the Earth having curvature and you said it's a fallacy, if everybody is like all of our primary experience looking at the horizon is that there is no curvature on it, then how is that a fallacy if everybody is seeing the same thing?
Because on this point of view, it's illogical for the horizon not to have any curvature.
Right. So that means it's not curving, right?
So wait, does that mean the moon is flat as well?
No, we're not talking about the moon right now. We're talking about the Earth.
No, but I'm thinking about like space and the way I see it.
Who put that in your mind, Fizz? Who put all space and all that stuff? Who put that in your mind?
My teacher.
Right. So have you ever asked your teacher how they know that space exists like they tell us?
Because their teacher told them, and then so on and so forth, and then
exactly. It's a tradition, Fizz.
Oh.
So they basically just handed you a tradition, and you just believed it like they did, and their forefathers believed it.
Oh,
You
so I'm just a
listen,
follower.
and the reason why
But
this
you're
is
a
a problem.
sheep.
Yeah, no, well, let's not go there. What I'm saying is, though, people just believe things that they're told based on an authority figure telling them. That's it. Like, have you ever checked it out? Have you ever said, "Wait, let me go and check to see if this actually really is the
I think
case"?
I'll only know if I ever go to space, but I don't think anyone's actually ever gone to space. I think that
Well,
the man on the moon
yeah,
was fake.
that argument is the same thing. If I said, "Well, I know Narnia exists. If I just go there, I just need to go to
I
Narnia,"
actually
and
love Narnia.
I
Sorry, off
know,
topic.
but
I
what I'm
love
saying,
Narnia.
the
Such a good movie.
analogy here is, if I go through a magical dresser, then I'm gonna go on the other side and talk to
Wardrobe.
a talking lion. So what I'm
Wardrobe.
saying is, yeah, wardrobe. Sorry, that's the thing
Okay.
though. If I go through a wardrobe and I go meet a talking lion, that'll be I can't do that yet. But when I'm able to, I'll know that the talking lion exists. That's what you say about space. It's like, well, somebody just told you that, and you just assume that you just take a rocket ride up there and go see, planets and stuff. It's like, that's just stories. Like, how can you
So,
verify any of that stuff?
so do you think planets are flat as well?
No, they look to us like they're circles in the sky. As far as shapes go, 3D shapes, there's no way
Yeah.
to verify that they are a specific spherical
Wait.
shape.
So when let's say I got what's that thing called, a telescope, and I look and let's say I'm looking at Venus, and because obviously I can't see that it's 3D and it looks like a circle to me. So then what does that mean then?
Well, it means that the story that they told you about it can only go so far, because you
So
can
life,
see something. You
so
can see
life's a
something.
simulation then.
No, I didn't say that, Fizz. What I'm saying is, what you can see with your observation is the only thing that you can tell. So when you look to that telescope, what can you say about the thing you're looking at?
That
I
it's a
would say,
circle.
next time you see that thing that you're looking at, try to name as many things as you can, and then compare it to what they're telling you, right? Because they obviously told you a story, but can that
You'd be a
story
great
that they
teacher.
well, I just want you to, Fizz, I'm only interested of you guys critically thinking about the things that you're being told. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you believe the earth is a globe or not, or excuse me, flat or not. Doesn't matter. I'm not here to, like, hey man, believe the earth's a flat. Like, I don't care. I want you to critically think about the world around you. That's the most important thing that you take away from this room, is to critically think about the world around you. That's it.
Whoa, that's really intense.
Well, yeah, because it's like, dude,
One
a
time,
lot of people,
one
a lot of
time,
people don't help other people like do this. Like, they just,
Yeah.
it's all
one
about
time,
arguing. And go ahead, Fizz. Go ahead.
one time, I got high, and then it was really scary, and I started believing life was a simulation. So
No,
now I
I
think
mean,
life's
people,
not real.
listen, I don't know if that's true or not, but I'm saying people believe a lot of stuff. Right.
So
So,
let's say, what would happen if I just walked on the street butt naked? Like, what? I'd get arrested and
no,
then
let's
what?
not do that. I feel like now is you're hitting that troll vibe. So
Oh.
No, I'm being
we can't
genuine.
do
Like
that.
life, like no,
We
but I'm
can't
just
do
saying,
that,
like,
Fizz.
you're
Fizz, we
just
can't do that.
breaking.
Fizz, we can't do that. Not
Oh.
this channel. We wanna actually get to people that are asking some questions, and you guys can do it too. But once we hit that troll vibe, it's a no go. Not in here. Maybe the other channels like that kind of stuff. We don't. We want to engage with people's critical, because nobody's ever going to do that to you, Fizz. Nobody's ever going to tell you, hey man, have you ever thought about this? Everybody's just, they want to troll the whole world. And you guys are young. I mean, I'll give you that. But I mean, at least for one moment, like
I'm
5 minutes of your life,
I'm not
just
that
try to
young.
just think about stuff,
I am
critically.
thinking.
Well, and this is important, right? Because later in life, it's going to help you. When somebody tells you something, you're like, dude, that's not true. And then you're going to be able to think about it. Anyway. So anybody else have any questions? We talked to Fizz, Kermit, WK. Welcome everybody to the room. 24/7 Flat Earth. We're talking
could you
about the
just
shape of the Earth. Go
could
ahead.
you unmute the universe scientist? I think he has some better arguments than me because I just basically forgot all of my high school classes, but he might remember them.
All right, but if he's trolling, he'll get sat back down. We don't want to do that, but it's the
Oh,
way it
we don't want
goes.
to do that. We don't like that here. No, that's a big no no.
Nope.
Big no
Go
no.
ahead.
Yeah, it's fine, WK, that you didn't see it earlier. It's fine. But yeah, one of the main things that I noticed that Alpha you said, you're talking about how we have no real way of measuring, like say for instance, instance, we wanted to measure the diameter of a planet, correct? We actually can. It's not that hard. It's something called oscillation. Basically, what that is we're just measuring like sound waves, like that's inside the planet or whatever. We can use that using like it's basically like X-ray or infrared. So you know how like on like a human, you can use X-ray. When you use special equipment, you're able to see. It's called helioseismology, and you're able to see like the sound vibrations of what's inside the planet, what's going on, and then you can map that out, and that creates a picture, and then we can calculate that picture. I do have some calculations here if you would ever need them, but you can calculate the picture and then be able to tell the size and diameter of said planet. So we actually do.
Do you have a citation for what you just said?
Yes, I do have citations and I do have calculations.
All right, put a citation in there for what you just talked about, so we can.
Okay.
I put in the
But
text.
you don't have measurements; you have calculations.
But you have to remember, even the citations. Like I only have one citation, but this isn't just like this is a known thing. This isn't like.
Oh, I'd like to take a look at it if you don't mind.
Okay,
I'll let that speak for itself. I know you gave me your version of it, but if you put a citation, I can look to see what the information came from.
Do you want me to send it? Can I send it through?
Just put it in the text channel. Why can't you do that?
Okay. Hold on, give me a second. Let me gather what I need. Hold on.
Yep.
Does heliocentric models saying anything about horizon in a literature?
Well, we got Ruben in the house. Ruben, welcome. Robbie DCG, welcome. We got some new people that are joining us. If you have any questions, please open up your mics. Perry Tricks, what's going on? I'd like to engage with your critical thinking, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully you guys can engage for a little bit.
Hello, dude.
Give me one
I
more second.
don't have a good microphone to talk, so I'm muted. Yeah.
You're speaking out. So did you have a question for us, Ruben? No? Okay. We got Officer Nogantonis. Welcome. If you guys have a question about the shape of the Earth or a question about flat Earth, go ahead and open up your mic and ask us a question.
What was that picture that someone posted with those electricity poles?
What electricity poles?
I don't know. It was like a picture where electricity poles went into with distance, and it shows like a flat surface or something. I don't know. It was like a.
Huh? I don't see any. I'm scrolling up. I
Someone-
don't see any. What you're talking about?
Yeah.
I was originally gonna post my calculations, but I realized I forgot to. Well, I did, but I only had the source for one of my calculations, which was how to calculate the measure of the sun. So I decided to just skip that and just send you the link or whatever. And then oscillation
Are there
was
2 links or 1 link?
There's 2 of them. There's 2 of them there. Sorry, I couldn't really, but yeah.
Let me go to the second one real quick.
But yeah, for oscillation, I forgot to put my sources or whatever. So you're probably gonna be mad at me because I just found one from NASA or whatever. But it's still relevant regardless because you can still calculate these things with
No, I
instruments.
don't care where this information comes from. To be honest,
Okay.
I just want to see if it's able to be validated.
Okay. Well, there's your information. But the first one is actually really interesting. It basically it's very interesting.
Hold on, I'm on the first one.
it.
I'm on the second one.
Okay.
The first one. Calculating the sun's photospheric temperature in undergraduate physics laboratory. Is there
yes.
any? There's let me see. There's 12 pages. It seems
correct.
Which one do you want me to go to specifically?
Go start at page. I would say page 3. Also, I do want to talk about your philosophy because you brought up something very odd. You said you were religious, and it's very contradictive to what you were telling our friend over here, WK. Very contradictive, and actually, it's kind of rude. So, but yeah.
Okay.
That's how we measure those things. There's a lot of math, a lot of trigonometry that goes into it. This isn't just this isn't the old days. We don't just theorize these things anymore. You know what I mean? We do them.
What specifically did you want me to look at here? Because I'm just seeing.
Oh, I was just you asked for the links regarding my explanation, correct?
Yeah, but you were talking about how they measure like water on a planet. I think is what you were saying.
No. Helioseismology. It's how we sound vibrations. When things vibrate, they make sounds. Correct. I mean, everything makes sounds. Even electrons make sounds. And it's like seismology here on Earth. You know how we can detect earthquakes and stuff. It's all vibrations. Now, when it comes to something that's a bigger celestial object or any celestial object, we can be able to determine how much sound is going on underneath its surface or whatever. So, for example, the sun is there's so much fucking going on, and when we're able to map out what that sound creates and stuff, we can literally just use that and figure out diameters and circumferences and even like temperatures and stuff. Well, actually, no. Temperatures is different. That has nothing to do with oscillations. But
the Earth has to be flat. It's gotta be flat.
All right. So on the PDF that you put in there for the calculating the sun's photospheric temperature, I think that's what it was. Calculating the sun's photospheric temperature. I'm gonna put this in the text channel for you guys to look at.
Yeah.
I took a little snippet or a screenshot. If you guys can see the screenshot that I just posted, I think there's an issue there. Can you see the issue?
Nature of the sun is complete and is important.
The diagram specifically.
You're correct, Miguel, but we don't know everything, but we can still figure shit out. It's not like we just don't know. There's still some things that we figure out.
I know.
Yeah,
the angle of intersection with the horizontal level surface in diagram B.
That's what I was pointing out. How convenient.
I didn't know I saw that.
How convenient.
Level surface.
Hey man, I didn't put it there. I'm just using what you posted, so don't say it's anything I done. I didn't. Don't blame me. I'm just pointing out.
Do you even know what that has to do with the entire thing?
Yes.
Or were we just searching for pictures here?
No, I'm actually scanning these pages, right? I'm skimming through. But I mean, we're just looking at what they're talking about, this photospheric temperature.
Because this isn't even about the Earth being round or anything. We're talking about temperature. This is different. This has nothing to do with the Earth being round.
I know.
Oh my god!
I'm fine with that.
Why all this story then?
That's fine. Like you just posted something. It's maybe what you wanted to talk about. Let's see. The second one.
But he
Surface.
said Miggy has nothing to do with the shape. That means we can speak about everything else what has nothing
No,
to
it's
do with the
fine.
shape.
Listen, he posted something from NASA, solar science,
okay.
surface waves, and helioseismology. For those
It's
of you who
not
didn't know.
all from NASA though. So and there's
doesn't matter, though, to
there's
me.
plenty of sources that aren't NASA.
No, it
Okay, well,
it really doesn't matter.
Just err on the side of caution and bring your coat.
Here, let me post it for anybody who doesn't know or didn't see the link. This one, he posted that one.
But there is also diamond ring.
Every time somebody has information, I want them to post what they have. It's better that you have something to post and we look at it versus you don't have something.
Here's the peculiar thing about you, Alpha, is I can show you all of this information, but I'm very certain that you're gonna stick towards a solipsistic view on this.
Rejection noted.
That's you have a very contradictive view of the world. I'm just letting you know that. You have very contradictive. Especially considering the fact that you said you're a Christian. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to that. You're Christian, okay.
That's being rude. I'm a cunt at the moment.
Doesn't matter what he is.
Okay.
Just character assassinating him. Oh, I feel this and I feel that. There's lots of people in this room that have got the ability to read through this shit that you've posted, mate.
What did you say, Jedi? Sorry, I couldn't understand you.
Well, then fuck off.
Okay, I wasn't being a dickhead, but I was just saying I couldn't understand.
You were starting to be a dickhead to Alphas, that's why I interrupted.
No,
oh, Alpha, you're like this.
I wasn't being a dickhead. I'm trying to help him understand.
You was. You're just a dickhead. So has this got nothing to do with the shape of the Earth? Or
it does. It does. It really does. It really does. I don't know why you're getting angry, but it does.
Because I don't like dealing with dickheads.
We talk about a thing that we talk about in here a lot is morals and how we view the world and trusting it, whether or not to trust information. And Christianity is the worst way to ever counter something. So that's where I was going with it.
No, I didn't counter anything.
I know you didn't counter it, but
what a dickhead.
All right. Well,
the
you're
lady
choosing
just asked
to get
me.
angry at
The
it.
lady just asked me if I was a Christian. She was like, "Are you a Christian?" I was like, "Yeah."
Wait, so like, are you like, how do you like believe in Christianity? Like, how is that? How does that logic work for you in comparison to not believing information about the world around us?
What is that? What do you? Wait a minute.
Because
What?
you're having a tendency, correct, to believe information that is literally told to you. If someone puts a book in front of you and says, "By the way, what's in this book is real."
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. So the
I
creator.
would like to understand that.
Told you,
the creator has laid a foundation for us to understand who the deity is. So the creator put in the book that we can understand that the creator is who he says he is by nature being what it is. So nature and the laws that it abides by are the invisible qualities of the divine nature of the creator. So we can understand that. You want me to tell you, or
no? Go on. Sorry.
You go ahead and interrupt me if you want. Go ahead. What you got? Something?
No. I don't want to be rude. I don't want to be rude. Go on.
Gonna stop being rude now.
Well, I just wanted to say that the divine nature of the creator can be known through all of creation. So what we see out there in reality is what the footprint or the fingerprint of God. So we can understand that God exists because we know intelligent design is there in front of our eyes. So we know all of creation has been made by intelligence, because that's the only way that you can have information from an information giver, information that's put out into the world of how things are made, and the intricacies of like human biology and animals and plants and such, like all of that. The intricacies of nature were all made by a intelligent designer, for sure, 100%.
you're still not explaining how you believe it's true. You're just saying that it is true because it is. But how do you come to that conclusion? And then how do you take that conclusion and apply that to the logic of the world that we're in? Because the scientist that wrote how much circumference the Earth has is just as much telling information as a divine creator also providing with information.
He's getting mixed up with. He doesn't know what geometry is.
No, because
Oh, he hasn't got a clue.
that's funny.
It is. This conversation is completely pointless. We want to talk about the shape of it is. We want to talk about the shape of the Earth, and now you're going into.
I'm talking to Alpha, not you. I would like to talk to Alpha, please.
We're all here. We don't enjoy this conversation. It doesn't seem to be talking about the topic of the room. You just seem to be trying to get at Alpha for some reason because he's a Christian.
No, I don't care if he's a Christian. I don't care if he's a Christian. It's his logic that's not making sense to me. That's it. I'm not trying to get like you can believe whatever you want, but bro, I'm not
his logic? What is his logic?
Alpha.
The Earth is measured.
Come back.
Dude. Fuck all to do with a fucking Christian.
Because I noticed you went quiet and you're not saying anything.
Okay,
so I would like you to please explain what I.
Fuck off.
I mean, to be honest, you guys are trying to mute him, but he did have a good point. Like,
No, he didn't. No, he didn't have a good point at all. He doesn't even know the difference between geometry and science. Hello? He don't got no point. He don't know his arse from his elbow.
I'll tell you what.
That doesn't matter in the argument you were making, though.
You explain his point or her point, whatever fucking point it was. You explain it.
No, it was interesting where he was going. Like, you kept cutting him. How do you want me to know where he was going?
Explain the point, man.
So you can't explain the point, even though you said, "Oh, he's got a good point."
Yeah, because
explain the point, man.
The point was there is an inconsistent in the logic of believing the Earth is flat and saying that, oh, you just believe everything you hear because the scientist told you the Earth is round, therefore it's round. But then he listens to everything the Bible tells him to believe to. That's the inconsistency.
How do you even
not
know
Bible,
that?
man.
How do you even know that? No, you're fine. This is somebody else trying to do the same thing. I've got absolutely no idea whatsoever. You're just trying to build some really, really flimsy.
He said that he's a Christian and believes in the Bible. That's what he said.
You're just a prick.
You know, the Earth's measured flat, mate. Right?
You're not providing any argument. You're just insulting me. That's not very convincing.
Would you like okay, no problem. But the Earth is measured over distances of water to be horizontal. Would you like those measurements? We can start with elevation angles to terrestrial celestial objects, if you want, which require the surface of the Earth to be horizontal. If you want the argument, which is what I want,
another topic,
you can do that. Not interested in someone's epistemology about what are you talking? Don't understand it. You're like the last little bitch, aren't you?
That's not the fucking topic, bro.
What, the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, that's not the topic. That's not what they were discussing, were they?
It is. It is the topic of the room. You're in the wrong room. Do you need directions? Do you need directions to another room? The subject of this room is the surface of the Earth.
Okay, then say that to them, not to me.
I just
doesn't
did.
make this point relevant.
Fuck off. You obviously don't know why you're here. What is wrong with these people today? They don't even know why they're in the room. Let's go back to this little bitch.
Just tell them. Jedi, why you don't go and tell them?
Yo. Why are you just like insulting like that? You're like, what are you trying to do here?
Do you want to talk about the shape of the Earth, mate?
This is about the shape of the Earth. This is about logic. What are you talking about?
I'm more interested in the measurements of the shape of the Earth, not how anybody else can believe in the Bible.
No, you can't just run away from that. You guys use it all the time. Did he not say, like, literally, like, not that long ago? Oh, well, so he said to, like, the Phys girl or whatever. Oh, so you're just gonna believe what people tell you, and that's what you're gonna go by?
Flat,
that's
mate.
logic.
Flat. It's measured flat, mate.
This isn't a belief. It's not measured flat. First of all, it's observed as flat.
It's not a belief.
No, it's measured flat, man.
It's so flat. It's used as a horizontal plane.
Guys, you're avoiding.
No, do you want to see that? Do you want to see that?
The point is logic, and you're not using.
Do you want to see logic how it's measured flat?
Prove that it's measured flat because I have
Do you
all.
want to see? I'm
Dude,
asking you. Do you want to see that? Do you want to see
yes,
that?
I do because I have calculations
Okay, great.
proving that the
Can we
Earth is
show you
round.
that?
He's got
But
calculations.
right now, that's irrelevant.
Ooh.
You've got
You're
Can we
calculations.
show
avoiding.
you that? Can we
Let's
show
have
you
those
that?
then. Let's have those calculations. I guarantee
Notice how you're.
every measurement. Hello. Guarantee that every first primary measurement is going to be of a flat Earth. What you do secondary to that with your calculations is up to you. But you are going to be measuring a flat Earth.
No, you're not. Because when you apply those, if you apply, listen, if you apply those calculations, if you apply those calculations to a flat Earth.
Not talking
All
about
right.
calculations.
So we're being a child right now. We're being a child right now.
Measurements, not calculations. Measurements. Give me,
that's
give me the measurements.
Same fucking thing, bro.
No, they're not. You idiot. You fucking idiot. No, they're not.
Yeah,
measurements and calculations are not the same thing. You fucking idiot.
Bro, dude, if you apply,
Let's have your measurements then of the globe Earth. Let's have those measurements, please.
Okay, but dude, a measurement is a fucking product of a calculation. Are you dumb?
No, you can make calculations based upon measurements, but measurements are primary and calculations are secondary. Would you like a university citation for that? Dumbass.
You're funny.
Yeah, so give me your calculations of a globe Earth.
Give me your calculations of a flat Earth. The fuck?
I'll have
You know the calculations and the measurements of a globe Earth.
You know what an elevation angle is?
Dude,
That's a
you already know
measurement.
this. You already know this. You already know this. You already know this. Where's yours?
Are you scared now?
I'm scared. You avoided the. It wasn't even you. You jumped in to save your little friend Alpha. He avoided the conversation completely.
I'm more interested in you and your quote unquote measurements of a curved surface.
I don't care. That's not what I was talking about. I can get to that later.
No, we're going to get into that now. We're going to have this conversation about the shape of the Earth. You're not going to go back to Alpha and his epistemology about Christianity, which are two completely different things. One's faith-based and the other one's completely measurement-based. Two completely different things. So try not to juxtapose those two.
No, it's not, because you're observing the globe as not measurement-based. This is the same thing as faith-based. Faith-based is not measured. Neither is your version of the globe Earth.
The globe. Where do you observe the globe, mate?
2 seconds. What's an elevation angle? What's an elevation angle?
I'm not engaging in a conversation with you. You are rude. I was not talking to you. I was talking to.
Fuck off then. You don't get to run this conversation, dude. Right, where's this other little bitch, WK? Maybe you've got a measurement of the globe Earth.
I feel silly pointing this out, but TV isn't evidence. Just FYI. When you see these images, that's not evidence. I feel really silly pointing that out, but it should be
They don't
obvious.
all realise they're going on about these globe measurements. They're all flat Earth measurements. The distance to the equator from Polaris is a flat Earth measurement. Fuck all to do with the globe.
Oh, he said we observed the globe.
Oh, I know.
Where? On TV?
On telly.
There's a Tesla in space. Come on, guys. Jeez. It looks so fake. It must be real.
Why don't you guys let him tell his globe story? You know you haven't heard it before, right?
He didn't want to talk about the globe, did he?
I went silent not because I didn't want to speak to him, because I was eating popcorn. I didn't want to talk to him because I wanted my popcorn.
Yeah, sure.
Welcome back, Kevel.
Hevel was feeling a little bit disgruntled when I had a conversation with him earlier. Right, Hevel?
You still didn't answer my question.
What was your question?
How do you explain to yourself that when the Earth is flat and I do a world travel, why do I just don't fall down there?
What?
Oh my god.
If the Earth
I
is
mean,
flat,
it's a
why
flat
haven't I
surface,
fallen
right?
down the hole yet?
Oh my god.
Well,
If
if
I'm
you
just
did world
going to
travel,
the
if
tip
you did
end,
world
I'm just gonna
travel, it
fall
sounds
over,
like
right?
you did a good job of staying on the world. That's why.
No, but how does it work? I don't get
How does
your
how does
understanding
going
how
around
this
in a
works.
circle work? When I go around in a circle, have I ended up where I started from? How are these
Because
things possible on a flat? Oh no!
if
Now
you
we've got
think
somebody
that
else who decides they want to talk all the way
humans
through that
are
fucking
attracted to the
structure.
center of this is the only way it is.
I'm not
It's like
surprised.
being in a
Alpha Game.
it's like being in a psychiatric ward. I'm in a psychiatric ward right now.
Yeah, you are. Bend over, mate. I've got something for you. You're going to like this, but not a lot.
It's like dealing with fucking psychopaths. That's all I can explain it as. Psychopaths on a mental institution ward talking absolute fucking nonsense. What's going on with these people?
I'm not surprised.
Andy,
Alpha
hold
didn't.
my beer. I haven't seen you in a while, man. Where you been?
Oh man.
Into the edge of the earth, man.
Yeah, so how do you explain it? It's a simple question, right?
It's measured flat, mate. You don't live on a globe. You experience
Yeah,
everything flat and stationary, but your body and your physical tells you that, but your mind is telling you something else. So you're in conflict with yourself. Yeah, it's a
Oh,
psychiatric
that's
problem.
logical. I
Yeah,
would fall down at the other point.
Yeah, you've got a psychiatric
So
problem.
why
Because,
don't I fall down?
because you've got a psychiatric problem. You need to live on a globe, but you're experiencing flat and level, and your
that
brain
has
and your
nothing
body.
to do with the mental state.
Can I ask him a question? If I don't know that what you ask, that means that Earth will be spherical. Because if I say I don't know answer that question, now Earth will be spherical.
I don't understand what you're talking.
Because you said, how can you explain how I will not fall off of the edge? And if I tell you I don't know, that means Earth is spherical.
That's a simple question. It's a simple
I
question.
told you I
You don't
don't
even have
know
to do
about
any
any.
calculation.
I don't know
I'm
about
just
any
asking
edge,
for
and not now. I don't know about any edge.
Theory standpoint.
Yeah,
You
but
don't know
we
where
don't
the
know
edge
about
is,
any
mate.
edge.
Listen,
About what edge you are speaking?
we don't know about this edge, but we know the distance to it, if there was one, would be flat and horizontal.
So
but no one's ever got there.
Does your flat Earth have a edge?
Do you know what? I will help
It's
you.
your
You know
flat
what
Earth, mate.
Otherwise, it would be infinitely big.
It's your flat Earth,
No,
mate,
I
not
can
mine.
tell you what flat Earth has. You know what flat Earth has? The flat Earth has flat surface. You know, water, ocean.
Sea level. Sea
it's
level.
flat. And we call that sea level. And every country sea level in every language.
Horizon.
Even people who countries who doesn't have the sea, they have mountains above the sea level.
So you think that? Yeah, but you think that the Earth is flat, right?
Can you tell me why I think like?
You just said it, right?
Yeah, but can you tell me why I think that Earth is not a globe?
Because you cannot take simple calculations and problems away.
No, that's not why. Can you try again? Why these people? If you know the answer, you will know the position of these people. Why these people don't believe that Earth is a globe?
Instead of actually accounting like simple problems, you just ignore them. That's why you believe in flat Earth.
No, that's not the reason.
Nowhere near true.
Okay, so explain that problem to me that I just showed to you.
Well, why don't you fall off the edge of the Earth? Where do you think the edge of the Earth is? Do you think it's in America?
I don't think there's the edge of the Earth because I think the Earth is a globe.
Dickhead. Now I'm going to lose my patience with you. According to us, where do you think the edge of the Earth is? Is it in America? Is it in Europe? Is it in the Pacific Ocean? Where do you think the edge of the Earth is?
No, because that's what you believe. So you have to tell me where the
I'm asking you a question, dumb
edge
fuck. So according to us, where do you think the edge of the Earth is?
I don't think there's an edge of the Earth. I think it's a sphere.
According to us. Is there a language barrier here?
Yeah, I'm just asking for yours. I don't.
Yeah, so why were you asking why you didn't fall off?
It's because I want to know where you actually. Because the Earth is
How
not
far did you
infinitely
go?
big, and so it must have an edge, right?
Where did
How
you
do you
go
know how
to
big
find
the
it?
Earth is? Do you think that we know
the
how
Earth?
big the Earth? Sorry, maybe I should speak slow, and you should shut the fuck up so you can understand what's being said to you. Do you
Oh, that's so
think
funny,
that
man.
do you think that we know how big the Earth is?
Yeah, I think we know that.
No, according to flat earthers. You really have got a language barrier, haven't you?
That's
I'm
not
I'm not
that's not
talking
even
about the
needed.
globe Earth. Listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. Do
Yeah, to the gibberish
think
out of your mouth.
that we, quote, flat earthers, unquote, know how big the Earth is?
You're not answering me.
I'm trying to help you.
Yeah, you're just working around. You're trying to deflect
No,
this
literally,
problem.
I'm the only person who's going to try and engage with you.
Okay,
You
just say
better
it in one sentence
appreciate
right
that.
away. Come.
You better appreciate that someone is trying to engage with you.
I don't give a shit about what you talk. I
Then
don't give a
fuck
shit.
off.
Okay, so you don't need to talk then.
You don't need to talk, being as you don't want to hear the answer. Weirdo. Ask a question.
I'll tell you
Doesn't
what.
want the answer.
I'll tell you what. If there was an edge of the Earth and I knew where it was, I would give you the directions to it, mate, and push you off myself.
See, this is a funny thing. Because you want the direction, just point in a direction. Any direction. As long as it's not up or down. Any direction.
I can't verify any. I don't know about domes or ice walls or anything like that. But I mean, the guy's talking about like an edge. I don't know. Does he think that we think it's a coin-shaped disc in space? Is that what you think? Because I've never heard any flat earthers talk about that. I've seen that straw manned. I've seen this argument put in by anti-flat earthers, and seen these memes. But no, that's ridiculous. Obviously, we don't think it's a coin. There's a disc that's in your heliocentric model. And by the way, if you're talking about questioning your own cosmology, talking about your edge, what's at the fucking edge of yours, by the way? Because they're talking about, expansion into what, by the way? Nothing, just exploded into what? The outer space of outer space?
There was a lot of them doing this yesterday about the edge and falling off and want to know where the edge is. But at the end of the day, forget the edge and all this talk, right? Deal with what we've got under our feet and measuring that, yeah, over large distances. And you'll find that it's flat, level, and horizontal.
Well, I guess it's fun to
to
speculate, isn't it? One day, that's the thing. But yeah, I get a bit, I get a bit spurgy, Hevel, when people start talking about domes, and I don't know anything. I've never seen a dome. So yeah, I just go, I don't know. But that doesn't mean, like Sasha said, the Croatian thing. He said, just because we don't know doesn't mean, then it's automatically globe, does it?
Are we live on YouTube right now? Because that shit would be
I've no idea.
such a... You guys are just be blaming yourself on the internet.
It's just a very small piece of investigation to figure out if we're on YouTube. Scroll up, and the YouTube bot's in here. Do you need a flat earther to point out what's going on?
Oh yeah.
And that's so funny, man. I don't get why you simply can't take the point that your theory is not finished. There's
What do you
so
mean,
many
not finished?
problems, and you simply
why you have to
stay
fall
on
off?
this because that's
Why
what
you
you
have to
always believed in, and
problem?
that's what you always have to believe in.
No, that's not true. I've only been a flat earther for 9 years.
Reason why you believe in a flat earth.
Because it's measured to be horizontal. There is no curvature to the water. The Earth is used as a horizontal plane of reference with regards to engineering, communication, navigation, and so on. So the Earth is practically... Oh, no, still going to talk, are you? Well done.
Yeah,
Go
talk
on,
your
carry
shit
on.
and then
You've obviously got to fucking come all the way through my conversation, so get it out and try.
Jedi,
But why did that guy
Jedi.
say
Sorry,
it's...
guys. Sorry. I want to ask Jedi something. Jedi, can he repeat now what you said?
Of course not. He wasn't fucking listening.
I wasn't listening.
Can you repeat what Jedi said? You asked why. You asked Jedi why you believe that Earth is flat, and Jedi answered to you. Can you repeat what he answered to you?
Of course not. He's got no clue what was just said to him. He just ignored
he
it because he's
asked you,
talking.
Jedi, why
I know.
you believe that.
I know.
cannot comprehend stupidity.
See, there you go. Do you know
asked,
what
man.
measurement is? Let's try it again. Hevel, do you know what measurement means? I know English isn't your first language, so I'll try and walk you through
I
it.
have a PhD in physics. You don't need to tell me.
Okay, so you understand that a measurement of the surface of the Earth would be first-hand knowledge, correct?
Measurement of the Earth's surface. How do you measure the angle? What else do you measure?
An angle?
You can measure the distance. And...
An angle. So you understand, what's the definition of an angle, Mr. Physics?
What's the definition of an angle?
Yes.
It's the... I can't explain it to you in English, but it's the... Why do you want me to tell you what an
Why are
angle is?
you
I
attempting
think
to
you know
do
what
it
an
if
angle
you
is.
can't do it? Why are you attempting to do it if you can't do it? Just say I can't do it.
That has nothing to do with...
It does.
It has
See,
nothing
the
to
thing
do
is,
with
you're
what you're
too
talking
stupid.
about.
It does. You're just too stupid to realise it. So you understand that an angle is the intersection of two straight lines, 90 degrees.
Yeah, sorry.
40
English is my second language. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Sorry.
so you don't have to interrupt when someone's trying to speak clearly, so you do understand. You said that you don't understand why this has got any relevance. I'm gonna try and explain it to you, sunshine. So sit the fuck down and listen. An angle
Untriggered.
is the intersection
Professor.
between. An angle is the intersection of two straight lines, isn't it? Like 90 degrees, yes? You understand that?
That's an example for an angle, yeah.
Yeah, good. Can you have an angle and measure 90 degrees if one of your lines is not straight?
Again, please.
So, question for you. Can you measure an angle if one of your lines is not straight?
No.
Awesome. So we understand that with regards to navigation of the Earth, we use elevation angles to terrestrial objects and stellar objects like sun, moon, and stars. The very fact that we're measuring an angle up from the surface of the Earth requires the surface of the Earth to be one of your straight lines. If the surface of the Earth was curved, you would not be able to measure an elevation angle up from the surface of the Earth for things like celestial navigation.
No, that's not
Yes,
true. You can.
it is.
It is on a wider scale. It is curved, but if you
On a wide
make the
scale, so I
distance,
haven't given,
the
I haven't
smaller
given you.
you make the
Excuse me.
distance,
I haven't
the
given
more
you
you lose the
scale yet.
curvature.
I haven't given you scale yet, but I'll give it to you. Between you and the ground position of a star, which is directly underneath that star, where it intersects the Earth at an angle of 90 degrees, the distance between you and the ground position of that star can be 4,000 miles. Now, where's your fucking scale now?
How do you come to that claim? Give me evidence, please.
Okay,
What
would
are
you
you
like know?
What are you
Do you know
referring
what
to?
celestial navigation is? Would you like me to walk you through celestial navigation? Would you like that?
Celestial navigation. Give me a second.
Yes.
I just look it up. Mm-hmm. Oh, this thing. Okay. Yeah.
Do you know when? So you've always defined that you understand what an angle is, and an elevation angle is, say, for example, the sun's altitude above the horizon. Let's call that 45 degrees. Very fact that we're talking about angles necessitates the surface of the Earth which we are measuring from and navigating across to be horizontal one of
Yeah.
your straight lines in your angle.
But why didn't you refer to my point? The smaller you make, let's say the smaller you make those distance at which you measure this angle, the less curvature you will have.
Do you remember the bit where I said 4,000 miles? Yeah, 4,000 miles. Do you know what Polaris is?
It's a star.
Awesome. So you understand latitude lines are derived from elevation angles to Polaris. 90 degrees North Pole directly underneath Polaris, 0 degrees at the equator, 45 degrees halfway between the equator and Polaris. These are elevation angles to the star called Polaris, requiring the surface of the Earth to be a horizontal plane of reference for you to measure up from to get your elevation angle to Polaris and your latitude coordinate system.
I don't know what you're referring to, but I don't have the specific information to talk about this topic. If you want to, you can talk to someone else about this, but I would just be asking you about basic things that you cannot answer with your theory.
Like what? Why
I think you might be wrong there, Jedi.
Why haven't I fallen off the Earth yet? Is that a basic question, is it?
I also think you might be wrong, Jedi, because the apparent distance from the North Pole to the equator is what you've just explained, but it is actually a flat Earth measurement. So there is a distance to the equator which is measured using flat horizontal sea level. So you do know what we're talking about. It's the distance to the equator.
Yeah.
Flat Earth measurements.
Wait, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
What? I've fallen off the Earth yet?
So apparently, if we are at the poles of the Earth, there is a specific event which is called polar night or polar day. You know that, right? They have like over the course of 3 or 6 months, only sun or only night. And how do you explain that with a flat Earth?
Well, we've just explained how the Earth's measured flat from Polaris at 90 degrees back to 0 at the equator. So it is flat. So whatever's happening in the sky, if it is happening at all, that is, has got nothing to do with the measurement we've just told you is happening on the ground. It's a flat Earth measurement. That anything else is irrelevant now. We know it's flat.
You didn't answer my question.
It's irrelevant to the information we've just provided.
I want you to.
I don't know anything about the lights in the sky, mate. I'm just telling you Earth is measured flat.
Yeah, but how do you think that the sun revolves around the Earth?
It's got nothing to do whatsoever with the ground
measurement.
It's got nothing to do with the ground measurements I've just told you about, from Polaris to the equator, using flat Earth elevation angle measurements. It's got nothing to do with that.
Because it makes no sense.
Are you giving me a different measurement than
every
that?
area lighted the same. That makes no sense, man.
Are you going to give me a different measurement to the equator using that method that you're just talking about, the light in the sky?
About light in the sky? No, I just don't get
Is this a new measurement?
That the light will travel around.
Measurement that you're offering? Are you saying the distance to the equator is incorrect?
Am I saying that what of the equator is incorrect?
Are you telling me the distance from Polaris, GP, to the equator is incorrect?
I don't have any knowledge about this topic.
Well,
I'm not even asking you about this. I'm asking you about observable on the Earth.
Yeah, I don't know anything about them lights in the sky, mate. All I do know is that the Earth is measured flat. And I've just explained how.
No, but that's something you cannot explain with your model, right? How do you want the Earth to revolve around the sun when you're a flat surface and the poles would be enlightened every single cycle? That makes no sense. Because we have a certain cycle where
we don't
3
have
months
poles.
or something.
We don't live on a globe, mate. We don't live on a globe. There's no poles. It's flat, stationary. We just explained how
no
it's measured.
poles.
No.
So Arctic and Antarctic are just basic inventions.
Yeah.
They don't exist.
Nope.
Wow. That makes no fucking sense. What you're talking right now.
Exactly. Yeah, you're correct there, mate. Makes no sense. Welcome to Flat Earth.
It makes no fucking sense what you're right now talking. You're just trying to cope with this model that has so many inconveniences by just saying that doesn't exist and this doesn't exist. So apparently gravity also doesn't exist, right?
Which one?
What do you mean by which one?
Which gravity are you talking?
Gravity, man. What types of gravity are there? I mean, by Einstein's definition.
Right, so mass definitely not mass attracting mass then.
What? No. Bending of space-time.
All right, okay. Bending and warping in space-time.
Bending of space-time through mass, which causes different elements to, which causes different objects to in need of traveling greater distances.
Is it a pulling force in that? I can't remember. Because I don't think there is I don't think there is a pulling force. I think it's all just push.
No,
Pressure.
in Einstein's theory there is no pulling force, but we can also go with Newton's theory. Newton said there is a pulling force.
That's not correct. Newton wrote a letter about it. That's not correct. That's not correct. Newton wrote a letter and said, I don't want to have anything with gravity, and that's absurdity.
And you said you didn't want to talk about Newtonian gravity.
No, wait.
Newton wrote a letter. Did you know, guy, that Newton wrote a letter saying that he doesn't want to have anything with the gravity?
Okay, send it into the chat. I want to see it.
Okay. Just a second.
Yeah, send it right away. I want to see it.
Yeah, I've got that one too, Sasha. Actually,
that's pretty crazy. If he,
yeah, that's. I know that it's pretty. For me,
anyways,
also was pretty crazy when I find out that letter.
It is inconceivable that inanimate brute matter.
Oh, Andy, thank you.
I've got all the memes.
Where's the source for that?
I have that with the source.
You just sent me the text into it. I mean, what is your source for that?
Schroer P.B. de Broek, Scientific and Philosophical Legacy 1988. It's written there. You can type it and search on Google.
Just a quickie though, all this talk about whichever gravity you're talking about, this will not dispute the fact that I've just explained, that we live on a flat Earth and that's how it's measured. You can talk about this so-called gravity as much as you want, but we've just pointed out and give you examples and demonstrations of how we know it's flat. It's measured like that from Polaris to the equator. Anything else now is irrelevant to the shape of the Earth. So
I'm gonna go to the poles, take a picture, post them in this chat. Then I will take a world travel around the world and show you that I don't fall off the edge, and then you will finally believe me.
Can you do that, please, and come here and show all that trip videos, and I will be glad that this flat Earth server closed forever.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
If you could do the north to south circumnavigation, that'd be great. I'd be happy with that. See if you could like go, up and over or under the globe, come out the other side. That'd be great if you could show me that.
Or you know what, Andy, would be great. You can do easier way. You can go in literature of the heliocentric model. You can find out the geometry, size, everything, and then it will tell you there is a geometrical horizon on 1.22 miles. Every book will tell you that. Then you will go to the beach, you yourself, and you will check that what Google and all education saying. It's there. It's on 1.22 miles. If it's not there, then it's on you what you will believe or not.
Well, I mean,
I don't get a word when you're shouting into your microphone.
I'm saying if you take a basketball You can find out that basketball is the size about, I don't know, 30, 40 centimeters. It's not like a 20-meter size ball, you know. You will find out that when you take a ping pong ball, you will find out that is a 1-2 centimeter small ball, you know. But when you find out that this ball, it's not that ball, then you will find out that this is not a ball.
He's talking about the geometric horizon. He's talking about where we're supposed to see it from like a 6-foot observer. We're supposed to see it at 1.2 miles.
Not only that, Andy, I'm speaking about every sphere. That means ping pong ball, basketball, bouncy big ball, and every ball, even ball bigger than this supposable Earth. It's, let's say, 100 times bigger ball than Earth size. It's also ball, and you can calculate everything on that ball, you know, distances, drop, and everything.
But that's what I'm going to say. We just end up in this infinite bloody refraction argument then, and that's annoying.
If I'm gonna bring myself to the same ratio as the ball and my size right now, in comparison to the Earth, I would have the same situation that I would perceive the flat.
No, you will not have that situation. You will have this situation. I will tell you what situation we will have. You will calculate this with 6 foot height, how much I can see on this sphere, and it will give you the results. And the results is something about 3 miles. And that's not correct when you do observation in reality. That means you will see more than 3.
Well, it can't be correct, can it? Because we've just demonstrated the GP bloody Polaris to the equator, and it's all flat Earth measurements. So all that is absolutely ludicrous to even think about that now.
Yeah.
So you guys make up your belief of the flat Earth based on simple watching of the horizon?
No, we measure it from Polaris to the equator. We've just explained that several times.
Okay, how do you measure it? Show it to me.
I'm not going over it again. You've been explained 3 times to you. It's all flat Earth, elevation angles. Now you're talking about gravity. Now you're talking about other things. All that's irrelevant. We know the Earth's
Measure
flat.
it in the chat. I want to have it in the chat then.
You know the distance. Sorry, mate, go on.
You said that we are speaking about horizon. Can you type and see what heliocentric model is saying about horizon? Not we, heliocentric model. Can you see that?
What model?
Your model, globe model. What is saying about horizon?
So that we see the horizon not curved is basically based upon the thing that.
No, man, I don't know what are you reading. The globe heliocentric model saying that the geometrical horizon on the globe, it's with 1 foot observer height, it's on 1.22 miles. Do you
I get a single
understand
word you're saying. I don't understand you acoustically.
It's in the text. It's in the text, dude. If you can read that. I know English is not your first language, but you sound pretty good at it. Sound better than me at it. But as I say, then we end up in this bendy light argument, and that gets a bit annoying, to be honest. Have you seen that? Have you seen that clip one? One sec. Have you seen that clip one day from QI? Stephen Fry, you know that show. Oh, sorry, I mentioned one day because he's British. You know, it's a British show. I don't know. Anyway, they show you. I think it's the Canigou observation, and they show you the sun setting, and they've got to click the button when the sun goes behind the horizon. Well, or when they think the sun's set, that's when they've got to click the button. And like Phil Jupiter's whoever, he waits for the sun to go behind the horizon, then he clicks the button, and it's like, they give him the dunce hat sort of thing and say, no.
How did you get to this conclusion?
The point is,
I want to see the calculation.
He's saying like the sun's, it's actually a mirage what you're seeing. So that's the explanation of it. It's a good clip. It's about 2.5-3 minutes long. So I saw it. So
No,
on,
I've not seen that, mate. No, it sounds interesting. I'll have a
yeah,
I'll have a look out for it.
it's really interesting because Phil Jupiter's is like he's literally falling off his chair. He's like, look, I can see it's right there. I can see it. He's like, no. Stephen Fry's going, you can't see it. It's just a mirage. It's actually already behind the horizon. It's just a trick.
The whole globe's a mirage.
Still, I haven't answered my inconveniences. I'm gonna be waiting for someone who can actually explain this to me.
But you don't want to speak about this heliocentric model.
No, I don't actually need to because I can just debunk it with simple perception.
Okay.
Oh, I found it. I found the clip, dude. Yeah. So, what was the thing you wanted to know again? What? Do you know anything about standard refraction? 706R. Because that's pretty much where you're going to be going. I'm assuming if you're going to debunk this, supposedly. Sorry, I got ahead of myself there. I've just heard this argument so many times. It bores me a little bit.
I'm not gonna watch this video.
Oh, don't watch that video. I posted it for somebody else. Well, there's the Black Swan.
Yeah. I'll watch that later. Cheers.
So a quick question to first deck or one deck. Based on the simple things you also conclude on, like the perception of the horizon, like it is shown in the picture. Why do you deny the basic existence of gravity then?
Sorry, what's gravity got to do with the horizon?
It's also simple perception, and it also doesn't support your belief of a flat surface.
Well, what is the horizon?
I'm not asking you about the horizon. I'm asking you why you believe that gravity doesn't exist, because you earlier stated this.
Sorry, I'm not. Sorry, I am driving, but I'm trying to be. You did ask me about the horizon. You mentioned the horizon to me. I can't look at any diagrams at the moment. I'm driving, but you did mention the horizon like 30 seconds ago.
Yeah, but now I'm asking you about gravity.
Yeah, but you said you didn't mention the horizon. Now you're saying you did. You can't make your mind up, can you?
When did I mention the horizon?
Gravity? What's that?
You want proof gravity? Show me a curved frozen lake. How about that? Go search about it.
That's a globe.
No.
Show me that gravity. Show me that gravity holding and curving water. Show me.
It has nothing to do with this.
Yeah, you have bullshit talk.
If you
show me proof. Stop the bullshit talk and show me proof. How about that?
When the apple fell, I made applesauce. Don't you know that?
That's crazy, man.
Look up the Cavendish experiment. It's a proof of gravity. You can do it at home if you want.
Yeah.
That's not an experiment.
It is an experiment. You can look it up. It's fine. I'm not going to waste time.
I am looking the Cavendish experiment. It's experimented. It's proving the fall and everything is attracting, but still doesn't curve the water.
You can also just put two different weights, for example, a feather and a.
I believe you. Yeah, you can do all that. Yes, like Sasha is saying, you can do all that, but still the water is not curving around a ball that is spinning. It's not doing that.
No one talking about water, you idiot.
Exactly.
Yeah, we are talking about that.
Why the fuck do you come up with this shit then?
Yeah, I did said to you. Show me a curved frozen lake.
No, just bring him to a basic point because he's still talking about the fantasy lore stuff that he doesn't get.
Are you floating right now, or why are you sitting
No,
on the
no,
chair
no.
right now?
Look around you. Look around you. Is there anything floating around you? Just to
Why are you
make
able
the
to stand on
argument
the ground?
to be kind of ridiculous, right?
Jamesy, did you know if you drop the apple, the surface cannot be flat?
Well, every time the apple falls, I eat apple. That's it.
And did you know that every time when you drop the
You're so retarded, man. That's
You
crazy.
you really think that the apple is causing the water to curve around a spinning water ball in the vacuum of space?
is it going down? Is it
Bro,
going
what
down?
the fuck are you even talking about? I'm talking
Exactly.
about letting an apple fall to the ground or whatever.
Hey, Eval,
Yeah.
how the apple did went up?
How we prove
And what
that something
happens?
is spherical?
And you think that the apple fall improved the globe? Do you really believe that?
It proves
Proves
gravity.
gravity, yeah.
And
Yeah,
how we
but
can
it
prove
proves
that something is spherical?
Is the
Because
apple
if you
falling in
believe
it?
in a flat surface, gravity
Is the apple falling in a
it is
straight
not
line? By the
possible.
way,
It
is
is
it
not
falling in a
possible if you
straight
believe
line?
in gravity then.
Listen,
yeah,
mate. If it's falling, you're gonna need a horizontal baseline for that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, why do
Yeah,
you keep coming
exactly.
up with
Good, very good
horizontal
point.
basis?
Think about this, bro. Just think about it. Just concentrate on this point. Forget about the propaganda that you saw
What
on
is
the
the
TV.
reason we experience gravity?
Listen,
Listen,
forget about
Eval.
the
What is the reason?
theory.
No, that's not
What
a
is
good
the reason
argument
why the
because
apple falls?
falling isn't a physically accurate term. That's a term we use to express the fact that well objects tend to go towards the ground. It's not an actual physical term. Like that's not a good argument.
What do you believe is the reason why the apple falls?
Why do you believe that things go up? You want to believe? Why things go up? Explain to me how the apple went to up. You know how that gravity, allow
Bro,
the
is
tree
this guy
to
actually
grow.
retarded or
Yeah,
something?
shut the fuck
Are you
up.
missing
Shut
half
the
of your
fuck up,
brain?
Eval. Shut blah 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 blah. Don't over talking. You have
Are
to
you missing
explain.
half of your brain,
Shut the
or do you
fuck
only
up.
have two
Stop
neurons
over
in your brain?
talking. Stop over talking. You have to explain why
No, I don't give a
that.
shit.
Stop over talking, bullshit clown. You have to explain how the tree, grow up and allowed to produce apples. How about that? Where is your gravity?
Well, I can explain it because gravity is a force that goes downwards, right? Or that goes towards the center of an object of a mass. And you have different types of force. And so when the tree actually grows, there's another force countering gravity in some way. That's how it works.
No,
It's
no,
like
no. He's affirming the consequence, guys. He's saying we see
hang on a
that.
minute.
Go ahead.
He's describing an effect. Tell us where's gravity? You're describing the apparent effects of gravity. How do you see gravity?
Well, you don't see it. You don't see everything that exists.
So
It's not
how
as simple.
can you prove it's there? So how do we know it's there then?
How do you know gravity is there? That's
No,
what
how
you're
do you
asking?
how do you know? How do you know it's there? You're describing an effect that you believe in.
Because
You're
we
not
have done
describing gravity.
No, because we
What's
have
the
actually
cause?
done.
What's the cause of that effect?
Gravity isn't an effect. It's a law. It's something that happens.
No,
It's
it's
not a
not.
law.
You're just saying
No, it's
that.
not.
You're just saying
Not a
that.
law. It's not a law. Talk us through the law.
He's not even a force. He said he the first thing he said it was a force. It's not even a force. So
Put it through the
his
scientific method.
premise
Talk us
is
through the
wrong.
science. Talk us through the scientific method of gravity.
I'm not going to waste my time. I have the work to do. I work for a living. Like I'm not going to spend
See you
hours.
then. Bye bye. Bye bye.
Bye.
Yeah,
Bye.
bye. Fuck up, bitch.
Just believe.
He said the apple falls, therefore gravity, therefore down towards the center of a ball, therefore we live in a ball. He said that. Apple falls, therefore gravity, therefore ball. And he had to go to work. Didn't have time. Where's the other guy that was over talking me go?
Well, he left.
Well, at least he works for a living. He's not a total waste.
Rabin is saying mass make gravity. Now explain why the cloud is hovering.
Wee bit out of character for you, Miguel. Haven't heard you so bad in a long time. It happens to everybody. You're a little bit upset with these people sometimes. It just gets on your last nerve. Miguel, I'm going to Portugal next year, so get ready. I'm going to Mallorca
Awesome.
this year.
Awesome.
Get ready, boy.
There's a video at YouTube, 25 or 23 places to visit Portugal, so I recommend that one.
Yeah, and the latest stats out there is like people from the UK and Ireland. A lot of them are going to Portugal now instead of Spain. We've done the Spain thing too many times. We need Portugal.
You know, 500 years ago it was normal. We knew the Earth was flat, and it's flat.
Have you noticed more? Have you noticed? Sorry, have you noticed more pasty white people walking about your village?
Sorry, what you said?
Have you noticed more milk bottle colored pasty white people walking about your village recently?
Yeah, it's people. People from Brazil and other countries. They are traveling to Portugal to work and live. I don't know what's going on.
Portugal's so hot right now. It's so hot.
Yeah.
Portugal. Well, nice to see you, Boar.
You too. Thanks. And Heaven, how have you been?
Tickety boo, thank you. Tickety boo. Good sir.
Yeah. I was talking to Heaven.
Oh, sorry. Okay. I'll just
Hi,
reverse
Miguel.
back into a hedge here.
How you doing, Miguel? And that's PMAC. That's PMAC, isn't it? Hi, PMAC.
Yeah. Yeah.
Roger, Roger. Hello, hello.
Pimak, what country are you from?
You sound like that Glover. You don't know. You say you don't know PMAC. You don't know.
I know nothing. I know nothing. My name's Jon Snow. I don't know shit, bro.
Hey, let's not start talking about shit in here, okay? Keep it clean, PMAC. Keep it clean.
Not possible. Not possible, poopy pants.
Hey, Miguel was too rough to the globies, and they left. They left.
Yeah, Miguel was like a bulldogger.
No, I think one of them was a troll or some sort, because he was definitely waiting for Miguel and others to say something so he could start talking.
Yeah,
yeah.
there was LEMSO. It even said DM to me if I live in a trash. Sorry, let me see. He said, "I bet you live in a trailer park." And then he said, "Trailer trash."
Oh my god.
That's the best evidence they have to present, you know.
Yeah, at home's lost the argument. Like, do you live in a trailer?
No.
And then is that the guy who left the conversation with? I have to work for a living, you know.
No, there was two guys talking, and then one was over speaking Miguel.
Evel was
and that was a
talking.
different guy than the guy that said I have to go to work. It was two guys.
Yeah, that one's.
Actually, the one that was interrupting Miguel, I don't know if you can say guy, because look, I'm gonna post it, Miguel. This is his description of his account. Miguel. Just so Miguel know who he was talking to.
Whoa, they punched all the tickets.
A lot of things there. Rainbows.
Maybe that's why he was over talking you more than once, and doing it in purpose, with purpose. Like he was actually, you said, "Bro, don't interrupt me," and he did it to interrupt you. So yeah.
Is there a free sandwich for somebody who gets the most tags?
Yes, you get free sandwiches. Just go to your local 7-Eleven and say Amish sent you, or Jamesy. Go ahead.
And then present all your tags.
Now, let me tell you guys why the Earth is round.
Ooh, okay, yeah, go for it.
The Earth is round because we have what's called
an event horizon.
Whoa, the Earth has an event horizon?
Yes, sir.
Sweet.
At what time is the event?
How many of you guys are going to continue changing your profile pictures to pictures of the Earth? I'm getting really sick and tired of it. I see at least three photos
Brian.
here.
Hey, Brian, when you say round, do you mean like a frisbee?
I mean round like my ball sack. That's the kind of round I'm
ball
talking.
sack's round. Fucking hell, dude.
All right. I guess he didn't read the rules. I'm going to go post them.
Yeah, he does. Maybe he doesn't know how to read. That's why.
Does he know the difference between round and spherical?
No.
Okay.
All right, channel rule.
You just said eyeball, bruh.
Yeah, we can touch the eyeballs. Yeah, we can talk about the eyeballs. Let's keep it family friendly, Brian. Family friendly. Can you do that? You know?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, let's not talk about sexuality stuff, okay? Is that okay?
Oh no, I'm sorry. I was talking about the anatomical structure of my body. I wasn't trying to realize it.
All right, so keep it on topic. You were talking about the horizon. What is that?
You don't know.
Oh, come on, man.
Well,
we're trying to learn. You brought up the horizon. Can you tell me what that is, please?
Man, Hitler would be fucking disappointed, guys. I gotta get out of here.
yeah, you would. He definitely would be. See you later, Brian. Take care. We will remember you. You're obviously a dickhead.
Another satisfied customer.
Why would Hitler be disappointed? Is it because we didn't invade Poland?
We'll remember who?
I think he came to the wrong store and started asking for the wrong products or the wrong
He's like,
services.
well, I think we're on the wrong page, dude. And I'm like, no, I don't think we're on the right book together.
But we have to be.
It has to be the right book. There's paper in it.
There is no other book. Has to be this one.
Hey, my wife said to me last night, "What begins with F and ends with K?" I said, "No, it doesn't."
Freak.
It's pretty funny.
What has 5 toes, but is not your foot? My foot.
My tow truck schedule.
Princess Toad? Maybe she has more than 5.
I asked my friend the other day, "Where did your wife go on holiday again?" And he said, "I'll ask her. I'll ask her." And I said, "Never mind, I'll ask her myself."
I got it in the first one. I thought you were saying Alaska and then you say Alaska or something. Yeah, I got it.
I saw a meme where a dude was like, yeah, the secret to a longevity in a relationship, I've been married for 35 years, is to go on lots of trips. Like on our 15th anniversary, I took her to a trip to Taiwan, and next year I'm going to go pick her up.
That's good. I thought you were going to say on our 50th year, but I took acid. But that was good.
Yeah, that's good too. I don't know.
I took some acid the other day. What a trip. That's about as far as I can go in that one. I don't think we can talk about drug taking. What do you call Bambi with no eyes? No idea.
You got me cracking here. That's a good one. Oh my goodness. Only works with your accent. I might try it with Spanish people.
Beer nuts cost $1. Beer nuts under $1.
That's the way I tell them.
Oh yeah, how do you say Bambi with no eyes in English? No
No,
idea.
yeah.
Good one, good.
Paddy goes to the hardware store. He says to the hardware guy, "You lied to me. This," he says, "has changed so I can cut down about 20 trees in a day. I'm only doing 4." The guy at the hardware store, he goes, "Ah, give it here." Pulls the cord. Bum, 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 bum. Paddy says, "What's that fucking noise?"
That one fell flat.
Too long?
Yeah, that one fell flat. Ask Ken.
Not like yours?
You gotta ask Ken about it. Go ahead, ask Ken. Tell him about the last joke. Ask Ken.
Fell flat like the tree. Fell flat like the...
Ask Ken as a third party listener about the flat joke. About Terry Tricks. Go ahead. Tell him about the flat joke.
Does anybody have a map? I'm fucking lost.
They don't want to talk to you, PMAX, sorry.
Oh, they don't know what they're missing.
Maybe later. Maybe when they're not busy. They want to bring the topic back. Maybe.
Hey, James, under heaven. Under heaven.
I'm listening, bro. If you want to say something to me, I'm listening. But we're just moving back and forth from the device, so I have to come back to it to mute it. So I'm listening. What's up?
So people always thinks things have to go from going from up to down. I'm gonna post this photo. Anyone want to guess how this was made?
That was made by water going up, maybe?
Exactly.
I don't know.
It seems that first they say some meteorite, something fall to the ground. Now they are saying different. Like you said, steam explosion. It's called the Arizona hydrocrater.
A lot of these in people's mind. When I grew up, if I looked at this back then, I would say, yeah, that's a meteor crater. That's what they told me, right?
Yeah.
And I believed it actually. Actually, I thought that's what it was every time I looked at one of those. Yeah.
I did learn that at school, but it seems that there are things at school that they are just telling a story without confirmation evidence.
Oh, could this be hidden history? Is this like maybe an ancient atomic war or something? That's why there's desert around it? Or I don't know. But what do you think made it?
The Arizona crater has been considered the example of impact craters for over half a century. Am I seeing? Go ahead. I'm gonna read this one just to check it. Kind of sounds like storytelling mostly, but yeah.
That's funny. They said for half a century, as if that's a really long time to consider something.
Yeah, I thought that was 50 years, right? That ain't shit, yeah. What's the theory on it? Miguel, do you have a theory on what they are or how they were created?
I did post. They
There's a big chunk of iron there that they say fell out of the sky, and there's bits of that around.
You know, people went to this place, and I did put the site, and you know, there's empirical evidence that will confirm that there was no impact, and that the crater was formed by a steam explosion.
Ah, a what explosion? Sorry.
Steam.
Steam. Okay, gotcha. Like yeah, like.
I did post a GIF of a steam explosion.
Yeah, I
They
haven't
call
been
it.
looking at that. I've been listening. I'm on poker. I'm making money on poker, yeah.
They call this place Arizona Hydro Crater. We say hydro. In Portuguese, we say hydro, but you guys say hydro crater. Okay.
Yeah, it's funny that we have two different languages.
Yeah.
That's a surprising admission that they would publish that like that. I mean, especially after our community's been saying this for like 10 years. So 10 of those 50 years that this has been under consideration, flat earthers have dominated the discussion and have probably likely influenced them to walk it back and say, look, that's a geyser. It's a geyser that blew up and then dried out.
You are right.
I've noticed that with a few things they're walking back. The whole
Yeah.
conspiracy community, they're walking back a lot of things.
You know, I saw this guy, geophysicist from Brazil. Geophysicist. So the guy was teaching at high school. He said a long time ago to him, a few years, there was a student. This student did ask to him, "Is the Earth flat?" And you know what he said? He said he even made a video. He said to his student, "I don't know, but I will go investigate that." But he did a video at that time, and he was a Glover, you know, and he did a video about that question, and he said it is important that at least people can ask about it, because these days you go to school, you have to accept what the teacher is telling you. So and then because he knew a lot of things, formulas, and so he did analyze it, and he found that's impossible. And he has a team of geophysicists working outside and inside of Brazil. So now he's a flat earth guy. He did talk about tectonic plates, so he did said, I'm gonna say resume. He did say they are jumping to, they collect data, but they make a model now, and then they jump to another model. It's based on assumptions, and that's it. They are jumping from one model to another model. If one is not working, they jump another model.
What do you call him? What was his name?
Professor Afonso. Let me see. I can post maybe some information about him.
Gracias.
Nada.
I know.
Let me see. In English, I think I have something.
I was just thinking that because Brazil has so many flat earthers per capita as a percentage of their total population, we might start seeing some amazing stuff out of Brazil first when it comes to moving the ball forward with this discussion and making more positive claims and positive discoveries. And I think that's just out of statistics. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yep.
So yeah, I'd definitely be keeping my eyes on Brazil and the Portuguese speaking population of flat Earth. I think they're more further along and advanced in this discussion than we are.
Yeah, I have seen some live streams from Brazil, but these days I didn't follow. But yeah, there's a huge population every day talking about flat Earth and waking up the flat Earth. So there's a lot of. They even did a flat conference there.
Cool.
So there's a lot of people talking about flat Earth these days there. I did post the link. It is in English about that guy. You see the photo. Afonso Emílio de Vasconcelos Lopes, geophysicist with PhD from the University of São Paulo. So yeah, and he says in the seismology group by 3 years. But yeah, but nowadays is more older.
I got it. Thank you. How do you say thank you in Portuguese?
Obrigado. Obrigado. It means thanks, like that.
Okay. Well, what
Sounds
a name,
like como arigato.
Obrigado. Obrigado.
She's almost Japanese, sir. What a name, hey? Afonso Emílio de Vasconcelos Lopes.
Yeah. So let me see. It said, a school that teaches to this. In the when I saw that video talking about tectonic plates. So he said, at school books, they teach they show this, this convection and molten red lava. He's showing a book. The book is this one. So anyway, but he said, they know that the hard mantle hard is so hard, and he's not saying from him. He's saying we know that this is not red. This is not red. This is green. There's a green mineral called olivine, and I have seen some information talking about volcanoes. There's olivine mineral. So that was very interesting. So he says in that video, it's not me talking. It's other seismologists. They know that this is not how they this is just a representation, but it's not right like that.
Everything they're telling us is bullshit.
Yeah. At the left, even there's a model with water. So he said, "This is not reality. This is a model, trying to prove a convection." But he said in that book, The Solid Earth, they talk about this convection because they saw in microscopic something, but that's very hard even to explain to prove it. So what he's saying is that they have just assumptions and models, and that's it.
So he was a mainstreamer, and he's now kind of more on the fringe.
One
of us.
Yeah, exactly. But he did start by a student. He's one of his students. This student did ask to him, "Is the Earth flat?" And then he went to analyze everything, and he found it's not a sphere. So
yeah, As with most things, you fucking look into it long enough and research it hard enough, and you'll soon find out. Yeah, it'll soon turn you around.
I took a print screen. Let me see. I'm gonna post a print screen. It is in English, so I'm not making up, you know.
Are you
The
sure?
the videos on his YouTube channel, you know, it was censorship. Let me see if I found. I think I have another link. Here and then. Yeah, this. So this one, it's on another platform. Okay, so. Yeah. So, but I did found this alternative platform at Odyssey. The video is talking about tectonic plates. Doesn't show the preview, but you know, let me see if it's still available.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's still available. If you click it, you will see it. I'm gonna post. Let me see. I did the translation, so I'm gonna post the translation. You can you know, watch the video and follow those that translation. I try my best. You know, it's not easy to translate. I did this because there was an admin in 24/7. You know, main server. Memmius Aurelius. He was interesting to know about this, so I did that hard job to him.
Yeah.
So you know, it's more easy if you play the video and you know, you follow the text.
Mimius likes Lord of the Rings, so he's a good guy.
I put between parentheses sometimes because you know what he was talking about it, but you know, it's the way that you speak in English. Sometimes it's not. You know, you can say an expression, and in Portuguese we say differently. You know, different words or a different phrase to say about the same thing. So yeah, so it's not easy, but I did it. Who is interested can watch that.
Obrigado.
The nada. Thank you.
Yeah, que nada. No mames, no mames.
You know, there's some people they talk about tectonic plates. At least I found this guy. Now he's a flat earth guy. He was geophysicist talking about tectonic plates in that video, but he has more videos.
Yeah, I'm playing catch up on this. I didn't know about all this stuff. I hadn't really explored this stuff. It's good. Yeah. I
I
shall
just did,
dive down that rabbit hole.
yeah, I just did, the I was watching the video and then I did the translation. That's it, So I will not make any claims, That's it. I did try my best to do that translation. Anyway, I think if you read it, you get it. And University of São Paulo is one of top 5 in the Brazil, so I think the top one. So very interesting.
Arigato.
Thank you. I did saw a long time ago a video he did about that flight from Santiago to Sydney. He did found that there's a lot different airplanes with different engines, and he did found the guy from Qantas. Let me see if I found the information. Alan Joyce. Just it was a long time ago.
Like 50 years.
No, but yeah, I did took a print screen about that video. So you see different airplanes there. Santiago Sydney, yeah. So what the airplane they were using in that flight? Airbus A380. Sorry, 380. So he did found that Alan Joyce, it was the CEO of Qantas Airlines. So the guy is a close friend of Queen Elizabeth. Passed away. He went to her birthday. So when they did change to they instead of landing to refuel, they did a direct flight. So they did by this airplane, and they were getting lost, because his flight was not getting profits. So anyway, so that was very interesting. They changed. They did that flight just to avoid the controversy of talking about flat Earth. Very interesting, and yeah.
I remember that one. It's ringing bells. He was a friend of Queen.
They took a print screen. So that's from Wikipedia. But anyway, Alan Joyce. Yeah, at 2017 Queen's birthday honors list.
Yeah, just part of the club.
Yeah.
Oh, great, they allowed you in again. Oh. Losers of the world, I am here to bring you reason and logic. Unite, and we shall be saved.
Are you from the
Is
rainbow?
the topic right now on flat Earth? I'm just popping in to wonder. I just
Yeah,
want to
so
hear talk about flat Earth right now.
So-
Not necessarily wanting to talk much about it, but I want to hear it.
Yeah.
You know?
The topic is basically that there is no curvature, and the claim on the table is that there is curvature, right? That's the claim on the table. When we go and check
Well, I've
for
got
the
you something
claim,
right now. I'm
it's
gonna
not
tell you
there.
real quick, and that's about it. I'm gonna tell you real quick. The firmament.
So,
Okay.
so
That's
I
it.
was like in the middle of my sentence when you started talking.
Mm-hmm. It
And
probably
let's
has a
not do that.
delay.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. So you're talking about what? So now you move on to what? If there's another question.
No, just saying the firmament.
What's that?
It just is it's a reference to the shape of the Earth in the Bible, and it is stated as the firmament, which means it is flat. But I'm not necessarily like a Bible person or nothing, but
Yeah.
just a
So the
meme.
Bible speaks about the firmament. You're saying, and there is references in there about it, and there's also government documents that talks about the firmament. But that's a thing that we can call an unknown, right? Because there is references where you and I can go, hey, let's go to the firmament and check it, right? We know there must be a container because we have gas pressure, we breathe in air, and the antecedent to the pressure of gases is the containment, because the gas pressure is the forces that the gases exerts on the walls of its container. So we have gas pressure in reality. The antecedent to that, the thing that has to be before the other thing, gas pressure, there has to be a container. So you could say maybe the firmament is part of that.
And the firmament isn't exclusive to flat Earth. There are plenty of globers, geocentric globers, who think there's a firmament.
Globers.
Yeah. Yeah, I first heard about the firmament from a geocentric globe Earth perspective. Referring to scriptural texts. But yeah, I mean, nobody's actually seen the firmament.
Good.
And I don't think you'll talk to anybody in our community, because we're not the Flat Earth Society, who would make a positive claim that there is a firmament.
Right.
The firmament is not exactly synonymous with containment. So we will say that gas pressure, i.e. the atmosphere, requires some kind of containment mechanism for us to have pressurization in the first place. But that does not mean that we are claiming a biblical firmament as described by the Hebrew cosmology. Anyway, anybody else have a question, or do you have a follow-on question?
Because there's
No?
also like government documents that they say the firmament is different altitudes. But where do we go from there, right? The government is describing some tests or whatever they're doing about the sun, and describing the sun and describing the firmament in that equation and the altitudes of it. But we can only talk about those references, right? People describing it and talking about it, but how do we exactly know about it?
Yeah, that's right. I've read those documents too. The CIA has posted in their reading room some interesting Cold War era documents that I guess they obtained surreptitiously from the Russians, where the Russians were doing studies on nighttime air glow, where there's still a hint, and we're not talking zodiacal light.
but we're talking something that comes after that, where there's still some kind of reflection of the sun off the atmosphere, and yet on the night side of the ball Earth, it should be in complete darkness. So what is causing that transportation of light to wrap around a ball 180 degrees? Or I guess even over 90 degrees from either side. And bottom line is, on a globe, they don't know. So they will call these things the firmament. You'll read the word firmament in these official documents. The question people ask is, well, are they using this colloquially, like firmament, as in the heavens, as in the sky, the atmosphere? Or do they sincerely mean something more definitive, like what is provided by the Hebrew cosmology? I don't know.
Like when they say firmament, does that necessarily mean shape, or does that mean, you know what I mean?
Right. They're not implying a shape, and they're not implying a cosmology necessarily. So,
right.
Yeah, I would not accept a government document that says the word firmament as any kind of evidence of flat Earth. I think that's a total leap of logic, and I'm sure everybody in here on the flat Earth side would agree.
Some people say that the firmament is a reference to a period of time, not necessarily a measurement of the size of the Earth. Which would also
like before the asteroid killed the dinosaurs.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. The asteroid killed the dinosaurs and it melted the firmament, and that caused the flood because the firmament turned into rain and then Earth drowned.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've heard that before too. I don't buy it.
Earth drowned. Earth flat.
Yep.
Earth's not
I mean,
flat.
what we do experience is a flat and motionless plane. Like, we don't experience the globe as it's described to us. They tell us that, well, it's too big to see any curvature from any possible height that's available to us. And also, we don't feel the Earth spin because it spins too slowly for us to detect and for any mechanism to also detect. So you just have to take our word for it.
Yeah. I don't think that everything outside of our perception is necessarily imperceptible or immeasurable, but I think that it's, it's one of those things. So big you
It's an
can't
interesting
really,
thing.
Yeah,
I mean, it's true. Even though it is supposed to be
Like how
so
many
big you
gallons of
can't
water
tell,
are
and
in the
so
ocean?
slow you
You know what I
can't
mean? It's like
tell.
the same kind of question.
Right. The
Yeah,
mainstream
I can hear
narrative
that.
leaves it open that you can still discover the curvature and you can still discover the Earth spin. However,
Yeah.
you need access to technology that you mere mortals are unable to create on your own. You have to trust the crowdfunding resources of an authority to provide that information to you about the cosmology that we're telling you should believe in. So what you have are images and videos from official sources, which claim using technology and methods and processes that are unavailable to anybody else. And you have to accept it because, well, trust the science and trust the government, trust academia, trust us. Just trust us. And so we say, okay, fine, I do, but I want to fact check this. I would like to independently validate that what you're presenting to me is the truth. So you showed me a photograph of Earth curvature from a satellite that was launched into orbit. Well, can you tell me more about that satellite and the launch? Do you have any pictures of the satellite being loaded into the second stage assembly facility? Do you have any good data specs on the hardware? How did you determine Earth was a globe to begin with? How did you measure that there was Earth curvature? Because when you launch rockets, you don't want them to fall back into Earth, because if Earth is too big, the rockets will crash. And if Earth is too small, they'll spiral out into outer space. So how did you first measure Earth curvature, guys? How'd you do it? And you know what? Nobody knows. Nobody can provide any validation that Earth curvature was ever measured. Isn't that weird? And the more we look at it and the more we ask, the less we find and the angrier people get. Anyway, I'm going to yield the floor for a few.
Thank you, sir.
Well, the lady had a few questions and they got answered, hopefully. So.
Yep.
Oh, you're still here, and you
I'm
put
here.
your video.
Yeah,
you put your video.
yeah.
On
Just
Discord.
work, so I'm just bobbing around. I'll occasionally be muted if I have a customer or something.
You should flat smack them.
Earth's shaped like a donut.
Uh-oh.
That's what I believe.
Uh-oh.
Actually,
Even a
Earth is shaped
donut.
like.
Even a donut has curvature.
Think about it. Think about it as a wonder, as an unknown. We don't actually know the shape because we lack the frame of reference, like an outside perspective and a God's eye view to be able to say, this is the shape. We don't have that. Nobody does. Only God or maybe Revelation, possibly. But I don't think no man can say, hey, I measured the whole thing. And from outside, I checked all of it, and this is the shape. I don't think.
Hey, hold on. You got Shazam or how do you say your name? Your camera's on.
Yeah.
Oh, we're live on YouTube. We're
Oh.
broadcasting. Yeah, I don't know if you know that.
Oops.
In our home server, we used to do a better job at providing the lay of the land to new people who come in. I think we need to start doing that here and just explain, look, we're not the Flat Earth Society. We are streaming this 24/7, multiple platforms. Everything you say is being basically recorded and logged, and that's fine. You just have to be aware of it. And do you consent? And do you want to continue?
You just to pay. I mean, a lot of people miss the top, the very top of the channel. It does say there's a bot in the channel 24/7 live with a big red circle. So, I mean, that should be a clue. But we're not always live. That's another thing, too. I'm about to say, 80% of the time we're live, maybe?
Yeah.
Something like that. Hey, also, Shazam, today's a special day. On Sundays, we do speculations. So you can make a speculation if you want to. It doesn't have to be like a fact that you have to, like, not something you have to prove.
Earth's shaped like a donut. That's my speculation.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
So, do you want to explain why you think that? Like, where are you coming from? Earth is donut shaped because I've got a good example.
America before?
I've got a good example. Like, when people think Earth is donut shaped because of the way the poles interact with each other, like they switch back and forth, or when you get to one end of like the North Pole, it would wrap up over and around the other side, and then because once you get to the north, suddenly all directions become south. That would be what would happen on a supposedly donut-shaped Earth. But yeah, I don't know. What do you mean about America? What's the observation there?
Oh, here, a lot of us would probably just assume we worship food, man.
Yeah, you know why that happened? I'll give you a quick history lesson. I mean, people get sick of me always harping about Nixon. But before the 1960s and 70s, there wasn't sugar added to food. High fructose corn syrup was not a thing. Mm-hmm. Richard Nixon added that because they did an experiment using war criminals, Nazi war criminals, that showed that people with a high caloric, low nutrient diet, they didn't think clearly. They just sort of accepted authority. So they noticed that farm animals became less aggressive. They just kind of ate. They slept.
Yeah.
Yeah, they kept them fat. Yeah, they kept them fat and happy. And that's kind of what Nixon wanted to do to the American population, too. Get them fat.
They could make a whole bunch of money because they had stakes in the chemical companies themselves. So by pushing it forward onto the market, regardless of whether it's fit for human consumption or not, they're going to make a bunch of money.
Yeah, but it was twofold. They wanted to make money and they wanted to be in power and control people.
Well, it worked on me because I drink a Yoo-Hoo drink every day.
Yoo-Hoo.
God, I love these things. The chocolate one.
I remember when Yoo-Hoos were new.
The cookies and cream one. I need that. Next, the shape of the Earth's going to be Yoo-Hoo bottle, man.
Donut shaped.
Hey, Crit, are you old enough to remember when Nestle Quick had that partnership with NASA? Oh, man. And there was like some space camp prize. I forgot what it was exactly, but they used to put the things directly in the tins with all the chocolate powder.
Yeah, you basically like it was almost like that joke from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. You find the Nestle Quick container and you'll get a ticket to space camp.
That was crazy. So yeah, for those of us that like grew up or were born in the 80s, that was like peak NASA. They had just transitioned from Apollo to the space shuttle program. They were flying teachers up into space and then blowing them up on TV for kids to watch. Yeah, it was great. I mean, it's peak NASA.
That real-time Columbia one, like the real-time Columbia kind of breakdown, was so brutal. Like watching it,
Oh,
was
I remember
just,
seeing
like,
that.
put a bad feeling in my fucking stomach.
I was in a military hospital watching that on a screen. I was like, oh crap.
Bad feeling.
Yeah, it was kind of weird. All the public-private partnerships that came out of Apollo, it seemed like everybody had something to do with NASA. And that's even to an extent today. Like, not to dox myself, I live out in the middle of nowhere right now, but there's a small business that's a client of ours, and they helped build some widget for NASA back in the day. And they're super well known. They got a big name, but they're just a tiny company that did like a bolt or something.
One thing I want you to look up too is this chemical that they use for babies when they do something when they're born, and it's called sweet ease. So it's a way to neurologically damage a child.
There's lots of ways to do that.
Yeah, but if you look up when they started using, I mean, this stuff goes all into a lot of MK Ultra and the conspiracy theory. Why would they lie? There is always showing you that there is a nefarious thing behind what they're doing. These are this is like people talk about flat Earth is a conspiracy theory. Au contraire. The conspiracy theories, look what they're doing, and they're not even being honest about it. That's the first lie. They do something and they give you a different reason for why they're doing it.
They explain it to you kind of offhandedly and just like, they like pretty much blurt out what their plans are and like what they're doing.
It's kind of like lying with the truth. And there's a lot of this going on with the globe. Yep. I mean, a lot of the mathematics that's used for globe applications has equivalents to flat Earth applications. And you can transform between the two arbitrarily and preserve everything dynamically, no problem. And this is a curious thing that you start to notice when you start looking into this. And if you have a decent math background, you can start to tease out where all these equivalents tend to pop up all over the place. At some point, you're like, well, there's really no exclusive proof of the globe anywhere, because all of this can work on a flat Earth. Reading through things like NASA technical memos, where they describe geodesics, or they describe satellite timing, like with GPS, and converting between the two reference frames, ECEF and ECI, where one's inertial and one's non-inertial. They've got all kinds of crazy crap you can look at where each and every time you're going to pick out something in it that forms the crux of their argument for a globe. And you're like, well, that can also work on flat Earth. So where's the globe exclusivity at? Since it's Speculation Sunday regarding satellites, I do think there's stuff floating around up there without the use of balloons, and that they're occupying a very exotic pressure zone that pushes them around. I have no problem with satellites whatsoever, even being untethered.
Same here. You've seen the quantum locking stuff, right? You've seen the quantum locking and that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I was just talking to Shane St. Pierre last night about this. I dug up some really interesting stuff from NASA regarding their developments of cryogenics and magnets at the same time. And they do this at the Glenn Research Facility near Cleveland, Ohio. But NASA seems to be spending a ton of money on the technology where you have the intersection of cryogenics and magnets.
Well,
and when you combine the two of those, you have something called the Meissner effect. The Meissner effect is quantum locking with magnetics.
Yeah,
and yep,
right?
Exactly.
So, and then you start seeing some of these design work and patents and white papers coming out of NASA where they're talking about magnetic latches that they're developing for orbits. And when you read through it, it almost sounds like that they're using magnets or some kind of cryogenic magnet to quantum lock satellites into a pressure zone where you can either stay stationary or move at 17,000 miles per hour.
Well, that might be like a future thing, but like it might have something to do with what is it? Like what is it? What are those reactions? Those generators called? With like it's almost like a star. It's just like those really hot.
Oh
gas.
yeah, like those plasma generators, like the tokamak reactor.
Yeah.
Where they use magnetic traps in plasma. Yeah. Yeah, there's something to it. There really is, and there are also some really neat advancements in electrodynamic propulsion, which is using Earth's magnetic field and magnetic currents to maneuver. So what's interesting is we see applications, and I've got Google patents of this stuff, of technology where you can have a payload that is considered the gondola suspended by a tether. And this tether isn't just like a rope or a steel thing. No. It's an electrodynamic tether. That tether is a propulsion mechanism. And then way up at the top could be a high altitude balloon. But I've also seen, and by the way, they push it around using HARP. It sounds silly, but in some of the patents
like
I've read, they basically heat up different parts of the atmosphere way high up. Call it the magnetosphere. They basically create pressure differentials in the magnetosphere, and this pushes and pulls these tethered payloads around in the sky.
Mm-hmm. I think our technology is like increased since the last tether experiment. That thing went bad.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. These tethers are not just like 50-foot tethers or 300-meter tethers.
Yeah.
These tethers are kilometers long. Like there was one that they did a test like 11 kilometer long tether. I think NASA STS 117 or 93. I don't know. There are a bunch of tether experiments they did, but at least 2 of these are on video that you can watch.
Yeah, they went bad.
So there's something else going on up there that the rest of us are not privy to. And when they tell us, oh yeah, we just have these things falling in a gravity well infinitely, perpetually, until they drag and burn up in the atmosphere, spiral into space, when really it seems like the truth of the matter is there's a lot more than just that going on. If you go to the Goddard Space Flight Center at their space webpage, you can click on a button to query satellites. And by that, they just mean figure out where they are. And when you scroll down and read how to query a satellite, there's all kinds of weird technical stuff that describes magnetic tube fluxes of force where satellites are occupying, and sometimes they're crowded, so you may not really get a good query, and sometimes they're not crowded, so they have to load bear and move all these different satellites into the right magnetic harmonics, right? It's like, what is all that? I thought satellites were just launched up and falling in a gravity well. What's with all these magnetic harmonics and flux tubes of force and maneuvering satellites around and then tracing magnetic flux tubes from the satellite to the ground station? What does that mean? Well, nobody's talking about that. You interview NASA and they're like, oh yeah, satellites, they just fall around the Earth. It's just gravity. Well, anyway, I'm done rambling.
Yeah, that was fun.
That was a great character voice.
Yeah, because remember we have the realist version of things, and then we have the cartoons that we get in the school, the globe cartoon, all this stuff, the exoplanet, the solar systems, the Earth as a cartoon in the solar system. We got that version, and then we have reality.
Yeah, so go to NASA's technical reports server and start taking down their reports and read what they're really doing behind the scenes, and it doesn't match what is being openly taught to kids and to the general public on TV. And then look at the formulas, look at the coordinate systems, and realize that coordinate reference systems are arbitrary to begin with. You can swap them out, and you look at the fact that they're dealing with coordinate reference systems the whole time. They're not talking about actual terrestrial, but coordinate reference, those are arbitrary. And you can transform those. Like you can, right now, the prevailing coordinate reference system is a globe, right? It's a ball. It's a sphere, technically. And you can actually swap that out for a saddle or an hourglass or a donut. Like you can have any kind of topology you want. As long as it's internally consistent and the rules are defined, you can slap that right onto flat Earth and it's going to work.
So when you realize that and you look at all the math that they're using, that they can swap coordinate systems out from a globe to a flat model and it would work just the same, it's mind-blowing. And then you add to that, like I mentioned before, with all the cryogenic technology and magnetosphere physics, what is happening up there? I don't know.
What you think of the ISS?
Yeah, regarding that, I don't know. I think there could be something up there, and there could be people in it. The National Reconnaissance Office had a manned orbital laboratory a long time ago. And what's really funny is when you research the history of the manned orbiting laboratory, I think it came out right after Skylab around the same time. It was supposed to be a surveillance platform where spies would be in it, right? You can research the history of this and see that at one point they admitted to it existing, and then the next minute they said it failed and didn't work and it's no longer viable. But then you have the ISS come out on the other side of that. It's like, oh, did you guys just put a different sign on it? Is the ISS potentially way older? I don't know.
They contradicted their stuff so many times, it was like pretty ludicrous.
Yeah, they try to cover stuff up on the internet, and the Wayback Machine discovers this. Like every time they try to cover up something and delete something off the internet, we find the evidence that somebody was in there deleting stuff off the internet. So they're not really doing a good job at this. It's a Streisand effect, and that's really what gripped flat earthers' attention.
Sorry, I've got to ask, what's the Streisand effect?
Okay, Barbra Streisand is a famous singer in America. She's probably retired now. She's been around for decades. She's got famous songs. Yeah, there you go. So as soon as Google Earth came out with Google Maps, and then they put the camera on the car and drove it around, well, one of these cars ended up driving around like Hollywood, and then somewhere in Hollywood or wherever she lives, picked up her house. And so she called Google, basically had them erase her house by blurring it out. And I think she might have been the first person to do this, or the first famous person to do this. So here's the thing. When you're using Google Earth and you're like going around the place, and then all of a sudden you see a blurred out house and you haven't seen that before, you're going to wonder, well, that's weird. I've never seen a blurred out house on Google Earth before. That's really sticking out like a sore thumb. Let me go find out what that is. So internet researchers and nerds started digging around, and they're pulling up property deeds, records, and everything. And they found out that that's Barbra Streisand's house. And then some internet nerds went to her house, knocked on the door, and were asking questions about this. And eventually the world learned that Barbra Streisand had called Google to have them blur out the image of her house. The problem with that, Barbara, is when you do something different than everybody else, you're going to stick out like a sore thumb. And so your attempt to try and remove your house from the internet created a much bigger signature for everybody to look at. As a consequence of that, you've drawn more attention to yourself, which is the exact opposite of what you set out to do in the first place. Good job, Barbara. We call that the Streisand effect.
Thanks, bro. Now I have to go listen to Duck Sauce.
Yeah, Speculation Sunday. Yeah, those craters, I think, are geysers on Earth. Now, what are they on the moon? I don't know. Could those be geysers too? Wouldn't that be strange if those were geysers, guys? Like, what is the moon? And why does it have all these pockmarks? And if those pockmarks weren't created by asteroids, like some of the latest literature is coming out that people have shared here in this chat, and instead those are the result of geysers, what is going on? What is the moon? Did it like blow up a bunch of water and shoot it at us, and then we got flooded? You know, the heavens opened, windows in the firmament open and water pouring out like you read in these ancient texts. What is going on?
That is a question of wonder. What is actually going on exactly? At least we can test certain things and we can discard what it's not, in a sense.
While you're here, and the two of us are here, and I've got time, why don't we go into the sporadic meteor complex? What do you think?
Right now, I'm looking through some documents, and I was trying to find. I remember reading through the moon. It's called the Pokorny meteor. Let me find it again. 1 second. Meteors at the moon, orbital properties, surface vaporization, and impact ejecta productions. And I remember reading through it, and they were describing the way they how do you say the way they read the meteor events when they see like a sporadic meteors. They read it as an electric effect, like a jolt or something like
Yes.
that.
Yes, that's true. They measure these things in electron volts.
Yeah. I was like, wait, rocks falling from the sky, and they reading those as like is rock?
Discharges,
I don't know,
right?
like a discharger. Yeah.
Yeah, like an electrical discharge.
But
It's weird.
it was something. It was something that it kind of popped up, like you said, like a sore thumb, like rocks, but
yeah,
they're reading it as electric events. Okay.
Yeah, that's kind of a good clue, isn't it?
Yeah. Gotta find
Nobody's-
exactly the quote, but
I don't think anybody's actually recovered a rock from a meteor event.
You know,
I think they've gone to the location where they think they've landed and picked up rocks that were there, and they pick up iron and they say, "Look, this is iron. It must have been a meteor," negating the fact that iron's like the most iron ore is common, right? It's everywhere. It's like you could find iron in your own backyard. I had iron in the backyard of Arizona where I used to live. Anyway.
I will say there's like a mixture of the two. Like there's there might be stuff that falls from the sky. It's not the only phenomena that is happening. So the sporadic meteors that are sourced in specific points in the sky that move as well, and the sun and the moon and the planets kind of like transit between these points, right, at the equatorial line. When you see the full moon, they describe how the moon is moving towards the south apex or the north apex or something like that, right? So there's a transit between the sun is transiting between those points and the moon as well.
Wait, which apex? You mean the apex of the sporadic meteor complex?
Yeah, like there's you see how the sun and the moon are actually moving between those regions, and when the moon is moving away from the apex, it's kind of like the sporadic event is lesser, and then when it gets closer, the activity gets bigger, more.
Whoa, that's a good tie-in. So Shane St. Pierre has been doing some interesting work on the tides, looking at the dielectric and magnetic properties of the sun and the moon in relation to the Earth, the ionosphere in quotation marks, and telluric currents, which are magnetic and dielectric currents in the ground. You can think of that as like an ionosphere under Earth. And what's really interesting is he noticed that there was some kind of tidal interactions happening every time the moon and the Earth were or the moon and the sun were 90 degrees to each other, orthogonal. So it sounds to me like you're showing something similar with the presence of sporadic meteors.
Yeah, the activity of sporadic meteors and the cycles of the moon are related. Like how much of the activity is up in the highest or the lowest, depending on the cycle of the moon as well. So the specific of that have to maybe look through the observations, because this is what we look at, right? With this one is done with I think it's thermal and other equipments, readings of the sky. There's all those infrareds. I sent you this document before, but I gotta find. I was looking before you ask through the readings of the meteors events, the way they read them, but it's a huge document.
I've read in depth maybe 2 or 3 documents and skimmed like dozens of others that I've seen. So yeah, starting with yours,
the moon one is an interesting one. The story between the moon and the sporadic meteors. That one, it says a few. It has a bunch of Easter eggs. in it.
If you can DM me a reminder, like a pointer to which document that was, I'd love to go into that again.
Yeah, I'll send you the last one. This one that I'm. Oh, I sent you a link for some reason. Let me just. Yeah, I did send you a link from my computer file.
Yeah, isn't it so interesting how the sporadic meteor complex is so beautifully symmetrical, and between northern and southern latitudes too? That alone, even if you're a globe earther and you look at the configuration and the symmetry of the sporadic meteor complex, its location and timing in relation to the rest of the celestials, that alone is like a fingerprint of a creator.
Oh yeah, pretty obvious.
Yeah, I got to get going here, guys. Sorry to cut out. I'll be listening, but
later,
thanks.
bro. I sent you the PDF so you remember
All
that
right.
one, because that's
Cool,
an
man.
that's an interesting one actually.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Later, bro. Be here. Anyone got any questions for the panel? Any comments? Go ahead. You got the floor.
What happens when you go towards the horizon?
When you go
You never
towards the
actually.
horizon?
What happens is you never actually get to it.
But you're moving.
And so is the horizon moving away from you as you're moving towards it, because you will never get to a wall or an area that says, this is where everything stops.
Why do you arrive back at where you start eventually?
Well, if you're going in a circle on the flat surface, that would be why.
Why don't you go straight?
I just told you, you'll never come to a wall or an area that says you can't go any further. As far as I know,
No,
this is
I think what
Speculation
he means is
Sunday.
you will fall
This
off,
is,
right?
you're talking over me, whoever's saying that. This is Speculation Sunday. So assuming there's no barrier to stop you from going beyond the 60th parallel and beyond anything beyond that, you would just keep going. Assuming there is a barrier, such as a quote unquote dome being a firmament, which is written in scriptures, then you would come to that point. You would hit that structure, and that would be the end of that.
Why do you come back to where you started?
You might try to go to that point that Flatman is describing, but I mean, you might either drown, freeze to death, pass out in the cold and die there. Nobody will find it. Maybe something like that. I mean,
But if
maybe
you're
a
flying, you'll
wild
reach
beast.
back to where
Maybe a wild beast will eat you and nobody will find you. We don't know. We're speculating.
And then you
So,
ask me,
so
how do you
if you
get
go to
back to
find
where
the
you
edge, if you
started?
say let's go find
Why do
the
you
edge,
arrive back to where you
you
started?
might never find it.
Wait, but the issue is,
How
I
do
agree
you
that
get back? How do you get back where you started? If you went in a straight line, you
No.
turn around and go back where you came from. If you're going in a circle, you're going to
But you
end
don't have
up
to go
getting
back
back
around.
to where
You
you
can just keep
started.
going straight. If you keep going straight, you'll arrive at where you started.
No, if you go straight and you come against that firmament, you'll have to turn around and go back.
Yeah, you know when
If
you
you're going
when you
straight,
walk and
if you're
then
going
when you're
straight,
walking and you never walk straight because there is like properties, fences, and all these type of
yeah,
things that like water, like lakes, and you
Oh, okay.
walk around those things. You never
yeah.
So
in your
nobody
life
knows how to.
ever
Nobody knows how
walk
to. Nobody
straight.
knows how to stay
Nobody
in a
does
straight.
that.
Nobody knows how to go in a straight line.
Nobody does that
You're
in
not.
reality.
Yeah.
Nobody
Let's
said
say
no
you're.
one knows how to
Let's
go in
say
a
you
straight
can
fucking
actually
line.
go in a straight line.
Are
You
you
don't
talking
travel
over
doing that.
me?
Have you ever walked in a straight line?
You like talking over me, don't you?
Okay,
Simple question.
New Dawn.
Don't talk about
Just
You ever
let's
walked in a
relax.
straight line?
Okay, just let Flatman.
No. I've asked you a question. If anybody wants to
Listen,
answer, they can.
let Flatman reply without you
No.
interrupting. Okay.
My question.
Okay. So what is your question, Don? What is your question?
Okay. Fourth time. Have you ever walked in a straight line? Let's see if you can
Go
answer.
ahead, Flatman.
Yes. Your point being? Yes, I've walked in a straight line. Your point being?
Go ahead,
Oh,
Newton.
you unmuted me. You
Go ahead.
unmuted me. Wow, how generous. So it's capable. You're capable of going in a straight line. So if you're capable
And
of
your
going in a
point?
straight line,
Your point?
if you're capable of going in a straight line, then you will arrive back to where you started.
According to who?
Everybody who's done it.
What? You're burnt, man. If I walk in a straight line from my home to a friend's home, I'm at my friend's home. I'm not back at my home.
If you keep going, you will arrive back to where you started. If you know how to walk in a straight line, which you admitted you know how to do.
No, I'm not walking in a straight line all the way around your ball. I'm not going to walk in a straight line over bodies of water.
You're going to get lost.
Okay.
Well, take
You
a boat
can't
and
go in a
try.
straight line over water. How do you think people navigate water?
Okay, you're trying to be
Not in
fucking
a
real.
straight line.
You're
Yeah,
trying to be
you can
real
navigate straight lines.
douchebaggy. And let me clarify. You're trying to be real douchebaggy. Now let me be clarified. Let's say I
Oh,
can walk in a straight
boo-hoo.
line. No,
Real
you're going to
douchebag.
interrupt. Well, just end this if you're going to
You're a
interrupt.
douchebag.
Let
You're a
me
douchebag.
continue.
Guys, don't interrupt. This is completely sterile.
Yes, Linda, please keep your mouth closed while mine is moving.
Hey, don't be
If
a
I
douche.
move in a straight line and I can come to boats where there are bodies of water and continue in that straight line, eventually I'm going to come to a military stop at the 60th parallel going south. And they will turn me around and tell me to go back where I came from. So your idea that I'm going to go in a straight line and continue beyond Antarctica is bullshit.
Are you done?
Is that clear?
It's actually
you done?
nonsense.
Are you
Nonsense.
done?
Not,
Are you
it's
done?
not bullshit.
Don't
Listen,
pile
it's not
on.
bullshit. It's
Are you?
nonsense. I gotta correct
You're
Flatman on
piling
that
on.
one.
I am
You hear me,
responding.
Flatman?
It's
So,
him. He
stop,
should respond.
Stop nipping at my heels and just listen. Learn. Okay? I didn't talk about whether you're legally capable of crossing the Antarctic. Okay? I said you can circumnavigate the planet. And it's done been done many times. And it doesn't require
the South Pole. You cannot go through the South Pole in the direction you're speaking of.
many times.
You can only go in circles.
Without leaving the planet and without becoming an astronaut and viewing the globe, circumnavigating it has been done many
You
times.
see, Flatman, the problem that he's having. He says you go in a straight line, therefore it's a globe. No.
Yeah. And if I go into space, I can see the ball.
That's not what I said. So now you're misrepresenting me, and you're being
No, because you're saying that you go in a straight line and then you're gonna go around the ball.
I
What
said
ball?
because you have the capability of going in a
Listen,
straight line.
Newton,
You are missing
Newton.
it, and you are intentionally misrepresenting me. You are a liar, sir.
So Newton, you're not gonna do this. What you're saying, you're not gonna do it. Yeah, he dropped out.
Good. I might get my
wig
snatcher for that. I might get my wig snatcher. I don't think I have one yet.
So I'm trying to understand. I'll just carry on his point because he has a good point, and I'm trying to understand. If you get what we mean, right? Like if we actually live on some sort of like pancake shaped Earth. If you go
No,
in a
don't
straight
think
line,
it like that. Don't think it like that. Don't think it from. Don't think it from an outside perspective. You looking outside to it. Look like a pancake. Therefore, it works. It has to work this way. No, think about it in the realist level from your.
So what do you believe in then?
Hevel, don't interrupt, Hevel.
Let me clarify something. Let me clarify something. We are not flat Earth society. We do not believe we're a disk accelerating upward in the heliocentric model with Mars and Jupiter and all that going around the flat disk like the heliocentric model states. We are flat and stationary. The lights in the sky, including the planets, are just that, lights in the sky. We are on a flat, stationary plane.
Those are wonders. Those are wonders of the
On a
world.
flat stationary plane, and
Yeah,
that's that. Stars are
the
for
spinning
flames for seasons.
The
That's
spinning
not
is not
related
important.
No, I mean it is important. It's just not related to the point I was making. Like, okay, let's say the Earth isn't pancake shaped, right? Okay, let's say just a flat surface. We do not know the shape. If it's a flat surface, if you go in a straight line, at some point you should reach an edge, unless you admit, or not even admit, unless you argue that the Earth is some like infinite, flat shaped
Not
thing.
necessarily infinite. It could be there will have to there will have to be a container, or is it so far away that you can't reach it? You don't know that. I remember the guy was arguing for going in a straight line and going around the ball and then coming back to the same point. He's never done that in reality. Nobody has done that. Okay,
But
so that doesn't mean if you go in a straight line. Let's say you have an aircraft that can go in a straight line, right? We have an aircraft and we can go straight, and then we go towards away from north, from geographical north or magnetic north. We go away from that point towards south, and we keep going in a straight line. Then eventually you're gonna have to turn back in reality, just like Admiral Byrd, all the other people that when the explorers went down there in a boat, airplanes, and then what? Turn back. You see?
Yeah, sure, but
So what he's arguing for is a hypothetical in the mind that is not happening in reality. You see the difference?
But so what's Antarctica according to you? Does it not exist?
Well, just like any other region of the world, we have we are in the land, then we walk across the land, and we reach water, and then we reach more land, and then we reach more water, and then we reach more land. That's what we know.
And Antarctica Antarctica has a treaty. It's the only place you're not allowed to go unless 52 different countries approve your exploration and your trip. It's supposed to be the one place on Earth where there's no military. There's plenty of military there. It's the one place where they won't allow oil companies to drill for oil, which you would expect oil companies to be banging at the door to drill Antarctica for oil.
Not related either.
Pardon?
It's not related to what
It's related to reality. You know, the real stuff, the stuff that we're talking about, reality, not the cartoon ball
Yeah, like
stuff.
you want us to storm Antarctica, and I'm telling you, there's video footage of a group of men from Australia that tried to head towards Antarctica from Australia, and they were met with a giant military Australian ship, naval ship, saying, "Turn around, or we will fire upon your vessel." And they were not allowed to go. They were not allowed to go beyond the 60th parallel.
That seems like a
Wait,
fairy
who?
tale.
Wait, who has that video? I really want to see that video.
Google it. Look at it. Go on YouTube and say Antarctic run attempt from Australians. I'm sure it'll pop up somewhere. I'm not here to do all your homework. I'm telling you what I've seen with my own two eyes that people who are trying to verify things have actually done. If you think I'm lying, that's on you.
Flatman, I have a question for you. You speak about a video, right? How do you know it's not fake?
Oh, for fuck's sakes. You're like my buddy who said, how do you know the guys aren't faking the horizon? Whoa, hold on. I'm answering you. You're like my buddy who said, what if the regular people are faking that the horizon is flat? And I just looked at him like, are you fucking kidding me? How can you fake a flat horizon? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, right, but you can still fake a video, can't you?
Yeah,
but that's not the argument. Go ahead, Baramo.
Antarctica attempt. Australia. Does anyone else got that? Or somebody can send that?
Go find it.
No, I'm trying to look for it, but I can't see
There
it.
there is a lot of you're right. What is it? WK. There is a lot of videos out there. There's a lot of and there's a lot of fake videos, and there's a lot of videos with over voices on top, and you're gonna think that what you're watching is in relation to the voice on it, right, or the sound on it. But there's a lot of that stuff. But the thing is that there is the Antarctic Treaty. If you want to know about that, you will have to go to the Antarctic Treaty and read about that. You also have the Operation Deep Freeze. You can read into that. There's like multiple military operations. It's not one video that you're gonna see and realize something. People have trying to go there. There's rules about going to Antarctica. You can pay money for someone to take you there, right? You can be invited privately, like VIPs go down there.
Yeah, but aren't you
Then
limited
scientific
whenever you do
research.
that?
Yeah, you're
Like you
limited.
could.
Yeah, you listen. You're limited by the rules in place and by your own
No,
human
I'm saying like,
limitations.
let's say if you were to pay like someone to take you there, they will only give you like a place, like a limit to only be there. Like, what's the word
Yes,
for it?
yes, because you know
Like
why? Because if you go
you're only
further,
allowed in certain areas. You're not allowed to explore any further.
Actually, I found the clip. Here we go. Warship intercepts boat.
Yeah, that's not
Hold on, I'm going to post it in a second.
Yes,
It's not a
finally.
valid argument. Yes.
yeah, but what WK is that's not. Let's say that they weren't going to what he's saying Antarctica, but there is fences. People cannot go to certain areas. You know, like private property,
Yeah,
borders,
but that's Antarctica.
military
Why we're not
enforcement stuff.
allowed? Why are we not allowed to explore Antarctica like that? That's weird.
Well, it's in the longest standing treaty between nations is on writing. It's law between nations. It's international law.
Isn't that weird? Yeah, it is, eh?
It's a treaty
And
between nations. You can't go against that.
Yeah, finally, I did your homework for you. There's.
Okay, sure. I'll watch your video.
An entire 15 seconds to do your homework. You're welcome, Linda.
Yeah,
Okay,
thank
I'll
you
go
for that. But remember, Flatman, that's not even the point, right? Like, yeah,
Wait,
we know
is
there's
these
fences.
people? Wait, is these people going to Antarctica? Like they're trying to go to Antarctica or something?
Exactly. That's what I said. If you're clean the ear out of your wax out of your ears, you would have heard me say that. Regular citizens from Australia with money loaded up onto a nice boat and headed straight for Antarctica and were intercepted by the Australian military. There, I said it for the second time.
Okay.
I'll watch your video.
But somehow that won't matter. The Earth's still a spinning water ball in outer space, right, guys?
Imagine how cool would it be to go to just freely get a boat and go down there and be able to fish in Australia without people bothering you. Maybe get some penguin meat, penguin eggs. Sounds yummy. You can't. You're not allowed to.
Flatman, I just watched your video.
You're not part of the VIP section. Sorry. You know VIP sections. You know when you're not allowed in the VIP section. Do you ever go? Hey, can I go in the VIP?
Was
They
someone
say no.
talking about the video?
Yeah. I watched the video and I read the description, and it's not actually in Antarctica. It's in Victoria, Australia, and they got arrested because they were sailing on a very busy commercial route. Has nothing to do with Antarctica.
Exactly what I said. It doesn't have to.
Yeah,
but there's
then why
rules.
make
There's
this
rules
argument?
to places that you can go. You can't just go anywhere you want to go, including Antarctica, including those places. That's the whole point.
Why not? No.
Yeah, there you
Why
go.
not?
You go look into Area 51 and tell us what's there, guys. You want us to storm Antarctica and find out if it's a ball or not? Go into Area 51 and let us know what's happening first.
Yeah, because you guys are arguing from ignorance. You're saying, "Ooh, Antarctica. Well, we go there." You guys are saying we go there, therefore it's globe. But that's not what's happening.
No. The difference
That's not
between
reality.
Area 51 and Antarctica, Area 51 has probably secret military stuff that's against other countries, rather than Antarctica. Though they have no reason to gatekeep Antarctica. That
They
which is
have a treaty. Do you hear that? They have law that prevents you, your own country, the United States or whichever country you're from, Mexico. They have a standing treaty that they will enforce law against you, the citizen, the employee of your nation, the U.S. Inc. If you break the rules, you're gonna go to jail. Don't you get it?
yeah. But
It's
why
pretty
do they
simple.
set? Yeah, it's simple, but why do they put so simple rules for Antarctica? Like, what's so bad about exploring Antarctica?
I don't know why will they want to do
Like,
that.
and then why we're like restricted for like a certain amount of like, you feel me? Like,
Maybe they want
there's
a
only a
VIP
certain amount of
section and you're not a VIP. It's pretty simple.
Wait,
Oh,
but
that's
there's
stupid.
tons of
So you tell me the whole Antarctica is just VIP? No, that's
Well,
retarded.
can you go there and go nilly willy? Hey, can you claim land in Antarctica yourself? Can you just go there and do whatever you want? No,
Yeah, but the
you can't.
fact that a part of every country in the world is saying that you can't go or they will shoot you is insane. You don't think that's crazy for
No,
Antarctica?
no,
But
no, I don't
still,
think
it
that's
doesn't prove
crazy at
anything.
all.
Go ahead.
I think that's very possible. If the governments want to conspire together, they will, and they do. Don't you find it interesting that down here it's all, screw you, it's all fight, 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 but on the ISS, I mean, Russia, China, America, they all get along. It's just peaches and cream. It's kumbaya. But down here, it's all
Oh,
war
but they're
and
acting. Remember, they're acting there. It's a TV show, and they want you to believe it, and they gotta show you the smiles, in TV.
yeah.
And they want to show you the balls. They show you Earth is ball. You want Earth to be a ball? They'll show it to you.
It's amazing. One country can attack another country, and then they're going to be showing you the soccer tournaments are happening. It's a soccer championship. Don't pay attention to what's going on over there. It's soccer time, soccer season. Do
That's
you not think it'd
Yeah,
be better
going
to
in as
solve
let's bring this point home, Flatman. Going in a
Okay,
straight
sorry. Back to
line doesn't
Yes.
prove you live on a spinning water ball through the vacuum of
Okay.
space. Go ahead.
Antarctica. You can go on a paid tour, guided tour to Antarctica. There's, I believe, 2 different poles at 2 different points on the coastline of Antarctica where they'll take you as a tourist and you can take your picture at that pole, and they claim it's the South Pole, but it's just a pole near the coastline of Antarctica. There's 2 spots like that can happen on a paid guided tour. How is there 2 South Poles? Okay, beyond that,
They have the ceremonial and the geographical in the map, and then they have the magnetic and the geomagnetic. There's more than 2.
Beyond a public tour of where they'll let you look around Antarctica, it's all controlled by governments and military. You have to be part of the club to be down there as a scientist or whatever. You can't just be a citizen wandering around Antarctica. So that's that for Antarctica.
Smart.
You can actually go to Antarctica though. Yeah, there's Antarctica tourism. You can pay there and go do I don't know, some scuba diving.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Yeah, but there's a
We
limit.
can go.
There's only a certain amount of places you could go in Antarctica. Like the minute you land there, you could go like probably like, let me see the limit where you could go. Like, it's so small. Like, you basically could go to the next city if you're in Antarctica. You can't
Yeah,
really.
but the thing is that
No, but I'm
the
saying like the
landmarks.
distance amount. Like, you could
The,
go like
the,
10 minutes in there and then just 10 minutes back. You can't
and
just
that's
like
it.
really explore.
Yeah, you can probably there could be like a big region that you can kind of go around and whatever. But when you compare that to the huge circle that you're just on a dot on a little spot in that huge circle or whatever region that you're at, you're just covering a little area. That's it. You can. I mean, there's a lot of observations in airplanes. They do. You can also pay. There's airplanes that go down there and go across the coast as well and do that kind of stuff. But it's
sorry.
that doesn't prove the globe.
Indior, if that's Indior. Gemsy. I just found the proper clip for that group of gentlemen that rushed Antarctica from Australia. Their Antarctica ice wall. Boat stopped by Australian Navy, Antarctic ice wall. Go ahead, check that. That's the one I was speaking of earlier. My bad that I mixed it up with a different one where civilians are stopped from going wherever they want on the ocean. which again proves you can't just go on the ocean and go wherever you want, whether it's Antarctica or not.
Wait, boat stop by okay.
So from that premise, in the realist level that can be verified, you can't just go on a straight line wherever you want. It just doesn't work like that. And that guy bringing that argument, and WK kind of like saying that's a good argument, and the other guy, no, is dead on arrival. That argument.
Yeah, I might not be able to walk in a straight line on the water, but I can get on a boat. But eventually, if my straight line is heading in a direction and I'm not allowed to go, I will be stopped and turned around.
And then if you reach the whatever the basin of that continent, and then you land on it, and then what? You're gonna get hungry, tired, sleepy, and you're gonna say, I miss my mommy, right? And then go back.
I mean, that's why people do not usually go to Antarctica. Like, there's no restriction on movement in Antarctica. It's just that, like,
There
the
is a
very
huge restriction. You're missing the point.
No, there's virtually no restrictions apart from like the
Listen,
weather.
one of those boats can only carry certain amount of fuel, right? And they can travel a certain amount of distance to a certain point and then go back so they don't get stranded, right? That's correct,
yes.
right? Yeah.
Yes.
So you believe in the globe. Yeah, I live in a globe. You believe Australia is proved the globe. I mean, the Antarctica proved the globe. This is the argument. You go in a straight line towards Antarctica, that proves the globe.
I didn't say
You can't
Antarctica
even do that.
No, I didn't say Antarctica proved the globe. You say that at one point, if you keep going in a straight line, you will reach Antarctica. You're the one who mentioned Antarctica.
Yo, flat man, the dude in the video said that he was debunking they going to Antarctica. He said they're just going fishing.
Well,
I think that's the case.
The military. Are you like, oh yeah, no, we're trying to storm Antarctica, sir. Can you move out of our way?
No, but the coordinates he put out was just like a good fishing spot. They wasn't heading towards Antarctica. They said that Antarctica was like 200 something away. Wait, let me see.
They were going pretty fast across the ocean, pretty far away, and I just want to see the positions where they were. Like, I would like to see.
No,
the GPS,
they even had fishing rods
to see how
too.
far they actually made it. Because
and do you not see the title Antarctic ice wall ? Like they were stopped by the Australian Navy. Whoa, hold on. I'm still speaking. Please.
Go ahead.
Even if they were just fishing, going to a fishing spot. Apparently that a fishing spot was in a place the government doesn't want them going and looking and seeing. It's getting too close to the Antarctic ice wall.
Wait, so can I speak? I've actually just watched your video and investigated the channel, and the channel who posted the video you just sent me isn't the original channel, meaning that the title isn't the title that the ones who originally uploaded the video took. And it's probably just
proof that if you're in the Southern Ocean heading towards the South Antarctic, you are going to be met with resistance and told to turn around. You can't keep going.
Yeah, but the video,
video.
The video is debunking that fact. Though the video is just the title. The title says Antarctica wall ? It's just him trying to debunk that, and he literally debunked it. Do you watch the video?
What do you mean he debunked it? Yes, I watched the video. He could not keep going straight.
They only made it like 44 kilometers away, so that's nowhere near anywhere Antarctica.
Yeah. But they were still stopped by government officials and told you can't keep going.
You can't keep going. Yeah, that's the whole point.
Yeah, but listen, even in the video, at the end of it, you can see their fishing rods.
Fine. Did they keep going straight? Yes or no? Were they stopped or not?
Yes, they were stopped. They were going in a straight line. The guy said, I can go in a straight line and prove is globe. Look, this guy went a straight line and didn't prove the globe. There you go.
The video is taken out of context. Jesus. You're
It
not
is
going to.
not.
Wait,
It is
wait, wait.
proof that you will be stopped if you try to go anywhere you want to go on the ocean. That you cannot freely get in your boat and just go anywhere you want willy-nilly on the ocean. That is what the proof is. Whether they were
Sure,
headed for the West Wall or not, it is proof that the ocean is monitored, patrolled, and controlled.
Wait. Yes, there are rules on the ocean. Wow, mind-blowing. There are also rules on Earth. You can't just cross a border whenever you want to.
Yeah,
right?
that's the whole point. When Glovers come in here and argue, we can go in a straight line and prove the globe. No.
Oh, okay. So I see where you're going. So we'll never have the actual proof that the Earth is flat, right? You will always get out of it. You'll always find ways to.
Absolutely, you'll never get the proof that the Earth is a globe. It is experienced
Okay,
and
sure.
observed as flat and stationary. You're interrupting me. We experience the Earth as flat and stationary. We don't experience at spinning and curving.
Wait, so just because you didn't experience something, it means it's not real? Come on, man.
Yes.
Are you kidding me?
Retarded.
I mean, I agree with. I'm a flat earther myself, but it just the videos you bringing up is just like it's not really facts. Like you're not proving the case that the Earth is flat with these videos or these proof.
I'm not trying to prove the Earth is flat with those videos. I'm trying to prove that you are restricted in your movement to try to prove the globe.
Right, you're restricted everywhere you go. That's no proof.
Of the globe.
What do you mean?
But if I can get in a plane and jump out of it and I don't see the horizon curving from whatever height I jump from, then that's taking away from your boat going over the curve, isn't it? When I'm standing on the ground? Is the boat going over the curve or is Earth too big to see the curve? Which is it? It can't be both.
I don't understand your question. Can you re-say it, please?
Is the boat going over the curve of the Earth when you watch it disappear bottom up? Or is Earth too big to see the curve? Which one is it?
Well, it's both. Okay, so I'll tell you how the curve works, right? Let's say, imagine yourself standing on some ball, like a lemon. Imagine
That will be impossible. Impossible. You can't do that. You can't stand on a lemon. You can't do it. Try it. You can't.
Gemsy, sorry. I'm going to try to be patient enough to listen to you ramble through what you're going to try to explain to me, but I've heard this a few times before. Go ahead.
The thing is, okay, let's say I'm a flat earther. If I can even imagine this, if you're actually living on a ball, if you look in front of you, you do not see a curve because that's how perspective works. If you have a hula hoop like around your head, right, and you look straight, you do not see a curve, you see a straight line because that's how perspective works. That's not a proof for a flat earth.
You're losing me. I thought you were going to try to explain your ball to me, that the boat goes over the curve and it disappears bottom up and the Earth is curving. I thought that's what you were going to explain to me.
My testicles.
What?
There's the intellectual equivalent of the ball earthers right there. His testicles. That's hilarious. So my question to you was, is the boat going over the curve of the Earth because it's disappearing bottom up, or is the Earth too big to see the curve? Because I told you, I go and I jump out of airplanes, and no matter what height I'm at, I don't see the curve. If the boat is disappearing over the curve from the ground, I should be able to see the curve at some point. And not to mention, if it's bending front to back, it should be bending left to right, curving left to right as well. So if that boat disappears over Earth's curve in front of me, I should be able to see curve left to right, observe it easily. If that's a claim you're making, it should be quite easy to verify the curve of the Earth. But it doesn't matter what height I go to, how hard I look, there is no curve to the Earth. Unless I use a fisheye lens. Unless I use a fisheye lens. I live on the 15th floor of a building. I could use a fisheye lens and show you curvature of the horizon, but I would be disingenuous doing so.
Okay, I'll answer your question. It's actually both. Both aren't mutually exclusive. You cannot see the curve on the naked eye.
You can't have both. You have to have one or the other. Either the Earth is a radius of 3959 or it's not.
Well, it is. That wasn't
Then
your
show
original
me the
point.
curve, baby. Show me the curve without a
That's what I
fisheye lens, please.
not see it with the naked eye when you're at low altitude. That's the answer
And
you're
I'm
looking for.
telling you, I jump out of airplanes, and no matter what altitude I get to, the Earth does not, the horizon never curves with my naked eye.
Yeah, maybe the
But it
airplane doesn't.
will with a fisheye lens.
We have footage of weather balloons that are high
Yeah,
up enough.
and we on the flat Earth side have footage of weather balloons with non-fisheye lenses going up
Yeah,
to the
that's
height
what
of
I mean.
120,000 feet, 120,000 feet, and there is no curving horizon. Independent, not paid for by NASA. No
Okay, the
tax
issue.
money.
Okay, that's not an actual argument because you're saying that 20,000 feet is actually high enough. How do you know that's high enough to see the
120,000 feet. Clean the wax out of your ears.
How do you know that's high
If you're
enough?
telling me you're watching the boat go over the curve at ground level, I shouldn't have to go to 120,000 feet to start seeing the horizon bend. Come on.
They're not mutually exclusive. It's okay. So let's see.
Are
cannot
you
see the curve.
listening to what I'm saying, sir? Even at 120,000 feet without a fisheye lens, the horizon does not bend. And at ground level, the ship does not go over the horizon because I can take out a camera and zoom in the whole boat that supposedly disappeared over the horizon while I'm standing on the ground.
They're not mutually exclusive.
Listen, you either need to have some, take a position, which is you saw the boat go over the curve and Earth is you can see curve from the ground and observe it from the ground, or it's too big to see it from the ground and you have to go up into the sky to see it. And then you have to show us a non-fisheye lens evidence of that curve from whatever height you're claiming. I'm showing you proof of a boat being zoomed into complete view from the bottom to the top of the boat, where with the naked eye from the shore, you can't see that boat. It's supposedly gone over the curve. So I'm disproving your ground curvature, and I'm telling you from personal experience jumping out of airplanes, there is no curvature from any height that I've jumped from, and from independent, regular everyday people like you and I, who took their own hard-earned money and sent helium balloons up to 120,000 feet with a non-fisheye lens, there was still no curvature. That's my position. Now you need to pick a position for your ball Earth. Either the boat went over the curve, or you can show me the horizon curving from a height, but you need to pick a position and show your proof.
Okay, sure. I'll send you a proof of a boat actually, the bottom of a boat actually disappearing. Because the problem with the video you sent me is that we do not have the guarantee that the boat is far enough for its bottom to disappear. So
And
I
we're
can
going to
actually
go
find
where Brenda was with me with that clip. She's going to say, well, the horizon starts bending beyond that boat. But beforehand, she said it went over the curve from the shoreline. I saw with my own eyes the boat went over the curve. It's far enough. It's gone over the curve. It's gone. But then it goes 4 more miles out. I take out a camera and I zoom it in. I can see the boat even 4 miles further than when it disappeared from my eyesight. And you're telling me that's still not far enough. Wow.
The video you sent me is very blurry. I do not know where that was taken,
Oh,
but the
please,
bottom of the boat clearly wasn't disappear behind the curve.
Please.
What do you mean, please? Yeah, do you want an answer to your video? Yes, your video doesn't show a boat whose bottom is disappearing. How does that prove there's no curve?
It's bringing it in from the curve that it supposedly went over that you're claiming. Do you see curve left to right when it zooms all the way back to the shoreline? Can you see curve left to right? Because that's a large portion of the horizon. That's probably 40 miles of horizon when he gets back to the shoreline, zoomed in, zoomed out rather than zooming in on the boat. From the shoreline, zooming into that boat, when he zooms into the boat, you're maybe seeing a half mile of the horizon. But when he zooms back out towards the shoreline where he's standing from, now you can see probably 40 miles of horizon. And you're telling me that boat's got to go further than it is to start going over the curve. Okay.
Well, no, but for the bottom of a boat to not be seen anymore, it has to be beyond the horizon. You can see on the video, when at the point where he zooms, the boat is actually in front of the horizon, so I'm assuming he's not far enough.
There is no curve. It's not going to drop behind the horizon, no matter how far it goes out. It's going to stay on the surface of the water. Excuse me, it's going to stay on the surface of water that does not bend. Water doesn't bend. It lays flat and level.
There's something called gravity, so yeah, it doesn't bend. It just converges to the nucleus of a large enough mass.
Prove your gravity. Prove it's not a
What?
theory.
What? Okay, look, I have plenty of pictures on the internet of boats.
That's what I said. Prove that your gravity is real and not a theory that the molten core of the Earth is drawing everything to the surface of the Earth. That's the theory of gravity.
Okay, hold your phone up in the air and drop it. Does your phone drop?
You're hilarious. The phone weighs more than the air.
Watch you don't smash your screen though, mate.
Who took that cell phone up? Who took that cell phone up?
Wait,
now
wait,
you, now you have
you're
to
confusing.
now you have to explain. Now you have to explain why things go up.
Yeah, how about you explain me how come the helium balloon floats in my apartment instead of gets drawn to the floor by the gravity? If gravity pulled my phone to the floor, it should pull the balloon to the floor, no?
Yeah, but all this is irrelevant. Listen, guys, all this is irrelevant. We've already got the distance to the equator from the GP of Polaris, which was all flat Earth elevation angle measurements anyway. So there's definitely no curve. The Earth is measured flat. Talking about forces and all that's got nothing to do with the shape of the Earth because we know it's measured flat. That's how you get the distance to the equator. End of story.
And he was claiming gravity makes water lay flat instead of bend.
He can claim what he wants, but we know the Earth's measured flat. 90 degrees from the Polaris to the equator, 0 degrees, flat Earth elevation angle measurements.
Yeah, we were speaking about the boats on the water not going over the curve of the Earth, and then he said, it's got to go further to go over the curve, and I said, no, it'll stay on the surface of the water, which lays flat and level. And then he goes, yeah, water lays flat and level because of gravity.
Yeah.
Show me a curved frozen lake.
We've already told you how the Earth's measured flat, mate. There's no curve.
But you guys are making like 10 different points at once. What do you want me to answer right now?
You want to prove your gravity? Show me a curved frozen lake.
Okay, scale matters. The Earth is too big to see the curve.
Too big. And what happened to boats go over? What happened to boats go over the horizon?
They disappear.
Disappear because of what? I can post a GIF of a video.
Wait.
It disappeared because of what?
Because of the curve.
No, because human eyes has limitations. Look to the GIF I just posted.
Exactly. That's why.
Actually, that's the cross.
Human eyes is not
here.
your.
Miguel.
Human eyes was not your answer. So
listen. Also, that's a limitation of you, but there's multiple variables. His claim is like because curve, we can't see the boat anymore because curve. But there is more variables that don't include curve that cause the effect that we observe as boats going beyond our limitation of view. Beyond the horizon, the vanishing point, the angle of view. There's also stuff in the air limiting the optics. So there's more than one thing happening, but his claim is because curve of Earth.
So what you're telling me then is that
we've just explained it's measured fucking flat.
Wait, so you're telling me that we cannot see the bottom of the boat because there's stuff in the air? Is that what you're saying?
No. The bottom of the boat is actually in the water. The bottom of the boat is in the water. You know this, right?
Yeah, partially, not entirely.
Nobody's arguing against that. Nobody's saying that the bottom of the boat is not in the water. Nobody's saying that.
Yeah, it can't be the curve of the Earth. Remember, it's too big.
You're missing my point, though. The fact that it's too big.
You're missing the whole point.
Why do you guys keep interrupting me? I never interrupt you. That's crazy. You cannot listen to an argument.
You say we're missing the point. I got the reverse Uno card for that argument.
No, the thing is, okay, well, first of all, let me answer to, what's his name? Flatman Canada, what he was saying about, basically what he was arguing is that, well, if we cannot see the curve, then how do you see boats disappearing? Am I right? Batman,
You don't
can
get
you...
it, mate. It's measured flat, mate.
No, that's not the argument. We can go over that later on if you want.
Yeah, your argument was you can't see curve because Earth too big. That
Your
was you.
argument is mocking me. You do not have any argument, do you? You're just imitating my voice.
Do you disagree with the
I
distance
got
to the
imitating
equator from
your voice
Polaris?
now until this point.
What? There were two people talking at once. I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah, you know there's a distance to Polaris, don't you? And the equator.
Do I
What's the
know?
distance?
No.
Yeah.
I'm not sure actually. You tell me.
Yeah. So that's the equator, mate. You know what the equator is, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's the flat Earth elevation angle measurement, mate.
Okay. So
the Earth's flat.
Why?
Because it's measured like that.
Yes, it's measured flat. That's why we only have an approximation of the actual radius and not a perfectly correct value.
Yeah, it's measured flat. Welcome to flat Earth.
Yeah, it's measured flat. That doesn't mean it's flat.
Oh.
That's some heavy cog dis right there.
Yeah, well, that's just you not understanding trigonometry.
All right, so if I measure my couch to be 5 feet long, could it be anything other than 5 feet long?
Well, depends. Is your flat?
It's
is
a spherical
your,
couch, mate. The couch is spherical.
If I burn my hand by thrusting it in boiling water, is my hand not burnt?
Is that relevant?
If I measure Earth flat, can it be anything but?
Well, no, that's why we have an approximation. Okay, so see...
What approximation? When I measure a couch 5 feet, it's 5 feet. I don't have to approximate it. I measure it.
Well, maybe because your couch isn't... I'm confused of the analogy right now.
Well, we measure Earth flat.
You're definitely confused.
Yeah, I'm confused because you're making points beside the argument.
No, we measure Earth flat.
Yep, it's measured flat, mate. It's not a globe. We can physically measure it flat, horizontal, and level. End of
The
story.
method we use requires it to be flat because the method is two lines terminating at an angle.
Okay, sure. Let's break it down. So what do you mean by measure the Earth? Do you mean the circumference, the radius? Like, what do you mean?
The distance to the equator, mate, from the 90-degree underneath Polaris. Yeah, 90-degree under Polaris, going to 0 degrees to the equator is a flat Earth measurement.
That's right.
What do you mean by it's a flat Earth measurement?
It's an elevation angle at 90 degrees, moving away to 0 degrees, gives you the distance to the equator, flat Earth measurement. End of story.
No, because
your latitude on Earth is an elevation angle to Polaris, and the distance to Polaris is figured by using elevation angles to it.
No,
your distance to the GP of Polaris, if I should clarify, the ground position directly underneath Polaris. Yep,
yeah, okay, but
that distance is measured using flat angles.
We use flat angles to measure it because it's virtually impossible to measure curved angles. Do you know what a tangent is?
Yeah, a curved angle is impossible. It's a violation of Euclidean geometry.
It's impossible to measure. Yeah, that's why we use tangents.
We don't have a tangent. We have an actual angle.
We're using the sea level, mate. Surface of Earth. We're not using a tangent. We're using the surface of Earth. We're using the horizon to establish horizontal, and it's a flat Earth elevation angle proof.
No, what I'm saying is that
how would you differentiate a tangent from flat Earth then? Maybe you should explain that. Go ahead.
What do you mean how to... I'm confused right
now.
Yeah,
we claim to be using a flat angle measurement. You claim it's a tangent to a curve. Differentiate the tangent from the curve. The floor is yours. Go.
No. You're missing the point.
I have the point. You missed the point.
You missed the plot. Like it's flat, so we can actually measure it. That doesn't make it flat.
Then
So you've got
why
a
is it
distance.
not measured curved?
We'll go over it one more time for you. 90 degrees under Polaris, away to 0 degrees at the equator. We've got a measurement. We're using sea level. We're using the horizon. We're using horizontal. It's definitely a flat Earth measurement. The Earth is flat. It's measured like that.
So you're saying that because we globe Earthers measure the Earth as flat, that means it is flat?
The Earth is measured flat, therefore it is flat.
Well, maybe we just have the wrong measurements. Like, how does that prove
No,
the
we
Earth
definitely
flat?
have the correct measurements using a horizontal baseline from the GP, of Polaris at 90 degrees back to 0 degrees. Gives you the equator distance. That's a flat Earth measurement right there.
Yes, and we can do this because
Yeah,
of
but
tangent
that's like, dude,
economics.
this is like a trick question. He's saying that it's like the Earth is flat, but like you still believe that the Earth is a sphere, right? Like the Earth is essentially not like. What do you think that there's like a flat Earth in the sense that you could fall off the edge of the flat Earth at some point? Do you really think that it's a flat Earth in the sense that it's just like some plate?
Well, it doesn't matter about that. What we're saying is from the GP of Polaris, 90 degrees, which is you'll need fucking 2 straight lines for that, and we're going to be using the sea level for that, back to 0 degrees, that is definitely a flat Earth elevation angle measurement, right? We're not talking about edges, but that distance there is definitely horizontal and level. Thousands of miles.
Yeah, thousands of miles, but that's still... It's
still flat, it's still horizontal, and it's still level.
Not...
Yes, it is.
So what do you think? Do you think that you can like? What
I don't
happens
think
when you
anything,
keep
mate.
on
I'm not
going?
even thinking. I'm not even thinking about anything. I'm telling you a fact. I'm not thinking about anything. I'm telling you a damn right good fact that the Earth is flat and it's measured like that.
Your mother's breasts are flat.
Dude, if you were to keep on walking and walking and walking, where would you reach?
I'm not bothered about that because I know now that 90 degrees to Polaris down to 0 degrees using sea level, thousands of miles baseline is flat. I don't care about walking anywhere. I don't care about the sun. I don't care about gravity. I know that now the Earth is flat. That's all I need to know.
Do you think that the Earth is like a petri dish flat, or do you think it's like flat?
I know the distance. I know the distance between the GP Polaris to the equator, thousands of miles, is a flat Earth measurement.
One day, do you mind I ask you a question?
Go for it.
So, did you measure all the way to equator yourself? Is this your data?
No, but there is a measurement to it, mate.
Yeah, one deck is citing the process. The process of measurement requires it to be flat.
So I'm almost there. So I'm just highlighting that I think it's all you're really doing is you're taking somebody else's word for it, and it seems you have a problem doing that with space, right? And so it's kind of hypocritical that you would take somebody else's measurement.
No, you missed the complete point. You missed the complete point, AT. This is their claim, not ours. Their claim. We're examining their method, their process requires it to be flat. I can't help it if they think it's a globe when their own process requires it to be flat. That's their delusion, not mine. Okay,
That's
you
what
got
I'm
it,
saying.
AT?
Yeah, like he thinks he's saying it's flat, but he doesn't deny that it's a globe. He's not saying that the Earth is like a petri dish. He's like trying to troll you.
Wait, who's trolling?
One deck.
Oh,
I'm not trolling, mate. I'm not
saying
trolling.
like you're trolling like in a malicious. Like I'm not saying that.
I don't care what
if
you're
I
saying.
say
I
you're
don't care what
trolling, that means
I
that you
don't
should
care
be
what you're
muted.
saying. I know
That's
what
not
a
what I'm
90
saying.
degree angle is. I know what
But
an
the thing is,
elevation
it's a
angle
trick
is.
question.
And
What
I
you're
know...
saying is a trick.
No, it's not a
You
trick.
don't deny that the Earth is a globe.
Yes, I do. It's not a globe. It's flat. Definitely measured like that.
You think the Earth is flat like a plate, like a petri dish?
It's definitely flat, horizontal and level. It's not a globe.
It's flat.
It's not a globe. It's measured flat, horizontal and level. It's not a globe. Definitely. 100%.
Okay, well, let's rewind the
horizontal
argument.
and level.
So Amish, I was just trying to get at that there is a counter to a globe claim, and that's fair. You can counter it away, but then when you go and then you posit, well, I know the Earth is flat because it's measured flat, and it's measured flat all the way to the equator, thousands and thousands of miles over sea level. I think that's the point you kind of lose me, right? Because he didn't measure that. That's why I asked. And so when I go in here and right,
he didn't claim to measure it. He specifically said it is measured that way. Do you understand the difference?
No, I understand perfectly. I'm saying like
okay, so you're wrong. You were wrong. You
How am I
understand
wrong?
that you were wrong. Okay, he is not claiming to have measured it. He claimed that the measurement process itself requires it to be flat. Those are two different things. Do you understand? For the second time.
No, I don't understand because that's
Okay,
not what
I'll
I'm
explain
saying.
again.
No, Amish.
I'll
Amish,
explain again.
Amish, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not
Can
talking
I
about
try
the
to-
process. I'm talking about the claim he said.
All right,
I
I'm going
know
to go
the
mow the
Earth is.
lawn.
Huh?
I'm going to go mow the lawn. You can talk to one deck. Thanks.
One
Thank
deck.
you.
Can you show some like source of like scientific proof for what you're saying? One deck. Like I'm curious to see what is where are you getting your information?
Okay, well, you know there's a distance to the equator from the GP of Polaris, don't you?
Do we know
I
that?
don't even know.
Isn't
Dude,
that
to be
your
honest,
thing?
I'm not
You've got
very smart
latitude,
when it
haven't we?
comes
We've
to
got
this stuff. I'm
latitude.
not gonna
You've got
lie to you.
latitude.
I'm
You've got
not trying
latitude from your North Pole to the equator. There's a distance
what
to it.
I don't know what that means.
Well,
I just want to
can't help. I
understand
can't
where
help
your
if
head is at.
I can't
Can you
help
show
what
me
you can't
something?
understand,
Can
mate.
you send me a link to where
No.
you're getting your info?
So I will do in a minute, mate. I can't do it right now because I'm out and about. But listen to me. There is a distance between the GP of Polaris at 90 degrees to 0, and that's the equator. You realise that, don't you?
I guess what we're asking essentially is that distance, right? Big or
Well,
small?
there is a
How did you
distance
get
to
it?
isn't
How
there?
did you get it?
Yeah,
Like, what's the
yeah,
source? Because you said you didn't
yeah.
measure it, right?
Elevation angles, mate. Elevation angles at sea level.
No, not the process. Like the distance, like the actual length. Where did you get that? The number, not the process.
Well, there is a distance, isn't there?
I don't know. Is there? That's not my claim.
Yes. There's what's your claim then?
Well, no, I'm asking about your claim. I don't think
Right,
you've
so
backed up your
I'm
claim.
claiming
listen,
that
you don't understand AT. One deck is claiming what the globe claims. It is pointing out contradictions with it.
I'm
Do you
aware.
understand? Okay, carry on.
Okay, but
Right. So with the due process of length measuring down, I get it, right? I'm not agreeing with it, but I get the claim. But that's not what I'm addressing here. I'm talking about the actual distance, like the actual length in meters or kilometers or miles, whatever.
Okay.
The unit
So
length. How did you get that?
Well, how did the globe model get the distance?
It's not a flip it on me kind of thing here.
Well, I'm telling you there's a distance and how it's measured. Do you disagree with
AT,
that?
you did not understand. You demonstrated, AT, that you did not understand. I will say it again. One deck did not claim to have measured the distance himself. He says the process requires it to be flat. And the process that has been used for 1,000 years, maybe more, requires it to be that way. We can't help the fact that people like you think it's a globe whenever you measure the Earth and the distance to the GP of Polaris. That you think it's a globe when it's measured flat. You do not understand, AT.
Amish, there's two things going on here, and I'm kind of.
I'd like to say something.
Wait, why?
I'd like to say something. Amish. So basically, what you're saying is that we globe Earthers contradict ourselves, right? That's basically what you're saying. How does
you're incorrect in everything that you say. You're incorrect in everything that you say because the Earth is measured flat. You can't measure a distance. Yeah, the way it's measured from Polaris at 90 degrees to the equator is elevation angles. Yeah, you will require a flat horizontal baseline for that using the surface of Earth. You can't do that on a globe. It's never been done on a globe. The Earth is flat, and that's how it's measured.
Can you let me finish?
Yes.
What you're basically saying right now is that we contradict ourselves because we claim that the Earth is round, yet we measured using flat methods. That's basically what you're saying, right?
Yes.
That doesn't prove the Earth flat, though. It just proves that there are contradictions within our model.
Yeah, your globe is wrong. The end.
Yeah, but
Okay, but then how do you how do you account for the pictures of
prove
Earth?
the Earth flat is rhetorically incorrect.
Bro, if I go up in the sky high enough, I could see a curve. Seen it with my own eyes.
Yeah. How did you measure it?
No, but you could see a curve when you get high enough in the sky.
Great for you. Have you been for an eye test lately? How did you measure it?
Well,
Okay.
how do you measure that
Let
the
me ask you
horizon is
this.
flat?
What is
One day.
happening when they're in space taking a picture of Earth with a satellite?
I don't
I'm not
believe
gonna lie,
they're
that
doing
was
that, mate.
probably the worst thing
So you're
you've
going
used
right
for your
off subject now,
argument.
aren't you, pal? Yeah. This is a distortion tactic.
No, I'm not trying to. I'm trying to. I want to know what your honest opinion on that is. Is it fake? Is it a fake picture?
Well, it has to be because I've just explained the fucking distance between the GP Polaris to the equator is all flat Earth elevation angle measurements. That proves the Earth is flat. So whatever you're seeing on your YouTube channel or TV or film program is not real.
That doesn't prove the Earth flat, however, according to your logic.
Well, the
it proves that
measurement
it's not
between the
round.
GP Polaris out to the equator at 0 degrees does.
One day, I have a question, perhaps that would help me understand
Within
what
the
you're saying,
pro-Earth
right?
community doesn't prove the Earth flat.
Wait,
one day.
WK, please. So I actually have a ball in front of me right now. I'm not saying it's a globe and the ball and haha. I have like an actual circle, right? A sphere rather, and I can see that it's a circle or a sphere. I can't see the other end of it when I hold it out straight, and my eyes will let me know that it's round, right? But I haven't measured it. I can kind of guess how you know, the radius and the circumference and all that is based on like my eye measurements, but I won't know for sure until I take like an actual measuring tape and take it around the ball, right? It's a soccer ball. And I guess like my point is just that you can measure a soccer ball with a measuring tape and you can get a distance, and then you can flatten that out on a map, and then you can also translate that distance. But it doesn't mean that the soccer ball will become flat. And it kind of sounds like that's what you're doing here, to me at least, right? You're saying, well, we have a flat measurement, and we have like a map to the equator, and you kind of avoided like how long exactly it is, and you haven't measured it yourself. You're talking about the process. I get it. So now I'm just talking about a process also.
Yes.
And in this process, right, you can totally measure circumference.
Yes,
But
in
you
a flat
didn't.
map, like, bro, yes, because I'm a 3D artist. Okay, you can totally unwrap 3D objects and put it into a flat plane. It's called UV
Exactly.
unwrapping. I think you should look that up because it takes a 3D model and flattens it into a 2D manner, so you can paint on it.
Yeah,
As a
that's what I'm
PNG.
trying to get at. Yeah,
That's exactly right. So that's a manifold coordinate transform.
You're saying, okay, so the you're measuring it in the way that it would be flat, but that doesn't mean you could wrap it around a globe and it will be 3D again, a ball.
But you don't know if it's wrapped or curving in the first instance because you never measured it to do that.
But we've.
Yeah, I guess so. So the point is, Amish, I'm glad you said that. My point is this. So I don't know who made the original claim. You said it was the Globers. I don't know. I've been here for like 1.5 hours. I don't think
One
that was
deck
the
is
case.
just espousing celestial navigation concepts, which you can read about in books going back to the 1500s.
I'm aware. I'm just saying like this doesn't really highlight any side really.
Yeah, it does.
Because
You
of
don't have
this.
a globe measurement. You have sky measurements.
Well, what I'm
Yeah,
really trying to
reasonable.
get at is an arbitrary distance from A to B, right? It doesn't really prove anything just because it uses one method or another, because like we just explained, you can totally wrap 3D objects in 1D or in 2D.
Yeah, just because you can doesn't mean you did, and you did not. Nobody has done exactly what you think needs to be done in order to prove it to be a globe. Now, if you have evidence that it was done, you can present it and we can talk about it.
Yeah, I guess like my
But
best
dude,
evidence
you're
is
saying that all
always
the
to zoom
pictures are
out.
fake. Are you saying that NASA's like all fake? SpaceX, Elon Musk, Star, whatever, all the satellites in space
Yeah,
are
I'm
just
saying
lies?
this.
No.
I'm saying this. No. I'm not.
What
I'm
we're
saying
saying,
this.
What we're saying,
Present
mate,
me
is
the evidence.
elevation angles to Polaris back to 0 degrees require a flat Earth to measure that angle. That's
what
what
do you
we're
mean
saying.
by it requires? I still don't really get that.
That's
Well, it's
incorrect.
sea,
It does not
you're using the
require
sea level, mate. You're using the sea level.
it. Doesn't
I,
need to be a flat Earth
that's
to be
not
able to
really an
measure it
answer.
in a
What do you
flat
mean, like,
manner.
if
Well,
I
it
have a
is an answer.
soccer ball?
That's
If I have a
what I
soccer
answered
ball,
you with.
wait,
That
wait,
is
wait,
my answer. It is my
wait. One day.
answer. That's the answer you're getting.
Yeah, but one day the answer is then not sufficing, right? Because if I have a soccer ball, like I explained before, I do have in front of
We're not
me.
talking about soccer balls.
No,
We're talking
I'm
about the Earth.
drawing an
We're not
analogy.
bothered about soccer balls, baseballs, ping pong balls. We're not talking about that. That's not
Okay,
the topic. You're in the
then
wrong channel. If you're talking about basketballs, you're in the wrong area. We're talking about elevation angles to Polaris at 90 degrees back to 0 degrees using sea level, not
Yeah, but you
your
haven't
rugby ball.
demonstrated that, and I don't agree that that
That's
is a
how the
requirement.
measurement's required, mate. How else do you get latitude? How is latitude measured?
Well, what do you mean, like global latitude or local?
What is latitude? How do you get it?
Well, that's when you unwrap a 3D
How do you
object
measure
into.
it? How do you measure latitude?
You don't know what
Well,
we're talking about.
Yes, it's coordinations, and I do know how coordinates work on a map. Yes, but I'm just saying in real life,
How do you measure latitude?
the only way you can have a working coordinate set is because you
I'm
wrap
not
the
talking
3D
about working
objects into
coordinate
2D.
sets. That's
That's
your
how it
Let me
word,
works.
say this
not
one more
mine.
time.
You mentioned working coordinate sets. I'm talking about latitude. How do you measure latitude?
You may
It's a
know what
distance.
coordinates are and how they work, but
It's
you
a
do not know
distance.
how they came to
It's going
be.
off topic.
You
It's
have
going
no
off
idea
topic.
how they came into existence. And that's what we're trying to tell you. How they came into existence is more important than you using them.
I don't think so.
Okay, well, how
Who
they came into existence requires a flat Earth, and you're
I don't
avoiding that.
agree. No, I don't agree.
I know you don't agree because you do not know, you do not understand how this came to be, and we're telling you. You can resist that all you want, but you will find when you go do your research that you are wrong.
Amish, you can have coordinates on a ball.
Doesn't mean Earth is a ball because you have to measure
I'm
it, kid.
agreeing. No, you're right. You're right. Again, I'm not saying that this is proof.
Listen,
Yeah,
a
so if
saddle
you listen
coordinate
to me,
system, a hyperbolic coordinate system would work on flat Earth. So would a spherical. So would a donut coordinate system work on flat Earth. Coordinate systems are arbitrary. As long as you follow the same rule set consistently using it, you will have no problems transposing that onto flat Earth.
again, that's not an argument still. I agree with you.
It is an
but it's
argument.
not-
You have not measured the Earth itself to be curved. You're talking
You don't
coordinate
need
systems.
Right. Here's the thing. You don't need a measurement to prove the Earth is round or a globe. You don't need that. You think you need that. That's the only thing that will suffice in your head.
No, the Earth's not curved, mate. The Earth isn't curved. Yeah,
It's a globe.
The globe people. I don't know what you believe in. I've never spoke to you before. The globe people have a claim on the table that it's been measured. Now they didn't measure it using elevation angles of sea level because that would be a flat Earth measurement. So you tell me how they measured a curved Earth, please.
You walk the surface, and even the surface is not aligned all the time. It goes up
So
and
how
down
did they
hills.
do it
What do you mean?
I'm telling you how they measured it flat. You tell me how they measured it curved.
So one day, my answer to this question is, I don't really care how it was done. It doesn't
Well,
matter.
that's a problem, isn't it? It does matter.
Historical
Because
context
You don't
doesn't
care about the
matter.
topic. So what you doing here if you don't care? What you doing here?
Right. I just muted him.
care.
I think I'm done with him.
Yeah, I'm done with him as well. He's just a circle
Okay,
jerking.
we can move on. Yeah. He's living in denial.
Yeah. Anyway, I've said my
I'm-
bit.
I'm going
We'll
for
be here
real.
all
Take
night.
care.
We'll be here all night circle jerking with that one.
Sophistry.
Thanks anyway, guys. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome.
I'm not trying to be like a conspiracy theorist, but does anyone actually genuinely believe like the Earth looks like that? Like from the pictures that NASA sent, like do you genuinely believe that those clouds look that way when you actually look at Earth from its actual atmosphere?
So, sorry, what's your point, mate?
No, I'm just saying, do you guys actually believe that?
Believe what?
That the images that NASA takes of the Earth are accurate.
Well, they don't. Well, what images? Do you mean the images is that on CGI that they make up?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's what, I just posted it in side chat. If you need a reference.
Yeah, I can't. Sorry, mate. I am. I'm unable to look at side chats at the moment. But yeah, NASA. We don't have to talk about NASA. They're just obviously they're liars.
But NASA provided us with pictures of the Earth before CGI existed.
Yeah, but they can't. Well, NASA are lying because, as I've just fucking told you, mate, Earth's measured flat. So they show you a globe. It can't be a globe because the
Measured the Earth to
distance
be
between
flat.
the GP and Polaris and the equator is definitely
GP and
horizontal and level.
Polaris. Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Okay, let's have a peaceful discussion. So you're saying that
Wait, who's the
Earth
guy
is flat
that?
because we globe earthers measured it flat, right? That's what you're saying.
No, how did you measure the globe?
We used tangents and trigonometry, and yes, we did infer it was flat, so it was easier to
What's
calculate.
a tangent? Have you got one in your pocket? A tangent?
No, a tangent is a mathematical term. It means like it's
So,
basically the
okay.
how do
So,
you say
so
name?
when I measure my room carpet, I need a new carpet. I'm going to get a tape measure out and measure it, or I'm going to get my tangent out.
No, that's not how it works.
Yeah, no, that's exactly how it doesn't work, mate. You're going to need a physical reference for measurement, not a tangent. A tangent is imaginary. It's not reality.
Yes.
It's something in your mind that you think you're using, but you're not.
Okay, let's not. Okay, sure. Let's not go into the actual ways we measured it. Let's say
we
that
will
globe
go.
earthers.
No, you won't tell me what I don't want to go into. Have you got that?
Can I ask you something? One deck.
Yeah,
how do you think? I honestly want to know. How do you think GPS navigating systems come up with the way that they give you coordinates? You don't think that relies on the Earth being round?
No, it's all flat Earth measurements, mate. They do have a Haversine formula. They do have Haversine formulas. They do have Haversine formulas where they'll, in their equations, they'll take a distance from A to B on a flat horizontal plane. And when they input the information into a computer or programming system, they'll have a Haversine formula which changes that straight line into a curved surface according to the presupposition of a radius of 3959. It's mathematical presuppositions. It's not measured globally, it's measured flat. The Earth is flat. It's measured like that. You don't live on a globe. The idea that you live on a globe is absolutely absurd.
Dude, but you have to understand, GPS relies on satellites being out in space,
okay, let's
rotating around Earth.
So you know there's a distance. Excuse me. You know there's a distance between the GP of Polaris and the equator, don't you?
You keep reusing the same argument, though. We've already.
That's the only argument I
You sound
need.
like a parrot now, dude.
Yeah, that's the.
I'm trying to explain to you, you're talking, bro. Look. You can skin a globe. You can put a globe in front of me, peel off the wallpaper on it, and
I'll give you your globe. 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 Listen, mate. I'm going to give you. I'm giving you the globe. I'm giving you the fucking. Excuse me, mate. I'm giving you the globe. How is it measured?
I'll bring a globe right now. Hold on. I have a globe in my other room.
No, how is the globe Earth measured?
It's measured. Your logic is not working in this
right. We want to hear your logic now. We want to hear your logic and your reasoning and your understanding of how Earth was measured. Please tell us all.
Yes. Okay. You're right to say that it's measured using something that would work when measuring something that's flat. But you can also
So just let me I'm not interrupting you. I'm having a conversation. I'm having a conversation. You've just told me the globe is measured flat. That's what you just said.
You can unwrap a globe, put it on a 2D flat plane, and then measure it.
No, the Earth. You know the Earth you walk on, mate, and the oceans and everything that you fly over, where you're living now, what you're experiencing and feeling. Now you think you live on a spinning globe with measurements. How is it measured?
You have to look up the concept of UV unwrapping. You do not understand that you can take the scale of whatever that...
I was doing 3D modeling 25 years ago. I know what that is.
Okay.
What one deck is telling you that a bitmap is measured and they wrap the bitmap around a globe. You have it backwards. You think it was a globe first and they unwrapped it. No, it was 2D first and they wrapped it around the ball.
Latitude and longitude.
You measure it using elevation angles, which require flat baselines, not curved. The end.
That's how
That
you, dude.
doesn't prove the Earth flat, though.
It doesn't. It's just like you're using this random thing, and it's not working in
No,
the context that we're talking about.
it is the precise means you use to measure something in reality. Use Euclidean geometry.
Dude, you can't even respond to my point about GPS systems. I told you GPS systems were.
Well, I can get to that. GPS systems use a coordinate reference system called Earth-centered, Earth-fixed, ECEF, after they used an ECI reference system up in their own clocks. The ECEF reference system is a Cartesian plane.
Yeah, the GPS has to rely on a flat Earth because that's the way it's measured. They might do some mathematics to convert it to a global and great circle route and everything like that. But you definitely don't live on a spinning globe, mate. And you on Earth realise that.
Dude, the satellite.
Wait, I have
GPS relies on
your body
on satellites that orbit the Earth.
Let me just say one thing, mate. Your body is experiencing one thing and your mind's telling you another.
Dude, can I ask you a question?
Yourself. You're
I'm sorry
disconnected
to
from yourself.
interject, but
Yeah,
who
go on,
said
mate.
something about the satellite images?
The globe,
I'm not talking about the images. I'm talking about the fact that GPS systems rely on satellites
Reza,
to
I have
orbit
a
around the
question.
Earth.
So, do you believe in the images that you
If the
see of
Earth was
Earth, right?
flat, if the Earth was flat, the
No, mate. I'm sorry
satellites
to
are giving
interject.
back
I'm
to
sorry
GPS
to
systems
interject.
would not work.
The Earth is definitely flat. That's the way it's measured. 90 degrees from Polaris to 0 degrees equator is a flat Earth measurement. There's no doubt about it. It's a factual point that you
Reza, I just have a question.
cannot accept. Yeah, that's how it's measured. Yeah. So you can jump to satellites now and all that, but I'm telling you, it's physically measured flat. The Earth is not a globe.
Oh my God!
Your globe is dead, mate.
Reza,
That
can I
doesn't
just
mean
genuinely ask you a question, right? You brought up how do we believe the Earth is flat if we have all these satellites and images from space, right? Weren't you the person that said that?
Yeah.
Even in these images that we have of Earth from space, the Earth is not even presented as an oblate spheroid. They present it as perfectly round. Did you know? Like, do you see that? Do you see like the inconsistency there?
No,
it looks like perfectly round, but it's actually slightly oval,
flat.
I guess, because
it's flattened on the poles. But you
Do you
would
know
notice
how
that
light?
even from the pictures, if they were accurate.
Do you know
No,
that
because
light
it's too
bend
slight to
around
actually
a
see it on
spherical
the naked
object?
eye.
If light could bend around a spherical object, how come when you see a picture of Earth and then the sun is behind it, the light is bending around the edge of the globe?
Listen, mate. How come when I take
If it
an
was
elevation
flat, it
angle
would
and I'm
not
stood
bend.
under
It
fucking
would be
Polaris at
completely
90
black.
degrees and then I move to 0 degrees on the flat ocean, that's a flat Earth elevation angle measurement. How come that's happening?
Wait, one
Please
day, can I
explain that
debunk?
to me.
Can I
Please
debunk your
explain
own
that to me on a
view?
fucking globe.
Bro, if
Can I
I was
debunk
in
your
space
argument
and the
without
sun
you
was behind
interrupting?
Earth, you would see light bending around the sphere of the Earth.
We're not talking about light and what we're seeing. We're talking about
That proves
physical
to you
Earth
that the
curve
Earth is
measurement, right?
spherical.
Listen, no, you're going off point, mate. We're talking about the surface of the Earth, not looking at light. We can measure the surface of Earth 90 degrees from Polaris back to 0 degrees at the equator, gives us a mileage reference
and you
with
can
a
take
flat
that
measurement
equation
distance of thousands of miles of flat
yes,
Earth.
Sure. But you could take that plane, that 2D plane that you're measuring flat Earth on, and you could wrap it around a 3D globe.
Well, why would you
And
want
it
to
will
do
work.
that? Why would you want to do that?
Because that's how they have to come up with the math to measure the distance on an Earth.
The Earth's flat, mate. It's measured like that. We don't want to wrap it around a globe because we don't live on a globe.
When you're driving, if you keep on driving, you
Yeah,
need a
we
way
do,
to
though.
measure
We
the
do,
units of how far you've gotten. So yes, you have to you have to make a measurement system that relies on a flat 2D plane, but you could still wrap that 2D plane around a 3D object.
Yeah, and that's what they've done, mate, to give you the fucking bullshit globe model.
Yes. I'm looking at a globe right here. I have a globe right in front of me. If I could turn my camera on, I can't. But I have a globe right in front of me. And
why do you have a globe? Excuse me. Why do you have a globe in front of you?
I have a globe here in my living room.
Why?
Dude, you're not on. Dude, I don't think you
Do you have a problem
understand.
with
Like,
globes now? One deck, do you have a problem with globes?
Yeah,
No,
I
you're
do.
not understanding. Like his
That's what it's
issue,
about.
bro.
It's
You
about you
can't
don't like
compare
curved
something the size of
balls.
a soccer ball to something the size of a planet, bro. Like they're
I'm
completely
trying to
different.
explain to you
When
that
have you
on
ever
That's the
this
thing
seen
globe,
that flat
water
earthers don't
hold on
understand.
to
They
a
think the
spherical
Earth is
object?
small.
let me tell you something. On this globe, there's a ball, and then there's 2D paper that was cut and put onto this ball, wrapped around it perfectly. And
So do
on
you
that
believe
2D
the
paper,
water on
if
the
I were to
Earth?
cut
Because
it
the Earth
off
is like
and put it back on
70%
the
water.
table, I can measure distance on that 2D piece of paper.
Yeah, it's 2D.
It's
You don't
Yeah,
2D,
measure
but I can
dude.
curvature.
then put.
You don't
I can.
measure curvature.
You're not measuring curvature, and you're not taking into
That's not what we're.
consideration the
That's not.
large
That's
bodies
not.
of water that is on the planet.
You live on a flat Earth, mate. You don't live on a globe. Your body's
I'm not
experiencing
saying that
flat
that measures
horizontal
I'm
level.
curvature.
trying to
It
lie to
measures
right now.
distance. It
Your
measures
body,
There's a
distance.
lot of lies that come with the glow Earth. Like we're supposed to
Oh
feel
my
like
god,
they
dude!
say
Did
we're
I
going
ever
through space
say
at how many
that if I
miles
was
per
to
an
cut
hour?
out the piece of 2D paper off of this globe and put it on the
we're not
table and I
bothered about
measured it?
your. We're not bothered
I'm not
about your
saying that.
globe.
Hold on, let me finish. I'm
You
not
can
saying that
start
that's
shouting
measuring
as much
curvature.
as you like, mate, because you're
Hold on. Let
getting
me finish.
triggered.
I'm not saying.
Triggered glober.
I'm not saying that
Triggered
that's
glober.
measuring curvature. I'm saying
We
that
don't
that's
measure
measuring
curvature, mate.
distance.
There's no.
That's
There's
the
no
whole point of
evidence.
the
There's
measurement.
no
You're saying
evidence
that
of
that
curvature.
measurement
Excuse me.
relies on.
Excuse me. I've just explained it 10,000 times. There's no evidence of Earth curvature measurements unless you can present some right now. The floor's yours. Go.
I just told you the images from space that are taken of
That's an
Earth.
image. How do you measure it, dickhead?
You can visibly see light bending around the
That's a
side of the
fucking
Earth.
vision. That's an optical thing you're talking about. How do you measure it, dickhead, twice now?
He wants a measurement, dude, not a picture.
All right, Jedi. How you doing, pal?
Oh, yeah, good. Just to be clear, measurements aren't pictures.
Thank you, mate. I was just about to lose my rag. Jedi, go for it.
Just because I can't measure curvature with the formula that I was talking about of measuring distance doesn't mean that the Earth is not round.
Listen, I've said it 10,000 times, and I'm going to let Jedi tell you because he's better than this than I am. But there's a distance between the GP of Polaris at 90 degrees back to 0 degrees at the equator, and that's a flat Earth measurement, elevation, angle proof of flat Earth. Now, unless you've got any evidence...
How is it 90 degrees?
Excuse me, I've only got 2 words left. Unless you can sort of present some evidence how you measure curvature, that'd be great. So the floor's yours, go for it.
To be 90 degrees. How are you proving it to be flat from Polaris to the equator?
Well, do you know what an elevation angle is?
I'll tell him. It
Okay,
has
Jedi.
to be for you to measure an angle. An angle is defined as the intersection of two straight lines. We're talking about one line being the surface of the Earth, and the other line is the tangent from your eyes up to the sun or the star in question. In this instance, it's Polaris, and we're talking about latitude lines. So directly underneath Polaris, where that vertical line intersects the horizontal plane of the Earth, is 90 degrees. That horizontal line goes from that ground position to you, wherever you are on the Earth, to measure an elevation angle up to Polaris, so you know your latitude. It's required to be a straight horizontal line for you to even start doing this.
No, it's not required.
Yes, it is. Do you know what a latitude line is?
Yeah, the measure of the horizontal
Thank you.
distance of the sphere of the globe.
Thanks. Horizontal globe. How do you have horizontal curve lines, dude?
No, like measuring latitude, you're measuring
The Earth is really
horizontally on the
big.
globe.
Come on, dude.
No,
You get what I'm trying to say?
One person at a time. Talon, shut the fuck up. I want this
Like, you
guy
get what I'm trying to say? Latitude,
Hey, that
you're
wasn't me.
measuring horizontally on the globe. Longitude, you're
It wasn't
measuring
even Talon.
vertically. So you don't need. It doesn't need to be flat to measure that.
To measure an angle.
It happens that we're using a measurement of imagining the Earth being flat.
No, it's required to be. Listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth.
When you measure
Hello?
distance,
You're not
you're
going to listen
imagining
to the
the
words
Earth
that are
being
coming out of
flat.
my mouth. Are you scared about the words that are coming out of my mouth?
No, go ahead.
Okay, good. Thank you. I will do then. So it is required, as in necessary, for the Earth to be horizontal for you to measure an elevation angle above the Earth. Let's call it the solar elevation angle, which is described as the elevation angle above the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. It is necessary for the Earth to be horizontal to even do this measurement.
No, it's not necessary.
Yes, it is. Do you know what an angle is?
No, because you're not measuring,
No.
bro. You're not measuring curvature when you're measuring longitude or latitude.
Damn right, you're not.
Yeah, you're measuring.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
You wouldn't be able to measure an elevation angle to get latitude lines if you were measuring from a curved surface.
But when you're standing at the top of the curved surface, you're level to that surface, and so you can send a horizontal plane.
Shush, Talon.
Yeah, you gotta
Talking to
mute
this
him
guy.
after he's speaking facts. Let's go ahead and mute that guy, right?
Not. Do you want me to mute you as well? I'm trying to have a conversation with one person.
No, hold on. Look, I gave my point.
Excuse me. I asked you a question, and I want a fucking answer. What's the
your question?
definition of an angle?
What's the definition of an angle? I don't know. What is it?
You don't know what an angle is?
I know what an angle is, but I don't know what the definition.
Okay, so can you tell me what an angle is?
Yeah, it's the distance between two lines and how perpendicular they are to each other.
Do these lines intersect? Like on a triangle, for example?
Could,
yes.
if they keep on going.
Yes, so it's the intersection of two straight lines, isn't it? 90 degrees, for example, one vertical line, one horizontal line, and where they meet, that's 90 degrees. We can also have 45 degrees, 46 degrees, 72 degrees, but these will be the intersection of two straight lines. Now, you can't measure an angle if one of those lines is curved. You can't have 90 degrees on a curved line, for example. That's stupid and impossible. Now, you understand this, right? You sound like an intelligent man. It's quite easy to understand what an angle is.
Yes,
Okay.
wait, Jedi. Jedi, that's why there's no such things as an angle between the Earth and the Sun. It's actually, that's what we say to make like the whole process faster when we speak. The truth is, it's actually the angle between the what you call the elevation angle and the tangent to the Earth's surface. It's not the actual Earth because it's curved.
It is the actual Earth. Would you like me to cite this for you? I've already tried to, but I will do it. I can do it with a picture as well, so you clearly understand exactly what I'm talking about. And
Do you know what a tangent is?
Yeah, but I haven't drawn a tangent. I'm talking about two lines. Now, the altitude angle, sometimes referred to as the solar elevation angle, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between the imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. Now, those are your two lines. One, you're standing on a horizontal plane. The other one is the imaginary line from your eyes using a sextant up to the sun. We're called at 45 degrees. Now, this is an angle, 45 degrees. You require two straight lines to measure that angle. You're going to need a globe earth to even imagine having a tangent, but ultimately you will do a height of eye correction to take you down to a horizontal plane the observer is standing on, therefore removing the curved surface that you are on. You can't have a ground position on a tangent that extends into space because the ground position of the star is on the ground, physically underneath the star. Between that ground position and you is a horizontal line. You can demark a distance to it, 5 miles, 500 miles, 5,000 miles. That line between you and the ground position will be horizontal.
You can, because the main characteristic of a tangent is actually that it converges to the point where you're standing. So if you're standing on a curvature, and
Alright, show me, hey kid, show me the curvature beneath the tangent. Go.
Yeah, and then extend your tangent out into free space and have a ground position that's not on the fucking ground anymore. It's on a tangent, apparently, according to you.
Yeah, we're using sea level, pal, not imaginary tangents. Get with the real fucking world. Wake up, you don't live on a globe. It's measured flat.
Escape the matrix.
What do you guys think about the image I sent in the side chat about the sun not You know, like how the sun is still on the horizon,
We're not, but we're
3
not
miles
really
in
bothered
front of
about
you.
that, mate.
Yeah.
We're not really bothered about that, mate, because we know we can measure the Earth flat and horizontal and level. We don't care about the lights in the sky to a certain extent.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't prove the
I just thought it was cool.
measurement of the flat Earth. Yeah, well, the lights in the sky are great, mate. But we know we measure the Earth flat. Latitude, the distance from 90 degrees to Polaris to 0 degrees the equator is a flat Earth measurement. We're not using a tangent, we're using sea level, which is the surface of Earth. We use the horizon to establish horizontal. Everything's flat, level, and horizontal. There's no curvature involved whatsoever. We don't live on a ball, we live on a flat stationary plane. End of story.
Go ahead and unmute Talon. I'm pretty sure he wants to take you guys on.
Really, Talon's been here for ages. Talon can and doesn't mind being on mute. We're more interested in talking to people who've got, just come into the server, who don't understand what an angle is and want to understand why we say the things that we say. We don't need to talk to an anti-flat earther called Talon. Sorry?
Why wouldn't you talk to an anti-flat earther called Talon if he wants to take you guys on?
Fuck's sake, Matt, you're just fucking annoying, dude. Alright, so apart from Talon and Matt, who've been in this channel for fucking months and do nothing for anybody, has anybody else got any questions as to why?
Wait, is Matt a flat earther or is he a globe earther? That's the
Oh my
question.
god, people really don't have any issues.
He's a globe earther. That's why he's
We're
muted.
all flat. Excuse me. We're all flat earthers because we live on an Earth where it's measured flat. The globe Earth is an imaginary scenario that lives in your head.
Honestly, bro,
Yeah.
like the semantics are wild. Like
It's not reality. Globe Earth is not reality.
dude, you're doing
it's a
semantics.
mathematical concept. Yeah, I'm doing reality, mate. And the Earth is measured flat. If you think you live on a globe, it's an imaginary place in your mind.
It's literally you trying to do like I can't believe it. Like you're trying to do this like trick question. Like it doesn't require to measure distance doesn't require the ability to also measure curvature.
It's not your question. We're pointing out to you that the Earth is measured and required to be a horizontal plane of reference to measure elevation angles up to a star when you're navigating across the Earth. Now, you can use very basic trigonometry using the sextant to figure out your distance between you and the lighthouse, for example. That's going to be a triangle. That baseline isn't going to be curved because if it was, you wouldn't be able to have 90 degrees underneath that lighthouse and you wouldn't be able to have a zenith angle of 90 degrees beneath you. In reference to each other.
Yeah. And when using the marine sextant, it has a horizon mirror. Obviously, the name is giving a bit of a clue away. We're using the horizon. And now the horizon, the definition of the horizon is the line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet. So it's referencing the Earth's surface. Yeah. So the horizon mirror is using the horizon, which is referencing the Earth's surface. And we're using that to establish a horizontal frame of reference. No curve, it's horizontal. We're using the horizon to establish horizontal, and we're using the sea level, and that's level. Yeah. I mean, if you want to look at level, that's a horizontal plane or line with respect to the distance above or below a given point. That's level. Horizontal is a parallel to the plane of the horizon. So there's a relationship here between level, horizontal, plane, and horizon. And they're the things we're using to navigate the surface of Earth, which the horizon is referencing. There's no mention of curvature. We are definitely navigating on a flat, stationary plane, boys. No curve. You don't live on a globe, it's in your mind.
I will say I've heard some globe earthers that made some decent solid arguments on why the Earth could possibly be a globe or an oblate spheroid, but these guys are not it. I'm gonna be honest; these guys are not really bringing
Not
any.
could, it is.
Quick chant, what was that? It is a globe. Can you prove that then?
It measured.
Yeah,
Prove
can
it.
by
Go
just
for it.
simply doing a world travel.
Sorry, you jumped in to declare the Earth is a ball. So can you prove that then, or is this just your religious assertion? You had all the confidence like fucking 15.
Why do I end up at the same point when I
go in a circle?
go into one straight distance?
when you go in a circle,
Oh,
let's say
Hevel.
if you go east and you keep going east, you're going to come back where you started from. That's because you've gone in a circle around north. Same thing on a fucking globe. You don't need the
but if
surface
I'm
to be
going into
curved. Oh no, it has to be a curved surface for you to walk in circles now, apparently, according to you. All right then.
So Hevel, just while you're thinking about what Jedi said to you, how if you was going to do it, or you was asking someone to do it, how would you measure the distance from the GP of Polaris to the equator? What method would you use?
what you're talking about, but I don't need to know that.
He still doesn't understand how you go around in a circle.
Wait. You said if I was to keep on walking east and I ended up back in the same spot where I started, that's because I went around north or a pole. But
yeah,
why wouldn't I just go off the edge of the Earth if the Earth is flat?
Because I hope that you've always gone east. Now, the only way that you're going to know that you've always gone east.
What if I
you
just keep
use
on going straight? Where am I going to end up if I keep on going straight?
Why are you scared of me talking?
I'm asking you, where am I going to end up if I keep on going straight?
I'm trying to help you. Are you scared of me
Don't
telling
know,
you?
mate.
No, help me with that. That's my more important question.
Trying to, but you won't let me fucking finish. You seem to have a.
No, because you're doing semantics. You said if you hope that I'm going east.
Oh God! Just get it out,
Oh my
sunshine.
God! Listen, mate. Whoever you are, you're a retard, right?
Let him get it out. He's clearly got to get it out for some emotional reason.
Yes,
So let him
I don't
get it
want
out.
you. I want to make sure that you understand that I don't mean just going east. I mean if I keep on walking straight and I end up right where I started because I went around the Earth, then how come I don't fall off the edge of the Earth if the Earth is flat?
How have you gone
Can I
around
just
in a
say
circle?
something? Jedi, can I just say something to the guy? Just have a little. Listen, mate. Right, you're asking us a lot of questions, right? Why are you asking us questions?
I'm trying to understand.
Because they simply show the inconveniences of your theory.
So you're trying to understand why the Earth is measured flat, aren't you?
No,
yeah.
wants
No,
to know
we're trying to understand how you
Jedis back. I just want
solve
to hear
those problems
Jedi's
with your
answer to
theory.
my question. Jedi, can you answer my question? If I keep on walking straight, how come I don't fall off the edge of the Earth?
So, what would you define by straight, and how do you know the direction you're going?
I'm walking in a straight line.
I'm not trying a straight line. So,
Yes.
how do you know you're going in a straight line?
Because I'm doing one step in front of the other, one foot in front of the other.
Okay, and you're going to come. Are you able to walk across the entirety of the Earth?
Let's say I was.
But you can't, though, can you? Unless you're Jesus and you're going to walk on
Let's
water.
say if I sailed completely straight.
Okay, so completely straight. Have you ever gone completely straight in your life to reach, quote unquote, an edge that you would fall off of? Or is this a hypothetical question in your head?
There have been people who have sailed completely straight.
You're asking me if.
You're asking me if I have done it? No, I have never done it. But there are people who fly or sail
a hypothetical
in a straight
question.
line.
If you're
and they have
going to be
ended up
talking about
at another continent.
Me, dude, don't make me mute you. I am actually giving you my time and patience to try and help you, but it becomes impossible when you start rattling through everything that I say. I'm not trying to trip you up. I'm just trying to point out what you're actually saying so you understand, so I can give you a cohesive answer. If you don't want that cohesive answer, fuck off.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So, in a straight line, if you were to walk in one direction in a straight line, I will put it to you, yes, you would theoretically, hypothetically reach the end of the Earth, but you haven't done so. Neither has anybody else if you're talking about boats and aeroplanes, because they're navigating. They're going between waypoints, bearings, and using a compass. Now you understand that east is a circle around north, just the same that west is a circle around north. Same on a flat earth, same as a globe earth. Now your question is hypothetical. Why haven't you reached the end of the earth? Is because you haven't done it. Why hasn't anybody else done this? Because they're navigating and using compasses and bearings, which are circles around north. Can you reach the edge of the earth by walking straight? Yes.
It's gone very quiet now, hasn't it?
I mean, like, there's nothing I can. There's nothing that he can prove or I can prove about those two statements that we just shared between each other. So
Right. So what? Listen, dickhead. What's the distance, right, between the GP of Polaris and the equator? What is it?
it's however long the distance is, but that doesn't measure curvature.
Exactly.
Because you don't need to be able to measure curvature to be able to measure distance.
So is the equator on a globe model in a curved aspect?
What?
The equator on the globe, is it curved or is it straight?
It curves around the globe.
So right. So the distance between the GP of Polaris and the equator, how is it measured? What's the distance and how is it measured on the globe?
We take a
It's
tangent.
measured by the distance.
What
It's
the
measured
fuck is he
in
even talking
kilometers or miles. What do you want me to tell you? I don't know.
Both.
What do you mean by how is it measured? Like the tools we use? How is it used in
Well,
trigonometry?
I mean, it's not a trick question, mate. But if I said
For
to
you,
if
you're
I went
making
into,
one.
it's
You are
not a trick
reporting-
question. When it's not a trick question. If I ask someone how is it measured, I mean, I'm sure they can understand what I've just said.
Yeah, the word how has
How's it
many
measured?
meanings. You ought to specify.
Yeah. So how was it measured? The distance between the GP of Polaris and the equator on a globe. How was it measured?
Using
What
tangents.
tools are used?
Trigonometry.
Yeah. So where's your tangent? What is a tangent real or is it imaginary?
No, it's not real. It's an imaginary line.
Right. So where's the physical reality of the measurement then?
Where's the curve under the tangent? He's asking. Where's that curve after the tangent?
What?
I'm not asking for imaginary scenarios. I want physical Earth curve measurements from you.
It's not
How is it
imaginary.
measurement?
Tangent is a mathematical tool we use to measure.
So is a
actual
tangent
stuff.
is a tangent a straight line?
Yes.
Tangent to what?
Why do you need a straight line?
Because otherwise it's impossible to measure an angle.
Prove it.
So how do you measure a curve then?
You don't. That's why we do not speak about the angle between the elevation of the whatever you call it
So you're not measuring any curve. So let me get this straight. You're not measuring any curves when you're measuring Earth curve.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
No, dude, stop. Okay, look. Just because you're measuring the angle of elevation of something else that's distant does not mean you're measuring curvature.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
That's what you're saying.
Welcome, my friend.
No, it's not welcome to Flat Earth. Because that's still doesn't say. And if just because your logic does not require the measurement of a curvature to measure distance.
We're measuring flat Earth and we're using elevation angles, straight lines, horizontal, horizon, distances, mileage between the GP of Polaris out to the equator at 0 degrees.
Yes,
How do
you're measuring it as if the Earth is flat. It doesn't require the knowledge.
No, not as if. It is flat, mate. It definitely is flat. It definitely is flat.
Listen,
okay, listen to me. So, is there a distance between the GP of Polaris and the equator on the globe in latitude? What? Is there a distance, mileage distance,
between Polaris,
the
star,
North Pole, your North Pole on the ball, and the equator? What's the distance? Hello?
North Pole to the equator.
Hello? Glober, wake up. North Pole on your fucking ball. Glober, wake up. North Pole on your ball.
Man.
Hello? North Pole on your fucking imaginary ball, right? To the distance to the equator, what's the distance in mileage and how is it measured?
I don't know the exact number in mileage, but it's not. Doesn't require.
You can fuck off. Then.
Hold on,
you might as well delete yourself.
Let me answer.
You just said you don't know
miles, but it does not require the knowledge of it being a curve, or you don't need to put any kind of math in there of a curvature to get the distance between the North Pole and the equator.
How is it measured then? There's a distance between the 2 points. How is it measured?
Because we know the Earth's radius, and we know something called trigonometry.
How is it measured? How is it measured? What method is used? Hello, all gone quiet.
What do you mean? Can you specify what you mean by how, please?
Do you know the North Pole on your globe? Do you know where the North Pole is on your globe?
Yeah, it's at the north.
You know, yeah. So it's at the top of the ball, yeah. And then you go down a little bit, like, you know, looking for, you know, you got the equator that's moving at 1,000 miles an hour, spinning. How did you get the distance between the North Pole and the equator? How did you measure it, that distance?
Because we know the radius of the Earth.
Not because,
not
because. How was it measured?
Oh, you want me to show you the mathematical demonstration?
I want you to tell me the globe claim. How was it measured? It's simple. You believe in a globe. You live on a globe. How was it fucking measured? Retard.
Sure, I'll send you the demonstration, right?
Dude, you literally just measure lines of longitude. Like, what do you? It's just a measurement of a distance. There's no involvement of curvature.
Correct.
Yeah.
So
that's correct.
And then you can then wrap those coordinates around a 3D globe, and that's what the reality is. That it is a globe. We just measure it as if it's a flat plane.
That's correct.
But it is
a
a
flat
globe.
plane.
Welcome to globe Earth theory, bro. Look, you just measure it as if it's a flat plane, and you then understand that those coordinates, those maths are then wrapped around a 3D object, the globe.
Yeah, so the globe's fake. Yeah, you're right.
Right. That's right, because those coordinates were obtained from the sky. Those coordinates were obtained from the celestial sphere, not terrestrial sphere. There's no such thing as a terrestrial sphere.
We don't live in a globe. What? I've been on here an hour and a half now, proving flat Earth. I've been on here an hour and a half, bashing.
Yeah, that's why the coordinates are spherical. They're spherical coordinates. Nobody disputes that. And they're obtained from the way the star structure manifests to us in our perception of the sky. And people confuse this for a globe.
It's literally just distance. It's literally just, I can walk 10 feet and then I'm 10 feet away from where I was.
Terrestrial distance is flat. Yes, you are correct. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, but we're not talking about you walking down a car park, mate. We're not asked about that, are we? Because you're talking shit now. What we're talking about, mate, and you know what we're talking about, is on your ball Earth, right? Because you've got this little ball thing going in your mind, and you've got the North Pole with the star over the top of the basketball, yeah? And you come down to the right, and you get to the equator, right? And there's a distance between that, isn't there? How was it measured?
You can measure in miles.
How? What method was used?
Same. How many feet are in a mile?
What tool was used to measure it?
Bro, look at the mileage on my car. If I was driving,
you're talking about cars now, dickhead. You're an absolute spastic. You're a spastic.
Fucking no. How does a car measure mileage?
You are a fucking spastic, mate.
No, how does your car measure mileage?
So how on your ball
the same
Earth,
exact
the
way that you would measure the distance
over the ball? Imagine your basketball.
Yeah.
You know what a basketball looks like, mate?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you got the North Star over the top of your basketball, and you come down a little bit, and you got the equator. There's a distance in mileage between them 2 points. How was it measured on fucking Earth?
One deck. Do you want to know the mathematical formulas behind it? Because I can show them to you.
No.
We know what they are. We already know what they are.
No. I want to know the actual.
No, because he cannot comprehend all those things.
No.
Okay, sure. Okay, listen. I'll tell you with words how we calculate it using. I'll tell you right now.
We don't want calculations, mate. We want no. I didn't ask for calculations. I asked for measurements.
Yeah, but you don't need measurements to know.
Are you retarded or something?
Yes, you can measure it. You can measure. Look, mileage.
Excuse me, retard. We do need measurements because you're claiming a measurement.
So everything needs
a
measurement.
If I was to drive with my car that gets 30 miles a gallon.
We don't care about your car.
If I was to drive 300 miles,
care about your car.
You divide that by 10 gallons, and then you get your mileage.
Great, we know how to calculate it too. Calculations, okay. We know how to calculate that.
We're not interested in your car.
To measure the distance between the pole and the equator. You don't need any other method
curvature.
besides.
You don't need curvature either.
You don't
How
need
did you measure
curvature.
it? It's not curved, mate. It's a flat Earth measurement.
Wait,
You're involving the idea of a curve just by involving the tangent and trying to measure it with an
We
angle.
don't have a tangent, mate. There's no such thing as a tangent, mate.
You're the one who thinks there's a tangent.
One day, can you listen for a sec, please?
No. There's no such
you
thing
cannot
as a
listen.
tangent. A tangent is imaginary. We're using sea level, which is the physical surface of Earth. I've explained this earlier with the horizon
Do not understand
and
how tangent
horizontal.
works, do you?
Yeah. So you don't
hell.
live on a globe, mate. You think you live on a globe. You've got a psychological problem going on in your mind.
Right.
It's quite clear
It's
that that's happening now. Any
Yeah,
normal
I don't think
person,
you will be able to convince this guy.
yeah, he's
Yeah,
got a
because he doesn't
psychological
understand
problem.
math. That's the issue. He doesn't understand how math works.
No,
Yeah, well,
I
we
think
don't.
he lacks
We
He didn't
understand.
know what a
communication, that's
tangent
all.
was before today. Like, that's the issue.
Yeah, we understand what an elevation angle is and what it requires, and how the
No, you don't.
GP of
You
Polaris.
just simply.
Yeah, I'm just simply
I'm
keep
even
telling
looking it
you.
up. The formulas are not that hard either.
One day,
Yeah.
you're allergic
So-
to math. I just told you we measured the Earth using math, and you said no. I want actual measurement with a duct tape and stuff. Like, you're allergic to math. You do not want to listen.
You don't need math
No,
for measurements, retard.
Well,
Yeah, you need a
sometimes you
tool.
do.
Okay,
because the
believe
Earth is too
whatever
big
you
to actually
want then.
measure it
No.
using a tape.
So listen. When you measure your carpet in your living room, do you use math or do you use some sort of instrument
The
to measure?
carpet is small enough to measure it using a ruler. That's the difference.
So you're using something then, aren't you? You're using a tool because you're a tool,
Yes.
aren't you? Yeah.
Yes.
So you're a tool, aren't you? So when you measure your room, you're using a tool like you are a tool to measure the room.
You can
Okay,
use your iPhone to measure a room.
Are you ready to listen to what I'm going to tell you?
So you don't use mathematics to measure a room, do you?
Sure,
You have
do
to-
not. Can you listen to what I have to
You
say?
have to use math because you have to add the different measurements together.
No. You don't
Sure, but
use
that's not the
mathematics.
point,
'Cause
Nathaniel. Wait.
No. Mathematics isn't a physical fucking thing, is it?
Right, it's a concept.
Is mathematics Is mathematics physical or is it a concept?
It's a concept. It's a convention, actually.
Yeah. So how do you use mathematics to measure something?
Because there's actually real stuff behind math. That's how.
Right. So what's a
Do you
ruler?
want to
Is a
go?
ru- is,
Do you,
is it
do,
is a
do you
tape?
want?
Excuse me,
Wait, do you
dickhead,
actually want to
spastic.
delve into
Excuse
the
me,
epistemology of
spastic.
mathematics?
Spastic. Shut up. Is a tape
Oh,
measure
you're getting
physical?
triggered. Do you want a song to sleep?
Spastic.
Okay,
Hello.
don't waste your nerves on this guy. He's just
Yeah. So
doesn't want to learn at all.
So we've just
No, he
confirmed
doesn't want to learn.
mathematics.
That's the
We've
thing.
just confirmed mathematics are conceptual. You all agreed on that. So
Yes,
how
but
are you
they allow
measuring
You
us
can
your
only
room?
convince. You can
They
only
allow us
convince
to find
people
real
who are
life
able
measures.
Yeah. So again, so the 90 degrees to Polaris to the equator, how's it measured?
Okay, are you ready to listen till the end? Because I will not go and
So
explain it to
your
you.
ball Earth with Polaris
Uh-huh.
at the top of the basketball, going down to the right hand side to the center of the globe. There's a distance between that point and that point. Who measured it?
Can you listen to me, please?
No, you answer the question.
What's your question? Go ahead. Ask your question and then swear to God that if I answer it, you will listen to me afterwards.
What do you mean, God? Who's God?
That's a figure of speech.
Who's
Oh,
God?
come on.
Oh,
come
Who's
on.
God?
man.
Who? Excuse
Oh, my
me.
Lord.
This dude, man. I can't.
Oh my Lord, Lord and God.
God
All
is
saying,
someone from a fiction book.
Oh, right. So why are you using him then?
I don't know, because it's a way of speaking. It's funny.
So you just said, "Oh my God, who's God?"
I just told you it's a fictional character. What do you not
So
understand?
why are you using? So you talk a lot of fiction, do you?
Yeah, it's a figure of speech.
Yeah. So is the globe fact or fictional?
It's a fact. Are you
So how are you
wait,
going to?
Are you
How are
seriously
you going to?
using my figures of speech as an argument to prove
Yes,
the Earth
I
is flat?
seriously am, my
That's
friend.
crazy.
Yes, I will use your figure of speech. Yes, I will.
That's wild. You're
Yes,
wild,
it
bro.
is
Like I've
truthful.
rarely
Yeah.
met people like you. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, man. You're crazy.
That's
Oh my
wild.
God. So you believe
He
in God,
thinks
but
that believing in a flat Earth is something of a moral standpoint, man. It's so funny.
no, I didn't mention God. He did.
Right, it's a figure of speech. Oh, come on.
So what do you mean when you say God?
It's a figure of speech. If you want, I'll stop
So
using
who
God.
is
You
God?
know what? Sure.
So stop
I feel like
using. Is it a
I offended
fictional
you.
or factional? So do you speak a lot of fiction then, do you?
Well, I mean, according to me, it's fiction. Do you want to speak about religions now? I feel like that's where you want to go. You're evading
You
the actual
brought
subject.
you brought God up, not
It
me.
was a figure of speech. It's not a point. It's not a claim. It's a figure of speech.
Right. So is God fictional or factual?
So you do want to speak about religion.
You brought it up, not me.
Deck.
I brought it up. Oh my lord! It's a
Have you ever
fucking
been
figure of
Deck?
speech.
Shut. Deck. Have you ever been to the edge of the earth?
No, he hasn't.
Exactly.
No.
So your fucking
No.
claim is just disproven. You haven't been there. You haven't been there, so it's not real.
Mandik, no one has been there because there's no such things as the edge of the earth.
Have you ever been upside down on the globe?
That's not how physics works.
Have you ever been antipole on the globe?
Well, let me send you a video. Let me send you the times, the copy of time. So this video kind of just proves that it's round.
We'll just get back to the equator and Polaris, shall we?
Right. Okay, so are
on
you
your
are you
ball, you're
Go ahead,
retarded,
go
not me. So on your ball,
I didn't say
you've got
you were retarded. Why are you attacking me? I didn't insult you.
yeah, but because you sound retarded, mate. So
Okay.
listen, on your
You sound
basketball,
very
yeah.
smart by insulting people. That's not a very convincing
Okay.
argument, but go ahead.
Okay, let's get down to. So, how do you determine the shape of something?
That wasn't your original question.
Well, this is my question now. How do you determine the shape of something?
You didn't let me answer your previous one. How can we have an
Well,
argument if you keep going around?
I don't
discussing
want an
random things that
argument.
goes
I
through
want
your
to be
mind?
your friend. I want to be your friend. So, how do you determine the shape of something, my friend?
I don't know. You tell me.
Well, you measure it, don't you?
No, that's no. You adapt your measurement method to the shape of the object. You do not know the shape of an object according to your measurements. Measurements are numbers. That's not how it works.
So you'd have to observe it first, then.
Yeah, I guess there might be other methods, but sure, I guess.
So you'd look at something, and so how do you determine the shape of something then?
Well, we know the Earth is a sphere because we have measured angles of shadows back when the Greeks were alive, and they what?
Yeah. So I mean, you're just presuming now, mate. So how do you determine the shape of something?
Okay, sure. Okay, you can make the argument that our ancestors were presuming based on the measurements and the angles they got, right? It's sure.
I mean, we're so advanced now. I mean, that was 2,000 years ago. We're so advanced now. So how is Earth curvature measured now?
So
then?
guess what? Guess what? We're so advanced that we actually have cameras and we have the ability to go to space. So now we actually know that. But you will reject this argument by saying, "Oh, it's all fake. It's a conspiracy. The Jews and the Freemasons are behind it." When you just have to look.
I didn't say that.
No, a bunch of people say it. I've heard like 30 minutes ago. Someone say,
so
"Oh, yeah,
so what we've got then? So what we've got here then? What we've got is you're saying the Greeks measured it 2,000 years ago, right? But that was, and they got it exactly right with a stick and a shadow. And now we've got all this technology. It measures, it ties up with a stick and shadow measurement. Yeah.
Yep.
So what I'm telling you is then, how was the distance between the GP of Polaris and the equator measured?
Okay, can you specify what you mean by GP of Polaris? You mean the North Pole, right?
Yeah. So the ground position of Polaris. Sure. If you brought it down, I know you can't bring it down, but you can bring it down. Yeah. So if you brought it down parallel to the surface of Earth, yeah. So it's on the surface of Earth. Yeah. So that's the GP at the North Pole.
Polaris on Earth.
At the North Pole, your North Pole. Yeah. What's the distance then to the equator?
Okay, so basically we know the Earth's radius, and using trigonometry.
No, we don't. Stop. You don't know that. That's what we're trying to get to, how you know that part. So you can't invoke it right now. Go.
Yeah, you're jumping the gun, mate. You're begging the question.
Because the Greeks have measured it.
Yeah, so what we're saying is the Greeks measured it with a stick and a shadow, and they come up with some solution with presuppositions, and they come up with a radius value. So now, what is the up-to-date method of measuring from the your? I'm going to give you your example of your globe, Polaris, the North Star over the top of the globe, to the equator. How is it measured? How do we measure that distance?
Well, no.
How do we do it? Yeah.
So your question is actually, how do we know the radius? Because if you think that we know the radius, you can measure it using math. So your question actually is, how do we know the radius?
Oh no. I mean, we've already gone over this, mate. I mean, I'm sorry to keep going over, solid ground. Mathematics isn't a measuring tool; it's a concept. You don't measure your room with a mathematical formula. You have to have a physical thing to measure it. So it's not a measure. Mathematics is not a measuring tool. Yeah. If I want to measure my room, if I think, I need a new carpet, I'm going to measure my room, the length and the breadth of my room. I don't think I'm going to mathematically do this. I have to actually get a tape measure or something that's physically going to measure from A to B. Now, how was the distance between Polaris and the equator measured?
Okay, so listen, you're actually right on some points. Mathematics is actually a tool that uses some measurements that we can get easily to come across to other measurements, and to actually, like, it's a tool to not swap between measurements, but from some measurements
I mean,
that we can actually
I'm sorry,
physically
mate.
get.
No. Mathematics is not a tool. A tool is something you use to do something physically.
It's a concept that's used as a tool. Both are not mutually exclusive.
No. You got it wrong. Mathematics is not a tool. It's not a physical object. It's not a physical object.
A tool isn't necessarily a physical object, though. That's not the definition of a tool.
So how do you measure curvature?
Can you stop swapping between points, please?
Well, mathematics is not a tool to measure. It's not a measuring tool. It's a concept. So how do you measure curvature? What do you use for that?
Do you mean what you use to measure curvature? You measure it. What's the question?
Yeah. What do you use to measure it? What tool do you use?
Well, once again, if it's just some random up and down, like some unidentifiable shape, you cannot actually measure it unless you have a tape or something like a ruler to actually measure it.
No, I'm talking about the Earth. I'm talking about the globe. I'm talking about the globe Earth.
Right. The Earth being a sphere, using trigonometry, you can actually have radiuses and measure the curve of the Earth, because this is how trigonometry works.
Yeah. So how was it done then? What was used?
So your question is, how do we know the radius? How do we measure the radius? God.
Right.
What was used? Who did it, and what did they use to measure
Greeks
it?
did it using the angle of the shadow relative to the sun. And so from this, using math, we can actually infer.
So how is it? How is the angle measuring curvature?
Do you want me to send you a video?
We know exactly how it's done.
No.
Exactly. So if you know exactly how it's done, why does he keep asking?
Because you can't get a curved line.
One deck.
One
deck. Do you believe that the Earth has an atmosphere?
No, we're back on topic.
No. So you're a white knight for that guy, are you?
I'm just wondering. Do you believe that we have an atmosphere?
Why are you bothered what I believe?
Does the Earth have an atmosphere or not?
What does it matter what I believe? Are you telling me it does have an atmosphere?
I'm asking you if it does.
You guys,
what's that got to do? What's that got to do with measuring the GP of Polaris to the equator? Is it relevant?
Okay, you could say it's irrelevant to your point about the equator, but
yeah.
I just
so
want to know.
The the other guy who's using mathematics as a tool, come back, mate. I'll deal with you later, pal. How do you measure from the GP of Polaris to the equator? What tool are you using?
I just told
You
you, but
mentioned
you
the
do not.
Greeks. Yeah. So you mentioned the Greeks measuring angles. That's not a curve measurement, is it? An angle? It's two straight lines.
Say again.
No. You heard me the first time.
No. Say again. I was actually looking up something. So say again, please.
Well, you can look up and listen at the same time, or can you not? Are you not capable of doing that?
Can, but this time I didn't. So can you please ask again?
So what is an angle a curve measurement?
No.
Right then. So that throws the Greeks out of the equation.
No, because it's an approximation. The Earth is so big that when you stand on a side of the Earth, it's actually as if it was flat. You can actually have a tangent that has how do you want to call it?
Excuse me. A tangent is just an imaginary line. It's not reality. You've already said the Greeks measured it using angles. That's two straight lines. Where's your curve-proof measurement? All you're giving us is flat Earth measurements, mate.
That's why it's an approximation.
No. When I measure my room for a carpet, I measure it physically, and I know that it's 12 foot 6 inches and 3 millimeters because I've used a tool to tell me that that's the actual measurement. So, how do you know the actual measurement of Earth curve?
So basically, what you want to go
stuttering much? Stuttering much?
Sorry, English isn't my native language. I'm trying to look for words. Do you have a problem with that?
No, I'm just saying you're stuttering a lot recently
Yes, I'm
since I've
stuttering because
pointed out that
I'm
you
not.
don't live on a curve. Yeah.
Oh
So
my lord.
again, I'll just ask you again that you've gone through angles, Greeks, straight lines, angle measurements. How do you measure a curve? That's all I need to know. Simple question. 2-second answer. How do you measure Earth curvature? Give it as in one. The floor's yours.
I told you so many times. You keep rejecting me. You
No. You said an angle and Greeks and shadows and angles and two straight lines.
Yes, because you're mixing the terms. You're juggling between the terms, like the
No,
words.
I'm not juggling. I know what an angle is. I know what two straight lines are. How do you measure a curve? Dead simple answer. You've got 2 seconds to answer it. Go.
Okay, so you're juggling between the terms. The
No. I'm not bothered. You just tell me how you measure a curve.
Okay, so sure. Can you clarify? What do you mean by angle? What angle are you referring to? The angle.
No. I'm on about curves. I'm on about your curved Earth. How do you measure curved Earth?
You mentioned the word angle like 2
No,
seconds
you
ago.
mentioned angle. You mentioned Greek and the angles measuring curves. That's not a curve measurement. How do you measure curvature of the Earth? I'm asking you now. 2 seconds. Go.
It's the angle between the stick.
That's two straight lines. That's not curvature, mate. That's two straight lines. How do you measure curvature? You're wrong again.
We do not measure curvature. We measure the tangent.
Welcome to flat Earth. Welcome to flat Earth. Tangents aren't real; they're imaginary.
Right.
You live on a stretch. Yeah. Welcome to flat Earth, my friend.
Okay.
Okay, so I have a question. Do you believe Earth has an orbit? Yes or no?
Oh my good God.
Do you?
Well, I'm asking you.
Earth is flat. It's measured like that.
Okay, but does like the sun orbit around Earth, or does like the Earth orbit around sun? What?
The Earth is definitely flat. It's measured like that, and any lights in the sky you see are definitely moving over the flat stationary Earth, mate. Unless you can prove otherwise.
Okay, so you're saying the sun moves around Earth?
Well, you can see the sun moving over the Earth, can't you? When you go out in the daytime and look at it, it does move over the flat stationary plane. When you go out in your back garden, you can see that's actually happening in reality.
So using what you're saying,
you're disconnected. You've got a psychological.
Shut up! I'm trying to talk. 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 You are not letting me finish my point. What I'm trying to say is, if it was flat and the sun is moving around Earth, wouldn't there be sunlight every day at all times? Because the sun isn't leaving the whole radius of the Earth, since the sun is projecting its sunlight onto Earth.
Is that right? I don't know. Who told you that? Who told you that?
You can literally have a piece of paper just flat down and put light on it and move it around the Earth, and it's still going to be. I mean, use the piece of paper as an example of Earth.
So you're using a piece of paper
around.
and a torch, are you? So we're going for pieces of papers and torches.
Well, I'm saying you can use a piece of paper and a light because you're saying the Earth is flat, so you can use the same idea.
So what
of
I'm
it.
saying, so I'm going to talk now, mate. Your mind and your body are detached from each other. You've got a psychological problem going on. You've got a psychological problem going on with yourself.
So
because what you so let me finish. You've got a psychological problem because you experience flat horizontal stationary, but your mind is telling you live on spinning globe wobbly. So you're not connected. You're disconnected with yourself. Your body and your mind is not connected. That's your problem. It's a psychological problem.
My point? Can you disprove my point?
Yeah, the measurement from Polaris at 90 degrees GP.
Stop bringing up Polaris and the measurement of GP or whatever the fuck.
No, I know it hurts.
Oh my god! Because this is the only shit you bring up. This is the only thing you bring up. I'm trying to give you different
it's the only evidence I need, mate. It's the only proof I need for you, Glober, with a psychological problem. I win. You lose. You've got the psychological problem, not me.
Oh my god. Okay, so you just keep bringing up GP Polaris. That's the only thing you bring up. That's the only thing. Can you give me something else besides that? Can you give me something else besides that? Yeah, no. Give me something else besides the one thing you keep giving me. Give me something else besides the one thing you keep giving me. Show me something else. Show me something else. Show me something else. Yes. Yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
No.
Yes.
You can't deal with the Polaris evidence, can you? That's why you want something else. You want to get away from this evidence.
We can. You just refuse to listen.
You can't deal with the flat Earth angle measurement.
I really don't know about that stuff, so I can't answer that from you. WK probably can because he has been trying it the whole time. I'm asking you for something else besides that thing.
No, that's all you need.
Oh my god, this is ignorant.
Stop
bitch.
saying God.
Stop
saying God. Stop saying God when you live on a globe from Big Bang gas
my
situations.
Oh my god, you're such a fucking ignorant bitch.
Yeah.
Can you give me
Do you know
something
what an
else?
angle measurement is? Do you know what an elevation angle is?
Yeah.
What is it?
Depends on the context.
No, it doesn't. There's a definition. What is it?
No, it does. You
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I can say it doesn't, just like you say it does, and that doesn't mean you're right. I'm fucking righter than you are. I can talk like this as well, my friend.
Okay. Your only argument is imitating people.
I can talk like this and make myself look like this on that fucking flat Earth, like you do, mate. Yeah. Elevation angles, 90 degrees to Polaris, to the equator, flat Earth measurements required. You don't live on a globe. Your body's living on a flat stationary plane. Your mind thinks you're in a fucking globe. You've got a psychological problem going on with yourself.
You have an irrational view of the world, my boy.
Yeah. So what world do you live on when you view it in reality? Is it flat, stationary, or is it spinning in a globe?
I really hope space travel becomes more affordable. Maybe in 20 years, you and I will go up there and we'll discuss.
Have you been to space, my friend? Have you been to space?
No.
So what are you talking about space for then?
Have you?
No, this is an field of the future fallacy.
Yeah, appeal to the future fallacy, yeah.
Sure.
The guys, they've got psychological problems. The body is experiencing flat horizontal stationary. The mind is telling me it's a globe spinning. There's a definitely an imbalance in the psychological mind. This is what globers are. They've got psychological problems.
Yes.
I'm pointing it out. You've got psychological problems going on within yourself. You need to sort that out, globers.
I think you're just projecting right now.
No. I definitely see and observe a stationary Earth, and it's definitely measured that way. You're saying you observe a stationary Earth, horizontal, but you believe
So
it's spinning in a globe. So you've
people
got the
aren't
problem. not
antipodal to each other on a globe then, right? On the globe, or are they? The deck.
Oh, he left.
Deck. You did. Deck.
You might have gone out with a ruler and actually tried measuring the Earth. I don't know.
Yeah, one of the dumbest things you said was that using a ruler is not a mathematical concept. Dude,
Yeah,
numbers
yeah.
are mathematical. Please debate me on that. Like, that's the most
Just
dumbest thing
wrong.
a human being can possibly say.
No, but
All
the thing is,
numbers are mathematical concepts.
but there's no point in debating small things like this with him because, like, the point is actually making him understand and not just beating him in an argument.
He doesn't want to understand. That's the problem.
Yeah,
So when he
yeah.
says dumb things, I'm just gonna press him on it. But I guess he's muted now, so.
Matt, are you spinning right now?
Am I
It
spinning right
depends.
now?
Which referential are you taking?
Which referential am I taking? Are you on an Earth that is spinning currently?
Yes, the Earth compared to the universe is spinning.
Okay, so that's a claim. I need you to prove that claim.
I mean, I'm unable to prove it like right now over Discord. That's the issue.
Can you prove it at all?
People have proven it, yes.
And how did they do that?
Well, the thing is, if I tell you, you're going to say no, you're being
The
lied
thing
to.
is, no, I want to know. You just said people have done it. I want to know how. Don't give me the thing is.
Yeah, well, fun stuff. You know what a rocket ship is, right?
Yeah, I've seen rocket ships on TV.
Yeah, I've seen one in real life.
Wait, I actually have two. I've been down to the Cape. Yeah, I've seen one in real life. What about it? How does that prove that the Earth is spinning?
Because people have actually gone to space and recorded it and reported it. Now you can keep.
Also, this is just an anecdotal. This is an anecdotal fallacy. You're telling me stories.
It's not a fallacy. The thing is, with this logic, okay, listen to me. With this logic, I can also argue that World War II never happened because I never saw it, and I can claim everything is a lie. You understand, right?
Yeah. You know,
Sure,
World War II may or may not have happened, but we're talking about one thing that we can prove what's happening right now. You know, that's a bad analogy. Right now, the Earth is supposed to be spinning according to you. So show me how you prove that.
I just told you how you prove it. You keep saying it's a fallacy.
Yeah, it's a fallacy because it's anecdotal. You're telling me a story about something that may or may not have happened.
It's not anecdotal. That's not what anecdotal means, but. Okay.
Oh, okay. So look at give me the citation for anecdotal fallacy. If you think it's different, then show me how I'm off.
Sure.
Well, apart from the spinning stuff, I know that the Earth, I know that people are upside down on a ball. You want me to prove that to you?
Sure.
All right, I can actually do it with one image. Hold on one sec. If you haven't seen this, it's going to be pretty eye-opening. And it's something you can observe any day you want to, basically, when it's nighttime. So, let me just get it for you.
Is this going to be the moon? Bet it's the moon.
And it is.
It's going to be affirming the.
Bet it is.
Yeah, you're going to affirm the so you affirm the consequent. Matt, I think I might have to ban you for just general dishonesty at this point.
How is that dishonest? Can you tell us how it's
It's
dishonest?
affirming the consequent.
Hey, get the fallacy and get the definition so we can both look over it.
Affirming the consequent.
And get the definition so we know that I'm committing the fallacy.
Well, I'm driving right now, so how about you get it, and we'll see if I'm right.
Okay, I'll go get it for you.
Tehu, do you believe that from space the Earth is observed to be round? Do you agree?
No one's been to space to tell us that.
Yeah.
Do you, when you're when a picture is taken of Earth from space, do you agree that the Earth is observed to be round?
No.
Nobody's taking a picture of Earth from space. What are you talking about?
So you don't believe that? Do you believe that Mars is flat?
You can't prove that anybody's.
I don't. Hold on, Sonny.
All right.
I don't believe in your religious system. Now, if your religious system is just based on like anecdotes and you have a priesthood, most of them come from NASA. You're going to have to come with me better than just your biases, bro.
Do you agree that Mars?
No, I don't agree. No, I don't agree. No, I don't agree.
Mars is not observed to be round from Earth.
No, unless you're talking about like a circle. We could say circle from our vantage point on Earth. That's about as much as I can tell
Do you
about
think that we're just like we just happen to be looking at the flat side of Mars?
it. Do you think Mars is some kind of planet orbiting in some kind of vacuous, ever-expanding universe?
Yes,
Mars
I
is
know. The universe is fascinating.
No, these are just stories that you guys have been told and you're repeating them in here, but you don't have any evidence for it. That's the shame of the whole thing.
Bro, the science.
Okay,
Dude,
so wait.
What science?
What's ironic is that you're basically saying that we lie and that we use religious or religion as a claim or as an evidence, but you guys keep invoking religion each and every time. Most of
I
you
know.
actually
I'm an
have
atheist.
What religion am I talking about?
Why do you keep on telling me religious? I hate religion. Why does that have to?
Oh, well, then stop believing all these silly stories that you've been told.
I'm not. I'm believing in science and what the evidence that I've seen.
What science? What is a naturally observed phenomenon that we're going to be studying here using science?
Phenomenon is that when I look at Mars through a telescope, I could see that it's round. I could see that it's a sphere.
That's not a phenomenon, bro. Do you know? Go look up what phenomenon means.
Earth is a globe from that. Why do you think Earth is a globe from that?
Because when you go up to Mars and you take pictures of Earth from Mars, you can observe the same exact thing about Earth. Because the Mars rovers.
When you go take pictures?
The Mars rovers have taken pictures of Earth from Mars, and you could see that the Earth is observed to be round. Hello?
Yeah, how do you know where those Mars rovers are? Did NASA tell you?
No, I'm not talking about NASA.
NASA told them.
There are.
You're not talking about NASA?
Mars rovers. Yeah, no, there are
other Mars rovers put up there by who?
Elon Musk has a Mars rover. Is he also in on it?
He does. That's news to me. Is that true, everybody?
Yes, I'm quite sure of that.
Okay.
Hold on.
You're quite sure. Better check that. I didn't hear about any Elon Musk rovers.
Pretty sure it's NASA's, but
okay, whatever. It's not. So I guess you guys just.
Oh.
I don't know. I'm not. I'm not. All I'm saying is, I really feel like you guys are arguing, like to just assert the fact that you want to say everything that we've been taught is a lie. That's what you want to assert on me.
So what reason do I have to believe? What reason do I have to believe in the globe? Can you give me some good evidence?
Because Earth is observed to be around just from space.
Well, space. Space doesn't quite jive with me. You know why?
Dude, you can go up to space, take a picture of Earth, and observe it to be round.
No, I can't.
You can. I mean, you might not you might not have the resources to, but people have done it.
Yeah, sure. Prove that.
Oh my god! You can go and look at the proof simply by doing.
Prove that they've gone to space. Prove that.
Yeah,
Prove that.
I said, give me a good reason, like some good evidence. You're not doing it. You're kind of failing right now.
You're acting like a religious zealot, actually, because what you did was tell him to go and do something that you haven't done in order to know what you think you already know. So if you haven't done what it would take to prove it to yourself, then how
you're calling me a religious zealot. Flat Earth theory.
I was just about done.
Is literally the most archaic ideology of humanity. It is the most religious and archaic ideology that people.
Hey, kid, the room owner is here. You should shut up.
Yeah, just take a quick cool off. All right, so I was almost done explaining to you how you're a religious zealot, and you talked through it. So now you're not going to figure out what's wrong with you. That's too bad.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Interesting.
Wait, guys, do you know the Red Bull guy who jumped from the stratosphere, I think it was, in 2012? Do you think that's also a lie? Like it was CGI?
Yeah, it shows a flat.
What would be CGI about it?
Shows a flat stationary Earth too. Shows the horizon is completely flat.
No. Do you
Where
want
does
me
it
to
show?
show
Where,
you
where
the
does it
footage
show
right
it?
now?
Can you link me to where it shows the horizon's flat?
Sure.
You guys are
Because the
really
horizon's
lame
definitely
as
not
far as
flat.
doing any kind of your own research. Really lame.
You can see that the Earth is actually round.
What a weak play out of your doing
Dude,
research.
you just said that the Red Bull jump shows a flat horizon. What are you talking
It sure
about?
does.
It does.
It doesn't.
It shows both, actually. So with the wide-angle lens, it shows planet Arizona. I mean, if you guys are going to go by that curvature, then the Earth is quite small, and you live somewhere off of this planet because the whole thing was basically one state. And then there's the angle from the cabin of the particular balloon, shows a flat horizon. So you pick which one you want, planet Arizona or flat Earth.
Yeah, so it's not planet Arizona. It's just not high enough to where you'd be able to see everything else.
Oh, it's not high enough.
But the camera lens did definitely exaggerate the Earth's curvature. That's
Yeah, it did. The curvature that you still haven't measured.
It's still curved from that altitude. Over 100,000 feet, you still see left to right curvature.
Keep chanting whatever you need to chant to yourself, Matt, to believe that. Yeah, I mean, chant.
The horizon's curved. I mean, I can prove that to you.
There you go. Chant for me. That's right.
It depends on the height that you're at. I mean, even on a flat Earth, you see more of a flat Earth or more of a ball the further away you are from it. As long as you increase your height, you see more.
Chant for me. Yes, chant for me.
And like you guys choose to say like, oh, people who are rebuking flat earth theory are relying on religious zealot concepts. Flat earth theory is the most archaic and like oldest concept that people understand earth by.
Not a
Flat
theory.
earth theory is the most archaic religious
Not a
zealot nonsense that I've ever heard.
Not a theory.
He's projecting
According to Wikipedia, it's an archaic, disproven misconception of the Earth.
Wikipedia? Are you real, bro?
According to Wikipedia, it is. It's an archaic misconception of the Earth's shape. That's what they say.
Oh, well, let's go with Wikipedia.
Under any YouTube video, it has the Wikipedia thing down there just to let you know that it's bullshit. He's like, make sure you know, as long as it's flat Earth topic, it's like, it's bullshit, guys, by the way. Don't believe it.
Oh, so you think that the whole world is in on this conspiracy against you? The flat Earth conspiracy. So
yes,
you think
they
that
do.
the whole internet
yes, they do.
You think that all the countries in the world are on the internet conspiring to tell you that the Earth is round?
The entire globe is against flat Earth.
I don't know. Let's see if we're right. Should we see if we're right about that? If you're going to make an accusation, let's do something. Let's go out and measure the Earth and see if it's curving anywhere. What do you say?
Dude, what other countries? What other countries are in cahoots with the flat?
Well, let's go check. Let's go check. Let's go check. Let's go see if the Earth is curving.
Tell me a country that has an
Bro,
Air
why
Force
aren't
or
you
space
addressing... Friend, can you not spaz out and let's go check and see if the Earth is curving? If it's not, then we'll figure out which ones are cahoodling together, right?
How do you want to check that?
Well, let's just go see if there's any drop over distance.
We can do that. I'll agree to that. But can right now you tell me? Can you just answer me?
Well, let's get the evidence first. Maybe we're wrong. Maybe we should go see if the Earth's curving or not.
Sure, we can do that. But
yeah, let's do that. Let's go do that.
Can you tell me, do you know of any country in the world with an Air Force or a space program that asserts the idea that the Earth is flat?
No, absolutely not. I don't think so.
Well, yeah, all the militaries on Earth use a flat and stationary Earth for their linear flight models. Yeah, every single one of them, flat and stationary.
Yeah, they assume that. They don't claim it, but they assume it. Apparently, only their flight models and simulators and stuff work if they assume that the Earth is flat, stationary. So I guess you should tell me, is the Earth round or is the Earth flat, according to them? Because they say both. They claim one thing and then they assume another.
I realize that you've obviously never used any sort of 3D software that understands vectors in a 3D space. In a
3D software proves the globe, eh? Is that the best proof you have?
That's great.
So proof of globe, 3D.
I'm glad he brought that up.
Because you're saying that since these militaries use the idea of vectors that can be drawn out on a flat surface to simulate their flight simulators and all their military
They have
equipment
to be. They have to
and
be.
their trajectories. I understand that what point that you're trying to make, but you can still wrap those coordinates around a 3D globe.
Yeah, so they get the coordinates in real life from a flat plane, and then they wrap them around an imaginary globe. Do they do that in the simulators, or do they use the flat plane in the simulators? Because we've got a guy in here that uses flight simulators all the time. I don't know if Clay's here or not. Is Clay here?
You're asking me what? Do they wrap it at what?
No, I didn't ask you a question. Well, I mean, I guess I kind of am. So they measure the Earth flat, and then they wrap it around a presupposed ball that doesn't exist in reality? Is that what they use in their simulators, or do they use the flat plane that they measure in real life?
It is implied that it is curved already, but you unwrap the 2D tiles of this 3D object. So you can have a flat plane that you can measure distance on.
3D object.
Yes, let's say you have a 3D globe or a cylinder. You slice it down the middle, and then you make it flat. So this way you can draw on it. You can map out paths on it without having to draw on the radius of a curve.
Friend, take a breath. What 3D object are you talking about? Because we would have to measure this curvature first. Can you show me the measurements of curvature of the Earth?
It's already understood before any of these flight simulators.
Not understood. No.
Trajectory that you said the military is using and is conspiring to tell you that the Earth is still round, even though they're using technology that relies on 2D planes. That's not true. They already assume that this is a 3D object, but you unwrap it in the computer to have it on a 2D plane.
Well, you're kind of starting to make me cringe. Like, it sounds that you're very desperate. You know what I mean? Like, you're making a lot of claims, and you sound like incredulous in your claims, but you're not proving anything. You're just making claims. You need to prove your claims. Well, if you don't have skin in the game, why are you in here spazzing out, making all these claims and not proving them?
Because I need to understand if you're being ingenuine, and I know that since I'm a 3D artist, I know that you can flatten a 3D object into a 2D plane and draw on it and map coordinates on it and map trajectory on it and the measurement of distance on it.
So you can reify things. All we need is the actual curvature, right? We need the actual curvature in real life, and then we can worry about reifying things into different models and stuff. So why don't you show me where the curvature is in reality? Very simple question.
Do you agree that the Earth has an atmosphere?
What in the world does that have to do with whether or not it's actually curved on the ground, bro?
It does have something to do with it. You agree that the Earth has an atmosphere?
Define atmosphere, because you're already saying atmo, which is gas, and then you're saying sphere, which is a shape. So are you asking me if the Earth has an air ball? No, I don't think the Earth has an air ball. Do you even realize the terms that you're using?
Yes, I realize.
Okay, so what kind of air ball are you kind of trying to imagine here? What are you trying to get me to agree with? What kind of air ball are you talking about?
I'm trying to make you realize that since the Earth has an atmosphere, that proves that there's
so you're begging the question. Yeah.
Which is the globe.
I know you're begging the question now. This is a new fallacy you're using. This is a begging the question fallacy.
No, but you.
So, do you have any evidence that? Yeah, I know. I'm going to cut you off when you use a fallacy. Your argument is broken. You have to try again.
So then why even ask me a question if you're just going to cut me off when I'm answering?
Because you're answering basically with deceit,
Because
right?
you
You're
want to
going to
control the
affirm the
narrative with
consequent,
deceit.
or you're going
That's
to
why.
beg the
Because you want to
question. There's
control
no
the narrative.
narrative.
Exactly.
Why are you? No, I'm not trying to control a narrative. There's no narrative. I just want you to show me that the Earth is curving. You want to do it backwards. You want to affirm the consequent or beg the question. Because I say the word atmosphere, even though I haven't defined it, now all of a sudden the Earth is round? That's stupid,
Yes.
bro. Now you agree that that's
Yes,
stupid.
because it proves that there is a force that is pulling the atmosphere to the center of the Earth.
There's no force. Show me the force.
That's why the atmosphere. Yes, gravity
Dude,
pulls
quit
the atmosphere
spazzing.
towards the Earth.
You're
That's
spazzing
why
out.
we
What
have that.
gravity? What's gravity?
Gravity is the force that's constantly pushing us towards the center of the mass of this object, which is Earth.
Gravity hasn't been a force since 1950. Are you unaware of this?
Hold on.
All right, so how has gravity not been a force since 1950? Go on.
Einstein came along and superseded Newton with his spooky action at a distance. That whole mass attracting mass thing, they had to throw that out because mass isn't even defined correctly. So then they went with the bending and warping of space-time, which is what gravity is now, which is not a force. In fact, it's an equal and opposite type of situation. No, bro, I'm talking to you right now. Are you going to listen, or are you just going to kind of get hung up on words like Einstein? This is the current model. Bro, I know it's great. He's a hostile witness. The guy that you love and celebrate has given you general relativity, which apparently you don't like. Now all of a sudden is going to throw your entire gravity model down the stairs. Are you ready?
Expanding, isn't he?
Is it? So is the Earth constantly expanding?
So there is a gravitational pull.
Are you not listening at all? No, there's no gravity, no force called gravity. You know, you can look it up on the internet. It's going to tell you it's a force, and then you're going to look at general relativity and say that it's not a force. It's a bending and warping of space-time. So you've got contradictory models. Which one are you going to pick?
All right, man.
All right, man. Are you going to pick one? Which one is it? Is it general relativity, or is it spooky action at a distance?
Is it what action at a distance?
Spooky action at a distance. That's what Newton called it.
About gravity?
You might know it as mass attracting mass. Do you want general relativity, or do you want mass attracting mass? Which one should I tear apart first?
So you don't believe in gravity?
So you're not going to answer. You're not going to pick one?
What? Of course I believe in gravity. I believe that gravity...
No, which one? Which model? Or maybe you want to do the quantum gravity. That's the new one that's about to replace general relativity. Do you want to do quantum gravity?
I believe that there is the center of... There is a force that is attracting things on a certain level at a certain amount to the center of the globe. Yes.
Yeah, I heard believe in there. So you believe this is another religious claim.
Okay. So,
this is a faith-based reality.
You asked me.
Yeah. So I just want to make sure that you're telling me that this is something that you believe that you can't prove.
Dude, now you're doing semantics. You asked me, do you believe this one or this one?
And then you defined one that's apparently mass attracting mass. So what is okay, fine. Mass attracting mass. What is the experiment that they used to validate mass attracting mass? And I want the IV, DV, and control for all for that experiment. So what's our dependent variable? What's our observed phenomena?
A dependent variable, I don't know, what was it?
I'm asking you.
I don't know.
So there's no phenomena for gravity?
You said that there was like an experiment that you wanted to. You were like, do you know what the
Yeah.
experiment was? What's
I'm
the
asking
area?
you if
What was it?
there isn't one. That's why I'm asking to see if you have it. That's the beauty of this whole thing. No experiment has ever validated your religious belief. So it is a religious belief down to the very core.
You have the Cavendish experiment that students all over the world.
Okay, what's the observed phenomena? Yes, what's the observed phenomena?
You keep on saying it's a
What
religious
is the
belief. It's
observed
the most
phenomena?
oldest, archaic, antiquated belief in all religious beliefs.
Bro, you're kind of on a repeat now. You keep saying the same thing over and over and over again, but you're not
keep on saying
really
the same
landing
thing.
any
You call it a
blows.
religious belief.
You're saying the same thing.
It is, because you've told me that you believe it, you don't have an experiment, you don't even have a phenomena, so it's definitely something that you believe.
Okay, so why do you think so?
I can observe that the Earth is round. I've observed it.
Okay, well then show me how you measure that it's curving.
It's observed.
Yeah, great. You've observed it. Show me the measurements that you have so we can validate this.
The measurements, well, we haven't came up with the measurement for how the eye can bend light, and we can decide. We can process images in our brain through our cornea. Through our.
I love that topic. You want to get into that?
Yeah, like so. I can clearly still observe that there's a curvature to the Earth.
Well,
okay,
no.
so
Geometrically, it's impossible given the dimensions of Earth. Yeah, because like let's say you're in a commercial flight, 35,000 feet up. What percent of Earth's total surface area, or what percent of Earth's total curvature, do you think you could see from 35,000 feet, percentage-wise? It's going to be less than 1%. I think it's like 0.3% of Earth's surface area, which means you're not really seeing much of a circle there, not much of an arc, not much of an arc segment between points, left and right points in your field of view. It's going to look flat. So even if it's a globe, it's going to look flat. Nobody's ever seen the geometric curvature.
Yes, they have.
How high do you think you have to go?
I don't know exactly.
Yeah, well, nobody knows.
People have done it.
How many people do you think have done it?
Enough people.
So there are maybe 24 people, I think, who've left low Earth orbit during the Apollo mission.
Yeah, it's also been observed through multiple space programs. The curvature of the Earth.
So yeah, now we're leaving optics and going to NASA photos.
What?
Yeah, so we're kind of done with optics on Earth, using our eyes, and now we're into NASA photos from space.
You assume NASA, but there's multiple countries out there with space programs.
Oh yeah, I know, and they all work together. They use NASA facilities.
Why do they all work together?
I don't know. Ask them.
There are countries that are not allied with countries that you would be referring to. That
so you know geopolitics? How good are you at geopolitics? You really know what's in the interests of hostile foreign nations? You really know what they're thinking about? Or do you think they're concealing that from you?
I'll tell you that if Iran could prove, or North Korea could prove that the Earth was flat, they would use that as a great way to cause chaos in the psychology of the American society and the Western society as a whole.
Cool story. Wow.
So, and they don't do that. And they have the means to
what an
prove
amazing argument for
yeah.
geometric.
So who do you think we are then? Do you think we are Iranian spies?
No.
I mean, that's kind of stupid.
No, you don't understand what I'm saying. I'm saying if there was a government hostile to America and the West and all these countries that are apparently colluding to conspire against you and flat Earth theory, and there was a government out there.
hold on. Let me.
So yeah, maybe the problem is
Hold on. Let me answer. Hold on.
you know as little about
Let me
geopolitics
finish.
as
Let me
you
finish.
do geometry.
Hold on.
Maybe that's the problem.
Yeah. If there was a government that was
funny.
hostile towards these governments that are colluding and conspiring against flat Earth theory, they would already have the means, and there already are governments that are hostile to the
Well, you
United
know what?
States and the West.
Maybe China's
And they
revealing
have the means
some
to
of this. Like
detect
they
that the
showed us
Earth is
their
flat. The Earth
Sataloons.
was flat, and they don't do it.
Yeah. So you're
Well,
just as politically inept as you are geometrically. Thanks for showing us that.
Yep, that's it. I was going to get into detail on that, but that really put a bow on it, didn't it? I mean, meanwhile, we got China showing us Satelloons, and from their space station showing flat horizons. You know, it's kind of funny how they do
Oh,
that.
so
I think they're
China's
putting a
telling us
thumb in
the
the eye
flat.
of American foreign
Wait.
politics.
So China's
But
telling
I
us
don't know
that it's a flat Earth.
geopolitics either, and I'm not claiming that.
China's saying it's a flat Earth. Is that what
No,
you're
no,
saying?
but in some of their footage, they show a flat horizon from their space station, which I think is even higher than the ISS. And they're showing also glitches in footage, like a guy playing ping pong off the floor of the ISS instead of a flat table because they're screwing up the channel 1 and channel 2 with their image overlays. I mean, China's really fun to watch. I'm surprised you don't know any of this, because if you did, you probably wouldn't have invoked what you did earlier, which is that foreign countries, particularly hostile ones, wouldn't try to blow the lid. Looks like China's doing a good job of that.
China's not doing it, dude. China does not.
I'm giving you examples that they are.
Flat
So
Earth theory.
you can spiral all you want, but okay.
China does not try to push the idea of flat Earth theory. You're the one purely spiraling in this crazy fucking conspiracy.
You heard him, Amish.
I know.
He's stumbling now.
Right, so who's the bad guy here? Who's the bad guy?
Dude, who's the one who's actually purely spiraling?
You are, because you're deferring to some trash geopolitical argument based on your misconceptions of how the world works, to refute like the nature and the physics of water. It's just so stupid. It's unfathomable.
Oh my god.
I thought you weren't religious.
I'm not.
Well, then don't invoke God.
All right. Semantics.
Your God? Yeah. You keep telling us you're not religious, but then you keep talking about your God.
Hey, Reza, 44 minutes past the hour in the text chat. Miguel Sousa showing what I'm talking about.
Looks pretty dang flat to me. Or it's an S curve.
I see a curve. What are you talking about?
Yeah, looks like a pear. What's going on?
I know. See that little S curve? Groovy, man.
Bro, if that's your proof.
I didn't provide it as proof. China did.
China. I swear that like flat earthers, the whole main thing is like just asserting and pushing this idea into other people's head that they shouldn't trust anything about science. They've been lied to about everything.
No, we're not
That's
pushing.
your goal.
No. We're not pushing anything, bro. We're just pointing out to you, for instance, on gravity, that there's no actual experiment ever done to prove gravity is even a thing. So those are the types of things we're saying. We're only providing you with information. We're not trying to push anything.
What is the force that's pulling things back to the ground when you throw, like if you throw a ball up in the air, what is the force that's pulling it back to the ground?
I'll just use Neil deGrasse Tyson. Don't know. Next. What it is, they don't know. Neither do we.
Yeah, it's not that we're rejecting any science, it's that you haven't provided any.
You agree that there's a concept of gravity that's pulling things back towards the center of the Earth?
I'm glad you said
Towards the center of the Earth, no, because that would require a ball.
You said concept.
Just say concept.
Yeah.
He did say concept. I apologize.
There is a force that is pulling mass towards the center of
Okay.
where we're at.
So you're an Einstein denier. So once again, you found yourself in a contradiction.
Do you agree? Do you agree that there is a force that is pulling mass towards the center?
It's not a force.
No.
So then what is it that is bringing the ball back to the ground when I throw it up in the air?
No idea.
Balloon?
No idea.
Is it resistance? Is that what it is? Is that what you want to call it?
It
Is it
is. I can
jihad?
tell you exactly what it is.
It's the jihad of the universe.
I'll tell you what it is. It's the air.
It's the air. So the air is heavy.
The air is pushing it down.
Why is the air heavy?
The air doesn't support the ball.
Air doesn't support the ball. Oh my god.
Yeah,
right.
That's
Listen,
right.
because if I were to put it in Jello, it would support the ball.
Oh my gosh.
You understand what he's pointing out is only things that we can scientifically demonstrate through experimentation. If you change the medium that the object is in, it won't always go down. For example, if I had a fish tank full of water and I dropped a boiled egg into it, it'll fall down to the bottom. If I change the density of the water by adding salt to it, the egg will rise. So scientifically speaking, being as we can only change the object or the medium, that's relative density. But we can't science the cause.
So you agree that there's an atmosphere? You agree that there's an
That's just
atmosphere?
a very poor understanding of gravity and buoyancy.
Why did you have to interrupt?
If you're going to say that there's Jello holding the air is holding the ball, the air can't resist. The air can't hold the ball up in the air.
We're going to start muting if you can't calm down. Let Jedi speak. He's not done.
All we can scientifically verify is the object and the medium. There will be a directional difference up or down depending on the object or the medium. That's science. We can demonstrate that all day long. Why there is this vertical vector of up and down, we don't know. We cannot science that.
The atmosphere.
What are you talking that atmosphere for, dude? Are you not? Have you listened to anything I've just told you?
Yes, you say you can't decide. You can't determine why some things can stay up in the sky and some things can't. They just fall to the ground.
Yeah, no, I just told you how. I told you Jello.
Jello. So then that means
it's called relative density. Yeah. Do you think there's something wrong with what Archimedes said? Hey, Reza,
why is there density to our air?
Is there something wrong with what Archimedes said about buoyancy and density? Was Archimedes wrong?
Dude, to say that there is density to our air is to prove that there's an atmosphere. And why is there an atmosphere?
We do have air. I do breathe air. I do breathe air.
Why do we have air? Why is air still on the surface of the earth? Because
trees generate the air we breathe.
And why does it stay on Earth? Because of gravity.
Because it's contained.
No, it's contained. Yeah, I have a defined volume.
Hold on.
Take it away, Jedi. Take it away.
The reason why we still have an atmosphere that isn't dispersing into the vacuum.
So you said we have an atmosphere.
Hello.
That means there's an atmos and there's a spherical ball of air that's around Earth. So now we're saying that the Earth is a sphere.
I'm just gonna have to meet you. I mean, you must be really disappointing to your girlfriend, right? You just can't help yourself.
You just said that there's an atmosphere, and you just admitted that
it's an atmosphere. You fucking idiot.
Okay, hold on, back, guys. NPR voice, BBC voice, PBS voice. Come on, calm down.
No one's denying the atmosphere. We're fucking breathing, you idiot. You're claiming that the atmosphere isn't dispersing into the vacuum of space because of gravity. That's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, you idiot. Gas increases into space. It disperses into the limitation of its environment. The only thing that stops gas
doesn't it? Oh my gosh! The nature of gas is to expand. Newton knew about that. And the nature of liquids and solids is to contract, right? That's what Newton wrote down.
It is dispersing into the atmosphere.
Exactly. So the problem is gravity says the nature of gas within a gravity field is to do the opposite of disperse. So space gravity, which is the bending and warping of space-time with these gravity wells around planetary objects, the claim is that within this field, the gas does the opposite of what we can test, what we can observe, and what we can prove that happens in reality in our own experience. That is a contradiction, isn't it? Or do you agree?
No.
You disagree. So you think it is not a contradiction. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Yeah. So the gas does expand, but there's still a mass to the atmosphere. And that's why gravity is holding
do you envision at some point high up that a gas molecule reverses course and starts compressing, like an isochoric compression of gas due to gravity? Really? Can you demonstrate that?
Where Where's gravity strongest?
Yeah, answer that. Where is gravity stronger? Close to the surface or out in space?
Isn't it
close to the surface, right? And it's weaker out in space, where the vacuum is the greatest. Uh-oh. And we see gases expand fastest at the source of gravity, if you think you're on a ball, right? And then slowest when it's closer to the vacuum of space? Whoa. What is causing that gas molecule to reverse course? Is that a kinetic? Is that like an elastic collision or inelastic collision?
Really good
Oh,
brakes.
gosh.
Must have a brake.
Gosh. Yeah, so is that a collision against the surface or not? Something is causing the reverse course of that gas molecule, but it's too far out in space to be gravity. Oh, gosh. It might be a containment device. What do you guys think? What do you flat earthers think? You think there might be containment of our air that we breathe?
Well, we've got gas pressure.
Yeah,
so
I thought so.
necessary antecedent to gas pressure is a physical boundary for the gas to press against. That's why it's called pressure. It's PRESS. The gas is going to need to press.
That was very nice. I like that. It's like a jingle. We can make a song.
I concur completely.
Take it away. I have to step back for a few. Thank you for letting me ramble.
Sorry, man still thinks that gravity is mass attracting mass.
Oh.
Just throw Einstein out under the fucking bus.
Yeah, you're contradicting your own priest and your own religion. So, I mean, as soon as you invoke a force, you already screwed up everything that you came here to argue for. That's pretty stupid.
Einstein wasn't a flat earther.
What?
So you guys are the one using somebody who you don't even believe in half the shit that they would believe in.
It's called a hostile witness. It's us educating you on your own story and pointing out the flaws within your story. But if you're going to say mass attracts mass, unfortunately that was superseded in 1915 by Einstein, where mass doesn't attract mass, mass falls into gravity wells. The amount of mass distorts and bends the fabric of space-time, which isn't Newtonian gravity. This is probably just an education for you, right? You didn't know this? I'll take your silence as a concession.
Sure.
Well, you didn't understand, did you? What's Einsteinian gravity? When did that come into play? What is it? I've told you. What is Einsteinian gravity? When did that come into play and supersede Newtonian? I've given you the answers. Can you remember them and speak them back to me? Of course you can't. You didn't fucking listen, did you?
Sure.
I'll ask a simpler question. What's the difference between Newtonian gravity and Einstein's gravity? What's the difference?
Basically, Einstein's gravity. Basically, you're saying that Einstein's gravity.
Not what I'm saying.
Let me answer, dude. Oh my god. Basically, one is bending in due to space and time.
One is bending due to space and time. No, the mass sits in the fabric of space and time and bends it and warps it, so things appear to fall downwards because they're in a gravity well. That's not mass attracting mass, magic at a distance, Newton suggested. They're two completely different fucking things.
Regardless, there's still a force that is pulling things to the surface of the Earth, towards the center of the Earth.
So there's still a force then. Even though Einstein describes it as not a force. You're going to throw Einstein under the bus and go back to the olden busted, which he superseded in 1915. You're going to assert the magic at a distance. Because something has an amount of mass, the amount of substance in the space, and it's resistant to acceleration, you think that that amount of substance in the space and resistant to acceleration is attracting another amount of substance in the space and resistance to acceleration.
Einstein will still say that gravity is a force.
No, it doesn't. Would you like citations for it?
Step back. So I remember taking physics in high school, and my physics teacher telling us that in college we'd learn that gravity's a lot different than how we were taught it. classical mechanics fashion. Okay, so then in college, when I took physics.
Einstein still
In
calls
college, when I
gravity a
took
force.
physics and took relativity, they told us exactly what we learned in high school was nonsense, and that this is relativity, and that relativity replaced Newtonian gravity. This for me was a long time ago, and I'm probably well older than you, kid. And I remember this change, and so do all the other flat earthers who took physics in college. And we can usually tell who we're talking to, their education level in this matter, by how well they represent what gravity is supposed to be. Because those who've not had higher level education still think gravity is Newtonian, when the rhetoric for the past 120 years is that gravity is based off of Einstein's field equations. Okay?
So, really quick, Sir, Reza, whatever. Do you know what the word pseudo means?
It's like, what's it? No, I don't know the definition. I mean, I know what it means in like general terms, like pseudoscience, like snake oil. I get it.
Pseudoscience would be like not real science, right?
Right.
Okay, so if something's a pseudo force, is that a force?
I mean, it's a fundamental like concept. There is still a force of gravity pulling.
So when there's a not real force,
and there's a way that Einstein is describing it, which is the bending, how mass is bent through space and time. That's what you're telling me, and I get that.
Good.
But to say that that's just a way to describe the fundamental force of gravity.
Not true. You have to keep inserting your force in here. In the text stream, I've provided you with about 20 citations which describes Einsteinian gravity as not as a force. Shall I go to the first one for you, just from fucking Wikipedia? Gravity is most accurately described by the theory of general relativity proposed by Albert Einstein in 1915, which describes gravity as not a force. Now that's from Wikipedia. We can go and to the university. Regardless,
happening. There's a force of nature that is pulling the ball back to the ground when I drop it in the air.
Regardless of the universities that I'm about to cite, which are going to shit all over your made-up belief. You think that Einsteinian gravity force? It
if
isn't.
I drop the ball, it's going to land on the ground. There's a force of nature that's causing that to happen.
No. So would you like me to continue reading the citations from universities that describe that your force is incorrectly defined? It's not force, dude. In general,
I'm not defining the force.
I'm going to keep citing them.
I'm just saying that it is a force.
It isn't.
And by
would you
that
like me to
same
keep
principle,
reading the citations that I provided for you? Because you clearly won't read them. And if you did, you're just going to go, nuh-uh. These are from universities, my friend. So in general relativity, gravity is not a force between masses. It's from University Today. Where else should we go?
University of Flat Earth. Let me hear it.
Not University of Flat Earth. This is from math.ucl.edu. Strictly speaking, gravity is not a force. From physics.org. According to the theory, gravity is not a force. This isn't the University of Flat Earth, you fucking idiot. What about the New Scientist? That's a publication not done by flat earthers. So although Earth appears to be pulled towards the sun by gravity, there is no such force. Shall I keep reading these out to you?
not only is it not University of Flat Earth, it's his own religion that he's arguing with.
Look, Einstein's theory of gravity does not make it like it's saying that basically mass is getting bent through space and time, and that's what's causing it.
That's not true. Now you don't understand your own words.
Hold on.
Mass
You're telling me
getting
that
bent.
energy is getting compressed in space and time. That's why it's on the ground after I drop it in the air. But I'm saying that the concept of me dropping the ball and it falling to the ground.
You're
That's
just
what I'm
making
describing
stuff
as a
up.
force.
You're just totally making stuff up right now.
By your own pretzel logic, pseudoscience is science. So within your worldview, yeah, anything pseudo whatever is actually, that thing. So pseudoscience is science according to you.
No, I'm just saying, like, I understand what Einstein's theory of gravity is.
No, you don't.
How he describes gravity. I'm just saying that doesn't, just because he wouldn't describe it as a force, it doesn't mean that, like, I can't say the word gravity as a force in this conversation.
Of course. not
And
a
that's
force,
what you're
dude.
getting hung up on.
It's not a force, dude. That's what we're trying to
Okay,
educate you on.
fine, it's
Not
not
a
a force,
force.
but there's still something that is causing things to
Yes.
fall back to the ground, right?
Yes. And outside of scientific inquiry, which we tried to point you out earlier, where we can only vary the object and the medium, it's called relative density. Like I told you 10 minutes ago, nobody knows why there's a directionality of up and down. We cannot science that shit. There is no scientific experiment where we turn on and off again this direction of up and down to make the ball not go down when you drop it.
Yes,
You
you
can't
can.
science this.
It's magnetic force.
That's a magnetic force. That's something completely fucking different. Why did you go to magnetic forces, you fucking idiot? We're not talking about magnetic
Because
forces.
something
We're
can
talking about
hover
science and
and
gravity. So why did you talk about magnetism, which isn't gravity? Fucking idiot. What the fuck?
because
That's why I said you're a crazy zealot, because you're here like vehemently trying to defend something that you don't even know. You don't know anything about any of this, but you believe it completely. You're like a
I do
fundamentalist for it.
know it enough to be able to argue with you guys.
Okay,
No, you
cool.
don't.
So give me the
Really don't.
scientific experiment.
You
that proves
guys
gravity.
are
Give me
like
the experiment that proves gravity. If you think that you can handle this conversation, brilliant. Give me the scientific experiment that proves gravity. I want the hypothesis. I want the independent and dependent variable correctly situated, so I can test that hypothesis in an experiment. Being as you now think you've got the fucking balls to have this conversation, scientific experiment, please. Come on, pussy. Give me the scientific experiment.
no. I'm
Look, I'll help you create the hypothesis. What is the independent variable? The independent variable is the phenomena, by the way. The thing happening, what's that? Would you like me to help you some more? I pick up a rock and it falls down. That will be a phenomena, the rock returning to the floor, wouldn't it?
Sure.
Good. So that's the first part of your hypothesis, your dependent variable. Now, what's your cause of the rock falling down?
Gravity.
Awesome stuff. So your hypothesis is if gravity, then rock will fall to the floor. We're now going to have to test this in a scientific experiment where you vary and manipulate gravity to change the rate of fall of the object, the fucking rock. Can you do that?
With magnets, yeah.
Not with magnets. We're talking about gravity. You're not going to change your independent variable, your presumed cause, for something else. You're trying to prove gravity, not magnetism, you fucking idiot. I thought you said that you could have this conversation. Why is it hard? If you've got more ego than intellect, you don't even know what a hypothesis is, do you?
Sure.
Of course not.
What's a hypothesis, dude?
It's like my educated fucking
You're educated
scientific.
fucking.
It's my basically an inference.
An inference? Would it be your prediction into a cause and effect relationship as I've just held your hand and walked you through? I gave you the dependent variable. I asked you what was causing that, which would be the independent variable. You said gravity makes the rock fall. So therefore, in the testing of that hypothesis, the experiment, you have to vary and manipulate your presumed cause, which in this instant is gravity, to change the rate of the rock falling. Can you do that?
I might be. I don't think I can do it.
Might be able to. Is there a scientific experiment that varies gravity to change the rate of rock falling? Silence is more concession from you, isn't it? Maybe you should Google it.
You're. I'm trying to figure out what you're asking. Like,
I'm
are
asking
you
you
asking
to
me?
back up your
Is there?
fucking claim with
Do I?
science.
Hold on. Are you asking me basically? Do I have an understanding enough of gravity to be able to manipulate gravity?
I'm asking you for the scientific experiment that backs up your fucking claim. That's what I'm asking for.
Which is what? What do you think my claim is?
that gravity changes the rate of fall of rocks? The reason why rocks fall down is because of a force of gravity. I'm asking you to science that claim. Can you change gravity to change the rate of the fall of the rock in a scientific experiment?
If it fell from high enough.
So if it fell from high enough, then you could vary and manipulate gravity.
Well, if you drop it from outside of the atmosphere where there's no gravity, then it won't even fall.
Can we do this?
Begging the
Are
question.
you now taking, as anyone, are you taking us into the realms of what cannot be done? I'm asking shut up. I'm asking you very succinctly for the scientific experiment that backs up your claim that gravity is a force.
There is something that's forcing this object to fall back to the ground. Yes.
That's lovely, but can you science it?
If I let go of the rock from my
It
hand,
falls
it will fall
down.
to the ground. Science. That's proven. It happens.
No, dude, we went through this when I tried to help you construct a hypothesis. That's the first step, the phenomena. You then can't just make declarations about what's causing the phenomena without verifying it through experimentation. You idiot. Have you ever done a science class?
Dude, I understand the two.
No, you don't understand.
I understand. Bro, hold on. Let me answer. I understand that there are different views on what is causing gravity to pull things back to the surface of the Earth. Because, as you pointed out, Einstein has a theory that mass is being bent through space and time.
Mm-hmm.
And that could be very well what's causing the rock to fall to the ground.
Okay. Now, is there a
I'm just saying that there is gravity.
That's lovely, but is there a scientific experiment that validates either two of these ideas, whether mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space-time? Is there a scientific experiment that validates this claim?
No. I mean, I don't know.
Thank you.
I don't know.
That's basically the crescendo to this point. No, there isn't. Otherwise, I wouldn't be asking you for it, because I know the answer. There isn't a scientific experiment where you very manipulate your presumed cause of gravity to change the rate of rock falling. Whether that's Newtonian or Einsteinian, there's no scientific backing for the claim.
Yes, but there's still gravity.
Yes, there is still the phenomena of things falling down. We can agree to that. What we can't agree to is the cause.
Sure.
You understand the difference
we
between
can't
the
agree to it.
phenomena and the cause, right?
We can't agree to it, sure.
Yeah,
I think
so
that it's because the fact that the Earth is orbiting the sun, and then the Earth is spinning, and that is causing the force of gravity to be pushing things towards the center of the Earth constantly.
So it's pushing now, not pulling. Okay, these are completely different forces.
You get if you understand the concept that I'm referring, like what I'm trying to explain, then you wouldn't even use semantics here and say pushing or pulling.
Dude, words have meanings, and if we have a failure to communicate,
the Earth is orbiting the sun. The Earth is orbiting the sun.
Point it out.
And Earth is also revolving. Is
it?
Around itself.
Have you got a scientific experiment that proves that?
And then
have you got an experiment that proves the rotation of the Earth?
Jedi, you got him back to chanting, bro. He's chanting.
I know. He's making lots of claims, but when I ask him to verify and validate those claims, protracted silence. Have you got a scientific experiment or direct measurement of the Earth moving anywhere?
Spinning?
Anything. I'll take anything from you.
Do I have reason to infer that the Earth is spinning?
No, not reason to infer a direct experiment or measurement of it moving. Not you thinking it must be. What? Huh?
You feeling any of that spin, by the way? Feel it?
Feeling any of what?
Spin that you say is occurring. Are you feeling it? Yeah.
Head's obviously spinning.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, like, I feel it in the sense that my body is used to morning and night. Like, in the morning, I wake up, and at night, I feel like I need to go to bed. So I feel it in that sense.
You
I don't know what to do with that.
Moving because you get tired. You're an idiot. You might be the stupidest person I've had the displeasure of speaking to today. I'm asking you for an experiment, validation for your claim that the Earth is spinning on its axis, and you say, well, I go to bed at night and wake up
Well,
in
we
the
just
morning.
had a solar eclipse.
That's lovely.
We saw.
Oh, here we go.
Based
Go
on, we were able to calculate when the sun was going to come right in front of the moon.
We?
Based off
Who's
of
we?
the spin of the Earth on its axis and the orbiting of the
Incorrect.
Earth around the sun.
Incorrect. Do you know what the Saros cycle is?
The what?
The Saros cycle. Would you like me to spell that for you? Saros. Saros cycle?
Sure.
Ever heard of this?
No.
Okay, so this is observations of the cyclical patterns that the sun, moon, and stars make in the heavens above. Now, this was developed over 2,500 years ago by the ancient Babylonians and Sumerians, which requires no geometry of the earth. It's just observing the motions of the things in the sky. Because they work in predictable patterns, we can make post-dictions, because I've always done the same fucking thing, of how they will act in the future. Like this earlier month's solar eclipse. In a few months' time, we're going to have a lunar eclipse as well. This was all based on the Saros cycle developed 2,500 years ago. Just to note, it's got fuck all to do with the Earth spinning on its axis and orbiting around the sun.
So you're saying that we still rely on that to determine when the eclipse happens?
Yep. If you Google on NASA, they'll tell you all about it.
I thought I'm not supposed to rely on NASA.
Well, being as these are the people that are supposed to be telling you when the lunar and solar eclipses are happening, and they tell you it's to do with the Saros cycle, again, hostile witness pointing out that your priests are not using geometry to make this claim.
What priest? Like, what priest am I? What are my
NASA,
priests?
the NASA ones. Your scientists that you think have got all of this information, and when I point out the magic trick of the Saros cycle, what are you going to do next? Cry? Moan about it? Tell me that I should
that's
trust
all right.
you?
So I guess that the spinning of the Earth on its axis is not what is determining when the eclipse is going to happen. I didn't know that if they used the spinning of the Earth on its axis and the orbiting of the Earth around the sun to determine that or not. That's fine. I didn't know if they use those variables.
Okay. So back to the original question.
If they do though, then you're 100% sure that they don't use that. So,
well, can you give me a direct measurement or scientific experiment that proves the rotation of the Earth? If you can back up your claim with any science, we will be all ears. So far, you failed to do so.
If I was to fly against time zones, that I would have jet lag. Why is that?
Well, because we have time zones. Do you know what solar noon is?
Solar noon?
Yeah. Do you know what solar noon is?
No.
Right. So it's basically when the sun is directly above you at 90 degrees above your zenith. So that is solar noon. Okay. Now, the reason why we have time zones is because of the path of the sun across the Earth. You think you're going to have jet lag because you're going to go back in time zones to where the sun once was, directly overhead?
No, but it has nothing to do with the sun's position. It has to do with the fact that the Earth is rotating on its axis.
We've only got two choices with this, though, my friend. It's either the Earth moving or the sun moving. I'm asking you for the scientific.
Earth is moving around the sun, but the Earth is also rotating on its axis.
Okay, so scientific experiment that proves that, please. And have you got a direct measurement of the Earth being a ball? You're making claims that I think your mouth can't check. You're going to need to prove this, mate, not just repeat a story. I've heard this story repeated every day for the past 9 years, but I still haven't got a direct measurement or scientific experiment that backs your claim.
I mean, like, look, I think it's great that we'll talk
Here we
about
go.
one thing, and then when I bring up the fact, okay, the reason why gravity is a force is the reason why gravity exists is because the Earth is spinning on its axis and pulling everything towards the center of it as it's rotating around the sun. So now you want to go on. Now you want to derail this onto, well, do you really believe that the Earth is spinning on its axis? Can you prove it?
Dude,
And this is what makes this VC a fun little science-friendly VC that people get to learn about science through. But
when you say the rotation
you get
of the
that,
Earth,
I was able to tell you
you're
the reason
incorrect.
why.
Again, the rotation of the Earth doesn't cause gravity. You fucking idiot. You're just saying shit that's just really wrong. You went to school, right? You have a basic education, but yet you think you can come here and educate us on this story where every other thing that comes out of your mouth is wrong. I don't mind going back to gravity. We've pointed out you don't have a scientific experiment for it. And when you try to describe it, you say, well, yeah, things fall to the Earth because the Earth is spinning on its axis. You're an idiot.
So you believe the Earth is completely stationary?
Yes, the Earth is not measured to be moving.
Okay.
Unless you can provide me with a measurement of the Earth actually moving, of course.
I'm fine to let you believe what you want to believe. Yeah.
No, I'll tell you what. Try and save us. How about you back up every single one of your claims with a scientific
How
experiment
am I
or
supposed to
direct
save
measurement?
somebody
You
who's
do that.
already assuming that they're so much smarter than me?
At the moment, you've demonstrated yourself to be intellectually inferior.
So then why do you
When
even
you
want me to try to prove you wrong?
I'm
Save
trying
you.
to help you
Why would you want
understand why
savior
we're
from
here.
somebody who's intellectually inferior?
Well, I'm trying to help you understand why we're here and pointing out the things that you keep
I
repeating. You
think that
don't
you're
have
in
the first
here
fucking
as
clue
a cry
about.
for help.
You have no clue. Yeah, and now you can laugh.
That's what flat earthers are about. Like, flat earthers want to
point out
they
that you're
want to push this idea into other people's head as a cry
that the
for
Earth
help
is-
of their own
that the Earth is-
vulnerability.
Yeah.
That
I'm
they
crying
can't
for help
they can't
because the
understand
Earth
themselves.
is
So
measured flat. Do you not understand this? The Earth
What?
is measured to be flat. Measured.
How?
How? Well, it's done with lasers. It's done with signal propagation. It's done with angle measuring devices when we want to navigate across the Earth. Elevation angles above the horizontal plane. Loads of different ways. But that water isn't curving like we're shown in those little NASA pictures of the Earth being a ball. It is not measured as such. It's not observed as such. It's not even practically used as such. Can you describe to me the surface level of water when contained and at rest? What's that surface doing? How is it laying?
90 degrees.
90 degrees. But the surface, we've only got one line. You're saying that's 90 degrees. You need two lines for 90 degrees. I'm talking about the surface. Is that surface curving or is that surface horizontal?
It's curving when you're like, if it's a cup of water sitting on a table, the surface is horizontal.
Awesome. And what about a bathtub? What about the water in there?
It's horizontal until you the
Awesome.
distance
We'll
of the
keep
surface area of the water is big enough. Then you will see a curvature.
making the distance bigger. So what about a lake? Let's say that the lake is 10 miles from side to side. Is it curving, yeah?
I don't know. No, not 10 mile. I don't know. When do you calculate the?
Do you want me to hint? Do you want me to give you a hint? It's 8 inches per mile squared, sunshine.
But if you want to be technical about it, the water is curving at every single micron.
Okay.
So if we've got a lake 10 miles across, and according to the model, that's 8 inches per mile squared, do you think that we should be able to observe and measure curvature over a distance of 10 miles?
That I don't know. I'll be honest. Like, I don't know how when you start seeing curvature. I don't know how many miles.
Okay, well, I've just given you the formula. It's 8 inches per mile squared. That means from point A to point B over a distance of water, point B would have descended from point A's horizontal by 66 foot.
So 8 miles?
10 miles.
10 miles.
Yes.
So
66
will I
foot,
see a
point A and
curve
point B.
the water over the distance of 10 miles?
Yes.
I don't know.
Well, it should
I
do.
think you would. If that's the distance of the surface area that you would see a curvature at, yes.
Yeah. Well, according to the math, that's most definitely what we should be able to measure. But we don't. That's why we're here. We don't measure any curvature over any distance of water. The Earth's measured flat, my friend. That water lies horizontally. Whether it's in your cup of coffee in the morning, the bath that you have, when you go for a swim, when you go fishing at a lake or you sail across the sea, that water lays horizontally.
I think that you can see a curvature.
Okay, where can you see curvature, mate?
When you get high enough in the sky.
How high?
I don't know exactly, but I've seen
it. You haven't seen it.
I'll give you a hint. 100,000.
There you go. I don't know if it's 100,000, but
so you think that you'll be able to see curvature from 100,000 feet?
Many people have.
Have they? Would you like us to bring up Neil deGrasse Tyson again for you?
Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Yeah, or Paul Larson, PhD.
Do you agree with Neil deGrasse Tyson?
When he turns around to and debunks the Felix Baumgartner jump that shows you curvature of the Earth from 100,000 feet, yeah, because that's math. And the math will tell you that even from that altitude, you would not be able to perceive left to right curvature of the surface of the Earth. Now, that's not me saying that, but I know the math. That's Paul Larson and Neil deGrasse Tyson. Not high enough, dude. Even from the International Space Station, not far enough away from the surface of the Earth, mathematically speaking, to perceive that left to right curvature.
Then why do you have images from Mars that show that Earth is round?
And seriously, you think that we've been to Mars, dude?
So you don't think we've been to Mars? You don't think we have rovers on Mars?
No way. Do you want to know why?
Why?
You can't have gas pressure without a container, dude.
Oh my god.
What? Sorry. You understand exactly what I'm talking about, right? Kinetic molecular theory, second law of thermodynamics, Boyle's law, Gay-Lussac's law, parts of Dalton's law. The ideal gas laws, PV equals nRT, where P, pressure, is solved by force over area, the force of the gas exerting on the area of physicality given in feet and meters. You know, this is demonstrable fact that to have gas pressure, you require a container, because if you don't have a container, guess what will happen to the gas? It will fuck off.
All right, so does everybody in here, are you guys all flat earthers? You guys all think that the Earth is flat? Everybody in here?
Not even going to think about it, are you? Fair enough.
I get
Jedi, what happens usually is when they really just can't cope anymore, they make it about people. That's how you know they've lost.
Dude, I'm fine to dude. I'm not gonna concede because I don't know.
You know why you believe in
I don't know, bro. I might not. You might be better at math than me. You might have.
Okay, bro. Yeah. 1 second. Let me just finish that real quick. Do you know why you believe in a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball flying from an ever-expanding void of darkness? Because the majority does so too. And they all believe. Therefore, if you see the majority believing in something, you will do the same. Therefore, the next move you're gonna do is ask everybody else, are you all flat earthers? Because you don't want to be alone with your belief, since you now have understood by what Jedi has laid out to you that you believe is very fragile and there's literally no substance to it. And this is not an offense. This shouldn't be an offense to you now you should move on and be like, okay, now I want to learn more about reality and understand what my false belief is and how I can avoid it in the future. Not appeal to the whole room or to any to anyone else, but appeal to yourself and say, do I know the truth about reality? That's the most important step. Doesn't matter what other people think. It really doesn't. Doesn't matter if I'm a flat earther or not. Doesn't really matter
Well,
at
bro,
all.
I wasn't appealing to everybody else in the VC to see if they would try to back me up. I'm quite exhausted by this conversation. I just wanted to know if everybody else in here were also flat earthers, listening to this the whole time.
No. No. So there are a couple of globe earthers in here. The room is open for anybody. Doesn't matter if you're a flat earther or a globe earther. You're also live streaming on YouTube, and those people won't be flat earthers either. So you'll have a mix within your audience.
All right, like I excel in the fields that I work in. This is my first time ever talking to flat earthers. Ever. I've never talked to a flat earther before. So I don't know how to come at this conversation with the receipts. And I'm sorry, but that should be okay. Like, with critical open mind. You guys spend way more time arguing about flat earth, so you guys can come with all these receipts and all these things that you want to come at me with, and that's great.
I'd like to reassure you that as hard as you may look for your receipts that you're talking about that support the globe Earth, you will find it to be a fruitless endeavor. You'll never find any receipts for the globe. Thanks.
All right. Now hold on, everybody. So you're saying you're new? And you're new to the subject, never really spoken to anybody seriously about it?
I've literally never spoken to a flat earther before.
How long have you been in the VC?
I just joined the server like a few days ago.
Awesome, man. Welcome. Have you spoken to anybody about anything yet?
About what?
Anything.
Yeah, I came into the server to tell Wahhabis that they need to learn about jihad by going to Iran, and I told Christians that their religion is. I basically told Christians a bunch of shit, and I came in here to make fun of religious people. I did not know that there was a flat Earth VC in here. I thought this VC was AFK the whole time.
Okay, I see. Okay, so you in specifically politics, you just came to do your thing. You saw this room, you're like, what? Flat Earth, new room.
Yes.
And here you are. Okay, so cool. So first things first. And I know maybe sometimes it seems like it, and sometimes people, make it feel like it, but it doesn't have to be a debate or, it's just a conversation, It's like, someone, says something of interest and you say, hey, I'd love to hear more about that. And then you speak about it. You ask, okay, what's your position? They'll tell me the good news. And then, someone in here hopefully gives it. They give you those receipts, and then you mull it over. You think about it, and you do what you do. That's
nobody in here has given me any proof that the world is flat.
All right.
That's a lie. Sorry, we have. You just didn't listen to it. I tried to tell you how.
No, all I heard so far was discrediting the idea that the Earth is round.
Excuse me. No, I tried to tell you directly how the Earth was measured to be a horizontal plane of reference. I did go through that for you.
Yeah, but
you just
I already
had
told you.
Silence,
I already told you.
And then you asked your next fucking question like I didn't exist.
No, because when it came to that point, I told you, you can measuring the distance between one point and another point does not require the measuring
I wasn't
of
talking
curvature.
about that. Wasn't talking about that, was I? Was
That's what you're saying.
No, I'm talking about elevation angles. Again, you didn't listen to what I said. So Elijah, if you want to have at him, man, have at him, but don't listen to his fucking bullshit, dude.
Yeah, Elijah, I don't know if you just joined, but this guy's been punching himself out for about an hour. He's heard the arguments.
All right. Yeah. So what are you asking then? Sir? Yeah.
Who, me?
Yeah.
I'm saying that.
Are you saying or are you asking? Which one?
Well, I'm saying that no, I haven't been. You guys haven't proven to me that the Earth is flat. You just have
So what are
said
you
that
what are you asking? Are
you
you
can't
asking
measure
for
curvature.
proof? Are you asking for proof that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. What was wrong with what Jedi told you?
Because what was wrong with what he's saying is because he's saying that since you can't measure curvature, that there. Sorry, Jedi. What was exactly what you were saying?
Do you remember our conversation about elevation angles and what an angle is?
Yeah.
Okay, so we understood that an angle is defined as the intersection of two straight lines. Now, when we measure elevation angles to sun, moon, and stars, this is two straight lines. One, the horizontal plane that the observer is standing on, and two, the imaginary tangent line from your eye for a sextant up to that object in the sky. Let's say the sun is 45 degrees above the horizon. To measure that angle requires the Earth to be your horizontal plane of reference.
Oh my god.
To measure the angle.
Would you like a diagram? Maybe some
Like you're
literature.
talking about the degree of the angle.
So would you like a diagram and some literature? Like if you want to, do you need more
I've been,
clarity?
yeah. Show me some. Give me some links. I'll look at the stuff. Send me some links.
All right. Well, first things first. Yeah, because I'm kind of sweeping, making this place super clean for the cats because I love my animals, man. So, just go ahead and Google elevation angle and read it out loud if you don't mind for a first step, and then we'll move on
So
from there.
altitude angle. What he just posted in the chat. Is that what you want me to read out?
You want him to read that, Jedi?
Yeah, it's fine. If you read, I read
The
it to him
altitude
earlier.
angle, sometimes referred to as the solar elevation angle, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun, the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. So
The words sound pretty simple, don't they? Without
okay,
reading too much
so
into it.
that's how you measure the degree of that angle. And you're saying that you need
Well,
to be on
slow
a
down,
flat surface to be able to measure
slow
that
down,
degree?
slow down.
Okay.
The words that you read there were pretty simple, weren't they? Without reading too much into it.
Yes.
Okay, so kind of in your own words, specify like what it said.
To be able to determine the angle of the thing in the sky that you're trying to basically the person needs to be on a horizontal plane, be able to measure the angle of the thing that he's looking at in the sky, right? That's basically what it is.
Well, that's what it says. So yeah, just when
Okay,
you're
he
gonna
needs to be on a
ask
horizontal
if
plane.
that's
Okay, and that's your idea of why the whole Earth is flat, because that one person who's standing on a horizontal plane
well,
measuring the angle between him and the thing in the sky means that the whole Earth is flat.
That
yes, sir. And
that thing. Sorry, Eli. That thing in the sky's got a ground position on the surface of the Earth. Between you and that ground position can be any distance between 1 mile and 5,000 miles. I told you earlier this is how we get our latitude lines. Sorry, Eli.
So anywhere
yeah,
where the sun
basically
comes
that.
down from, the Polaris will be 90 degrees. So once the angle comes down to the ground from that Polaris, or that point in the sky. It will
Hear
always
me out.
come down to 90 degrees.
Okay. Oh, okay.
That's what you're saying. That's the point that you're trying to make.
Well, no,
It
the
will
point,
be
the point, the
always
point that,
straight to that point.
the point that's trying to be made is that, you know, okay, an inch, right? You can conceptualize that.
Yes.
A foot, a yard,
Mm-hmm.
yards, football field, miles, statute miles, nautical miles. You understand that?
Yeah.
It's all a unit of measure. Now, when we're talking about latitude in building this grid system for knowing where we are using celestial navigation, and I could point you to some links so you can, you know, go away and look at that stuff too. Um, Basically, because they measured these angles or this angle to Polaris, they've measured all the way to the minimum angle at which you could see Polaris, and that is then called the equatorial. That's 3,959 miles. Okay. So that is a unit of measure that is horizontal. Now, when you think of flat, there's two ways to think of it. It's the quality of a surface, you know, smoothness, bumpiness, curvature, no curvature. And then there is orientation, flat, level, horizontal, horizon, straight. Did I say level? Are all synonyms for the horizontal position in the plane that you reference being the earth with the ground positions on the earth. So it's very clear that we simply use the earth as a plane. The earth, like not the earth, but it's a ball though. So yeah, that's all I got for you right now, man. If you want some links or whatever, maybe start with Practical Navigator on YouTube. Did my phone die?
No, I'm here.
All right, man. Well,
I
thanks for having
appreciate it.
this convo with me. No doubt. Do I really make you guys sleepy?
Yeah, bro, you do.
Dang.
Now, let me ask you: do you think that the shape of the Earth should matter? Just in your own.
It doesn't. Like everything we spoke about had nothing to do with the shape of the Earth just now, other than the fact that the surface is a horizontal one.
Yeah, but if the Earth was a sphere, would it make much of a difference to you than if it was
Well,
flat?
you wouldn't have a horizontal one to do stuff. So my mind doesn't even. How can I think of such a thing? Like I
You're
get
saying
what you're
it doesn't
trying
even
to.
make
I
sense.
get
The
what
Earth.
you're. I get what you're trying to ask, but all of the principles that I just discussed with you, if the Earth were a sphere, we wouldn't be doing that. So that's why I don't understand how to answer your question. Well, how's everyone else doing?
Yeah, good man.
Good.
Pretty good. Thanks for asking.
Same here. About to make me some food.
You guys see Professor Dave's new video?
No.
You should check it out.
What's it about?
Flat Earth. I wouldn't be telling it to you if it wasn't about Flat Earth. Went
Is
on
it
a
about
1
Flat Earth?
hour and 25 minute. I mean, there was a lot of claims. A lot of the claims you guys make, but it was like some other dude
Oh,
making the dumb claims.
Time out. I just recently watched a debate with what's it on what's that InfoWars, and it was titled Flat Earth Debate, but they didn't speak about Flat Earth at all. So when you say Professor Dave's new videos talking about Flat Earth, did he mention anything I just spoke about?
He was mentioning, well, I mean, what you claim isn't what everyone else claims. He was mentioning just a bunch of the things the dude was claiming. Like the dude had like a 200-page
I
thing
get it.
about
Slow
why
down.
the Earth isn't flat.
I get it. Slow down. Was I talking to you or was I talking to someone else?
Do you not know who you're talking to or what?
I don't.
Don't. Okay. That's your problem
I
then.
just told you I'm feeding my cats, doing all types of other things. Don't take it the wrong way. I like your voice hasn't imprinted on me if we were just discussing what we were discussing.
That's fine.
So cool. Then yeah.
Just asked you whether or not you saw the video.
Yeah, and I said no, but what I'm saying to you is okay, but if he's not talking about what I just spoke about, which is the only thing that has to do with flat Earth, then it doesn't really matter.
No. False. You can't do that. You can't take your view of flat
Can't do
Earth
it.
and imprint it on everyone else's, and you give the baseline. That's not true. Everyone else has
Let
their
me
own
ask,
view.
let me ask you a
It might be
question.
more stupider than yours, but
Let me ask you a question.
Yep.
When I was explaining to you what I was explaining to you, did you have any doubt that I was telling you the truth?
You weren't the one explaining to me. You're explaining to what's his name?
Oh,
As it
so I
sounds, you weren't
wasn't.
explaining to me.
So I wasn't talking to you then.
Oh.
Oh, you confused me there. Okay, then.
You were talking to someone else.
That interview. Okay, cool.
Eric Dubé did make a lot of stupid claims. A lot of bullshit.
For
instance, which one of his claims had to do with Earth measuring flat?
Yeah, let's just pull up how the Earth ain't flat, bro.
That's cool. Bro. That's cool. Which one of Eric Dubé's claims about?
That'll be me, dude.
What dude talking about? No, Eric wasn't. I don't think he was making claims about measurement. Usually, I mean, unless he was making the other stupid.
So when you say flat Earth, you're talking about like a culture versus like what I'm talking about.
No, I'm not talking about the culture. He made claims about observations and things not being obscured by the curvature of the Earth. And
okay, so again, if you just said that he didn't say anything about measurement,
he did. It was just it's just not about
what was it? That's what I was asking you. You said he didn't. So I'm sorry. Now that
it was some 500-year ago bullshit that we can't confirm from random people that he kept posting.
Oh, what was it? What was it?
I mean, you have to go back. He just no one
Right.
never
Well,
took the time
if you're not going to share, you know, if you go on a date and you say something, you say look it up. You're not bringing the fun to the party, dog. You know, kind of. So it's like, all right, well, something to base it. Okay.
He was more mentioning like, oh, we shouldn't be able to see this because of Earth's curvature, and bridges do this, and level water, like all this other stuff.
You're not really being specific though. You're just I mean, you got to understand that you're not
Okay, I'll be
really.
more specific since you can't understand what I'm saying. Although you're flat earther, so you should know exactly what I'm saying. You
Well,
was
you're a
saying,
bigot, aren't
right,
you?
that
Are you a
from these
bigot?
pictures,
Are you a
on
bigot?
mountains,
Are you a bigot?
are you a grown man that doesn't know how to control himself? Do you lack impulse control or something?
Well, you don't know me, right? So why would you imply that he's my boy?
I didn't say he was your boy. When did I say that?
Well, I mean,
I said you're a flat earther, so you should know exactly what these claims are. For
well,
example, seeing too
this is
far.
what I'm saying. I asked you if he made any, measurement claims, and you were vague. So, like, obviously, I'm ignorant, and I'm
Dude, I
asking.
don't
It's
give
like,
a shit about his measurement claims, and I don't think he made one that was relevant or modern at all.
so if he didn't make one, then the answer is no. It has
Oh,
whatever he spoke about
I
has
didn't
nothing
say
to
he
do
didn't make
with.
one. I said I don't give a shit
Well,
about his measurement claims because there were basically no measurement claims. It was some
all right. So if
old
there were no measurement
1500
claims, then
bullshit from some random
it's
guy.
so if it was
You didn't even watch
15.
the video, so you don't even know what I'm talking about.
Well, it doesn't matter because if
Okay,
you're telling me that there are no measurements, there's no point to looking at. That's
Elijah,
the
I mean,
bottom line.
that's your
Elijah,
opinion. That's your opinion about it.
Elijah, and
Okay.
Jedi. Elijah and Jedi. My friend
Okay.
Samimos is here, and I
Mm-hmm.
wanted you to explain to him why you say that the Earth is flat.
Are you the guy I was speaking to before?
Yes.
That was the guy
Okay.
you were speaking
Samimos is much smarter than me, so just explain it to him.
Excellent.
I'm not
Go on.
Yeah.
Go on.
Samimos, say hi, bro. This is my homie.
yo, what's up? So who's Elijah? Is that let's be for real and Matt?
Let's be for real. Yeah, that's me.
Oh, Elijah's let's be for real. I'm not a flat earther.
All right, Matt.
Okay. So let's be for real. Let's be for real here. Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, we gotta be for real. We gotta be working on like what the graphs tell us. We gotta be working on what the curves in the graphs, like how we exponentially resolve them, how we solve them, how we get the y-intercept, how we get the gradients. We gotta talk all about that shit. So let's be for real here. Come on, explain me why the Earth is flat.
He was saying that if you measure
Okay,
like
maybe.
yeah.
Oh, okay. Perhaps
No, sorry. Go ahead.
maybe
You
we
go
can.
ahead, please.
Yeah, I said yeah. Perhaps maybe we can get into all of the math. So he did say that you were his more informed, smarter friend, correct?
No, I'm not a more important or smarter friend. I'm just Rez's friend, and he likes the way I talk. So that's
Well, I
good.
didn't say important, but he said you were knowledgeable. He spoke highly of you, man. Yeah, you give
I've got
yourself a pat
He
on the
knows
back.
math way better than me.
Yeah, give yourself a pat on the back, man. Hey, welcome.
Wow.
Good to have
Okay,
you.
so he knows math better than you.
Wait, hold on. Good to
What
have
the
you,
fuck's sake?
man. Welcome. What?
Thank
Okay,
you.
all right. My bad. We got two styles that are gonna clash here, so you go ahead and take it, buddy.
He said he knows math. That's right up our street, isn't it? Maybe he can define what an angle is, and then we can go from there.
Define an angle.
What's an angle, my friend? Do you know what an angle is?
It's an arbitrary portion of a circular kind of like hole.
What, like a triangle? So an angle with inside a triangle. Can you define what an angle is?
Angles inside triangles. The circular portion between two lines over an arbitrary amount, such as 2 pi or 360.
Those lines. How would you describe those lines?
How would you describe those lines? They are acute.
Straight lines.
The lines of a triangle. They have to be straight, otherwise you get like a polygon of some sort.
Yeah. And it's kind of impossible for you to measure an angle if one of those lines is curved, isn't it?
You could take the
Not taking tangents.
No. Listen, let me speak. You could take the what's the word called? Like the straight line off of a curve. You can take a straight line off of any curve. So you could do it off of the straight line coming out of the point as it's
That's great. That's not my point, though. I've only given you 2 lines, and we're not drawing a tangent to a point along that curved line where we're going to make another straight line, because the lines have to be straight, don't they, for us to measure angles?
Like I said, no. You could take a point on that line, get a tangent from it, and measure an angle to
And
it.
that tangent line would be straight, wouldn't it?
The tangent would be straight, yeah.
Yes,
But
brilliant.
the
Very
point is,
much.
the tangent isn't a line in this. The tangent is pseudo in this situation.
While you're already doing this, I gave you 2 lines, and I asked you, can you measure the angle if one of those lines is curved? The answer for a 5th-grade schooler is, well, obviously not. If you want to draw a tangent line, that's you making a straight line so you can measure an angle with those 2 straight lines.
But the axiom doesn't come down to...
Demonstrating my point that you require 2 straight lines to measure an angle, don't you?
I'm not arguing against you here. I'm just adding to the tools which mathematics give us to answer the question in more detail and description.
Sounds like fucking word salad, dude. So you're going to need 2 straight lines, whether that's the initial straight line or a tangent to a curved line. That tangent's going to be straight, isn't it? Yes or no will do.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thanks. That's all we needed to get to. We had this conversation with your mate, and we got there in the end. Ultimately, an angle is defined as the intersection of 2 straight lines. And that's all I really wanted to say, mate, because you seem to you were given as some credence as to having some kind of education, being smart. It took us 10 minutes to figure out what a fucking angle was, but we got there in the end, right? Now, the point to this is, when we navigate across the Earth, we use things like elevation angles. Those require the horizontal plane that the observer is standing on and an imaginary tangent line from your eyes to the star or sun in question. This requires the surface of the Earth to be a horizontal plane. This is a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth and its necessity to be a horizontal plane of reference to navigate across it when you're using elevation angles.
It would be simple if that was the case. Yeah, it would be simple and it would be nice, and that's a simplification of what I believe to be true. Because in terms of the longitude, latitude, and is it polar? No, rate. No, there's another one. There's an angular term. In terms of how we register stars, we register them as if they are in a Cartesian coordinate system, of which is actually placed over them, or centered on something important, and then we like the center of the Earth, which in your case would be the center of a rectangle or square, and we then plot an angle against another angle, and those angles define where we sit in respect to that star, or where that star sits in respect to us. But the point that I'm trying to get at is that we do that in terms of angles because the spherical theory of the Earth is one that works better with angles. That's how we simplify the use of angles.
I'd let you ramble on for 5 minutes. And you said the spherical nature of the Earth works better with angles, although angles are defined as the intersection of 2 straight lines. If the Earth was curved, you wouldn't have the intersection of 2 straight lines now, would you? You brought up latitude.
You take a tangent.
A tangent, so you're going to need a straight line. So you're going to need a straight line. Yeah. Do you know what you do after you've got your tangent to the horizon? Do you know what correction you have to make after that? Or am I going to have to educate you on this as well?
The tangent to the horizon. Go explain to me. Can't treat me like I'm 5.
Okay, so no problem. When we're using celestial navigation, before we leave the harbour, we have to figure out our height of I, where we're going to be taking our measurement from, above sea level. When we make this height of I correction, we're mathematically putting the sextant on the horizontal plane, the water, if you will, underneath the boat. So between the sextant that is now on the floor and the ground position of that star is a horizontal line. The ground position of that star can be anywhere up to 4,000 miles away. It has to be a horizontal line for you to measure angles off of. It has to be a horizontal line for there to be a 90-degree ground position underneath that star, where the vertical line intersects the horizontal plane of the Earth. That 90-degree is reference to you.
Okay. That's cool. What I'm now querying to yourself is that you said, or you agreed, like, we're taking a tangent off of the Earth to some extent, and when we hit something,
yeah, but why? Why are we taking a tangent line when we're above the surface of the Earth, say, in a crow's nest 40 foot above the water, or on a mountain using a sextant?
No. Thank you for educating me with the eye thing. How we take the error measurement.
Why do we have to correct for it? And I know this is your first time speaking about celestial navigation, so I'm going through it slowly, but I'm asking you, why do you think we have to make a correction for our height of eye above the surface of the water? Why do you think that is?
Because our goal is to measure the distance between the seawater level towards the star, right?
Well, yeah, kind of. When we do this dip correction or height of eye correction, it's like I said, it's mathematically placing the sextant upon the floor, sea level. So even if we are drawing a tangent, that's because we're occupying a horizontal plane above the Earth. We want to match our horizontal eye line plane with the surface of the Earth. So that's why we do a correction. Takes us down to the horizontal plane of the Earth when we're above it. So then we can measure an elevation angle up to that star. The reason why the ground position of that star is important is because you're going to want to do one of two things. Either draw a straight line on your chart between you, the observer, and the ground position of that star, or draw a circle around it with your compass called a circle of equal altitude. You'll do this 3 times, and where your lines or your circles intersect, that will be your location. The thing is, all of these measurements require the surface of the Earth to be horizontal.
Okay, so if we have to do the sextant eye and drawing of this equidistant kind of measurement, we have to do it using a star. Why couldn't we do it using radio telescopes that are all dotted across the planet, on buoys and things like that, say radio telescopes, radio masts, or radio receivers and senders, and all that kind of stuff, radio signal receivers and senders. Why couldn't we just have a matrix or a lattice, even a nice equidistant lattice of these radio devices all across the Earth, this flat Earth, and why can't we just ping them?
We do. It's called GPS.
No, but GPS is actually from satellites in space.
No, it's quadrilateration or trilateration using towers.
No, towers discern some of the signal, but it's from the satellites that orbit the Earth.
Yeah, that's great. I'm not going to divert from Jedi's point, but that's just a claim you're going to have to support. Go ahead, Jedi.
A claim I'm going to have to support. Okay. All right, let me just find a source.
No, I'm not asking for a source. I'm asking you to validate the existence and the location of satellites. And if you're going to give me orbital mechanics, then that's also going to be in reference to a horizontal plane. So no matter what you do, you'll be invoking a flat Earth.
Well, okay, but GPS is it tells you where you are on Earth.
Yeah, that's a claim. Are you going to have anything other than claims? Validation, perhaps?
It's a satellite-based radio navigation system. And I'm saying, why can't we have... What? Yeah, it is a claim. But it's a claim that's got a lot of operation and standpoint in how it functions.
Don't appeal. Don't appeal to some sort of information that doesn't exist. Also, any kind of validation that doesn't exist as well. Meanwhile, we have something that's been about as old as radio communication itself, called the CORS system, CORS. You can research that a little bit. But that's pinging between radio towers, which is the way that your phone actually finds your location. It's quadrilateration or trilateration through towers. So the lattice that you're talking about does already exist, but it's all planar. So anyways, back to elevation angles, because that was the original topic.
Yeah, it was the original topic, but the original topic is to try and discern the flat Earth and the non-flat Earth theories and try and gain as much traction for the one that.
Yeah, well, let's gain traction then. Let's just use that elevation angle right away and see if the Earth is round or flat. So, like Jedi was saying, if we're taking an angle from the surface of the Earth, and the zenith of that star over the Earth is 90 degrees to you and that star, then where's the curve?
Okay, I've typed in cause and it says it's a mechanism for integration application, so.
Yeah, you'll have to do that later. Meanwhile, I'm asking you very specifically about elevation angles, the way that we navigate on Earth today, still.
Yep, and I'm just saying, we do navigation through many means. Some people use Google Maps to navigate. Some people use maps. Some
Right,
people use...
but we're talking about, in reality, we don't have to rely on a reification called Google Maps. We can actually just do that with a sextant. And there's a zenith of the star on Earth at a particular time that we're measuring to with an angle, and we're using the Earth as the baseline. Hold on, bro. This is a validation of the Earth's surface using reality and angle measurements to stars over the surface of the Earth. Why are you not satisfied with this?
I'm very satisfied because in a straight line, it's the equidistant kind of like sextant thing is awesome because it's kind of like saying, yeah, okay, so like with this angle from the stars and this distance that I have and things like that, I can go in a straight line, and reach any kind of like end goal on this curve that I've created on this, in your instance.
What curve?
Flat.
What curve?
Plane.
What curve?
The curve I'm talking about is the equidistance curve, the curve that you draw with the sextant.
You don't draw a curve with a sextant. What are you talking about? Show me that. Put it in the side chat.
Okay.
And it's not that you go in a straight line, it's just a straight line distance measurement.
Yeah.
It's the positioning.
So okay, so you need to use a compass to draw the curve after you've measured the distance with the sextant. But you measure the distance with the sextant and then you draw a curve.
Yeah, you're talking about a circle on a flat piece of paper, bro. You're talking about a circle on a flat piece of paper, the flat plane that you're measuring on. So the Earth is flat. That's what you're telling me, and we're drawing a circle of equal altitude on a flat plane.
No. The maps are No, the maps take. I mean, it's amazing how aggressive. It's amazing how aggressive you can be without like actually having substance behind your words and just being passionate about.
Oh, great! Now you're making it about me. I'm very passionate about the fact that you just told me that you're drawing a circle of equal altitude on a flat plane that you measured from, like the Earth.
A flat plane, right? Yeah, and a map of which takes into account the like angular geometry of the Earth. But with
no, it doesn't.
That's just my theory.
It's a flat chart.
That's just my theory.
No, I don't want to hear your theory. I don't want to hear your theory. I want you to prove what it is that you say.
You don't want to hear my theory, but you want to prove what I have to say. So how do I prove what I have to say without?
Yeah, your theories mean nothing to me. Your own subjective analytics of what this conversation is about means nothing. Don't just pull something out of your rear end. Prove it.
So what is important to you?
The cowbell is important to me. If you're going to make a claim, you're going to prove the claim, not just make something up on the spot. That's important.
I'm not allowed to have a theory.
Well,
no, obviously not. We're talking about reality.
You made
so I'm not allowed to have it. Okay, do you know how science works?
Yes, my friend.
Yes, I know exactly how it works.
You made a claim.
Okay, so you know how theories become like agreed upon, and they maintain to be theories, but nevertheless, a maintained theory is something that starts itself as a
nothing. You made a claim that
hypothetical theory.
I'm just going to talk and ramble through it. You made a claim about the math being inserted into the ball after you draw your straight line. You said, well, that's my theory. Dude, we want you to point out where that mathematics takes place. Can you do that?
Okay. Yeah, it's called translating from a translating from a Euclidean geometric plane into a spherical coordinate plane.
Awesome. So
And it's a very popular thing done.
When does this take place in celestial navigation?
When the maps are drawn up.
When does this flat Earth measurement turn into a sphere in celestial navigation?
Okay, so you're saying there's a flat Earth measurement. The flat Earth measurement is as distance, and it's a straight line distance.
No.
And
the measurement is the requirement for the horizontal line, the 90 degrees beneath your zenith and the 90 degrees beneath the star. I've demonstrated these with 2 citations in the side chat. Talking about circles of equal altitude around that ground position of that star 3 times so you can get your location. Now, you've said, well, within the globe, there's the maths that takes place. I want you to point that, underline it, highlight it, and read it out to us. Because at the moment, we're just making flat Earth measurements.
Okay, all right. I mean, I can tell you the maths behind it, but that's not like proving the point.
I want it within celestial navigation. I'm not saying that it can't be done. I want it within celestial navigation. And you'll notice that this will come after you've measured an angle which requires the horizontal plane.
All right. So if I go to you don't even have to remember these formulae in expressions in.
You haven't listened to what I've said, have you? I'll repeat it for you. I'm not denying you can change Euclidean into non-Euclidean with a quick formula and calculation. What I'm pointing out to you is you will first make a flat Earth measurement, but you've made a claim that somewhere within the globe maths there's an accounting for this, and I want you to point out within celestial navigation where that transition takes place from Euclidean to non-Euclidean.
You get a compass, right? Or let's get a sextant, and we draw like a straight line somewhere.
Okay.
Okay, and now we're going to get a compass, and we're going to make it the same length as that distance that we just managed to measure with the sextant. And what we're going to do now is we're going to draw let's just draw a let's draw a full circle. So that full circle and the measurement, the flat Earth measurement that we made with the sextant, that radius of that circle would be a straight line distance from point A to point B, anywhere on that circle. Now, one way in which a sphere would be different to a flat Earth is in the fact that there'll be a little ridge, a little bump on the sphere that would make the distance kind of be mapped inversely onto a straight line. So the flat Earth would be smaller, would have a shorter distance. That's one idea of what's going on. So, for example, if I beamed up into say the moon, and then I then beamed from the moon to the end location, and I beamed from the end location to where I started. Could I beam from the end location to where I started? No. Let's just say we can't, and we can work out through triangles that flat distance, and then we travel that distance. That'll be one way to get some information about whether or not it's that distance is larger than the straight line distance of that triangle that we just drawn, or is the same distance as the triangle distance, right? So what in this circle kind of in this flat Earth measurement that we've got is the triangle distance, the straight line distance, and the measurement that we would have would either be the triangle distance or it would be bigger. I'm saying that I haven't done that experiment, but I'm sure other people have.
Yeah, we do. It's called celestial navigation, and we can use terrestrial-based objects and very simple trigonometry to find our distance from, say, my position to a lighthouse. because we know the height of all lighthouses above mean sea level, 200 feet, 250 feet, whatever it is. So we use basic trigonometry when using celestial navigation to figure out our distance between us and objects. This is a straight line distance. It's just a very simple triangle. It requires the Earth to be that straight horizontal baseline of that triangle. I can provide you with the documentation. I can provide you with very short educational videos with regards to celestial navigation and how there is a horizontal plane of reference to measure angles from. You also brought up a compass earlier. A compass is a horizontal bearing.
Yeah, it needs a plane to work on. And that's where I think
Yes.
we're getting confused here, because I think
Needs a plane to work on. Well, in our respect, that would be welcome to flat Earth. Then that's our point. To make any of these measurements, whether it's an angle measurement or a compass bearing, require a horizontal plane to make them on.
Well, you can still draw you get a compass, get a bit of blue tack, put that on the pointy end, and draw a circle on a balloon.
What?
The fuck is he even?
Get a compass. This is very awesome and advanced circle theory. Get a compass, put a bit of blue tack on the pointy bit, and then put a
No, we're
the
talking
other
about a
end, and draw
navigational compass, dude. North, east, south, west.
Oh, you're talking about that. I'm talking about a drawing compass. So I think
I
you're
might
on
have
the wrong
given
end
the
of the
game.
scale.
Might have given the game away when I said horizontal bearing, north, south, east, west.
Well, a compass also rotates on a horizontal bearing,
Yeah, if we're going to be talking about a compass that you use to draw a circle, then you most definitely will use a compass to draw a circle around the ground position of that star. That's your circle of equal altitude. No point within that circle is higher or lower than the extremities. It's a flat two-dimensional object. Circle.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why I'm saying that.
Yeah, exactly.
The straight line distance is. Oh my god, dude! Do you have nothing better to say than just jib my words that I use? Even if they're supported.
You're admitting that it's a flat plane then.
Yeah, but it sounds like you're trying to cultivize my brain more than you're trying to explain your point. And you're not even explaining your point.
Relax.
You're just jibbing into a conversation that I'm having with someone else. So you relax. You
Relax,
take it easy,
man.
and you stop
Take it
jibbing
easy.
my words.
Take it easy, man.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm just saying that if we did that sextant thing, and let's say the charts were based on a flat Earth, then we would find that the distance we actually travel is longer based on the fact that there's the hump in the way.
But there isn't though. This is what I tried to. Sorry, this is what I tried to point out by using a lighthouse, a basic trigonometry, 3 lines. The vertical line is from the top of the lighthouse down to where it intersects sea level. The imaginary tangent line is from your eyes through the sextant to the top of that lighthouse, and the other straight line is the one between you and the 90-degree position of that lighthouse. That's a triangle. We can use that very basic trigonometric function to figure out our distance between us and the lighthouse.
Right? Why can't we use what? Why can't we just send a light beam to the location?
Because we don't. When we've just because we don't. We're basically just using a sextant here. It's been used since the 1700s to measure angles.
Mm-hmm. And the sextant was most likely designed after Copernicus. I don't know, but let's have a look.
That's lovely, but the requirement that a sextant is basically a glorified protractor. It's an angle measuring device. Now we can use terrestrial objects like lighthouses or celestial objects like sun, moon, and stars.
Okay, so the sextant was made 1682, 1744, 1731, they say. 1731. I can't remember that now. And Copernicus. Probably before that. 1473 born, died 1543. Okay.
Relevance.
So
I've none.
So what if Copernicus proves that the Earth was round?
He didn't.
He didn't prove that.
Whether it's a sphere or not, he proved the Earth was round.
No, he didn't.
No, he didn't. He was talking about the orbital motions of things in the sky.
And we were the center of that. And to be the center of that, you have to.
No, you don't need to be a ball.
Be in a three-dimensional plane, a center of something is.
Everything's three-dimensional.
Is it not three-dimensional?
Everything's three-dimensional.
Frankly, I live in 22 dimensions.
You do you, my dude.
You're not going to start talking about 2D because in reality 2D doesn't work.
Well, quite frankly, everyone's
Doesn't
assuming
exist.
here the Earth exists. Nobody's proved the Earth exists.
God, here we go. It's one of those 99%ers.
I don't even know if I'm here.
I couldn't even confirm that I'd eaten today, let alone that I'm breathing in and out at the moment, or that I'm talking to you on Discord and sitting on my chair. I could be a brain in a fucking jar. I don't know, mate. It could all be a fucking illusion.
I wonder how did they get to the orbital motion?
I got to orbital motion because the center of orbital motion usually means that something is spherical, but that's a long pull. What I'm trying to get to is the fact that the sextant was likely made after the bureaucracy and Bohemian, the Bohemia of, or not the Bohemia, the fucking aristocracy of the era was
Who
under
cares?
the belief that the Earth was round, and it was under this
Oh my
belief for a long
goodness.
period of
No,
time.
mate. Orbital motion is made with elevation angles. You know what elevation angles are?
I mean, it's amazing that you're talking about elevation angles as if they're like this very like step-by-step proof that the Earth is flat. Elevation angles are something in themselves.
Something in themselves. What do you mean?
I'm enjoying this conversation because it's actually like working.
Because you think the flat earthers are stupid?
No, because it's working my debating angles. Ironically,
You haven't given any yet.
Right,
for a debating angle, you need an argument. Now, do you have an argument? For or against?
Yeah,
the bloke?
I've got an idea.
An idea, is that based on evidence or experimentation or anything like that, or just an idea, just a thought process?
Is that like a thought? Is that like a thought experiment? Like, how do you manipulate thought?
Debate. Debating his thoughts.
So far, that's all we're doing is debating his thoughts. Well, he's actually debating them himself, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. So, a practical demonstration of Earth's sphericity was achieved by Ferdinand Magellan and Juan Sebastian Elcano in circumnavigation.
Explain why.
Why did they do that? So that we can
How?
navigate.
And I just did circle navigation. He just said.
Yeah.
How circle navigation proves the sphere?
Circumnavigation, but sorry,
Circle. Did they go east? Is east a circle around north?
I mean, it's just a complication on the sphere.
No, it's a really
when you
simple
go
fucking
east and west,
question, dude. I'm asking you: is
you're in-
east or west, circle around north?
Has to be. Can't be
if you
any
go
other.
east on us, if you go
Right.
east and your initial position is on something round, then you will end up at your original position.
Good. So,
Oh yeah, you
if
will.
if
You're right.
sorry, if I was to go east around a point, I could only do that on a curved surface to end up back where I started, even though I can do this on a flat surface and go in a fucking circle. East or west is a circle around north. North is a central point. I could have a compass and a magnet on my table and walk east around my table. Does my kitchen have to be a ball? Why am I not getting answers to really simple questions today?
Too complicated.
So is the north above the Earth, or is the north on the edge of the Earth? I'm confused.
No, the magnetic point is on the Earth. The ground position of Polaris is, be surprised, its ground position on the surface of the Earth, mean sea level if you will. But if you're using a magnetic point, that's radiated from the surface of the Earth, isn't it? Doesn't point to the center of the Earth, it points north. This is a horizontal bearing. East or west is just a circle around north. So if I was to put a magnet on my kitchen table and get a compass where it faced the magnet as north, and I went east around my table and went in a circle, can my kitchen only be a sphere?
Yes.
Don't make me come down there, Tim.
But you're saying that
I'm asking.
North Pole is on the Earth.
I'm asking you a question
above the
for which
Earth.
you have failed to give me an answer.
Yeah, the best you could do is a semicircle with what you told me.
Is east a circle around north?
The best you could do is a semicircle. You told me that.
No. If I've got a kitchen table and the table is in the middle of my kitchen, and on that kitchen table I put a magnet, so my compass faces the magnet as north, and I walk in an easterly direction around my table, that will be a circle.
But in order for a pole to exist with magnetic implications, you have to have a south pole. So where the fuck's the south pole in this description?
Why are you not answering my question? Why have you
Because
gone on to something else?
if you're talking about poles, you need to have a south pole, and you can't. If you have a south pole and you're saying there's a north pole, only a north
Have you
pole.
Have you seen a
then,
ring
and there's no south pole.
I haven't said that at all. I haven't said that at all. I've
Okay,
asked
where's
you
the
a very
south pole in your
simple
description then?
Excuse me.
Because you can't have a north and south pole
Excuse
without.
me, very upset person who's now got to go on to something else that I wasn't talking about. I'm just trying to get you to understand that east or west is just a circle around north. That's all I'm trying to point out. You
the
pointed
only
out
logical place of a north pole and south pole.
You brought up Magellan. You brought up circumnavigation. You're trying to assert to us that this is only possible on a curved surface, a ball, where a simple demonstration in my fucking kitchen can show you that no. One, north, east, south, west is a horizontal bearing, and two, east is just a circle around north. That's what I've tried to point out to you. I've asked you a fucking question. I'd like an answer, not you rambling on about something else.
Because, okay, in that situation, it wouldn't exist, because in order to have a north pole, you need to have a south pole.
Yes or no answer. It's just a yes or no answer.
No, it doesn't work like that.
No,
because I'm not allowed to talk, but you're allowed to talk. Is that how this works? Fucking
yes.
Hey, dude, can I just try this?
You're damn fucking right.
Well, there is a disconnect, and I mean, thank goodness he has thick skin. So there's a disconnect because obviously you have an image in your mind and you're trying to fill in how all of this makes sense, but you're not just sticking with what Jedi said. So I answered the question. I said no, it doesn't exist like that. You brought up circumnavigation. What would a south pole have to do with circumnavigation?
Thank you for asking. Okay, so in your situation, the pole.
No, stop.
I'm explaining why. In a relationary method as to why I got onto this topic.
just stop. Because when Jedi spoke to you about what he spoke to you about, he was just giving you principles of things that we do, not any extra. Okay, so when I'm asking you what he asked you about well, now I'm asking you with circumnavigation, what's that have to do with the South Pole? Because you're talking about a globe. Forget about what you think we think, because you're telling us that circumnavigation works on a globe. Explain to me what the South Pole has to do with that.
Okay. A South Pole is required for any magnetic dipole, of which we understand that magnetic monopoles don't exist.
What's that got to do with
So a
circumnavigation?
South Pole, like a North and a South, has to exist. Now I'm asking you, if there was a North Pole in the center, say, of the Earth, where would the South Pole be?
The outer ring,
180 degrees away from North.
just
Same
like
as
on a.
Do you think there's a magnetic south or something? Is that what you're? Because there is a magnetic north, right? There's the north, because we're talking about compasses. So wait, are you supposing that there's a magnetic south?
There 100% is a magnetic south. Yeah.
Oh,
You know that.
Can you give us some literature on that, please?
Absolutely. Okay. Magnetism.
So pop yourself
101.
on mute. Go get the literature. Come back, right, and we'll discuss.
Sounds great.
They're going to come up with this funny thing where they go, yeah, well, the needle on the compass points north and south.
Right.
They go, yeah, that's good because
Magnetic West. You guys remember Magnetic West?
There we go. Now we're on magnetic south.
It's funny that they can't even work out, but that because the compass needle points north, then it's also pointing south because it's a stick that goes straight
I'm in
across.
magnetic New York. So. Sorry, Jeff.
Magnetic York.
Okay. Here we go. I've got some documentation. So since a bar magnet gets its ferromagnetism from electrons distributed evenly throughout the bar, when a bar magnet is cut in half,
Sir,
you don't have an independent north and south.
Sir.
Oh yeah, sorry, go for it.
Sir, what the hell does that have to do with you believe you live on a globe in the south, there being a point that you can navigate magnetically? What the hell does this have to do with that?
Because the existence of a north and a south pole.
So it's a red herring. You know what a red herring is? Do you know what a red herring is?
I don't actually know. No.
All right, let me let you know what a red herring is. It's something that seems to be relative. So it's on topic, but it's non sequitur to the actual point. That's what you're doing right now.
Does that mean like
because
it's not,
because
not
you said
valid?
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the point. Because again, circumnavigation, a circle around a point. That's all Jedi asked you. All you had to do was say, well, yeah.
Yeah, bar magnets. Yeah.
But all you had to do was say,
all you had to do
was say, well, yeah. Because I mean,
I feel like
because again, your friend said you knew a lot. So, the point being the north on a globe and moving east is still a circle around that point, regardless. All you had to do was say, yes, that's correct, Jedi. What's your point? That's all you had to do. So can we get to that? Or are you in disagreement that north is a point that you will...
I 100% will say that...
Do you agree or disagree? Do you
I
agree or
disagree
disagree?
because the implication of a North Pole implies a South Pole
what
exists.
specifically what I said do you disagree with? The words that I used. What do you disagree with?
The setup of the phenomenon that
Of
he
a
is
globe and
referring
of a
to.
globe with north, because all I said just now, I said north, compass, east, still a circle around that point on the globe. What part of that do you disagree with?
That I would say I'm extending to the metaphor that
No,
he used.
what about that do you disagree with?
I mean, I feel like you're just diffusing, like, the
Well,
substance
I'm
of my
trying to
words.
diffuse a very complicated conversation that's very simple. So, what part of what I just said is a very simple question. Do you disagree with? If it's nothing, say nothing.
With what you said, nothing.
Great. Then, if you'd had said
Amazing.
that 20 minutes ago, you and Jedi could have moved on.
No, because I didn't agree with what Jedi said, but I agreed with what you said.
Well, Jedi said what I said.
Exactly.
No, Jedi said that there's a North Pole
Well,
and
it's recorded,
it's around
buddy.
a table.
Just to let you know, Jedi did say what I said, and it's recorded.
I didn't know
Just
it
so
was
you know.
recorded. I should have read that.
Yeah, I think he's also confused about, like, this happens on a sphere too, yeah, dude.
No, but on a sphere, you've got a North and a
Except
South
with the
Pole. So
compass, it's the horizontal plane, but you know.
Yeah, I know, but it went in their imagination, like, it's still a circle.
So is the
Around
South
north.
Pole on the underside of this?
Yeah, like, did I make a claim about the South Pole? Did Jedi?
Well,
Let me ask
yes,
you,
you did
because
implicitly.
if Jedi's still there,
Implicitly.
wait, why
Let's
are
be for real. Implicitly,
wait, hold on,
because you've
why are
assaulted
you
my
being
words as if
so,
I can't talk.
why are you
That's why.
being so, what? Chill out, bro.
Yeah. Okay.
Chill.
Well, let me talk when I talk then.
Well,
Jeez.
okay, but you can talk when there's something of substance to be spoken on. I was just responding to Jedi.
Right now, you're just trying to control the narrative.
Well, yeah, that's true, because that's what happens in a conversation. It has to be controlled. You don't agree?
No,
Why do
100%
you
don't
have to
agree.
control the narrative? Why don't you just let the conversation
Well,
flow?
I'm not controlling a
Yeah.
narrative. I'm not
No, you
controlling a
are. You're
narrative.
saying that I have to
Do you want to
answer his
define narrative?
question
No, we're not going to
definitively in the
do
way
that,
that you
because
want me to reply to
well,
him.
we're not going to do
You
that.
told me
I
how
asked
to
you a
reply to
simple
him.
question.
And I'm
Why
just
you?
being polite
Okay, bro,
and going
chill.
along with what your
Chill.
narrative is.
Yeah, chill, bro. I
Let him
asked you
speak.
a simple question. I asked you a simple question about north being a point and you traveling east. Regardless, the answer is yes. You said you do agree, but Jedi didn't say that. I told you, yeah, he did, and it's recorded. There's no need to argue about that. That being
It's
the
amazing how you
case,
didn't even
Jedi did
say the
tell
word
you.
table. But yeah, let's
Can
carry on.
you let people finish, man?
So that being the case, don't you think you should pick it back up with Jedi?
Yes, I
Because
agree.
you're asking about you immediately, instead of answering that question, which is what you should have been answering, you started asking about the South Pole. I asked you then, did I make a claim about it? And then I said, well, then did Jedi make a claim about it?
So in a
So if you're
conversation,
not
I have
answering
to
that, I
answer
don't
yes
understand
or
where we're at.
no.
Well,
Is
if
that
you're
what you're
not
saying?
because if you're not if you're talking about the South Pole, what the fuck does that have to do with me?
Well, that's an interesting question that you're answering, and I'm going to answer a lot of questions. But first, let's keep it simple and appreciate that conversations do go in many directions. But we try and keep it on one tangent at a time. And
Yeah, elevation angles. That's where it was at. Is that where you're going? Because obviously, since that's where it started, we should be trying to get to the completion of that point. Is that what you're doing?
we okay. So
Okay, we're abandoning that because you're gonna move on. I'll give you. I'll go on mute. I just thought it was really weird. You're the guy that knows stuff. You're good at math. but you won't talk about the geometry. You're talking about
You just asked him a question and then you just keep on talking.
well, I mean, what does he really know about what does he really know? Like I told you, we're not here to debate.
You
We're here to
asked
have
if
a
that's where we're going, and he was going to respond, but then you just keep on talking. That's you trying to control the
was he
narrative.
gonna respond? Okay, so ask him what I asked him then and let him respond. Ask him exactly what I asked him. We'll see if he responds. Go ahead, ask him.
What does that have to do with you? I think you said. Like the South Pole, what does that have to do with you? And I'm saying it's another phenomenon that we need to be
What
agreed
phenomenon
upon
is it?
whether
let him
the
finish.
idea that magnetic monopoles don't exist.
What did I say that? That's the thing.
That magnets are dipoles.
So who's
I mean,
go on.
you can speed up the conversation, or we can have it, like polite.
No, I'm not trying to
but,
speed it
like,
up.
basically,
Just don't try to put words in my mouth. Don't tell me that I'm not saying something, am saying something. If I didn't say it,
I did not put any words in your mouth. I asked if it. I began to ask, and I'm beginning to kind of like grow the paradigm with which we can settle on whether or not we understand or agree or disagree upon the idea. That's what I said. Whether or not
on the idea of what?
monopoles.
On the idea of what?
See, you're doing it again. Let's be real. He's trying to respond.
No, the topic is elevation angles in case you forgot. So I'm listening for how what he's saying is not a non sequitur. That's what I'm listening for.
Yeah, and I'm saying for you, dude, that I need to use like many different angles to explain what I'm trying to explain, and one of them is whether or not we agree on this topic.
Well, what you're talking about is non sequitur to what I was discussing. I can't.
No, it's not sequitur because you don't.
Why
know
you don't
where
understand why I would be telling you this?
You don't understand where I'm coming from, and I'm trying to explain it, and you're interrupting me, dude.
Well, you're moving on from the other topic. You're moving on from the other topic.
Let him finish the sentence. Let's be real. Let him finish the sentence. Stop interrupting him.
He actually did though. See,
no,
and when I responded, he actually did this time. I waited for him. He actually did this time. I waited for
without you interrupting because I spoke at 1,000,000 miles an hour.
He actually did finish this time.
Well,
and then I responded. And then I responded.
What's your attention span, dude? If you can't let me speak for like long periods of time, like do you go to lectures?
You did just finish. That's where you're confused.
Without you interrupting me for once, yeah, I did.
No, just now but your boy is now interrupting the conversation. I answered you.
What did I say? Let's be for real.
What did you say?
Okay, I will say it again. So we have to get to an agreement on whether or not we believe that magnetic dipoles are the only existent method for or basically exist, and magnetic monopoles don't exist.
Okay, how is it relevant to circumnavigation?
Because great question. Because if there was a North Pole, there must be a South Pole.
Why?
Because of magnetic dipoles and the magnetic monopole not existing.
All compass does is follow a field line. You know that, right?
Field lines, perfect. Yeah, and they go from the north to the south in that direction with that vector.
Okay. Do you know what a disk magnet is? Well, we're on the surface, and so we're on the surface, and we're following these field lines. One faces north, and apparently 180 degrees away from north is south. But you can have this on a disk magnet as well. Have you ever seen a magnet underneath a ferrocell? Have you seen that toroid structure?
A magnet under a what? Fire cell?
A ferrocell.
Ferrocell. I don't think I know what a ferrocell is.
Okay, so do you know what a toroid is?
Yes, yeah, I do know what a toroid is.
So like a donut shape, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So these diverge and come into a central point, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the North and South Pole where?
The North Pole in this electric circuit, because you have to make the magnetic field through making an electric circuit. So you make the electric circuit, and the North goes like either down or up, and then it will go around, and then it'll go down towards the bottom or up towards the top, and then it'll go back to the middle again. So it goes in like a imagine if you had like a pole in the middle, and then you had a circle that touched it, and then you span that circle all the way around the pole. That's the magnetic field lines, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the exact same setup as the spherical Earth.
It's also the same as the dielectric plane of inertia.
Dielectric plane. Yeah, I think I know what you mean.
Yeah, so it can be demonstrated within a toroid field. But you'll understand that divergence and convergence are in the same place.
Right. So what infrastructure is set up, be it natural or unnatural, to make this toroidal setup?
It's just the observation of the toroid fields for a ferrocell. We understand the structure, we can see the structure, and we understand that the convergence and divergence are from a single point.
Right. So you're just observing a phenomenon and not having any understanding of it.
No, we understand
how
it
it came about.
We're not interested in how
it
came about. We're interested in how it presents and how we can use it.
No, but the whole point of physics is to like understand how things came about, how things
That's
work.
lovely, but we also have to understand that the convergence and divergence are from a single point.
Okay, let me explain it in this way then. If I want to learn how to use a mug, or learn about a mug, face value, I pick it up and I can like intrinsically and like through feeling, and then I pick it up and then I have the mug, but I don't want to learn how the mug's made or why there's something that holds things down and things like that. That feels like the kind of like level of understanding that you want to have.
No,
Can I
I'm
interrupt you?
trying to point
Can I
out
interrupt
to you.
him real quick?
Yeah, go on.
Your friend said you were good at math. We were talking about elevation angles. Reason I'm bringing it up right now is because you're talking about physics. You're in a completely different category now. Like I just want to point out, and I want you to understand that you came here from math and measurement, and you're trying to talk about physics. You know what a category error is, right?
I mean, the Earth is pretty physical.
Yeah, and we use the scientific method to study it. Like it's called the physical and natural world. But geometry is not one of them. So
I'd say
we were talking about geometry. So I thought you were going to be talking about that. I didn't know.
Okay. Yeah, no, I did, and I think you've come in at a really awkward point to kind of like boulder dash the conversation a bit.
To bring it back to where we were. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay, do you agree that we should bring it back to where it was, Jedi, or do you want to talk more about this kind of like concept of like rationale behind understanding and toroidal north and south poles and stuff like that?
What I'm actually doing for you at the moment is I'm trying to find you the research and what I'm talking about. But really, we're here to demonstrate to you guys that the Earth is measured to be horizontal and flat, which is what Elijah is trying to get back to. It's the whole reason why we're here, dude. Now, the flatness of the Earth can be demonstrated through direct measurement.
I mean, it sounds like you're giving a lecture, but there aren't any lectures on flat Earth, and I only came to the server because I felt it my duty to help my friend have a backing and understanding and some respect. And the fact that I see he's server deafened means that I don't think he's got that respect. So
No, because
I
he
think
jumped
me
into
and
the
Reza
conversation and hindered the conversation earlier, which is incidentally what's going to be happening to you in a minute. Now, if it will make you feel better, I'll unmute him, but he needs to act like an adult and stop jumping into the middle of conversations.
Like, let's be for real sometimes.
We're not going to start talking about other people. We're only interested in the subject at hand. Now, you brought up lectures and that there's no flat earth lectures, but it sounded like I was lecturing. Mate, we're trying to give you the information. We're trying to point out to you that the Earth is measured as a horizontal plane and used as a horizontal plane of reference when navigating across that horizontal plane. That's the only thing we're really interested in, how the Earth is measured.
How the Earth is measured.
Yes.
Okay. First, I just want to take a sit rep with Reza for a sec. Reza, you alright? Like, do you feel?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay,
This
cool.
is where I got stuck with this guy because he's fixated on the fact that we measure the Earth in a 2D way, but you could still wrap that 2D plane around the globe, which is what the globe we are. That's what Earth really is. The globe.
You can wrap it around. That's a very brilliant point because that's exactly how the globe was made, based off of flat Earth measurements, and they wrap
That's
it around
fine,
the globe.
but the Earth doesn't need to be flat to make those measurements.
Oh my God! Look, listen. Flat is an orientation, bro. Last time I checked, something with sides doesn't have a horizontal on it.
All right, Reza. I'm
On
not
the
going to stick around here
surface.
too long, and I would recommend that you kind of dip with me at some point because I want to chat with you about some other stuff. What I feel in terms of measurements and the Earth, I guess my last notes on this are basically like the beauty of the universe and the way in which it functions is not defined by us as people. It's actually defined by the kind of natural phenomenon and experiences that we know and love and feel and see around us and everything like that. And I think my best
Earth is measured by feelings.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but we do get, like, yes, the scientific method. That is the category. That's the tool we use to study the physical and natural world. When we're talking about the Earth, well, someone claimed a geometric shape, and so if we're not talking about that, you don't really kind of get the essence of why we're here. You think we're here to talk about why we're here as a people, why the Earth is, that's not what this was, unfortunately, if that's what you were looking for.
All I'm saying is I got stuck with Jedi before. He keeps on saying the Earth is measured flat, and it's so
And
many
I
measurements.
explained it in a good way, right? So then you got your boy, and I was trying to give him what I gave you, and he fought it, and that's why he didn't get it. So he didn't allow me to give it to him. Because he wanted to
Well,
talk
no,
about
because
something else.
I
Yeah, I
added,
mean,
I added
let's say that's
a
fair.
little kind of
If
like caveat that's important.
let's say that's fair. Like, I was talking to you. We had a very great, good, amicable conversation. You went away to
actually,
get a
no, I
friend who
didn't
knew.
have a dude. The conversation I had with you was you telling me to just accept everything the Jedi was saying. You didn't bring any substance or
Well, this is
beyond.
recorded. That's not all
This
that
whole
happened,
time,
but
you've just been interjecting and telling. Before I brought Samimos in here, you were just telling me to accept everything Jedi was saying. What Jedi is saying is that the Earth is measured flat on a 2D plane.
so you didn't read the literature that he put in the chat.
He read it out once.
See, you keep on deferring to what he's saying. I didn't
Well,
have
that's
this conversation with you,
what he's
so it
saying.
wasn't about me
Listen,
and you.
dude, what you're not understanding is what he's saying. It's not that flat earthers made it up like it's a story, like an origin story. He's pointing out to you that actually this is something you've missed. This is something we've all missed. This is how the earth is navigated. You wanted to know how it's flat.
I was
This is
aware
an
of that.
angle. This is an angle
This
measurement.
is not the
This is an
conversation.
angle
I wasn't having
measurement.
the conversation
Latitude
with
is a
you.
straight
Number two,
horizontal.
you joined the conversation
All right.
later
Well,
on.
I'm not gonna force you to take it, bro. I don't know if you think I'm that type of guy.
Yeah, no,
Because I was trying to
I
finish
don't.
what I was saying, but go. I guess what you have to say is much more
I
important.
was specifically me and Jedi and Spaz or say some. I don't remember his name, but I remember his picture.
I was here. We were all here.
Yeah,
We
the
remember.
conversation that me and him had was based on the Earth is measured flat and
Mm-hmm.
the theory of gravity. Okay.
So
And you came
again,
in later on. You came in at the end of the conversation.
when I spoke to
You
you
came
and
in
you
at the end of
didn't
the
have an
conversation.
answer,
and just told
Okay,
me to
go on.
accept what he was saying. So then I was like, okay.
Did I tell you to accept it? Did I remember this is
What the
record? I don't know
hell?
why people say.
What the hell, bro?
Bro, it's just let's
Stop
be real.
talking.
Let's be
Hey,
real.
yo, kid,
I
stop it.
didn't get any
Stop
substance
it.
from you towards this conversation.
Shut your mouth.
You didn't bring any information
Okay,
or
get shut down, bro.
Where's that scoop?
Okay, pay attention. No one told you to accept anything. He simply asked if you read it. For goodness sakes.
Where's that
Holy
scoop?
crap.
You
yeah.
don't have to
Well,
you don't have to
this
you
is what
don't have
happens.
to
This
accept
is what
the
happens. So you guys
principles
try to
of
control the narrative.
celestial navigation. I didn't ask you to accept that. I mean, you can deny it if you like. I mean, I remember you trying to talk about satellites, and that would also reference a horizontal plane. But like, why get into all of it? It's like you don't believe it anyway. Like that's the point. Because I'm not trying to convince you. I'm trying to expose you to information. You don't have to accept it as true, dog. That's what information is for. You were given information. You're supposed to take it and go away with it and figure shit out for yourself. Not accept it like you accept the globe. So you got the conversation all fucked up. But clearly when you left, it was because we were having a good conversation. And I guess you thought, well, I'm going to get my friend who knows more about this math than me. And all he did was not talk about the math. He didn't carry the conversation that you and Jedi had. So
Elijah, I got a question for you. I just want to see if you perceive this. This is what I perceive. People that act this way, they put it on you that you're trying to force them to accept information. I think it's a Freudian slip. But that's actually how they've lived their whole lives. They've accepted the information from an authority, and they're not really challenging your information. They're just saying you're not an accepted paradigm authority. Therefore, I accept my force from Big Daddy.
That's exactly. I mean, yeah. I mean, I know that that's how I perceive it because I already told you about my last encounter where I was saying it was measured flat. He was like, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to see him. I don't care. That's what you believe. And I'm like, well, how tall are you? He gave me his height. I was like, is that a belief or is it a measurement? He's like, it's a measurement. I know. He's like, but that's different from what you're saying. I'm like, no, but I'm trying to talk about measurements. And he said, which I don't want to hear about. Okay. And he was like, just say that you believe the earth is flat. I was like, dude, I'm trying to tell you, man. He's like, well, you're trying to tell me what to believe because you've accepted what somebody else believes.
Wow. Wow, dude. That's that is emotional violence.
He got loud, bro. Like I thought I was gonna have to thump with this dude. Like he was like, you're trying to tell me what to believe. And I'm like, no.
Yeah, bro who cried about they're trying to tell me what to believe. I think you ought to think about the mainstream paradigm and how much of what they preach is pure belief. And they've been telling you it's fact your whole life. And you didn't seem to have such a problem then. You know why? But that's because Big Daddy had you bent over and you loved it. Big Daddy G government told you what to think and you accepted it without a second thought, trying to pretend like you care about truth. You accepted whatever you were given, carte blanche, simply because it was an established paradigm authority. Okay, that's the story of your life. I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. Now you can try to deny that, but we all know it's true.
What's wrong with government?
Dude, who said anything's wrong with government in itself, dude? You guys have a hard time hearing or something?
I don't what how you gonna I don't even understand. Look, I'll just say it like this. I don't have a problem with government.
Okay, so what's wrong with understanding or learning from them or
my goodness, dude.
gaining their sources?
I did. I've heard things from a lot of people in my life. And I've learned that some things are true and some things aren't. You know why? Because I have the ability to discern the truthfulness of a claim.
Wait a minute. Hold on, Elijah. Did the government give you permission to have that ability? I need to know because I need to fine you for acting out of your bounds.
Like, so again, like these, you think that why would I have a problem with government?
Are you good at proving things then?
Why would I have a problem with government?
Okay, you do know that the government must be lying to you in your paradigm, though, right, Elijah? The government is a big liar,
when
big fat liar in
when
your
you read
paradigm.
really old books, when you read really old, ancient old books, there's a reason. Well, not even there's a reason. Government is natural. It's just what happens when we get together.
Of course.
And so here's the thing.
That's not the point, though.
Here's the thing. I'm gonna thrive in any system because I can. I'm very sad for the people who feel imprisoned by it. I mean, because God knows, just like I'm talking to you guys,
It's not that you feel imprisoned. That's not what I'm talking about. You're going off topic.
God
okay?
knows. God knows.
The government
God
in your
knows.
paradigm is lying.
God knows that I try to tell people, just like I'm trying to tell you people here, that there's another way to go about how you live your life. Because the government didn't give you those tools. The government gave you some tools, but the government didn't give you all the tools within this governmental structure.
That's not my point. That's not my point.
Your point's irrelevant, dude. Your point is irrelevant. You understand?
Why is it irrelevant?
Because government, I'll tell you why. It's very simple. Government categorically is not a volitional entity. It can't lie, for goodness sakes.
Can't.
And I would say that the conversation was actually on measurements with Jedi, and somehow now we've flipped it all around and why would the government lie? Yeah, let's get back to the measurements that you were discussing with Jedi.
Topics
change. AJ, hold on, friend. Hold on. I'm going to answer AJ's question since AJ asked the question. The answer is because Homeboy was so terrified to listen to the measurements explained, he said, no, don't tell me, don't tell me. Just admit that you're trying to force me to accept your beliefs. And we were just pointing out that he didn't have a problem accepting beliefs when Big Daddy government stripped him naked and forced it down his throat.
Okay, that's kind of gay. But that's not what I was talking about, because I wasn't even talking. That's another dude, man. You might have us confused. I'm a completely different person than the guys you were talking about.
Yeah, dude. He was asking about the change in the conversation, right? There you go. So now the problem is, Fred, that you're not intelligent enough to separate an entity which is not volitional from the agents within the entity. So I'll give you a chance to reconstitute your rebuttal to be actually coherent.
Tell me when I can speak, because you always interrupt people. You're just making up a whole lot of bullshit, okay? If the government is saying that the Earth is a ball, they must know that the Earth is a ball, or they're lying that the Earth is a ball. There is no in-between bullshit, lying, not lying. Government can't lie bullshit, okay? Either a lie is true, or it isn't.
You're wrong.
Know about the laws of logic? Hold on.
Let's teach the slow kids. Use you as an example.
True. That's actually true. He was right. He is right. AI overlord. You have to admit.
Let him.
Yeah, get lost. Listen, bro. Everybody knows that there's a third category of speaking errors that you believe are true without the volitional intent of deception. Meaning, categorically, you're not lying. Okay? You believe it 100%. You have no reason to doubt it. You're just stating what you believe is a fact. Okay?
That's fine. So you're telling me that the government is doing the same?
Majority of people on Earth, that's how they operate. They just repeat what they were taught. They have no reason to doubt it. They've never really scrutinized it. And whether it's true or not, they don't really know. They just believe it's true based on the auspices of trust in some other authority that told them so.
Okay, so all right, fine. So the top guys in the government are the big liars then. Everyone else is obviously compartmentalized, right?
Sure, but you got to define who you mean by the top. I mean, for example, even the president. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm saying that if you say everyone else believes it in the government because they're not the top guys, and there's the top guys that know the truth, and they're just operating by deceiving everyone, basically, right?
No, I mean, but like who? Because we have like this video called 100 Quotes That Tell Us We've Been Lied to. And it has like a number of different people in the past, physicists, mathematicians, things like that, philosophers. The people that, our government, like, put in the textbooks to teach us that the earth is a globe. When you read their work, they actually tell you, well, it's just my philosophy. And so when I look at NASA and they go, oh, well, for conventional heights, like we're going to use a flat Earth with these satellites. It's like, oh, well, when they're using a non-rotating stationary plane, it's like, oh, well, okay. And then when I read navigation and people who like teach navigation believe it's a globe, but still teach the method and explain how flat it is, it's like, oh, well, okay. So it's like they can believe whatever the fuck they want. I don't care.
Dude,
the proof is in the pudding.
They're lying to you. The thing is, you say you like government, but in your
I
paradigm,
didn't say they're lying to me. I didn't say that. I didn't say they're lying to me. I said they can believe what they want to believe.
What do you mean they believe what they want? They're saying this is something that's factual. It's not a belief.
No, who the fuck is they? Because it's not the board. It's not the board of education. It's not the board. Listen, bro. Listen. When you say government, let me tell you who it's not. It's not the board of education, right? It's not.
I know that.
It's not the board of public housing. It's not fucking no one in government that really does anything meaningful. Like the only people that claim or would know anything are the people who are like the people on the ISS, for example, who claim that they're in space
Why are you
orbiting
just
the Earth.
mentioning shit that no one cares about that we already know? Yeah,
Well, because the
ISS,
people in the ISS, they're not the government. They are liars. That's it.
Oh,
the
so
people,
they are liars.
they are liars.
They're government employees.
Yeah,
though.
but
They're government employees. Though.
yeah,
Government
but
has
who
a
cares,
bunch of
dude?
employees.
The people in the ISS aren't even high enough to see the whole Earth. So what the heck?
Sure they aren't. Whatever you want to say. They're still lying.
Okay, that's a cool story, dude. What's the field of view of the people in the ISS, and how much percent of the Earth's surface do they have in their field of view?
Oh, we're gonna get into math. They hate
you don't know the answer. That's right.
They hate math. They hate the math. They don't like science, and they don't like math. It's crazy.
This is my point, dude. People like you don't have the intelligence to be able to determine whether you're being lied to or not. So you can't even tell me whether what you believe is an error or not. So how could you even be lying or not?
You literally just told me that the government can't be lying, dude. You're talking about intelligence.
Are you kidding me, dude? I didn't say they can't be lying. Holy crap, dude.
It believes that the government's lying to them, but it's not lying to them. Like, what the fuck is going on here?
Holy crap, dude.
Which one is it?
Dude, sentient agents are who lies, correct or incorrect?
Who?
Sentient agents, dude. Agents.
Sentient agents. Come on, man. What the fuck are we talking about here?
I don't know, dude. I've never been lied to by a chair. I've never been lied to by my sunglasses. Holy crap, dude.
So do you?
But Elijah, what I'm trying to get to you is that the government that you claim that you don't have a problem with is lying to you.
Bro, I hear you. Look, bro, I don't know why you don't feel like you're heard. Like we don't have to repeat the same items in the same conversation.
Go ahead and address what I'm saying.
I get you. So here's the thing. To me, now this is you would have to deal with where I'm coming from. The Earth measures flat. So when you ask me if all these people are lying, like in my mind, I'm like, about what? About the Earth that definitely measures flat? Like,
yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Okay, so they are lying then.
But at that point, someone is, whoever says, hey, it's a globe, these are the dimensions, this is where you live. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Exactly. Which hold on, Elijah. Hold on. Wrong. You're wrong, sir. You're wrong. What Elijah just described is not lying. As I already described, there's a third category of error That doesn't rise to the occasion of lying, dude. The only people who are lying are the people who know the truth intrinsically and choose to deceive others with a falsehood. Those are the only people out of the myriad of people who accept the proposition that the earth is a globe who are actually lying. Most
And
people
that is just
believe
about the
it on its
entirety of
face.
NASA. That's just about the entirety of NASA lying.
Oh, I could care less, dude. I could care less how much of a percentage it is. Those are just categories, dude, for goodness sakes. The people who know the truth and are actively in a manner of deception, they are the liars. The people who are operating in good faith, this is the information I have, this is what I believe, this is what I think is facts, this is what I'm telling you. They're not deceiving anyone. They are giving out errors, but they're not lying, for goodness sakes. They're not committing a moral crime. Do you understand the difference?
Most NASA employees, no, they don't deal with the direct day to day. The engineers, the people that do the math, the people. None of these people know anything other than the people who
Don't say that.
are actually quote
It'd be a
unquote
lie.
getting into an aircraft and doing so. Everyone else, like when you say most of NASA,
The government's still lying
no.
to you about the Earth's
Yeah,
shape,
you're
dude.
not. You're not. It's like you're
It's not like
trying.
four
It's like you're
people.
trying hard
Elijah, it's
not
not like
to
four people
receive.
came up with the Earth's
It's
shape
like
for
you're
you.
trying hard not to receive what I'm saying, though. Like I
Yeah,
don't know
fair
why
enough.
the
Fair enough.
I
conversation.
Let's
understand
cut
what
to the chase. Let's cut to the chase for the slow kid here. Okay, you keep saying the government is lying as if it's self-evident that that's a preposterous claim. Now I would submit to you,
it
friend,
is
that we all
self-evident.
know. Listen, dude. We all know that government agencies up to elite levels have lied to the public in record, in their own words, even admitted that they've done so. So the idea that they wouldn't lie is retarded. And if you think that's the
I'm not
case,
saying
you're
that. Stay on
retarded.
topic, dude. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that the government can't lie to you. I'm not saying the government hasn't lied.
Oh,
I'm
well,
just
cool
saying that a lot
story
of the
then.
same stuff. Respond to Elijah, because you're just kind of crazy. Okay,
Oh, yeah,
Elijah, what
I'm
I'm saying
clearly
to you is that
crazy,
you
brother.
think that. Yeah, you clearly are. Elijah, what you're saying, right, is that you like the government, you don't have a problem with government, right? You don't have a problem with tax and all this, but you should have a massive problem with the government because the government is deceiving you and the entire world of a massive lie. Not only that, but the 140 other countries with government are also in the lie. So they're all full of shit. Not these three little people at the top
But
that created the earth shape for you,
you're
okay, buddy?
equivocating right now because when I think about government, I think about laws and how I can, with like, teach my family and others and how to move through this system.
Yeah,
Like
but fair,
that
Elijah.
has nothing to do. That has nothing to do with like there's no government. Like this is what AI is trying to like this. It's not a real. It's not a person. There's just people
Who thinks the
who
government is a
believe
person?
shit. They're
Nobody.
just people who
Nobody.
believe shit, and the people who know that it's not the case that are lying. Those are the
Yeah,
people that
fair.
are lying.
Right. So let's take it this way, Elijah. What you seem to be saying, Elijah, is that the government as an entity is made up of subdivisions, which are made up of subcategories, which are made up of individuals. And so if there's a corruption in a certain portion under the auspices of the umbrella of government, you don't need to throw out the entire thing or castigate the entire thing as a singular entity. You could say this portion is a corrupt agency and the people in there are lying, but the rest of it is fine. Whereas this other kid seems to say, if you think the earth is flat, you got to hate all government.
No, that's not what I'm trying to say. You got to know that the government is giving you a massive lie, which is NASA. NASA
Yeah,
must
yeah.
be
Why don't you try parsing out what you actually mean then, instead of having to be corrected every time by
Well,
committing
I
all or
have been,
nothing
but
and
you kind
broad
of
brush
interrupt.
fallacies,
Kind of interrupt
apathetic
people when something is
fallacies, and anthropomorphizing fallacies. How about that?
They keep making up
Yeah,
their own fallacies. Okay?
yeah, but
Yeah,
listen,
well,
listen,
dude, you see, the problem
but
is,
listen.
friends, me and Elijah have a finite lifespan, and we know you're full of crap, and so we got to cut to the chase real quick, you see.
True.
Who doesn't have a finite lifespan? Who doesn't?
Yeah, this is true. Yeah, because the bottom line is I have a problem with liars, and I also can't stop people from believing what lies are being told. I can't stop people from believing it. Like even if I expose to them the truth, it doesn't matter. So yeah, government is cool, but what does that mean? Depends. because it doesn't mean, well, I like the government and the fact that NASA's lying. That's fucking retarded, bro. I know you know I'm not saying that. I don't give a fuck about NASA. I don't buy their shirts. I don't give a fuck about them.
Yeah, brother.
They're so
He
liars.
keeps you keep yeah, I know, great. See, the problem is that Elijah keeps on parsing out distinctions, and you keep on lumping us people into the same basket, dude. It's
I already
almost like
understand Elijah.
it's almost like you're disingenuous or retarded. I can't decide which one.
I think a retarded would be more associated with you, but I mean,
Yeah, clearly. So why don't you parse out anything I've said that is expressly illogical? Go ahead.
what? That's illogical. You're saying that the government
Yes.
can't lie?
Show me the illogic form of anything that I've said since the beginning of this conversation. Go ahead.
You said the government, by nature, can't lie. That is
Correct.
false. And illogical.
No, no. Okay, so
Why is it
cool. So why don't you prove to me that government is a volitional entity capable of deception in itself? Go ahead.
How is that even a question? The government
Yeah, see,
makes
the
up
problem
lies
is,
all the time.
dude, the problem is that you don't understand the validity of that question, so you're clearly not intelligent enough to parse out anything I've said that's wrong.
He's dumb as fuck.
Yeah.
Are you fucking
me I'm
over?
dumb as fuck because you're
Are
saying that
you
the
fucking
government
over
can't lie. You're
Iranians
so
and all
fucking
these
stupid
other
and don't know what
people?
lying is.
Hey, America, listen, shut up while I'm talking to you. Why the fuck
You're
are you
not tough.
sticking your nose in other people's business in other territories, America? Because that's who you are, right? So I can just speak to you as if you're just like, because I'm a fucking retard, and this line of reasoning makes all the sense in the world.
He invaded Iraq.
What you guys are.
He's so naughty. He invaded Iraq. He's a naughty boy.
He did it twice. He invaded Iraq twice.
Yeah, what the heck? Once wasn't enough for your insatiable lust? Holy moly.
So you love the
And you said the government can't lie. That's illogical.
You love America?
Dude, non-volitional entities, listen, pay attention, dude. Non-volitional entities cannot lie in principle. It's a categorical exclusion. I don't know what's so hard to understand about that.
Yeah, we might have to do a mental reevaluation of yourself, dude. You don't understand what a lie is. I don't care about what entity is what. If you are telling something that is false, and you know that it is false, it is a lie. End of. That's how the laws of logic work. Stop with your little spiritual bullshit. Okay?
Yes. So who is capable? What type of entities are capable of doing what you just said?
The government.
Wrong.
People.
No. By your own admission, you said intrinsic knowledge is necessary. Now, non-sentient agents don't have intrinsic knowledge, dude.
Of course they
The
don't.
government is an institution, not an agent. If you think it's an agent, then you're dumber than a box of rocks.
What are you talking about? So you can't lie for an institution.
So you just want to commit a pathetic fallacy, right? That's what you want to do.
Are you saying the institutions can't lie because they're institutions?
Oh my goodness, dude! One more time for the slow kids in the back.
You're an annoying.
Only
at the end of the night.
You're an annoying.
Exactly.
The conversation is over, bro. Like you understand where we're drawing a line and what we're saying. I refuse to let you carry this conversation as if there's any more beer left in this mug.
Yep. I understand you, Elijah. So by the council of two, this kid has been judged retarded, and he's no longer allowed to waste anybody's time unless he has something else he wants to talk about.
Make that 3, guys. This is insane. I've never heard anything like it. My 5-year-old has more logic.
Right. So here's what's going to happen, guys. Check this out. First, you're going to tell me what his name is. All right, somebody tell me his name. Nobody knows his name?
Otherwise known as Matt Nuclear.
Okay, so Matt Nuclear. Discord is about to mute you. Discord itself is going to mute you, sir. Blame Discord. That's called I win, dude. With a direct example of how stupid your logic is, bro.
That one was lost on him, too.
Yeah,
He's still repeating the same fallacies in the chat.
And also, he's given himself the tag as Stoic. He's so far away from the definition of Stoic, it's unbelievable. Maybe you should change that, Matt. Otherwise, we're just going to take the piss out of you for not understanding what Stoic is.
Well, that was fun.
Let's be clear, man.
Be very clear. That is the only reason for war, violence, anything of the like. Like, how the sky is blue. Oh yeah. Why are you fighting? You're not. All this barbershop talk, all this other the conversations like that are why people go to war. Can't come to a very fucking simple understanding. Can't hear what the other person is saying.
Well, that was a little hippie. I mean, there are other reasons, but you know.
Oh, goodness, dude. If you look up the transforms in or the principle of transform itself in the book by Helmer, Mathematical Principles of Higher Geodesy, literally the dude himself. Okay, the plain up says that in order to make a concept of the Earth, you have to take all of your measurements through a transform to map them around an assumption of a rotating body with gravitation in a particular vector, right? So when anybody goes out in the field and does their measurements, believing that the Earth is a globe and that they must do these transformational corrections, and they put their stuff through the corrections and map them to the assumption, and then equalize it to a geoid model, they're not lying. They're just doing what they believe is the method at which they do. That's what they were taught. They're just following the protocol. They're not trying to deceive anyone. Now they may be self-deceived by not noticing that these transforms, correct for things that don't need to be corrected for. That may be the case, right? But I wouldn't categorize them as liars. The same thing as if somebody who was a flat earther and said, the Earth's flat, I wouldn't call them a liar either.
What's worse, a liar or a bystander? Because I mean, we've all done both, and well, I'm gonna assume we've all done both. I know I've done both, and both feel really shitty.
Well, see, if you know somebody's lying, right, to somebody else who you care about, especially, then it does seem that you have a right to speak up. Maybe even retort that person in a demeaning way, calling them out that they're intentionally deceiving someone. But that's a big difference from if you just know that they're giving false information, right? You don't go to war necessarily against somebody who's sincerely giving false information in the same way that you would if they were lying. So we all know there's a difference, right? There's no hiding from the fact that throughout our lives we understand the difference between the two. That one is a moral crime and one is just an error. But you see, the problem is, you know what, Elijah? You know what the problem is, Elijah? You ready? These suckers don't believe in moral crimes.
Yeah, it's crazy because I was watching this YouTube series, right? Tell me why this girl who murdered her mom sounds exactly like the guys that come in here. They called her like a psychopath, yeah, psychopath. Like you guys got seeds of murderous intent. I'm telling you, you guys don't give a shit
Yeah.
about nothing.
I'm going to go get my hair cut. And I'm going to ask the dudes, oh, man, you a Democrat? And they'd be like, yeah, I'm a Democrat. And be like, Democrats are liars. Now I expect a decent haircut. All right. All right, listen, friends.
They're gonna try
I'm
to
going to
get
go
you
get a haircut now. It's now safe to poke your head out of the hole.
Well, I think I'm done here too. It was fun.
Peace.
Later, man.
Ah, peace and quiet at last.
So what happened to the last conversation while I was gone?
Matt went nuclear.
We got mad and left.
Missed every single point that was made to him and just kind of flipped out.
Did everything expected of a globe.
Yep.
So it got pretty far from the topic then, actually, didn't it?
Yeah, typically, anytime somebody tried to bring it back to the topic, they said, no, try to go the other way.
Yeah. Everything but the curvature of Earth.
Well, there's none to speak of, so they can't talk about that.
That's true. What else are they going to do? They're not going to talk about something that doesn't exist. That's why they never talk about it. That's hilarious. Right?
I think so. I think there's something to that.
They'd rather talk about wind-blown Coriolis effect.
Yeah, that doesn't exist either, but they don't know what that is.
That last guy was pretty funny with his magnetic south, though.
Oh, yeah.
I thought he was joking.
You can tell sometimes, like, they just haven't thought about this topic at all when they're trying to argue it.
Well, he went straight to the presupposition of a South Pole, so it goes straight to that.
We started Googling things he thought he believed that make it true, so I don't know, he's just losing traction. Yeah, feelings are more important than proof at the end of the day, so yeah, just remember that.
It's amazing the excuses they come up with, though, really. Like, for instance, like about all the militaries using the same linear aircraft models. And they have to presuppose, then they'd have to go into fairy tale land to try to make excuses why everyone's using their Earth practically as flat and stationary. No one's paying attention to any curvature because it doesn't exist, like we just previously explained.
It's curved because we have night and day, obviously.
Yeah, they say it's negligible, and it's like, yeah, that's right. Something that's not there is negligible.
Right.
Well, if they write it off as negligible, they don't have to put any deeper thought into it.
Like that's a tactic to minimalize the actual point.
Yeah.
Their worldview is negligible. Let's just minimize that. There's
Yeah.
no need for the thought of a globe.
Minimize it all the way into like where it actually belongs, nothingness.
Yeah.
Imagine that.
That's pretty much what I hear when they say things like, it's negligible.
It's so tiny. Like on one hand they're saying it's so big. On the other hand, they're saying it's so tiny.
It's so big that it doesn't matter.
It's so big that that is negligible.
Yeah.
Okay, you're right with us, and welcome to Flat Earth.
It's so big it might as well be a flat plane. There's no need for this idea of a globe at all.
Yeah, so why don't we just all use the same linear aircraft models to just assume that it's flat and stationary in all instances?
If the globe is negligible in the real world, then why do they even bother coming here to fight for it tooth and nail? It just makes no practical difference. Why not just fuck it? Like,
I think it goes right along with they don't know exactly where they don't know where they are. They're assuming they're someplace else other than what they really are, just like their globe.
Married to the idea.
Well, you know what? Some of those that came to scoff will turn around and go to wonder.
They will. But I think where it'll really gain traction is when, like, the globe doesn't have, like, a social monopoly.
Right.
Like, when people stop peer pressuring each other to think that, it'll just go away at that point. Like, if there's no more big stigma against flat Earth, then you'll probably get a lot more minds just opening up to it and accepting it.
Mm-hmm. It's not like it's anything unusual or outside of our experience. It's exactly right in our experiences.
Yeah, because this isn't like an intellectual problem for most people. Really, it's more of a social one. Like, they don't want to be seen as flat earthers. They don't want to be that person. They don't want that label on them.
Right. You can't leave that out of that equation. That's true.
That's what makes them do it, I think, mostly. They don't want to be seen thinking the wrong think. Yeah, if there was no stigma, this wouldn't even be an argument. It would just, like, it'd be nothing. People just give up the globe in an instant.
Nothing at all would change as to how we build or to how we move around on the surface. Nothing at all would change. I think maybe that's a point I'll start bringing up, that nothing at all would be different if there was not that stigma, like you said, the social implications.
Yep. That's the only thing that's going to change. Your friends are going to make fun of you. Or try to.
Makes you wonder how many of these conversations are actually going on at any given time. I mean, obviously there's some people that are much more boisterous about it in both camps. So I don't know. It's different when you get in front of a person, though. There tends to be a whole different response.
It is. Yeah, a lot of these people wouldn't talk to us the same way. Some of them probably would, but not all of them.
Yeah. One time I was down by the water That's such a perfect place to flat smack, man. So there was this group. They have a bunch of conventions and stuff down where I live, so it's like gets really super crowded with people. But there were these guys that were all on like these really fast, like skateboards, electric skateboards and stuff like that, you know. And I was explaining, what about this water out here? You guys thought about that? You see how it's all with perspective, goes straight out in front of us? They're like, oh, what do you mean? Flat Earth?
How'd they take it?
Most of them were like, we're kind of going the other way from that. What I assumed he meant was just a flippant response to make it seem like he's got something legitimate to go back to, like the globe, for instance. And one of the guys was just really looking super perplexed, man. And you could tell he wasn't getting around like he was listening. And he knew there was no refutation. He knew there was no refutation just by his facial expressions. So you get one in a crowd that'll be listening, or a couple maybe, you know.
And they become one of us weirdos.
Yeah. It's either that and live in denial and cognitive dissonance the rest of your life.
I actually save the conversation for people who can actually have it.
Oh, yeah?
If I know I'm going to get like a crazy reaction, I'm just not going to bother, because, I mean, it's wasted on that person at that time anyway.
Yeah.
I don't like prying open eyelids as much these days. Open your own damn eyes. It's right there. Force you to look at what's right in front of you? Ah, fuck it. Stay blind. I don't care.
Right.
Your loss.
Yeah, obviously I've been listening. As far as the prying eyelids open comment you just made, absolutely, dude. At this point, oh jeez, I'm gonna feedback. I gotta turn it off. Hold on. That's gonna fuck me up. Yeah, at this point, like the information's been out there about all sorts of different things. A flat Earth and so many other things as well. Like if you're unwilling to see, it's by your own volition. It's your own choice. Like there was a period of time there after 9/11, leading up into the whole, more recent thing and everything else, where it was like trying to get people, like lead them to water and get them to drink and all of that. But like, yeah, now the people who aren't drinking are, it's by choice, and there's really no point in trying.
It is, yeah. They want to stay ignorant.
Yeah.
They're happy where they are. It's like that Matrix quote where he says they'll like fight you if you try to take them out of the system. Yeah, they will. I mean, we do that here, but that's that's the internet. This is the place for it.
I mean, there's still a bunch of strailers out there. Like those are the ones that I want to reach. The people who just really haven't heard our side of things or anything like that are actually interested, and they seem to be getting like fewer and fewer and fewer as years go by. We spend our time more and more fighting with the Agent Smiths.
Right. Yeah, it's always better to shelve them and talk to somebody new if possible.
But that's where I actually, when you do get somebody with some kind of interest, whether or not they, absorb it and take it in completely, and come to your side, like that's not my goal. Like it just if they can be honest and interested, I walk away from those conversations like feeling good about myself. Like I think not just for the person, but for anybody who might be listening, those are like positive engagements. Like those are things that, um, like I said, they're becoming more and more rare too. So like it just those conversations do actually make me feel good about investing this time and research and interest in.
Yeah, you're not just trying to get a W. You actually might have made somebody think about something that they wouldn't have.
Yeah, and I don't expect them to change overnight. I just want them to walk away thinking about it. I know at least if they're at all like me, I'm not convinced very easily. I have to sleep on it. In fact, I might have to sleep on it for a long period of time. You wake up in the morning with a different look at your last night's engagement.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have changed my mind about this in one conversation. I mean, I didn't, so why would I expect any of these people to? But if you can get them started down the path, that's worthwhile. Or they might go down the path where they're just going to become like zealots against flat Earth, but whatever. Do what you can.
Like, I don't know if I'm unique in it. I doubt I am. It's just I also doubt that most people are conscious of what's going on. But like in my dreams, in my sleep, like I reflect on the last day's events or the conversations that were had or the things that I heard or the things that I saw. And like the brain processes that information, kind of organizes it in a way where you wake up the next day with a better understanding. And so or it might take longer for some people or even myself on certain things, but like that's you absorbing the information given to you, and depending on how indoctrinated you are, it might take more time for for it to kind of like work its way to the surface for you to actually come to a realization.
Yeah. It's got to simmer sometimes.
Yeah. That's why I'm usually one of those guys that when you do have somebody who seems like they're, one of the newer people, often they get immediately labeled as like a troll or something like that, and it's like, no, just give them time. Like don't jump on them like that, because if you do that, I feel like they're going to
go against you.
Yeah, they're going to have that negative outlook as their brain processes it, as they sleep on it. They're going to revolt, right? Like against you instead of hearing the information you were trying to give them.
Yeah, they're just going to want to get a win against you, and it's not even really going to be about the topic anymore. It's just going to be like a clash of egos.
Yeah. But I do understand it for people like a Matt Nuclear or a Scott Mackey or like these guys. You're never going to change them. They are your adversary, and so getting frustrated with them and being short with them, I totally understand.
Yeah, that's going to happen. It's kind of, depends on my mood. Sometimes I just think it's kind of funny. It depends. Scott's funny. Matt's more irritating.
Matt's irritating because he's fucking dense as hell. Like Scott, I can tell he's calculating on the shit that he says. He's actually really good at the game that he plays. But it is a game, and he is playing it. Like, do not be mistaken. Matt Nuclear, thinks he's a lot smarter than he fucking is.
Invincible ignorance.
Yeah.
Misses every point and then somehow turns that into an argument for himself. Or tries to. Yeah, it's annoying. Could be on purpose, but kind of a waste of time to even speculate. Doesn't really matter. Scott telling everybody they just don't understand it is kind of funny to me, though.
Yeah, he's got a huge gaslighting freaking tactic that he likes to use.
Where he shines is if he can get a flat earther triggered. Actually, that's where anybody shines, I guess, if they can get the opposition triggered. But yeah, some of us take the bait sometimes and spiral, and he kind of keeps his cool next to him, and that helps Scott.
He's not the only one, but yeah, that he's got a very cocky arrogance about him. Like the ego is so big, he'll come right out and tell you like that he knows everything or that he's never wrong. And just saying it the way that he says it, it's bound to get under people's skin. Like
really smug, yeah.
Yeah, very smug. Yeah, same with like the tone that guy that was going by Sewer Jew. I forget. He's always changing his name.
That's his main tactic, is just the way he speaks. I think it just gets on people's nerves, right? You can get a spiral out of somebody just by talking that way. I think. I mean, I mute him because I just.
Hi, man.
Sometimes I mute him only because I just hate the sound of his voice. So I mean, it worked on me.
I was about to do an impression of him, but there's no way I could do it justice.
Yeah, I'm like, God, just figure out how to not talk like that, and we'll try again.
like how? I'm guessing a guy like that has never been blasted in the face for talking like that, but how is beyond me. That just means that he either doesn't do it in real life or he doesn't know anybody in real life.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Doesn't leave the internet. I mean, well, I guess this isn't doxing, but I have seen pictures of him. I don't think he does that in real life. I'll just say
that. I believe it. No, there's no way. That's something that you only get away with at a distance. At some point, you'll be humbled in real life.
Yeah. Yeah, the internet's a bit of a different game. And it's not just him. All kinds of people say all sorts of shit they never would.
I mean, in order to behave like that, though, you have to basically, in your mind, you've dehumanized the person that you're talking to or the group of people that you're talking to. Like I don't talk that way to people, do I? Like, I mean, occasionally somebody who deserves it, right? Like on here might hear me raise my voice or become a little bit of a dickhead, but
yeah,
I'm not
it's
trying to
normal.
And like he thinks of them as subhuman. He thinks of them, he's dehumanized them in his own brain in order to talk to people that way.
Yeah, for sure.
Whereas I'm like, I want to, I guess out of recognition that people do that online, I try to kind of like rehumanize the conversation, bring people back to like a one-on-one, eye-to-eye, sitting across from a table at each other. Like I try to anyway, but
yeah,
it's a fight with some people.
It is the best way to get across. Like, I mean, if you're ever going to have any luck getting any of this information through to people, it's probably more likely going to be done like that than trying to like batter it into their skull.
Right, and that's a flaw that a lot of flat earthers have too. I just keep seeing it. It's so popular still in this server as well. Like a lot of people, they think that you're winning somehow by, insulting, name calling, like belittling, all of that. And I don't think they realize it, but it's my opinion that they're doing an injustice to all of us as a group when they do that.
Yeah, I do it sometimes, but it is counterproductive, I think, in the end.
Yeah,
sometimes they trigger me or whatever.
Some people deserve it more than others. That's true. Like if these guys are coming in constantly behaving that way, then throwing it back at them, I totally get it. It's fair game. But like some people do it just like sport, and they prey on the weak, and that looks really bad.
Well, when it's the only mode that they have and they can't just calm down and like reach somebody where they're at, like somebody's not fighting against you, like they are trying to have a chill conversation, there's no need to be all aggro there. Just try to meet them where they're at.
Right. and give it a chance too. If they come in a little bit hot, try to calm them down before you go that route.
Yeah, if you can, yeah.
Yeah, because a lot of these people can be leveled with, but not if you're going to come in matching their level and trying to one up them.
But sometimes, like, all communication attempts fail, and somebody just needs to get bounced. The bouncer needs to come out. Last resort.
I got a quick question. Is there a current debate going on right now?
No, we're talking basically about tactics of trying to get through to people. That's about it. So if you want to bring something up, go ahead.
Right. So, I was just wondering because me and my buddy here, we have an argument.
All right.
You should probably punch him in the nose.
Oh no.
Oh no, that's not very nice.
Oh no, that's not how to go about it.
No, maybe a different way.
Oh. What else you got?
Sorry about that. Someone was talking to me. But anyways, you were saying, like, are you guys like busy right now? You still want to continue
No,
your argument?
not
I mean, just shooting the breeze, man. It's all good. Feel free to
Okay. Parallax, do you want to take the floor, or should I?
What do you mean by?
You wanna go first?
I just asked you, but fine. Okay, so I've for the past few days I've been doing a little bit of research about how like light works and stuff, and I feel like it's really it's really relevant to like how we Sorry, I'm running on my words here, but the flat Earth, right?
I've heard of it.
Okay, so do you know how light works?
Nobody really knows fully how light works. We all have. I have a somewhat of a decent grasp about it. But.
Should we fill them in on how light works?
Dude,
I think we should.
If you think you know exactly how light works, you're mistaken.
Yeah, you're even more lost than we are if you think you know.
But let's say hypothetically we know. For the sake of the argument.
Sure, we can do that.
Okay, so if we were to provide you with information about how light works, and then we apply that to our claim, is that still going to be relevant, or are you just going to turn that down?
We're not going to take your.
You're not going to take it seriously.
No. Listen, look, we'll hear your argument, but we're not going to just accept your premise necessarily.
Okay. Fuck, where do we start? There's a lot. We can just start with how light works.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure we've all heard this, according to flat earthers everywhere, but light is essentially what it is. It's electromagnetic radiation, and there's different types of wavelengths of light, whatever. So the shortest wavelengths are gamma rays, and the longest ones are radio waves. And each of these are viewed differently. So like the shortest ones are viewed as like purple or whatever, and the longest ones are like viewed as red. That's as far as we can see. Also,
in the go ahead. I don't want to stop you in your argument, but
no, you're good. You're good.
I mean, in the electromagnetic spectrum, it's not just visible light. It's also like even sound is also like
yeah, and that is very that goes along with what I'm going to I understand that, but yeah, and then I don't know if you know this, but if we actually put to scale how small gamma rays are and then how big like radio waves are, gamma rays are when you put it to scale, it's like the size of an atomic
you just call
nuclei.
them gamma like everybody else.
Gamma, my bad. But gamma rays are essentially as small as atomic nuclei. So that's just a fun fact. And then color, right? So Like color works is, again, it's like how long or short wavelengths are, and then different materials are able to absorb or reflect these certain wavelengths or whatever. So it's just dependent on what wavelengths they're gonna absorb or reflect. And now you might be asking me, well, okay, well, how does that work? Correct? Because I'm sure people have just told you
You
that.
haven't said anything that is new to me at all.
Okay.
So go
So
ahead.
do I not need to go over that then?
No, in fact, something that you haven't said that I'm surprised you didn't is about how the light that you see is not the light that something is in color, but it's the absence of the light that it absorbed.
Yeah, it's yeah, I know that. It's
Right. No, I'm just kind of that more specifically, like whatever. So yes, I'm familiar with what you're talking about. So far,
okay.
we're on the same page. I can't say necessarily that I 100% like take this in as fact, but yes, we're on the same page. I've heard it before, and it's the accepted science about light.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm just gonna we're gonna go to proving that light works like this, right? So sunlight, correct? We all know what sunlight is. We see it. It
I've
comes
heard of
down
it.
Earth or whatever. Okay. Okay. Basically, just so you know, in a vacuum of space, when light moves across extremely fast, we're the fastest we're ever going to view light as is white or whatever. So that's just mental side note that you should know or whatever.
Hold on. You're getting into a weird area here when you start all of a sudden inserting the vacuum of space and shit. Right?
No, I'm just telling you to back up my claim that sunlight is literally white. That's literally how it's white, because it's passing through.
Well, they claim sunlight is the full spectrum of colors, right?
Yeah. And there's nothing that's slowing. Oh, I'm getting into refraction. That's what I'm trying to get into. There's nothing that stops or changes that light in order to make it appear as a different color, which I basically just explained refraction, I guess. But yeah, what refraction is just the change of speed of light when light is passing through something. Like for example, you guys ever stuck a pencil inside of a glass of water and notice how the light bends?
Yeah, that's refraction.
Yeah, potato. There you go.
It's at the surface.
Right. So I want you to know, and my buddy knows this here too as well. I want you to know what I'm about to say is a theory, and it's a theory that I made. Listen, it's a theory that I made collecting all of this knowledge or whatever, okay? I really haven't heard it from someone else, but it's either going to sound retarded or it's going to sound somewhat believable, at least on your side. Just warning you on that, whatever. Again, this is something that I made. But the theory about a flat Earth, right? Okay, we can see like stars like really far away, correct? Or at least that's what we observe, right? We're observing light.
As far as saying far, yeah, like the stars on either model are far. On your model, they're much farther, in fact, to the point of absolute ridiculous distances, but either way, they're far.
Okay, so that just proves my point even more. Okay, that's fine. Okay, but yeah, what I'm basically trying to get at is that in a technical sense, we're not limited to how far we can see like light traveling towards us. So we can see light like stupendous amount of odds away. I don't know your measurements, because like you said it's shorter, but I don't know how that is in comparison to what we're doing. But that just kind of proves my point even more about what I'm about to say about flat Earth. My only question is, if we are able to view those stars, why? Okay, hold on. On a flat Earth, in order to see a flat Earth, fucking shit. My bad. Sorry, I've been doing this shit for the past 12 hours. My bad. Sorry. Okay.
But Adderall and cocaine, like
yeah, literally. I've been snuffing. No, I'm just kidding. I haven't. No. Chill. But anyways. No, but my theory is that if we're standing on a flat Earth, anywhere on a flat Earth where we have enough line of view, nothing's blocking our view, and we're not under something, we should be able to theoretically see the entire Earth because of the way light works. I'm applying this because we know we can see stars, a light reflecting or coming from stars. We know we can see that, and there should be no reason why we can't see all of Earth.
No, you're not thinking of all the different things.
Okay, that's okay.
So before you, I'm not gonna. Yeah, we're gonna have to pause there before you continue because, you're considering it like in some kind of a computer simulation where there is, or in the vacuum of space, like you're thinking of no atmosphere, where light can just continue straight without any interference, without anything blocking it.
What do you? Well, that's not what happens, though. So.
Well, no, that's
because the
only
reason,
like light does diminish over distance as it moves through a medium.
Correct, sort of.
Not sort of, 100%.
Okay, sorry. Go on.
That's how light works.
Sorry. Fuck. Someone was talking to me. What were you saying? Sorry.
You're imagining it like you're in some kind of computer simulation or a vacuum, okay? Like a perfect vacuum, too. Not even like the not perfect vacuum of space that you guys claim. You guys, you're imagining it as though light is uninhibited and moves in straight lines always.
That's not true because you can't. That's not true though because especially like think about our sky is blue, right? So it's not moving in a straight complete line. Our sky can't be blue if that's what happens. Also, Parallax, you're gonna have to take over here because I have to go do something real quickly. So
I'm not as educated on this as you.
You gotta do it. You gotta do another bump or what?
Please stay alive. No. I'm dead ass. I have to go do something. Sorry. But I will continue my conversation when I'm back. But Parallax, please don't lose brain cells.
All right. Well, I'll let him continue when he's back, I guess.
You've got a much more chill tone about you. Like, can you please go ahead and take over?
To be fair, that poor man has been studying for 12 hours straight, no sleep. I don't know why. He's very dedicated, but bro needs to chill a bit.
He's religiously motivated.
I don't know if he's religious.
We'll come back.
Yeah,
to that.
he believes in the globe, so he is because he believes in the globe. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
but I'm not going to carry on his point because that's his part.
Yeah, this is his axe to bear, cross, whatever. Axe to grind. Yeah, that.
I mean, do you understand what I was getting at? He doesn't seem to be grasping it. Like what he's describing about being able to see a flat Earth, all of it is one in which there is no medium of air, no dust, no freaking, no air, no particles of any kind to interfere.
Right.
He's forgetting all about light attenuation. He's acting as if light attenuation doesn't happen.
You're doing a really bad job of taking over for him.
I'm not. I'm waiting for him to come back.
I don't think that's what he wanted.
Oh, well, he said, he did say before he left, let me continue my point when I'm back.
No, he wanted you to take over. That's what he said. But
I said to him I'm not as educated as him in this part, so I can't do this language.
So what do you got? What's your point then?
We could talk about the moon if you want.
What about it?
I mean, on a flat Earth, it wouldn't look like it does now.
Why is that?
Because if you are on a flat plane and you are, for example, okay, hold up. Okay, so someone from Egypt, right? If this was a flat Earth and they were viewing it, someone from Egypt could not see the same thing someone from South Africa is seeing. So a spherical moon over a flat Earth is not consistent with reality because you can't see. So like if it's 2D with all the same face on the sides, then anyone but like those two people would see the same shape. So that doesn't really work, does it?
If it's distant enough, and it is like okay, you're gonna hear all kinds of things from flat earthers about the moon, but like some will try to argue that it's also flat, which I don't know why they do that. We don't need to hang our head on that.
So you do think that the moon is spherical?
No, I'm not gonna say one way or another for sure, for certain, but
okay.
I'll tell you, it appears to be spherical. Yes, like.
Okay.
But if it's distant enough and it is always showing one side to us, then it would be marginal at best. What your next point? Because I've heard this before. You're going to talk about being able to see it from the side, like a side angle and shit like that, right?
But people on opposite sides of an object can't see the same face of the object. You get what I'm saying? And we only see the same face of the moon because it's tidal locked to Earth.
Yeah, but look again. Tidally locked, all of that stuff. That goes into heliocentrism, which we don't believe in. Like,
right?
Or we. Your story is a miracle if it's true.
How so?
In order to have the moon at the perfect distance to just perfectly eclipse the sun, to also always be facing the earth as it rotates and turns around the earth while the earth rotates and turns around the sun.
The moon doesn't rotate.
Is like when you stack these things together, your odds are like winning the Powerball like 5 times in a row. Okay, like it's.
You just said the moon rotates, though. It rotates around the Earth,
model,
but it doesn't rotate on the axis.
In your model, the moon
That's
does
incorrect,
rotate.
sir. Yeah, in your model, yeah, like you said.
Okay, in my model.
It's astronomical, pun intended. The odds of getting such an occurrence, it's a miracle.
But that's what's happening. So it is a miracle, but it's happened. But I know if you don't like believe in the model, then I can't really say like a lot to just. It's not going to suddenly convince you. You're not going to be like, oh yeah, you're right. Like that's never going to happen.
What's the moon? You don't know what the moon is, how far it is, what it's made of, what its source of light is. You're only making a story up about the moon. You don't have any proof of these things.
What do you mean no proof?
Yeah. Okay. Do you have any proof of what the moon is?
What do you mean what the moon is? That's very vague.
Yeah. Like what is it made of?
What is the moon made of?
Yeah. What is it made of?
Jeez. Everybody freaking agreed on that.
It's an asteroid. It's.
You don't know what it's made of. No one's been there. No one's brought anything back.
We went there, my friend.
Yeah, no, we didn't.
But how do you know that?
Because it violates the second law of thermodynamics.
No, you guys did claim to go there and you did claim to bring rocks back, but the thing is that some of those rocks ended up.
Two people are talking at the same time. I don't know what any one of you is saying.
Listen, you guys did claim to go there, and you did claim to bring rocks back. Some of those rocks ended up in a Dutch museum.
Right.
That museum opened the rocks from the glass and tested them and found them to be petrified wood.
But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about how like if on a flat Earth. If the moon was spherical, then it wouldn't make sense. But then we've just talked about what the moon is made of.
What proof do you have that the moon is spherical?
Because because why would it be? Okay, so if it was 2D, right, or not spherical.
No one said 2D.
Well, by saying not spherical, not spherical, what are you trying to say?
Something we should be arguing, man. I'm telling you, if you argue the flat moon, he's gonna have a gotcha right there, ready to go.
Look, I'm not arguing for a flat moon. I'm just trying to pinpoint the idea that he doesn't know what the moon is or what its shape is. Like, honestly,
it is spherical. It's not like pointing down you like a spotlight. It's not 2D. Like, silence.
So it has nothing to do with the surface of Earth, is what you're saying, basically.
No, we're talking about the shape of the moon.
Otherwise, you'd be able to draw the correlation between the two, because the whole topic here on this server is the shape of is Earth.
If the moon was anything but spherical, we would know.
Okay, so how does it make any difference to the Earth being sphere or flat? How does that correlate?
No, I was talking about it's Speculation Sunday. There's also the possibility that it's not even physical at all. Well,
That's true.
Let's go there. Right?
What, like CGI?
No, what if it's a plasma projection?
Coming from where?
I didn't say where. You're going to give us that information. You claim to know everything about the moon, what it is, where it is, and how it's performing. So why don't you tell us?
I don't have proof about everything about the moon. No one does.
Okay, well, you seem to be talking like you know what the moon is doing and what it looks like.
I know that it's tidal locked and everyone sees the same face of the moon wherever you are.
Okay, how do you know it's tidal locked?
Well, a minute ago you just said that it doesn't spin on its axis. Now you're saying tidal locking, which does have to do with it spinning on its axis. So maybe you don't know what some of these terms you're using actually mean.
That would require a ball. So you'd have to have a sphere Earth first.
Can I step in? I want to talk about the moon. I love the moon.
You've had a lot of time today. We're talking to this guy.
No, I let this guy go on because I need to do my research a bit.
Dude, so your buddy freaking went to go do more bumps of Adderall, pass it off to you, and now you're passing it off to Matt Nuclear?
Is that not allowed?
Fine. Yeah, it's allowed. Go.
I think he's muted. Oh,
there you go. Well, can I propose to you, Lunatic? First of all, I haven't seen you here in like a month. I don't know where you've been. But
no,
I can prove to you that the moon...
I've been popping in, and also when I'm off it, I mean, I work and shit, but yeah, I've been less active actually speaking up, more listening, especially because oftentimes when it's a circus, I don't really want to get involved.
I mean, I can prove to you that the moon basically implies heavily that the Earth is an upside-down ball, like you guys say it is. Just look at these images I'm going to post in the chat.
Say, wait. I didn't even grasp what you just said. What is an upside-down ball? Like we say it is?
Okay, so you guys know, well, there is really no up or down on a ball, but you guys know how you guys sometimes say that, oh, we live on an upside-down ball. That's what the globe claims. You know what I mean?
Following. Start, back up. What is my claim?
Okay, I'm not saying that's your claim. I'm just saying, like, a lot of flat earthers say, like, they like shock factor it, and they're like, well, you live on an upside down ball, and it's like they try to make it look stupid. You know what I mean?
No, people for memeing purposes and shit like that. Yeah, they'll talk to
exactly.
Somebody in they'll mention somebody in the southern hemisphere and or whatever say like how can you be upside down?
Pole, North Pole, southern hemisphere, northern hemisphere. If you look at the picture I just sent you, this is actually correlated with the moon as well. So the moon from the northern hemisphere is flipped from the southern hemisphere, and this is actually due to Earth's curvature. Like, this is only possible with the curvature of the Earth, and the more you go south, the more you see this.
You're inserting that as you assert that. Like, these are just the phases of the moon. Present it as it is.
Okay, yeah, yeah, the phases of the moon, and you also see the patterns flip the more you go south, right? And the same thing goes for the South Pole. This is only possible. You know how you guys always say, like, you're upside down on a ball? Like, this literally shows you that you're upside down on a ball. It's flipped when you're in the southern hemisphere. This is literally all the proof you need. Get that?
There's nothing for me to even argue with. Like, if this is all the proof you need, then you're fucking brick. Like, seriously.
And also this. I'll show you this. And this is, I think, what Parallax was saying, was that he was mentioning that this is an image to visualize it.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was on about.
You're seeing the moon's face on a flat horizontal plane from all types of angles, and this kind of makes no sense. Say the moon is like above Africa, for example, or above northern Africa. Someone in Angola, Congo, or something like that, they would see the moon at a different angle, a different orientation.
I've seen that one posted by you before. Professor Dave, flat moon, straw man, freaking disc Earth, flat moon, all of that. Not what any of us claim.
Even if that is the point, let this man continue.
Let him continue.
I mean, you can put it in whatever you want. Like, all I need from you is that you say that the Earth is horizontally flat, and that's fine. So I take that horizontally flat, whether it's your model or not, and I just impose the moon on it. You put a moon over a horizontally flat Earth, and it makes no sense. And if you claim that the moon's not spherical, you can do that as well. That means that the moon would change shape as it came over.
I don't make a claim about the moon.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just saying for anyone that does in general. I'm not speaking about you specifically. I'm saying if anyone says that the moon...
Nobody should be. Anybody who does is falling for your
flat earthers sometimes do that, though. Like, I remember that they showed that one experience.
People like you pulling this shit, thinking that I'm going to fall for it too.
No, because I remember some dude posted a video where it shows like spheres, what looks to be spheres, but then like you turn them around and they're not spheres, right? They're like in half. So I'm like, well, shape if
all that is proving that you can't look. The point of that GIF is to show that you don't know what you're looking at without going there and testing it. You have to see it from different angles. You have to be able to manipulate it. That's the point of that GIF. Not to prove that the Earth is flat or that the moon is.
No, I know. That's what they say. They say that the moon could be a different shape. That they're just opening up possibilities, and that just couldn't happen. Also, with what we see and what we visualize.
It's a point being bigger than just the moon.
Hold on, lunatic.
It has to do with all of the celestial bodies. No, you hold on. It has to do with all of the celestial bodies. Like, you guys think that without experimentation, without manipulating and testing a hypothesis and dependent variable experiment, all of that, without doing that you can just look in the sky and determine what is what, and you cannot. And that is an example of that. That's all that is.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine if you want to say that. I want to give you the floor now to give your explanation for everyone seeing the same angle of the moon and seeing the moon upside down. You go ahead and explain that for everyone.
We don't make a claim about the moon. We're not making claims.
But this is how debates work. Someone gives their piece, and then the other person gives theirs. So we've given ours.
The moon flipping in the way that you view it over a flat Earth. You want me to re-explain to you for the 10,000th time what you've already heard? It's the same thing.
I'm sorry, guys. Did he explain that, and I did not catch it the whole time? He gave an explanation for that.
My God,
you've heard it before. If you haven't, start listening. But it's the same as if I was to take a Post-it note and draw a 6 on it, right, and stick it to the ceiling, and then go stand against the wall, and you're on the other side of the room, with your back against the opposite wall. You see a 9 on the ceiling. I see a 6 on the ceiling. Boom.
This shit again.
Can we put a ball with patterns on the ceiling and then try it out instead of a 6?
You're only seeing one face of that ball if it's a ball.
Exactly. So I'm saying you put a You put a ball on the ceiling, right? You put some patterns on it.
Okay,
and
so
you
the
flip your
scales
head,
are up.
right? You
So
go.
the scales are up.
You go
Instead
upside.
of a one
Don't interrupt me.
story,
Don't interrupt me. Don't
instead of a
interrupt me.
one
Don't
story
interrupt me. Don't
ceiling,
interrupt me. Don't
instead of a
interrupt me. I'm
one
not done
story
yet.
ceiling, no, hold on. If instead of a one story
Don't
ceiling in a
interrupt.
little room, let's make it 100 stories tall and make it a bigger ball. Okay, you're not going to be able to tell for sure that it's a ball. It might appear to be a ball, but you won't
It's
be able to
not
know.
even that's not even the question anymore, dude. That's not even in the question anymore. We're not talking about whether or not it's a ball. We're talking about whether it's gonna flip, right? Whether it's gonna appear
Yeah,
upside down. Can we talk about
flip
that?
for me versus you with our backs to the wall every time.
With our back. Can you like show me what you're talking about? Because that literally makes no sense.
Sorry.
Like if you go anywhere in your room, unless you literally flip yourself, you're not gonna see a moon upside down.
No.
And what we see on Earth is that the moon appears more upside down the more you go down the southern hemisphere.
If I have my back against one wall and you have your back against the opposite wall, and we're looking at the same point in the center of the ceiling, you will see the same as me, only reversed, flipped upside down from what I
You just
see.
see a different side. If you're on the opposite side and there's a point in the ceiling in the center, you're just going to see the opposite side of a sphere. What are you talking about?
No people on opposite sides
It
can
depends on the
see.
angle that you're looking at. If you're talking about a disco ball hanging from a one-story ceiling, yeah, you're talking about being able to see a side of the ball, and I'm talking about seeing the other side of the ball. But if we do
But people
throw it,
on opposite sides of the object can't see the same face of the
if we throw it
object.
100 stories up, now we're both looking at primarily the underside of the ball.
Can somebody tell me what the hell?
First of all, what we were talking about is it appearing upside down. Okay, and the other thing is, even with your analogy, that it still makes no sense because people would see a different face. We never have ever seen a different face of the moon, so that also makes no sense. And I don't think you can make this work on our horizontally flat Earth because the Earth is not
You're not trying to make
horizontally flat plane.
You're not listening.
Dude, you're not trying to make sense of this, because you know this is inexplainable. You know it is not.
What is
like,
No, I'm explaining it pretty well, and instead of listening, you're just starting to talk before I finish. And with the sentence, you're not listening or let me talk.
So is this flat Earth with us in this room right now?
Is what's in this room right now?
Say that again.
Is the flat Earth with us in this room right now?
Is the flat Earth with us? This guy
with
retarded?
us in the room? What?
Yes. Yes. Is it so?
No, the flat
is it
I mean, yes, the flat Earth is beneath your feet, no matter who you are, no matter what you believe, no matter where you are.
You're hilarious.
Oh, I just disproved that.
Okay.
I just disproved that.
My question is, I have a question. If flat Earth is flat, how do compasses work?
True.
Oh no,
They work in
dude! Please don't
flat
deviate from
horizontal
this. Please don't
plane.
deviate from our destruction of the moon.
That is a good point, but please don't go away from the moon. We're still on about the moon.
Yeah, please don't, dude. This is
But
great.
the Earth
We're
is a
enjoying
globe.
this right now.
The Earth is a globe, and the magnetic field is derived from the Earth's magnetic molten iron core. Then why don't needles point down?
No. This is what happens.
Here.
This is what happens. We just go from point to point, and then it just gets further and further away. Let's stay on top.
Yeah, we haven't even reached the conclusion yet.
You got really far away by talking about the moon. That's as far away from the surface as you could possibly get.
Right. Okay.
Did you say, Sonny?
Anyway.
What?
We're talking about the surface of Earth. You guys are on about the moon for an hour. It has nothing to do with the surface of Earth.
So
does not prove the surface. None of the lights in the sky prove the surface of the Earth.
That's such a lie. That's the biggest lie ever.
It's true. They
But he
don't.
just explained it. Like
You can't just say
listening?
it's true and then mute yourself.
Yeah, it is true. There is no surface curvature to prove. That's why instead of pointing directly to it, you have to point directly away from it into the sky, interpret what you see, and then make up a story about how there must be curvature. You'd just be able to show the curvature direct if that were a thing.
You just proved it.
Show curvature
You
where?
don't always need to do that.
What?
There's things that are easier.
Oh, then just pointing directly at the thing that you're trying to affirm the existence of?
Who here has been to the
Affirm the
seaside?
existence of the moon.
Well, no, okay, you're going on mute. That's not at all what I said. Not
you
the
can't.
moon. The
That's
curvature.
unfair.
Okay, this is. I don't care what you think is unfair. Just leave the forum if you think it's unfair. The guy's either
Well,
twisting
you've
my
given
words
us.
around. He's either twisting my words unfairly on purpose. That's not fair. Or he's just so bricked that he thought I was talking about the moon when it was
How can you
obviously
decide
the curved
And
surface
just like
of the
that
Earth.
heretic, you've lost the debate.
What debate?
Literally.
There is no debate. The Earth is not flat.
So a guy straw mans me blatantly, unintentionally or otherwise, I don't know, and I lost the debate. So just like that, I'm gonna
Everybody
say
is
that.
master negotiator.
He just muted him and then he shoved words into his mouth.
Okay. No, I didn't. He said what he said. Anyway, who wants to actually defend their globe here?
Yeah, I'm
We
here.
just did, but then you just muted all of us.
Really?
This
What
is
was the
what
defense?
happens.
Okay, I haven't muted you yet.
Matt Nuclear is here. Matt Nuclear is here like 3/4 of the day every day,
to have this
and got
once in a
muted for a
lifetime
moment. And
opportunity
now
to debate
him being muted is muting all of you. Now is your opportunity to speak.
You know what? Yeah, it is. You know what it is
No,
with parallax
heretic,
scientists?
heretic.
Okay, yeah. So you know what it is with you is that Matt Nuclear was your hope, right? You were counting on him to come through for the globe, right? And then I put him on mute, and you're like, "Oh shit, now it's just going to be me." But I'm going to take you off mute because I want to hear what you have to say. So let's hear you.
Yay!
I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this.
I am doing this. Shut up!
Okay,
I'm
then
doing this.
yeah, just be quiet. I don't know why I haven't muted him though. That's
I don't
you
know.
go.
yeah. Okay, yeah. Sorry. It's kind of a miss on
This
my
is
part.
this is unfair. You always do this. You fucking whenever you're like in the wrong. We got you about the moon and about like how you can't. About how you can't see two different sides
What
of
do
the
you mean
object.
we? Are you Matt Nuclear now? Are you freaking just like you think that you and Matt were on the same team saying the same shit, like, and that him being muted?
Yeah, did you not listen? Why are you jumping in?
Oh, you're just using him as a surrogate. Now fucking
I'm not. He
point.
he had bigger foundation for my point. You're dogpiling.
We're dogpiling.
It was 1-on-1.
You want to take Matt Nuclear and all these other guys in here, but we're dogpiling.
No, Matt. He just had some good ideas. He was backing up my point.
Such as which? Why can't you back up your
Why
own
do you
point?
do that? Do you not remember like what he said?
Maybe you don't, because you can't tell me.
Yeah, but you're doing it as well.
I didn't hear anything.
It would just go in a circle.
Okay, so I guess you didn't hear him either.
Oh, mute me.
No, that's too easy for you.
I heard everything that he said. He said he showed a GIF from Professor Dave showing a
Which
flat
perfectly
moon
explained that point.
Earth. He was saying that either that the moon, if it's flat, like that can't be, and if it's a globe, that we would see it from two opposite sides. I mentioned
Earth
that
was flat.
if you raise the moon higher, than what the GIF shows, that we would both on opposite sides of the room or the opposite sides of the GIF be seeing mostly the underside of that moon. Okay, he's pretending he doesn't understand the difference between me seeing a 6 and you seeing a 9 on two opposite sides of a room. Do you understand that concept?
Do you understand that people on opposite sides of an object can't see the same face of that object?
Okay, so can you give him a yes or a no?
Both underneath of it, but on opposite sides of each other.
Huh? I didn't hear you. I cut out.
Both people are underneath of the object, but are looking opposite of each other. So I'm looking at him, he's looking at me, we're both looking up.
You're still not seeing the complete face.
So, are you able to answer his question about whether you got the concept? You're looking at a 6, but to the guy on the other side, it looks like a 9. You know, it's flipped upside down.
Yeah, but comparing the number 6 to the moon is so stupid.
Why?
Because a 6 and a 9 look completely different when flipped.
One is just the other, flipped upside down. That's why I use
but
that
it's
as
different,
an
isn't
example.
it?
It's a different thing you're looking at, but it's a valid example. Just trying to make a point to you about why it looks flipped upside down.
Do you think the moon is spherical?
Don't know.
Maybe.
You don't know.
No.
I'll
what
go
do
on
you
a
think it
limb and
is?
say I think the visual cues say that it is, okay, but that doesn't mean that is 100% certain.
But why are you arguing if you're unsure?
You're the one who wanted to argue.
Yeah, but you don't seem like you even know what it is. I'm very sure
Well,
it's a
neither do
sphere.
you.
I'm
None of us
pretty
do.
positive it's a sphere.
Prove it.
Dude, your side, I bet you if I ask you, you're not even 100% sure if you're talking on Discord right now. You're not sure if I exist. Okay, like, but you're 100% sure that the moon is a sphere?
Yep.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, well, I mean, didn't the explorers back in Christopher Columbus' day think the world was flat too? Or was it a cube? I can't remember. Which one was it, guys? Does anybody remember?
They thought the world was flat. What do you mean?
Right. Until what happened changed that mind. What event occurred that led the church to believe the world wasn't flat?
Discovering the new world, I guess.
Okay. And they found that there was no edge, right?
Yeah.
Right. So, what's the problem?
No one here claims there's an edge. That's the problem.
So the world is infinitely long in length?
No one said that either.
See,
So-
these guys. These
Yeah,
guys
that's the problem with you guys. You
revolving
never
around the
say
North Pole.
anything. You contradict
Yeah,
yourself.
that is the problem. Y'all really don't say anything. I don't really know what the problem is.
I was talking to
Guys
them
just say
before.
no to
They think
every
that
argument that is
they think that
presented
you
to you.
revolve around the North Pole. They have
Hold on,
no.
you want us to make up stuff?
The adventurers of antiquity already solved this issue, guys.
Again, you want us to make up stuff?
Like NASA, right?
No, I'm saying because you're saying we don't say anything, but I mean, do you want us to make up stuff? I mean, what do you want us to do, bro?
But the thing is that by not saying anything, you actually contradict yourself. Because if you say that the Earth isn't a finished, like an ended plan, and you also say that it's not infinite, then what is it? There's a
You want a
contradiction. That's the
replacement?
binary thing.
You just want a replacement, dude. We're not here to replace whatever your model is. We're just here to destroy yours. That's
Look,
about
the
it.
thing is, right, the Bible, right, I heard one of the
yourself.
flat earthers mention this. They mentioned the Bible, right? The firmament and all that. The thing is,
No.
you're trying to
You
lik
won't
God's
hear me
power
doing that.
to
In
a
fact, most of us-
finite.
In fact, it's always 99% of the time it's you
perspective.
guys bringing up the Bible. Just like
Well, you're trying to say like God couldn't create an infinite space. You're trying to say that God couldn't create a round planet. You're trying to say that God couldn't do.
You are the one who is bringing this up once again. Just like
Are you putting a
99% of the
limitation to
people
God's
before you.
power? Like, what are you
We're
trying
not
to?
saying anything about what God or what no
No,
God
no,
can
no,
do.
no, we didn't-
All we're
listen,
saying is your model is not right, and that's
Hey,
it.
do you mind unmuting the universe? I just
Okay,
got a
so
very good point.
you're saying my
One second,
model's not right, but if I go in my car and I go in my GPS and I put in the coordinates to get to a location, I always end up there.
On a flat
So who's
plane.
lying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Our digital maps aren't a lie, right? If I
Maps
want to
are
go to my
correct.
grandma's house 5 states away
Digital maps.
and I put in the GPS and it gives me a route, I get there. It doesn't
Yeah,
take
you
me to some
went from
random
point
location.
A. You went from point A to point B.
Yeah, but I always get to where I want to go on GPS.
On a
Global
flat plane.
Positioning
Yeah.
System. And how is GPS used? It's satellites, right? Like they scan the terrain and all that shit. So they can't be lying, right? So if they're gonna lie about that, then GPS has to be a lie, right? It's not real.
Okay, show us the measurement of curvature they used in order to get GPS to show that your ball is a sphere. Where's the measurement? Do you have that measurement?
Why does there have to be a measurement, right? It's just like we know what the curve
You're
is.
saying it's a sphere.
Okay. So if you type in Google,
So where's the
what
measurement?
shape is the
Okay,
Earth?
no. Why can't you bring the
Because you're saying
measurement,
it's a
man?
sphere. It's an
Why? You
oblate
said it's a sphere.
spheroid.
Okay, show us the measurement of the oblate
Okay, hold
spheroid
on.
then.
It says the Earth is a oblate, not a sphere. It's not a sphere. No. Whoa,
Show
whoa,
us
whoa.
the measurement of the oblate spheroid
It's a
then.
bloate spheroid.
Show us
The
of the
Okay.
oblate
What does that
spheroid.
mean?
It's not oblate, it's a blow
Okay, this means that it's not spherical in shape, but not perfectly round, right?
Show us the measurement of the oblate
It is
spheroid.
slightly greater radius at the equator. We all know this. The imaginary line running
Blow it.
horizontally around the middle of the planet. Y'all know what the
Blow
equator
it, action bloomer. Because you're adding L's wherever they're not supposed to. Well, I'm just gonna add it for yours. Blow, action
Okay,
bloomer.
so
You
are
mean,
you
hey,
saying
man,
the
question.
diameter of the Earth,
Hold on. Can
right,
you please
13,000 kilometers, that's
tell
fake?
me who
You're saying
measured
that's
that? Who measured that?
fake. Okay, let's find out. How do we know the circumference of the planet?
Who measured it? We're asking you.
The Greeks.
Who measured
You made the claim, so you
the
bring
circumference of
where's
the
the
Earth?
measurement?
Okay, let's find out.
Where's the measurement? Yeah.
Apparently, it was Eratosthenes,
Yes.
right?
So
He was
Stone
a
Age,
Greek
Stone Age tech,
writer,
Stone Age
astronomer,
tech
and
is where
poet.
you're going to.
Apparently, 2,200 years ago, we found out that the Earth was round.
Eratosthenes? You mean Eratosthenes?
Yeah, Eratosthenes. There you go.
How did he do it, man?
How did he do it? That was 2,200 years ago.
Yeah. How did it happen? What happened? Tell me, how did he measure these?
Well, how
Circumference, you
about
said it was?
how do they modernly measure it? Right. Let's find out. How do we modernly
Oh, good luck
measure
with that one.
the circumference of the Earth?
That's what I just asked you.
Let's see. Well, who cares about some
Do
candle
you
and
mind
shadows,
unmuting
right?
the universe scientist? He's got a very good point, and he could help with.
No, we're on one topic right now.
No,
Okay,
it's
so
about this topic.
apparently,
It's about this
Yeah,
topic.
well, I mean, we're talking with bolt action.
the circumference of the Earth equals 50 times 5,000 Seda, right? And that equals to 250,000 Seda. And 250,000 Seda x 185 meters
Zeta?
divided by Sadion
Radius?
equals 46,250 kilometers. The modern measurement is 40,070 kilometers. So
So
basically,
show
I guess they just use basic math, my friend. It seems like they just use basic math.
So, can you tell me where did they measure it?
So not a
The
measurement.
Ohio State University measured it.
How did
Okay,
they
I'll
do
break
it?
it down. Do you know what a unit circle is? A trigonometric circle, right?
So you don't have a measurement, is what you're telling me.
We're trying to
Wait,
look for the measurement, man.
So
We're
are
not
you
we're not
suggesting
trying to
that
look for the trigonometric circle. We're trying to figure out where bolt action is getting the measurement from. That's probably what we're looking for, man. Just give me a second, bro. Give me a second. Come on, bolt action. Find the measurement, not the calculation.
I told you the measurement 40,070 kilometers.
Not a
We
measurement.
don't want a calculation.
It's
We
a
want a
calculation,
measurement.
dude.
You
Do you
want
know the
a
difference?
measurement.
Yeah,
No,
not
no,
a
wait, wait,
calculation.
What does that mean?
Bolt action,
no,
bolt
they-
action.
like-
So when
What
you
the hell
want
does
to
that even
figure
mean?
out when you want to
I
figure
just
out a
gave you a
shape,
measurement.
I'm gonna tell
No,
you
you
what it
didn't.
means. Usually, when you want to figure out what something
40,070
is,
kilometers.
right, Bolt? When you're trying to figure out what something is, you got to go and look at it and actually see if it's spherical. You measure if it's spherical, or is it a square, or is it a triangle? You go out and measure the distance and take the angles and see what's going on. Now, what you give me is a calculation of I don't know what. I mean, an assumption of what the globe is, and they haven't gone and actually check out.
Well, the
What
thing
is the
is,
actual measurement? So
you
who
say
did that?
you say
My
where's
question
the
is.
measurement?
My question
Well,
is.
how do
Bolt
we know what
action,
1 nautical
bolt
mile
action,
is?
bolt action. My question is, who did that part? Where did they get that measurement at, bro?
How do we know what measurements are to begin with?
Stop. Okay, this is where I want to jump in.
How do you
What
know
did
1
he
inch is 1
actually-
inch?
What did he actually measure? Okay, and do you
Well,
know the
how
difference?
do you know 1 inch is
Stop
1
a second.
inch?
Listen. Do you know the difference between a calculation and a measurement? One, just answer that, yes or no.
They're both one and the same. It takes a calculation to get a measurement.
No, they're not.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
It takes measurements to come up with calculations.
No, you have to have some form of math to understand the idea, right?
What did Eratosthenes measure?
Well, let's talk about
Measured.
what the Dutch scientist Wiley Boord Celeus in 1617 did when he
No.
found the
What
exact
did
measurement.
Eratosthenes
See,
measure?
Eratosthenes got close, but he didn't get the actual answer. And also, most of Eratosthenes' work was lost to time. We only have his schematics, so we
He
really
measured the
can't use that
distance between
example. But
Alexandria
we
and
can
Smyrna.
use this
No,
modern
he didn't.
example by the
Dude,
1617
he
Dutch
didn't even do
scientist.
that. Like, in fact,
So
like he had a
apparently,
guy
with
walking off with
improved
a mule.
navigational
Okay,
tools created by Edmund Gunter,
shut up
they
a
were
second, dude. We're not
determined
talking.
to
We're not
find.
going on to your next topic. Listen, what Eratosthenes measured was the length of a shadow, and he calculated. He derived that 40,000 kilometers or whatever the fuck you say that was, because I use imperial. But like the 3959 radius, that was derived through calculations of the length of a shadow measured
Based on an assumption.
That's called
based off of an assumption. Yeah.
it's called trigonometry. Are you going
Yeah.
to
No,
claim
no,
you
no.
do not
So
Ba-
I
yeah,
like how
sure,
you won't
sure,
let me explain the
sure.
modern
But it's
technique.
based on an assumption. In other words, he
Right, shadows are
assumed.
an
Hold
assumption
on.
now.
Yeah,
They're
no,
not
no,
real.
no. The shadows are not. He assumed the sun was far away. He assumed the Earth was curved. So therefore, the measurements of the shadows. Then he said, okay, well, the sun is so far away, therefore the shadow being cast has to be for a spherical Earth.
The problem
But
is
what happens
no.
is
The problem is we know the Earth is round based
One
off of
sec.
nautical travel, right?
One sec. You're right.
Locations, degrees.
So, in other words, if he would not assume that the sun was really, really far away, and
Well, we
assume that
know
it
how
was
far the sun
close,
is.
he would actually
98.3
get
million
another.
miles.
No, actually, matter of fact, Eratosthenes thought it was about 4 million miles.
Well,
4
we know
million
now
miles,
that
the
it's
Earth
much
would be
farther away.
cooked.
I
One
mean,
sec.
well,
One sec.
again,
You're
that was his assumption. That's the thing. All that was
Right,
based
that was
on an
2,200 years
assumption.
ago, right?
Yes,
That was
again,
his puny assumption, right? 2,200
again.
years ago. You realize how long ago that was?
Yeah,
There's
and
no
again, they still
calculators back
use
then.
it because of it.
There's no
They use it because of it.
pencils back then.
It's not
Right?
an
How did
assumption.
he even come up with those
Yes.
calculations? It's
Who's
mind blowing in
claimed?
and of itself.
You brought him up, you fool.
Yeah. But think about it. That's Stone Age, right?
Okay, your own claim is backed by Stone Age garbage.
Eratosthenes' cell phone. He called him on his cell phone. He said, "Hey, man, the shadows are here. Freaking, there you go."
I know. Now he's
That
throwing
was a good one, buddy.
throwing his own claim under the bus.
Under the bus. Yeah, under the bus.
Yeah.
What an idiot.
Alrighty then.
He's muted for his own sake, I tear. Whatever. However you're supposed to
Still
say your
page-
name. You guys throwing his own claim under the bus and you want him to keep speaking for your desperate
No, you
globe
guys just
and
mute
bullshit?
everybody when they're winning.
Yeah. He's attacking Eratosthenes after he brought him up to prove his claim of globe or the circumference or whatever. And yeah, we're muting him because we're scared.